Chapter 1. East Sea, Golden Ao Island. Although referred to as an island, it serves as the sacred ground of the Jie Jiao Sect, a holy order of saints, and is consequently vast in expanse, resembling a continent afloat upon the sea. Upon the island, celestial mountains rise majestically, undulating endlessly, with towering trees visible in abundance, their immense canopies often home to ethereal cranes. A thin veil of mist ascends, lending an air of dreamlike wonder and enhancing the island's otherworldly atmosphere. Nestled among the continuous mountain ranges are numerous palatial structures, resplendent with jade and adorned with intricate carvings, each serving as the dwelling of an inner disciple of the Jie Jiao. Typically, only inner disciples inhabit Golden Ao Island, however. Today, it is teeming with people. Everywhere one looks, disciples are seated in meditation, a densely packed throng that is impossible to count. This phenomenon is solely due to the presence of a grand palace deep within Golden Ao Island, constructed of azure jade, where a young man clad in a purple baga celestial robe, with a radiant five-colored halo above his head, sits upon a meditation cushion, imparting profound teachings. He is none other than the revered Tong Tian, one of the three pure ones and a saint of the heavens. Sitting cross-legged on his cushion, he speaks with eloquence akin to the veritable words of the Tao, elucidating the myriad truths of the world. At that moment, extraordinary phenomena abound, with flowers raining down from the heavens and golden springs surging from the earth, all manifestations of auspicious signs. Beneath him, countless disciples gather, led by the four great inner disciples and the four great outer disciples, followed by the 7 celestial attendants and the 10 heavenly lords, their numbers extending far beyond the confines of the Jade Pool Palace and spilling out into the expanse of Golden Ao Island. As the saint delivers his discourse, each disciple plunges into profound realizations, striving to comprehend the path of the saint. Eons pass in the blink of an eye. The saint's teachings span what feels like centuries. The discourse, which would typically require countless years to conclude, suddenly comes to an abrupt halt. Tong Tian remains seated upon his cushion, his youthful visage betraying no emotion, either sorrow nor joy, impervious to the tumult of the cosmos around him. Yet, within his ancient eyes, which have witnessed the passage of time and are imbued with the wisdom of ages, a flicker of disturbance emerges unbidden. The Tao ancestor has summoned me to the Zi Xiao Palace for a conference. I have observed the river of time and discerned a chaotic celestial mechanism, foreboding an unclear future, with signs of an impending great calamity emerging. Thus, I have contemplated this journey, and in the depths of my intuition, I sense that this impending disaster is connected to the Jie Jiao. His voice is devoid of emotion, flat and neutral. However, upon his pronouncement, the countless disciples within the Jade Pool Palace are roused from their reverie. What? An impending great calamity? How long has it been? Another great calamity is upon us. Could it be that even saints are affected by this great calamity? The disciples are seized by trepidation. Some among them are innate beings, transformed long before the dawn of time. Others belong to the demon race, having witnessed the cataclysmic battles of the witch and demon tribes, thus possessing a profound understanding of the great calamities. Each occurrence of a great calamity is a cataclysm for the entire primordial realm. It sweeps across heaven and earth, turning rivers to blood, mountains into graves, and rendering the mortal realm a hellish landscape no one can escape its grasp. Not to mention the past calamity of Long Han, where the 3 clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Shilants contended for supremacy, engulfing the entire primordial continent. In its climax, the demon ancestor Luo, who unleashed devastation upon the western lands, invoking the sword array of extermination, nearly leading to the annihilation of all races in the primordial realm. Consider also the recent witch-demon war, equally brutal, leaving mountains of corpses and seas of blood, turning the entire primordial realm into a battlefield, nearly leading to the extinction of the human race. Even the demon and witch tribes faded into obscurity, their legacies lost to the annals of history. The severity of such calamities is evident. Now, another great calamity looms, threatening to engulf the Jie Jiao as well. What are we to do? Instantly, the members of Jie Jiao are beset by anxiety. Surely this cannot be. I have only just attained the realm of Shenshan, and I have yet to become a true immortal. And the Feng Sun calamity is already upon us. How can one possibly evade this? Before I crossed over, I was destined to perish. Now that I've traversed, I am still fated to die if I crossed over for naught. In an inconspicuous corner of the Jade Pool Palace, Chu Qing, clad in azure robes, sits upon a meditation cushion. His features are quite handsome, yet the furrowed brows of his eyes convey a sense of profound empathy for the world. Indeed, he is a traveler from another realm. He arrived in the primordial world just as the witch-demon war came to a close, having transformed into a willow tree, and after enduring the passage of time, he finally took on human form. Initially, he had hoped to acquire various extraordinary powers akin to those he had read about in web novels, aspiring to become a saint and stand atop the pinnacle of the primordial realm. However, after several millennia, he discovered that he possessed no system. In fact, he lacked even a single extraordinary ability. The only gift he possessed was a unique, innate talent, a library. Upon first acquiring this library, Chu Qing had fantasized that it contained countless legendary techniques and supernatural powers that would allow him to embark on a path to greatness. Yet, as he perused the volumes within the library, he found them utterly devoid of any assistance for his cultivation. They were filled with tales of ruthless empresses, white-clad divine kings, and even stories from the realms of the underworld. Good heavens, it was nothing more than a library of web novels. Moreover, it contained not only novels but also an array of comics, including titles like One Punch Man, Naruto, One Piece, and Jujutsu Kaisen. I sought the path of immortality. Yet you present me with a plethora of web novels. What purpose does this serve? What use is this? Before my crossing, I spent hours reading web novels, and now, after crossing over, I am still reading web novels. Have I crossed over for no reason? With the intention of merely surviving in the primordial realm, he unexpectedly encountered Tong Tian. Although he could discern Chu Qing's origins and ensure his innocence, his unique identity as a traveler rendered him somewhat peculiar in Tong Tian's eyes. Tong Tian established the Jie Jiao with the principle of inclusivity, yet now, here was a mere demon immortal, provoking a sense of strangeness, leading to Chu Qing's acceptance into the Jie Jiao as an inner disciple. In truth, Chu Qing yearned to refuse. Though the Jie Jiao flourished post-witch demon war, attracting countless immortals and garnering the worship of deities, it had also faced disintegration following the Feng Sun calamity. The 365 righteous deities on the Feng Sun list were predominantly from the Jie Jiao, and ultimately, the two saints from the west captured the remaining disciples of Jie Jiao using their formidable powers. As for what followed, one could glean enough from the fate of one of the 7 celestial attendants, Wu Yun. During the Feng slaughter, he had reached the pinnacle of cultivation, capable of severing the 3 corpses and attaining the status of a quasi-saint. Yet he was still forced back to his original form by the saint, stripped of his powers, and reduced to a mere turtle in the western pool of merit. Such an ending is nothing short of tragic. What hope is there for a favorable outcome should one enter the Jie Jiao? However, to refuse a saint may invite annihilation. With a mere thought, death is inevitable either way. So Chu Qing chose to prolong his existence. Perhaps by living longer, opportunities may arise. After all, one must take risks. A bicycle can transform into a motorcycle. As for disclosing his identity as a traveler and revealing the future of Jie Jiao, Chu Qing had contemplated it, but ultimately dismissed the notion. Not to mention whether Tong Tian would believe him. Even if he did, his uniqueness would undoubtedly lead to him being dissected for study. At that point, life would be worse than death. It would be better for him to devise his own means of seeking survival. Yet he never anticipated that, having just reached the early stage of Shenshan, the conference at Zi Xiao Palace would commence. He was acutely aware that the agenda of this gathering was none other than the matter of Feng Sun. The Jie Jiao is likely to face imminent catastrophe. You need not panic, the Tong Tian proclaimed as he remained seated on his cushion, his indifferent gaze surveying the slightly agitated disciples. Although the primordial realm may witness upheaval that might affect the Jie Jiao with my presence, such concerns are trivial. He is a saint, one of the apex beings in the primordial realm, and thus possesses the confidence to make such assertions. Upon hearing Tong Tian's words, the disciples of Jie Jiao felt their anxiety begin to wane. Indeed, though the calamity may be dire, how transcendent is a saint, having endured countless tribulations without faltering, untouched by the web of cause and effect, existing beyond the mundane, with the heavens everlasting and the Tao enduring. Even a great calamity may not necessarily reach the sanctity of a saint's teachings. With the protection of a saint, perhaps they could navigate this crisis unscathed. During my absence, you are to focus on your cultivation, reciting the Huangting scripture in tranquility, and avoid arrogance and conflict. Upon my departure, matters of the inner sect shall be overseen by Dao Bao. All inner disciples must heed Dao Bao's commands. Matters of the outer sect shall be managed by Zhao Gongming, who will lead the outer and registered disciples. All outer disciples and registered disciples must follow Zhao Gongming's orders. Tong Tian issued his directives. The Jie Jiao boasts a multitude of disciples, heralded as a gathering of myriad immortals. Yet in reality, the inner disciples are few, with the majority being outer disciples. As for the inner sect, it is primarily led by the four great true transmissions: the Taoist of dual treasures, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of No Direction, and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. Following them are the 7 immortals in attendance, as well as the 10 heavenly lords and other disciples. The outer sect, on the other hand, is spearheaded by Zhao Gongming and the 4 celestial maidens of Sanshao. This is also the reason why it is commonly said that the Jie sect, under the leadership of the heavenly master Tong Tian, boasts 8 great disciples. It is important to note that the outer disciples of the Jie sect are not mere outer disciples in the traditional sense, lacking true transmission. Instead, they are categorized into outer disciples and registered disciples. The registered disciples are simply those who have received the title of Jie sect disciple. Conversely, the so-called outer disciples enjoy a status comparable to that of inner disciples, albeit their abodes are situated outside of Golden Ao Island. For instance, Zhao Gongming resides in the Luofu Cave on Mount Amei, while the Sanshao celestial maidens dwell together in the 3 Immortals Cave on Sanxian Island. The 4 saints of Jiulong Island and the Flame Immortal of Huolong Island are also true disciples of the Jie sect. However, their abodes are not within Golden Ao Island, hence they are classified as outer disciples. I shall diligently obey the Master's command, declared all disciples respectfully, not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence. As the heavenly Master Tong Tian rose to his feet, he merely took a step forward, as if transcending time and space, vanishing within the Bao Palace to attend the assembly at the Zi Xiao Palace. Respectfully sending off our Master, all the disciples promptly stood, bowing in reverence towards the Master's mat. Once it was confirmed that the heavenly Master had indeed departed, the Taoist of dual treasures finally stepped forward. Now that our Master has gone to the Zi Xiao Palace for the meeting, we do not know when he will return. Until then, all inner disciples must heed the teachings imparted by our Master before his departure, diligently reciting the Huangting scripture and refraining from causing any disturbances. He held no special thoughts on the matter. After all, having just heard the sage's teachings, there were numerous questions that required contemplation and quiet cultivation. There was little time to concern oneself with other affairs. Zhao Gongming also rose to speak. The outer disciples and registered disciples are to follow the same. The Taoist of dual treasures glanced at Zhao Gongming and continued, "If any of you, my junior brothers, encounter difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to seek my counsel." Zhao Gongming reiterated, "The outer disciples and registered disciples are to follow the same." The Taoist of dual treasures was taken aback. "Shall heed the words of both elder brothers." All disciples rose in unison. Thereafter, they dispersed, each returning to their respective abodes to ponder the sage's teachings. As for causing disturbances, cultivators seek strength. Having just heard the sage's discourse, neglecting contemplation in favor of creating trouble would be tantamount to missing an opportunity, a folly indeed. Chu Qing also returned to his own abode, albeit his dwelling was unlike that of others. Instead, it resembled a library. Indeed, it was his innate talent. Even without a golden finger, one could at least grant a better talent, he mused. Others, upon transformation, have some innate divine abilities within their bloodlines, yet here I am, with nothing but a library. This truly tarnishes the identity of a transmigrator. Chu Qing surveyed his abode. The two-story structure, made of redwood, featured elegantly high eaves, exuding a sense of sophistication, yet it served no practical purpose. Upon pushing open the grand door, he was greeted by rows of bookshelves laden with an uncountable number of books, crammed tightly together. Were outsiders to know, they would undoubtedly marvel at the vastness of Chu Qing's collection. Yet only he was aware that these were all web novels. The bookshelves on the first floor displayed biographies of characters from various novels, such as The Ruthless Empress, The Beginningless, and Oh Brother, Oh Brother. On the second floor bookshelf lay a collection of works that the protagonist had heard of even before his transmigration, such as Perfection, A Leaf Covers the Sky, and Martial Soul Continent. There were also several mangas, including Under One Person, One Piece, Naruto, and Jujutsu Kaisen. Prior to his transmigration, he read novels, and even after, he continued to indulge in them. Was his transmigration not in vain? Chu Qing took out a catalog of the library's collection, glanced at it, and let out a usual complaint. He traversed past the shelves, ascended the staircase, and arrived at the second floor. Here, the shelves were noticeably sparser, lacking the richness of the first floor's collection. He retrieved a cushion, sat cross-legged on the floor, and from this vantage point, he could behold the scenic view of Jin Ao Island outside. Thus preparing to commence his cultivation, it seemed that I could only immerse myself in arduous training. However, I pondered what realm I might attain. Yet what choice did I have but to cultivate? With my current status as a Xianxian, if I were to remain stagnant, my name would surely be inscribed on the list of deities. It was not that he harbored pessimism about the future, but rather, there was truly no other recourse. The Xianxian realm was exceedingly feeble. One must understand that in the Honghuang world, realms are broadly categorized as Earth Immortal, Heaven Immortal, Xianxian, True Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Deluo Golden Immortal, Hunyuan Golden Immortal, and Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal. During the calamity of the list of deities, even his master, Tong Tian Jiaozhu, a heavenly Tao saint existing at the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal level, had faced defeat as a mere Xianxian. What future could he possibly have? All he could do was exert every ounce of effort to enhance his strength, striving to escape like the Wudong Saintess or the Golden Cudgel Immortal at the end of the list of deities' calamity. Under the guidance of his master, alas, how difficult it is, Chu Qing sighed, then ceased his musings and continued his training. After the saint concluded his teachings, all disciples of the Jie sect gained insights and returned to their abodes to cultivate in tranquility. On Sanxian Island, within the Sanxian cave, there lay a grand hall adorned with jade, reminiscent of an underwater crystal palace. Yin Xiao, clad in white garments, possessed bright eyes and pearly teeth, with features that could only be described as picturesque. Her flawless skin, untouched by powder, appeared even more refreshing and ethereal, rendering her beauty unparalleled. Qiong Xiao, donned in red, with a sword at her waist, bore a striking resemblance to Yun Xiao. The distinction lay in her sharp aura, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. Bi Xiao, dressed in green, shared similar exquisite features with her sisters. Presently, the three sisters sat cross-legged within the grand hall, surrounded by the essence of the Tao, with spiritual energy swirling around them, continuously flowing into their bodies as they cultivated. Among them, the most dynamic was none other than the fairy Yin Xiao. Above her, between the golden flower, symbolizing the Tai Golden Immortal, and the silver flower, an ethereal image of a Tao fruit flower manifested. It is said, with three flowers appearing atop, one becomes a free and unfettered Deluo Immortal. This already indicated her impending breakthrough to Deluo Golden Immortal. As long as the golden flower coalesced, it signified that Yin Xiao was on the verge of becoming a Deluo Golden Immortal. The air thrummed with the resonance of the Tao around Yin Xiao. The Tao's essence rolled, and the celestial mist rose, with dense spiritual energy converging towards her, aiding in the formation of the golden flower atop her head. Big Sister is about to break through to the Luo golden immortal so soon. Bai Xiao was awoken by this commotion, her beautiful eyes opening to witness Yin Xiao as cultivation scene. Understanding the situation, with Big Sister cultivating at such a rapid pace, little sister, we should not be idle. Yet, she wondered how many grades of the Luo would bloom from her elder sister's breakthrough. Qiong Xiao, equally startled, cast a glance at Yin Xiao, sharing in her joy. The golden flower represented the Tao fruit of the Luo, symbolizing the cultivator's entire foundation. The deeper the foundation, the more grades the golden flower could produce. Among them, the 9th grade was the pinnacle, while the 1st grade was the lowest, ordinary postnatal beings, by sheer luck, might attain to Luo, golden immortal, merely achieving grades 1 to 3. Most innate beings hover between grades 4 to 6. That those top-tier innate deities born during the Primordial era had the chance to attain grades 7 and 8. As for the legendary 9th grade, it represented the utmost. It was said that only the Tao ancestor Hong Jun, with the foundation of the Chaos Tao demon god, had achieved the 9th grade of the Luo. Though these were mere legends, lacking substantiation, currently, what truly concerned them was their elder sister Yun Xiao's potential grade into Luo. Given that she was an innate being with a profound foundation, achieving the 6th grade of the Luo should pose no problem. And perhaps she could even strive for the 7th grade at B. Xiao gazed at Yin Xiao, contemplating. Qiong Xiao nodded in agreement. I think so too. Before the two could speculate further, they suddenly saw Yun Xiao's body tremble. Her complexion flushed, and the surrounding Tao essence became chaotic. With a cough, Yin Xiao spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, leaning forward to brace herself against the ground to avoid collapsing. Big Sister, Bai Xiao and Qiong Zhao's expressions turned frantic upon witnessing this. Hurriedly rising to support Yin Xiao, anxiously inquiring, Big Sister, are you all right? Yin Xiao took a deep breath, straightened her posture, adjusted her Tao essence, and finally spoke, Do not worry. Although the breakthrough has failed, I have not sustained any Tao injuries. Merely some hidden ailments that will require a bit of time to mend. Listening to the Master's teachings over these years, I had thought I grasped some essence of the Luo golden immortal, capable of achieving the breakthrough. Yet it appears my foundation remains too shallow. She sighed, acknowledging the difficulty of attaining the Luo golden immortal. Qiong Xiao nodded. It's all right, Big Sister. With your talent, achieving the Luo is undoubtedly within reach. It is merely a matter of time. Bai Xiao also chimed in to comfort her. Indeed, Big Sister, what the second sister says is true. If it doesn't work this time, there will always be a next time. And you will surely succeed. It is indeed difficult. Regrettably, after listening to the teachings, Big Brother has retreated to a Mei Mountain's Luofu cave for seclusion. It would not be appropriate to disturb him now. Otherwise, I could seek his guidance on some experiences. Yin Xiao appreciated her sister's kindness. However, she understood the arduous nature of attaining the Luo golden immortal. It is not simply a matter of desiring to succeed. Qiong Xiao, gazing at Yin Xiao, appeared to recall something and spoke, Sister, although Big Brother's in seclusion, why not seek out junior brother Chu Qing? Perhaps he possesses some manuscripts or records left by predecessors who attained to Luo, which might provide insights and ease the next attempt at breaking through to the Luo. Junior brother Chu Qing? Yin Xiao paused at the mention of the name. Although there were numerous disciples within the Jie Sect, she had indeed heard of him. This was due to the unique circumstances surrounding his entry into the sect. Disciples of the Jie Sect, be they outer disciples, inner disciples, or attendants, all joined with a heart seeking the Tao. Only Chu Qing was brought back by Master Tong Tian during his travels through the Hongwang, seemingly not very willing at the time, even appearing somewhat reluctant. Such a peculiar situation naturally piqued the curiosity of many Jie Sect disciples. One must acknowledge that the Jie Sect is a lineage of saints, and being accepted as a disciple by a saint is a tremendous honor. Yet he appeared to be somewhat put upon. Such an extraordinary occurrence, despite the passage of time, left a lingering impression. However, after entering the sect, over the years, Chu Qing had not exhibited particularly outstanding qualities and could even be described as unremarkable. gradually leading the initially curious disciples to lose interest. After all, entering a lineage of saints, cultivation was of utmost importance. Trivial matters would naturally not warrant continuous attention. Now, upon hearing Xiong Xiao mention him, she felt even more puzzled. Did junior brother Chu Qing truly possess manuscripts or records left by predecessors who attained a luo? There should be some, Xiong Xiao pondered. I once passed by junior brother Chu Qing's cave, and unlike the abodes of other brothers, it was a two-story pavilion filled with bookshelves, boasting an extensive collection of texts. No less than 10,000 volumes, and its name was quite peculiar, being called a library. With such an abundance of books, there should be some records from predecessors. After all, with so many books, they cannot all be novels. Can they? Once one enters the immortal gates, they are severed from the mundane. Novels? Ultimately, they are worldly trifles that would only hinder the speed of one's cultivation. What serious cultivator would read novels? Yin Xiao nodded, finding Xiong Zhao's reasoning sound. Very well. In that case, I shall pay a visit to junior brother Chu Qing. Before we receive the teachings, did we not acquire a few exceptional postnatal spiritual roots during our travels? I shall gift one to junior brother Chu Qing. As a token of goodwill, she instructed the attendant to fetch a rare postnatal spiritual root. In the current primordial world, after enduring the great calamity of the Dragon Han and the war of the witches and demons, innate treasures had been thoroughly plundered and claimed by others. Even postnatal spiritual roots had become exceedingly precious, let alone this exceptional specimen. Now, as she boldly visited with a request, she naturally wished to adhere to proper etiquette. Having prepared gifts, she mounted the Azure Lawn and set off directly towards Golden Ao Island, that on a secluded corner of Golden Ao Island stood a two-story pavilion named the Library, where Yin Xiao arrived aboard the Azure Lawn. According to her second sister, this should be the residence of her junior brother, Chu Qing. She gazed at the plaque on the pavilion's exterior. Library. Furthermore, from the wide-open door, she could see numerous bookshelves filled with tomes. Exactly as described by Xiong Xiao. This must be the place. Upon entering the library, she did not venture further but stood at the entrance and called out, "Junior brother Chu Qing, Yin Xiao has come to visit. Are you in your cave dwelling?" Her voice was melodious and enchanting, echoing throughout the library. However, after waiting for quite some time, there was still no response. Could it be that junior brother Chu Qing was also in seclusion? Yin Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. After all, their master had just concluded a lecture, and nearly the entire Jie Jiao was in retreat, which was quite reasonable. Yet, she had not expected such unfortunate timing. If junior brother Chu Qing were absent, would it be too impolite for her to take matters into her own hands? She gazed at the towering bookshelves, her mind filled with conflicting thoughts, yet she remained hesitant. After a fierce internal struggle, she made her decision. I shall merely glance, not to pilfer anything. Moreover, I have brought gifts. We are all fellow disciples, so it should not pose a problem. Should it? She placed the postnatal exceptional spiritual root in a conspicuous spot and then approached the shelves. Titles such as the Chronicles of the Ruthless Empress, the Transmission of the Primordial Emperor, and the Legacy of the Void Emperor appeared before her, seeming less like ancient scriptures and more akin to novels. As Yin Xiao perused the shelves, her brows gradually knitted in confusion. Were ancient texts truly like this? Why did these titles resemble those of novels? The sensation grew stronger with each title she encountered. Never mind, one must not jump to conclusions. Perhaps these were indeed the cultivation texts left by predecessors, albeit with names that sounded like fiction that I should read a bit before forming a judgment. She reassured herself. After a brief survey, she came upon a book with a radiant cover, as if awaiting her arrival. This book, she picked it up, only to find the title emblazoned across the cover. Oh. Senior brother. Uncertain of its contents, she decided to take a look. As she opened the book and began to read, it took only a few pages for her to realize what it was. A novel. Indeed, it was a novel. Could it be that all these books were novels? How had junior brother Chu Qing amassed such an array of fiction? What a frivolous pursuit. Yin Xiao closed the book, surveying the collection on the shelves, feeling a sense of dismay wash over her. What use were novels? Could they aid in cultivation? How could one immersed in the path of cultivation indulge in such distractions? It seemed her visit had been in vain. She returned senior brother, to its original place, preparing to leave. She sought insights into the experiences of predecessors who had attained the great Tao, not to peruse novels. Yet, before she could step outside, the brief glimpse of senior brother, lingered in her mind, its contents impossible to forget, stirring a sense of longing within her. Logically, for beings of their caliber, forgetting something should be as simple as erasing their memories. Yet now, having merely skimmed a few pages, she found it difficult to shake off the impressions left behind. Could this novel possess some special quality? Her brow furrowed as she contemplated the arrangement of the books. With her aspirations of attaining the great Tao now dimmed, and her fellow disciples deep in seclusion, she had no one to turn to for guidance, since she had come this far. Why not take another look before departing? Her curiosity piqued, she felt compelled to revisit the text. After all, she was only going to glance once more, just one more look. She inexplicably found herself drawn to the shelf. Retrieving senior brother, and diving back into its pages. What began as a mere glance spiraled into an insatiable thirst for more, her curiosity igniting a fervor that rendered her unable to stop. The novel chronicled the journey of a cultivator named Li Changshu, navigating a grand world in ancient times, ultimately achieving supreme status. Yet within its pages, the tale unfolded with breathtaking grandeur. She witnessed Li Changshu's relentless pursuit of survival. Avoiding entanglements, eliminating threats with precision, and never acting recklessly, he concealed his true abilities, practiced evasion techniques, refined alchemical concoctions, and wielded divine powers, remaining steadfast yet explosive, departing without a trace once the storm had passed. Such a character, such a method of cultivation, opened a new door for her, revealing an unconventional approach to the path of enlightenment and unveiling a new realm of possibilities. Time became elusive. It felt like days, yet also like months had passed. When she finally closed the book, she was left with an insatiable yearning for more. What a remarkable book! A truly wonderful read! Jin Xiao exclaimed in delight. This extraordinary philosophy of cultivation unveiled a new horizon, one she had never encountered before. Into the primordial realm. Practitioners were often burdened by the weight of rigorous training, seclusion, and battles, with discourse on the Tao being the norm. She had never before witnessed such a perspective. If one were to follow this path, perhaps even the gravest tribulations could be weathered. Practitioners sought the great Tao and the primordial essence, not merely conflict and strife. This method of cultivation was the essence of the practice. Stability in all things at that moment, she was oblivious to the fact that her mindset had been subtly influenced by her reading. Li Changshu was indeed an extraordinary individual. However, the details bore a resemblance to the current primordial world, albeit with certain elements seemingly omitted. Nevertheless, she did not see any mention of the primordial beings, leading her to suspect that this was a work authored by a practitioner from the primordial realm. She discerned some similarities, yet it felt as though portions had been redacted. After all, Li Changshu was originally a denizen of the primordial realm, but due to the constraints of storytelling, the elements pertaining to the primordial realm had been expunged. Thus, Jin Xiao sensed familiarity but could not grasp the entirety of the narrative. It was a pity, ultimately, that it was merely a novel. No matter how captivating, it held no value for her cultivation. Jin Xiao sighed. It was indeed splendid, yet it bore no utility for her practice. According to the book, one's strength was fundamental, and one should always keep their cards close to their chest. Here she was, engrossed in a novel, sacrificing substance for frivolity. Regrettably, junior brother Chu Qing had yet to emerge from his retreat. It seemed prudent for her to take her leave. She placed the book back on the shelf and exited the library, channeling her energy to summon the Azure Wand and return to Tong Island. However, as she attempted to summon her power, her expression abruptly shifted. How could this be? I have not practiced at all. I merely read a novel. Yet, my internal injuries have healed. Jin Xiao's eyes widened, her beautiful gaze shimmering with astonishment. The injuries within her had been a result of a failed breakthrough, while they were not Tao injuries. Recovery would typically require decades, if not a century, of seclusion. Yet now, she was healed, and she had done nothing but read a novel. Could it be that the novel possessed healing properties? She was taken aback by the unexpected gains. Before she could fully process this revelation, fragments of text began to illuminate her mind. Eternal as the heavens, enduring as the earth. The reason the cosmos can endure and thrive is that it does not seek self-perpetuation. Thus it can endure and overflow. Those who covet it cannot retain it. Wealth amassed is difficult to safeguard. As the words grew increasingly vivid, Jin Xiao stood in stunned silence, her heart roiling with tumultuous waves. This was, astonishingly, the calm chi technique recorded within that book. Having just finished reading the book, she instantly recognized the profound method within in the text. This technique was instrumental in promoting longevity, and, at its pinnacle, it was undeniably crucial. Moreover, she could distinctly feel that as she grasped this method, her own realm began to shift, and her Tao fruit was affected, as if on the verge of breaking through. Undoubtedly, this technique would greatly benefit her cultivation. Indeed, it could very well serve as the key to her enlightenment. However, she was taken aback to discover that a mere novel had enabled her to learn such a method. Was this a means of imparting teachings through fiction? What sort of collection did her junior brother, Chu Qing, possess? Could it be that he authored them himself? Such a skill was truly unparalleled, teeming with unfathomable intricacies. Typically, one would require millennia of contemplation to merely scratch the surface. Yet now, she had effortlessly grasped it simply by reading a novel. This could only indicate that every word within the book was aiding her comprehension. Unbeknownst to her, the act of reading had led to a sudden enlightenment. Such a method was simply otherworldly. Even her master, the celestial teacher, a being of saintly stature, would find it arduous to achieve. However, her junior brother Chu Qing had accomplished it. It even sparked an unconventional thought within her. This book was likely written by Chu Qing himself. Such a conjecture was not without basis. After all, what serious cultivator would indulge in novels? Let alone pen one. Even if one were to impart teachings, it would only be to their own disciples. After all, the Tao ancestor has stated, the law should not be transmitted to 6 ears. Yet here was Chu Qing, possessing such a trove of writings, seamlessly blending supreme methods within. It was evident that he authored them himself. Such a technique she had never witnessed before. Even a quasi-saint would find it challenging to achieve. Chu Qing had indeed succeeded. How immensely powerful he must be. Such a junior brother was truly extraordinary. She was astounded to discover that Chu Qing possessed such abilities. Today, she had received the teachings. Her injuries were healed, and she even hoped to attain the great Tao. All of this was thanks to her junior brother Chu Qing. Such a great favor was beyond her capacity to repay. It was a pity that he was still in seclusion, leaving her unable to express her gratitude in person. Next time, she would surely pay a respectful visit to convey her appreciation for the imparted teachings. She bowed reverently towards the library, her heart filled with sincerity, utterly enamored. Meanwhile, in the second floor of the attic, Chu Qing suddenly sneezed, sensing something unusual in his body, and awakened. Why did I sneeze? Opening his eyes, he furrowed his brows, a look of perplexity etched upon his face. Although his realm was not particularly high, being at the early stage of Xian Immortal, he was undeniably a true immortal, not to mention being free from calamities and ailments. Yet here he was sneezing. How strange, truly bizarre. He gazed out of the attic, only to see an azure phoenix soaring into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. The azure phoenix that seemed to belong to senior sister Jin Xiao. In the primordial world, the azure phoenix could be considered the mount of goddess-level immortals. For instance, Nuwa, the Three Skies, and Shurji all had azure phoenixes as their mounts. But what was senior sister Jin Xiao doing here? He felt somewhat puzzled. Before he could rise, a sudden surge of unfamiliar text emerged in his mind. To attain the ultimate void, maintain tranquility, and uphold the Tao, there exists the law of benevolence and righteousness. The law of the earth, the law of the heavens, the law of the Tao, and the law of nature. The text was intricate and profound, each character imbued with an enigmatic Tao rhythm, causing Chu Qing to feel a resemblance to the doubted Jing he had previously read. Yet it was vastly different. It was even more profound and intricate, particularly the 5 large characters at the top, radiating with brilliant golden light, each character suffused with Tao and principle, cryptic and unfathomable. It took Chu Qing quite some time to discern its meaning. The Hongmeng Pingqi Ju, this was astonishingly a technique. Moreover, the name Hongmeng Pingqi Ju sounded incredibly familiar, akin to the cultivation method practiced by the protagonist in the book Senior Brother Ah. Senior Brother, yet it was immensely more powerful. Chu Qing felt an uncanny similarity. The name had merely 2 additional characters, and the content bore a sense of familiarity. Without hesitation, he rose and descended the stairs. Heading straight for the bookshelf housing Senior Brother, Senior Brother, he sought to verify the thoughts swirling in his mind. This book had indeed been read by someone. As he approached the bookshelf, Chu Qing immediately sensed something amiss. The arrangement was clearly different, and the pages bore signs of change. Any book that had been used would inevitably leave traces. Chu Qing was certain that this book had been perused. First, to validate my thoughts, he took the book down, hastily flipped it open, and located the description of the Pingqi Ju. Upon finishing, a tumultuous wave surged within him. Just as I thought. Indeed, the Hongmeng Pingqi Ju that had suddenly come to me was derived from the Pingqi Ju within this book. It had merely become far more profound, a qualitative transformation, increased 1,000-fold. Chu Qing trembled with excitement. Though the name Pingqi Ju seemed unremarkable, its might was undeniable. It was simply that the original master was too prudent, resulting in such an ordinary name. After all, how could a technique cultivated to the extent of competing with the Tao ancestor Hong Jun be mundane? Moreover, the technique in his mind was 1,000 times stronger. The power contained within was beyond imagination. Yet amid his joy, Chu Qing was also perplexed. Why years of cultivation have not been short. Since the end of the Witch and Demon War, when the primordial world stabilized and I took form. It has been several millennia, if not more. This library has accompanied me since my transformation, and while I may not have read every single book, I have certainly perused a considerable number. There was never anything like this before. How did I suddenly acquire such a powerful supreme method? He pondered, feeling bewildered. It was all too sudden, akin to winning the lottery and receiving an immense fortune. As he paced on the first floor, he realized the front door was ajar. Simultaneously, on a table against the left wall inside the door, lay a crimson spiritual herb the size of a fist, with a green stem as thick as a thumb. Adorned with 3 oddly shaped leaves, blood red like fresh blood, each leaf appearing to resemble a dragon's head from a distance. Dragon's head grass. This was indeed a top-tier spiritual root of the postnatal realm. Who had gifted it to me? Chu Qing's heart raced. The dragon's head grass, as rumored, was nurtured from the blood of true dragons during the era of the Dragon Han calamity, a precious postnatal spiritual root. Especially during the current period of the investiture of the gods, where innate treasures of the primordial world had been nearly completely divided, spiritual roots were scarce, and the value of a postnatal spiritual root was incalculable. Let alone being merely a Xian immortal, even a great Luo golden immortal would vie for it. To think someone had gifted him such a treasure. Who could it be? Who had browsed the book? How did I come to possess the Hongmeng Pingqi Ju? Chu Qing's mind was flooded with questions. Overwhelmed with confusion, he furrowed his brows, contemplating all that had transpired, piecing together every clue. Gradually, he began to uncover some connections. Earlier, I had seen an azure phoenix soaring away. It must have been senior sister Yin Xiao. With her strength, acquiring a dragon's head grass should pose no issue. Could it be that during my period of seclusion, senior sister Yin Xiao came bearing the dragon's head grass, and upon finding me absent, perused the novel, which in turn led to my acquisition of the Hongmeng Pingqi Ju, though it seemed a bit far-fetched. Chu Qing felt this was a plausible scenario. After all, without first-hand experience, many things were inexplicable. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he gazed upon his innate gift, the library, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed I had been harboring a vast treasure all along. If my conjecture holds true, and merely from others reading the novels in my library, I can acquire the methods within, enhanced 1,000-fold. Then does it not imply that the more individuals read my novels, the greater the chance of mastering all techniques? Chu Qing's body trembled with exhilaration that a supreme method had allowed him to glimpse the highest path. If he could comprehend all supreme methods, how powerful would he become? It was simply unfathomable. At that point, he could impart teachings to his fellow disciples, elevating them together, without a care for the tribulations of the investiture of the gods. Would he need to worry about being bullied by the Chan school, or the Westerners meddling? Then let them come. Let them both be taught and ascend together to the divine list. With a deep breath, Chu Qing suppressed his excited emotions. While the imagination is certainly delightful, the practicalities of how to achieve it remain exceedingly difficult. After all, these are merely novels, frivolous distractions for those immersed in arduous cultivation, and no one pays them any heed. Otherwise, this library would not have remained so neglected for such an extended period. Even if senior sister Yin Xiao had perused them, she likely did not linger long. Or else she would not have waited until my exit from seclusion. Convincing others to read these books seems a task more daunting than climbing to the heavens. Nonetheless, it is best to first refine this dragon head grass, practice the primordial tranquility technique, and elevate my own strength, for that is of utmost importance. Chu Qing understood that such matters cannot be rushed. He promptly picked up the dragon head grass and prepared to retreat to the second floor for seclusion. However, unbeknownst to him, upon Yin Xiao's return to the Three Immortals Island, she had already stirred a great commotion. In a corner of Golden Ao Island, on the second floor of the library, dense spiritual energy filled the air, transforming into mist that felt dreamlike, as if one were in the realm of the immortals. In this most spiritually potent place, Chu Qing sat quietly, his eyes tightly closed, devoid of sorrow or joy. With each breath, vast amounts of spiritual energy surged into his body, akin to two ethereal white dragons weaving in and out beneath his nose, suffused with an indescribable Tao rhythm. The untrained eye. There appeared to be nothing extraordinary, as if merely the most mundane of methods. However, upon deeper examination, one would discover the uniqueness of this technique. All its apparent ordinariness belied an inner profundity, boundless and unfathomable. As if infused with the true essence of the primordial. As time passed, seasons changed, and years rolled by, the exact duration became indeterminate. After all, cultivation is never measured by the passage of years. All that is known is that on this day, the long quiet second floor finally stirred to life. Crack. It was as if something had shattered, initially just a faint sound. But at that moment, it erupted forth like a dam breaking, an unstoppable force. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering resonated as a continuous cacophony. Accompanying this sound, the spiritual energy that filled the entire second floor began to boil, surging towards Chu Qing's body as if it were being devoured by a whale. The mid-stage Xianxian, late-stage Xianxian, pinnacle Xianxian. With unstoppable momentum, breakthrough. Only upon reaching the initial stage of true immortal did it finally cease. Chu Qing exhaled a long breath of turbid air, his eyes fluttering open, a look of exhilaration gracing his face. He had not anticipated that this time of seclusion, aided by the dragon head grass, would propel him directly to the initial stage of true immortal. Truly astonishing. Cultivation is arduous, akin to a heavenly ladder, with each ascent becoming increasingly challenging. Not to mention his own meager foundation. Even with innate advantages, those blessed with spiritual roots and the teachings of saints would require millennia to transition from Xianxian to true immortal. Yet here he was, breaking through to such a realm in a single retreat. If this were to spread, it would surely astonish the celestial realms, rendering all incredulous. With my foundation, even with the primordial tranquility technique and a dragon head grass, such rapid advancement should be impossible. Moreover, ever since acquiring the primordial tranquility technique, I have felt my cultivation speed increase exponentially, as if a more powerful version of myself were cultivating alongside me. Chu Qing recalled the peculiarities of his recent retreat. His foundation was hardly remarkable. Otherwise, he would not have taken so long to reach Xianxian after obtaining the Shanqing Dao. Even if the primordial tranquility technique is formidable, being an unparalleled method, it cannot surpass the teachings of saints. Yet with such a poor foundation, even the finest techniques would struggle to yield rapid progress. IT is akin to a water barrel, where the shortest plank determines how full it can be. As for the dragon head grass, it is merely a postnatal superior spiritual root. while precious, it is insufficient for a breakthrough to true immortal. Now, Chu Qing's cultivation speed left him feeling as though he were not alone in his practice, but rather that an innate being was augmenting his speed. Strange, truly, it is remarkable, Chu Qing marveled. Ever since Yin Xiao had sought him out last time and perused a novel, everything about him had changed. Not only had he gained the primordial tranquility technique, but his cultivation speed had also accelerated. Could it be that the novels in my library possess some extraordinary efficacy? Yet why did I feel nothing when I read them? Perhaps they require others to read them? Regrettably, for now, only senior sister Yin Xiao is a reader. If there were more readers, I might uncover the truth behind this phenomenon. But they are all immortals, genuine immortals. Who among them would read novels? Do you read? Certainly, I do not. Chu Qing felt quite helpless. He had just risen and was preparing to step outside for a breath of fresh air after such a prolonged retreat. Before he could ascend the stairs, he suddenly heard two melodious voices from the first floor, akin to silver bells. I.S. junior brother Chu Qing present. Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao have come pay a visit. Upon hearing the voices, Chu Qing was momentarily taken aback. Xiong Xiao, Bai Xiao. First, it was senior sister Yin Xiao, and now these two have also arrived. Although Chu Qing had little interaction with the three immortal sisters, he had certainly heard of their legendary tales. They are, after all, among the three great bold women of the primordial world. Yin Xiao is relatively mild, but the true boldness lies with Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao. Xiong Xiao is taciturn, quick to draw her sword at the slightest provocation, while Bai Xiao is fiercer still, ready to strike with her Hunyuan golden dipper at the slightest disagreement. Of course, it was their later exploits during the Divine War that truly solidified their renown. Following the tragic demise of Zhao Gongming, the three immortal sisters took the stage, employing the 9-curve yellow river formation to sever the top 3 flowers and 5 energies of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, thereby rendering their years of cultivation null. They even dared to challenge the saints, confronting them directly, addressing them as uncle if they were feeling gracious, or simply old deng if not. Now, these two had come seeking him, leaving Chu Qing somewhat perplexed. However, as they were all fellow disciples, Chu Qing had little cause for concern. He quickly responded, "Please wait a moment, senior sisters. I shall be right down." Descending the stairs, he beheld Xiong Xiao in red and Bai Xiao in blue standing at the entrance, the gentle breeze billowing their skirts, enhancing their captivating allure. Chu Qing approached with a smile, greeting them warmly. "Today, the arrival of my esteemed senior sisters truly brings glory to my humble abode. May I inquire what brings you both here?" As Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao regarded Chu Qing, they grew increasingly convinced that their elder sister's words were questionable. They scrutinized him from every angle, yet could find nothing remarkable about him. Merely an unremarkable individual. Could such an ordinary junior brother truly possess a collection of supreme teachings? Might these tomes even be authored by him? They were filled with curiosity, but having come this far, they naturally wished to see for themselves first. Bai Xiao wasted no time, stating, "Junior brother, the reason my sister and I have come today is to request your assistance. We have heard that your library is rich with tomes, and we wish to borrow 2 for our perusal. As this is our first visit, please accept this small token of our respect." As she spoke, she produced 2 dragon head grasses and offered them to Chu Qing. Upon seeing the dragon head grass, a radiant smile spread across his face. Truly, they are 2 of the 4 greatest disciples of the outer sect. Their generosity is indeed impressive. How could he possibly refuse? Chu Qing graciously accepted the dragon head grass, saying, "Senior sisters, please have a seat. I shall fetch the books for you right away." He turned and approached the bookshelf, his heart brimming with excitement. This is splendid. Not only had he received 2 postnatal superior spiritual roots for free, but he could also use Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao to test the conjectures in his mind. A double victory. How marvelous. Senior sister Xiong Xiao enjoys swordplay and practices the Shanqing sword Dao. So this tome, the pure sword god of snow, should align well with her interests. Senior sister Bai Xiao, being impetuous and decisive, would surely appreciate the vicious empress, which aligns perfectly with her temperament. The pure sword god of snow? Xiong Xiao stared in surprise at the novel handed to her by Chu Qing, the sword god. In the primordial realm, countless sword cultivators exist, and many possess profound mastery in the sword path. Who would dare to make such a bold claim? Now, merely a novel dares to assert such a title. What audacity! This piqued her interest. She was eager to discover what kind of character within the pages could rightfully bear the title of sword god. She hesitated not, seating herself upon the stool and opening the novel. The Ruthless Empress. To dare claim the title of Empress is quite intriguing. Zi Xiao gazed at the title of the novel. Taken aback, there are indeed many formidable women in the primordial realm, such as the Queen Mother of the West, Nuwa the Sage, and Hutu, all of whom are top-tier existences. Yet, none have claimed the title of emperor. Moreover, the name of this individual is rather peculiar. Ruthless. How fascinating. It remains to be seen if it is as profound as my elder sister suggested. She turned the pages of the novel, curiosity guiding her reading. I hope it aligns with my speculations. Chu Qing observed Qiong Xiao, and by Xiao with anticipation. According to his conjecture, as long as someone reads his novel, he could glean certain techniques from it, merging them with the primordial rules to birth unparalleled laws. Furthermore, he could also gain a boost to his cultivation, facilitating rapid progress. If all of this proves true, it implies that by encouraging more individuals to delve into the novel, he could swiftly elevate himself, potentially achieving the highest realm. Additionally, he would obtain countless supreme techniques. When that time comes, passing these teachings on to the disciples of Jie Jiao might just rewrite its future. Although the Fengshan War saw Jie Jiao besieged by the three teachings and pressured by the four saints, if Jie Jiao's might could grow to an overwhelming degree, who would dare to place it on the Fengshan list? Perhaps even Yuanshu, Tianzuan, and the Western two saints could be compelled to submit to Jie Jiao. Everything hinges on strength. After all, he has lived within Jie Jiao for so many years. And Tong Tian Jiaozhu has treated him rather well, imparting the upper clear Tao to him and providing a sanctuary for his existence. He yearns to repay this kindness, but a drop of water shall be returned with a gushing spring. A grain of enmity shall be repaid 1,000-fold. He quietly awaited the completion of their reading. Yet when they opened the novel, it was as if they had been enchanted, lost to the world. Their minds consumed solely by the unfolding narrative. The legendary sword god, truly deserving of such a title. Qiong Xiao was utterly captivated, applauding the plot of the novel. She was enthralled by its chronicles, the protagonist's initial emergence onto the scene. Traversing the great river on a sword, defeating the Meihua sword sect in Dongyue, and vanquishing the Wu family's sword champion at the Wu family tomb, compelling a barefoot female sword immortal from the South Sea back to her sect with a mere gesture. Triumphing over the spear immortal, besting Xin Yuan, boldly proclaiming that no sword master exists in the West, entering the region alone and slaying 16 sword masters who sought to impede her, ascending Mount Lanta to confront the Buddha with her sword, slaying 23 arhats in a display of vigor and excitement. She lamented the protagonist's reluctance to wield her sword to open the heavenly gate, sacrificing her reputation to allow Wang Xianji to break the wooden horse. Descending the mountain with grace, feeling regret for her, she mourned the accidental death of the beautiful Fendou in a green robe, seeking a life-extending elixir from Longhu Mountain, only to find her beauty departing westward along the way. During a discussion on the demon-slaying platform, her heart was thrown into turmoil, and after her failure to open the heavenly gate with her sword, she felt a profound melancholy. For 20 years, she confined herself within a drawn circle, and upon hearing the call of the sword in the snowy plains, she returned to the realm of the immortals, exhilarated. So many captivating plots rendered her entranced, indelibly etched in her memory. The simple prose delineated a vividly fleshed-out sword god. What a remarkable figure, the sword god amidst the snow, living up to the name. Even after finishing, she felt a lingering thirst. Her spirit remained immersed in the emotions of the book, like one under a spell. She closed the novel and walked out of the library in a daze. What has transpired? Chu Qing, who had been waiting, observed Xiong Zhao's peculiar behavior with confusion. Having finished the book, she spoke not a word as she exited. What could this possibly mean? He refrained from interrupting, standing within the library, watching Qiong Xiao outside. She was tall, her skin flawless, her figure curvaceous, clad in red robes, a long sword at her waist. As she walked, Her skirt fluttered gently, exuding an enchanting allure. Yet, after only a few steps, she paused, gazing up at the sky, her deep-set eyes lost in contemplation. It was merely a novel. Could it be that she has fallen ill from reading it? Chu Qing furrowed his brow, perplexed. Before he could ponder further, he witnessed Xiong Xiao draw her sword, pointing it towards the heavens, and shouted, "Sword, come forth." The mere utterance resonated like a catalyst, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Simultaneously, throughout Jin Ao Island, every person bearing a sword felt their weapon quiver, as if yearning to ascend into the air. As time passed, this phenomenon became increasingly pronounced, leaving all in a state of bewilderment. When this occurrence reached its zenith, every sword could no longer be restrained, soaring into the sky. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of swords slicing through the air echoed, as countless blades cleaved the heavens, densely packed, obscuring the sky, inducing an overwhelming sense of trepidation. At this moment, Xiong Xiao stood aloft, her treasured sword in hand, her red gown billowing, a myriad of swords forming a bridge beneath her feet. She alone stood upon this bridge, as if perched atop the pinnacle of the sword path. Heaven did not give birth to Xiong Xiao, yet the sword path remains eternal like the long night. She gazed upward, reciting a line from a novel, albeit with a slight modification. The instant those words escaped her lips, her mind cleared, as if enlightenment struck her in that moment, and she grasped profound insights from the cosmos, various sword techniques and maneuvers. Merging with the primordial laws, transformed into truly supreme sword techniques, reflecting vividly in her mind that why elder sister spoke truly. Merely by reading a novel, one can comprehend unparalleled laws. Xiong Zhao's heart raced with excitement. She realized that what she had just grasped was the very essence of the sword god's sword path from the novel. Although the world depicted within the book was not particularly powerful, she could distinctly sense the overwhelming strength of this sword path, the boundless sword intent far surpassing what was described in the text. Undoubtedly, this was a supreme sword technique, rivaling even the upper clear sword Dao imparted by her master. It is worth noting, who is her master? A saint of heaven. The sword, Qingping, wields the four swords of the immortals, the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Yet this sword path is strong enough to rival the teachings passed down by her master, the power of which is evident. Initially, she harbored doubts about her elder sister. Now it seems she underestimated her, especially regarding her junior brother. Chu Qing, a mere novel, yet it conceals such invaluable techniques, and every word within that text possesses the capacity to aid one in comprehension. Such methods are unheard of. Furthermore, with so many tomes, does each one harbor such supreme laws? If this is indeed the case, how profound must her junior brother Chu Qing's foundation be? Guarding such a treasure trove, does it not imply that he has already mastered all these techniques? If so, how formidable must he be? It is almost unimaginable. To reflect deeply is to feel a chill. Now in her mind, the once unremarkable figure of Chu Qing, devoid of any distinguishing features, seemed utterly transformed, no longer bearing a trace of mediocrity. That is the essence of returning to simplicity, the path of great truth. This sensation was particularly pronounced as she stood atop the myriad swords, looking down at Chu Qing, her heart racing with intensity. In the instant Xiong Xiao comprehended the sword path amidst the snow, a multitude of sword techniques and the true essence of swordsmanship emerged in Chu Qing's mind, etched and crystallized, allowing him to absorb it all in an instant. The chaotic, snowy sword. Chu Qing gazed at the myriad of techniques materializing in his mind, coalescing into a singular name. His heart stirred. He recognized that these various sword techniques and the true essence of swordsmanship, such as sword chi rolling dragon wall, two sleeves green serpent, one sword immortal kneels, sword opens the heavenly gate, and more, all originate from the novel. However, what now resided in his mind was vastly different. Each move and technique seemed to intertwine with the primordial rules, enhancing and amplifying their power. In fact, the insights he gained were imbued with chaotic truth, boundless and immensely robust, leaving him unaware of just how many times stronger they had become. With such sword techniques, even if he had never wielded a sword before, he would now stand at the pinnacle of the sword path. Chu Qing's heart brimmed with excitement. Such sword techniques would significantly enhance his strength. It is essential to understand that in the primordial realm, combat power is generally composed of realms, roots, treasures, divine abilities, and techniques. A singular realm cannot measure strength, unless the disparity in realms is exceedingly vast. Typically, a powerful technique or treasure can create a significant gap in combat power. Even a golden immortal, if wielding a congenital supreme treasure, could slay a quasi-saint. Unfortunately, since the dawn of the primordial realm, only 3 congenital supreme treasures have existed. This has resulted in the disciples of the saints being far superior to scattered cultivators of the same realm. Simply because of the formidable techniques of the saints, now, after this augmentation, the chaotic snowy sword he has acquired represents a tremendous boost to his combat power, even if I have just transcended to the true immortal realm. It is not beyond possibility to engage in battle against an existence at the early stage of the golden immortal. Moreover, this is merely the enhancement brought about by a novel. If all disciples of the Jie sect were to immerse themselves in this novel, how formidable would I become? At that time, if I were to impart the techniques I have comprehended to the disciples of the Jie sect, enabling each of them to attain enlightenment, how immensely would the power of the Jie sect be elevated? It is simply unfathomable. This represents a grand avenue for the salvation of the Jie sect, and even for placing the primordial heavenly venerable, the Taiji saint, and the 2 saints of the West upon the divine ranking. However, the vision of this imagined future, as perceived by Qiang Xiao, appeared entirely different. She could distinctly sense that although Chu Qing stood there quietly, an infinite sword intent enveloped him, manifesting as if he were a sword himself, a sword that could cleave the heavens. Pure and profound, such sword intent left no room for mediocrity. To call him an unparalleled sword immortal would not be an exaggeration. It is only now that I realize it is not that Chu Qing is unremarkable, but rather that my perspective has been too limited. Without attaining a certain level of enlightenment, I am incapable of even sensing the strength of junior brother Chu Qing. This realm is truly beyond my grasp. Indeed, junior brother Chu Qing is no ordinary individual. Qiang Xiao felt a surge of emotion in that moment. Chu Qing's figure magnified infinitely in her mind, occupying all her thoughts, leaving an indelible impression that was hard to forget. Sister Qiang Xiao, may I have my sword back? Before Qiang Xiao could remain astonished for too long, voices echoed throughout Jin Ao Island. Qiang Xiao awoke from her reverie, realizing something was amiss, and felt somewhat embarrassed. Of course, without hesitation, she willed her flying swords to return to their original owners. Upon reclaiming her swords, all disciples of the Jie sect were left in astonishment. They were taken aback by how formidable Qiang Xiao had become in the sword arts, wondering what kind of opportunity she had encountered. After they emerged from their respective seclusions, they would certainly seek her out. Unbeknownst to her of the disciples' thoughts, Qiang Xiao descended from the air and approached Chu Qing. At that moment, Chu Qing also regained his composure and regarded Qiang Xiao. Sister Qiang Xiao's accomplishments in the sword arts are impressive. If she could comprehend the chaotic snow sword, how powerful would she become? It would undoubtedly enhance her strength. This would, in turn, benefit the Jie sect. After all, in the future, Sister Xin Xiao would be facing off against saints. Just as he was about to mention this, unexpectedly, both of them spoke simultaneously. Junior brother Chu Qing, Sister Qiang Xiao. Chu Qing was taken aback and smiled awkwardly. Sister, please go ahead. Qiang Xiao did not hesitate and directly bowed in gratitude. Thank you for bestowing the technique, junior brother. Such swordsmanship, concealed within the pages of a novel, is elusive to those who merely read the words. You truly possess remarkable skills. A single dragon head grasp cannot repay your kindness. Junior brother, if you ever require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out on Tong Island, and I shall lend my utmost support. Her words were sincere, despite knowing that with junior brother Chu Qing's prowess, he would not require her aid in times of danger. After all, she was merely a humble Tai golden immortal. While he had already achieved a level of mastery that transcended the ordinary, she would never shy away from the opportunity to assist him. Even in the face of saints, she would choose to stand by junior brother Chu Qing's side. Chu Qing was dumbfounded, feeling somewhat bewildered. You have comprehended it. You have comprehended it as well? Initially, he had intended to impart the technique to Qiong Xiao, only to discover that she had grasped it on her own. Could it be that my assumptions about my own talent were somewhat misguided? It is not merely that someone reads the novel and gains insight, but rather that those who read the novel are already capable of deriving understanding from it, which is then reflected back to me. Recalling his own experience of comprehending the chaotic snow sword, coupled with Qiong Zhao's situation at that time, he surmised that this must be the case. This is splendid. If others can grasp techniques simply by perusing the novels in my library, it would save me the time of imparting them. Yielding a twofold benefit, I never anticipated this to be the true application of my talent. Now that novels can facilitate comprehension, I wonder if other forms of media, such as comics, can do the same. After all, my talent is quite unique, encompassing not only novels but also comics. For instance, One Punch Man, Naruto, One Piece, Jujutsu Kaisen, and Fairy Tail. Junior brother, what were you about to say? Qiong Xiao inquired, observing that Chu Qing had fallen into silence. Chu Qing scratched his head, smiling. It's nothing, sister, as long as you are happy. Qiong Xiao chuckled lightly, not dwelling on it, and turned her gaze to Bai Xiao, who was still engrossed in reading the novel in the library. I wonder when Sam Mei will finish reading and whether she will gain any insights. Chu Qing smiled. Sister need not worry. With Bai Xiao's aptitude, she will surely be fine. Then, on behalf of Sam Mei, I shall express my thanks to you, junior brother, Qiong Xiao said with a smile. With such word from junior brother Chu Qing, it signifies stability. After all, these two novels were personally selected by junior brother Chu Qing, evidently taking various factors into account from the very beginning. Junior brother Chu Qing indeed lives up to his reputation. Such thoughtfulness is truly admirable. Initially, I had doubted him, thinking it was just an ordinary novel. But upon reflection, I feel utterly ashamed. Before the two could converse further, a sudden and powerful aura erupted within the library, as if it wished to devour the ages, accompanied by a subtle sigh. Not for the sake of becoming immortal, but to await your return in the mortal realm, that a legendary empress, unmatched in talent, who could rival the heavens and the earth. Who dares to contend? Bai Xiao closed the novel in her hands. Yet her mind remained immersed in its narrative. Within the story, she witnessed the rise of a legendary empress. In her youth, the empress possessed terrible talent, unable to cultivate it all. However, she had a brother of unparalleled talent. Later, someone came and took her brother away. During their parting, it was a forced separation, leaving nothing behind except a promise for her to await his return. Yet, fate was cruel. Years later, she could only wait for her brother's remains. That was her dearest brother, yet she could not even catch a glimpse of him. As he was forcibly taken away on that day, she wept inconsolably, and thereafter she vanished from the world, never to be seen again. And this was merely the beginning. When she reappeared, she shattered the heavens, creating the devouring heaven demon technique, achieving the status of the supreme heavenly emperor, her brilliance illuminating the ages. Unable to cultivate herself, she devised unparalleled techniques, the 10,000 transformations sacred art, 3,000 small worlds, divine passage technique, and 9 flying immortal techniques, each one a transcendent method that shook the ancient world, bestowing upon her immeasurable divine might, allowing her to slay across the heavens and earth, causing the supreme beings of the myriad realms to tremble. In her later years, she created the indestructible ancient scripture, achieving eternal life, and from then on, all beings honored and revered her, shaking the past and present. She was the most astonishing emperor in history, the most talented woman of all time. She was also the most ruthless individual of both ancient and modern times. Even in the end, the people had forgotten her name, only referring to her as the ruthless empress. Yet, despite her unparalleled talent, her ability to traverse the heavens and earth, and her potential to reach the pinnacle, she still chose not to become immortal, only remembering the promise made long ago, not for the sake of becoming immortal, but to await your return in the mortal realm. What an extraordinary woman. What a tale of sorrow. Bai Xiao felt her heart stir, with every word of the novel etched in her mind, flowing until they transformed into a singular figure. That figure was ethereal, seemingly existing between the realms of reality and illusion. The more she tried to see clearly, the more it eluded her perception, becoming increasingly vague, almost fading away entirely. The only discernible feature was the visage obscured by a mask, neither fully weeping nor entirely smiling. The Ruthless Empress, Bai Xiao recognized that mask. A novel, a life, an experience. Bai Xiao sighed and set down the book in her hands. Regardless of whether she could gain insights, merely the content of this novel was enough to leave her in awe. To write a novel with such depth is to stand at the pinnacle of literary artistry. Even if she could not utilize this novel for enlightenment, simply experiencing such a remarkable story was not a waste of time. She rose to her feet, preparing to inquire if her elder sister had made any gains. Yet, before she could even see anyone, she felt an inexplicable aura enveloping her, and in her mind, scriptures began to illuminate. Devouring the heavens, the earth, and all things, the supreme, the holy, the highest art. The moment these scriptures manifested, Bai Zhao's entire aura underwent a sudden transformation, as if she had become a black hole, drawing in spiritual energy from all directions, flowing toward her body. Was this the devouring heaven demon technique created by the Ruthless Empress within the novel? Bai Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze filled with an overwhelming sense of shock. With merely a slight exertion of her magical powers, she could sense within herself the presence of a nebulous black hole swirling, poised to devour everything and transform it into her very essence. This formidable technique was none other than the swallowing heaven demonic art. The descriptions of this art within the novel were nothing short of supremely powerful. All things could be consumed. Even the Tao itself could be extinguished and merged into one's being. Everything in the world could serve as a great elixir. It is precisely for this reason that it was deemed demonic. Yet, the might of such a technique is indeed astonishing and unparalleled throughout history. She never anticipated that she would grasp such a profound art, causing her body to tremble with excitement. Her elder sister did not deceive her. A single novel could impart such an exalted method. How incredibly powerful must her junior brother, Chu Qing, be? Her heart was in turmoil, unable to find calm. The thought that a single novel could bestow the comprehension of supreme techniques was simply extraordinary. A feat perhaps only achievable by the most exalted beings, but which supreme being would squander their cultivation time writing novels? Moreover, to write so many. Thus, it was highly likely that the tomes in this library were penned by her junior brother Chu Qing himself. Although this was merely conjecture without verification. Even if we were to assume these novels were not authored by him, but rather collected, the mere presence of so many volumes indicated that Chu Qing must have perused them long ago. And he would undoubtedly be well versed in all the techniques contained within. How immensely powerful could one individual be to command such a vast array of supreme arts? It was simply unimaginable. No wonder her junior brother Chu Qing was personally brought into the Jie Jiao by their master. With such prowess and depth, he was indeed worthy of that privilege. Sister, have you gained anything? Qiong Xiao approached Bai Xiao, sensing the change in her aura, and inquired. Second sister, I have acquired a wondrous technique, a truly supreme art. Junior brother Chu Qing is indeed an extraordinary individual. Bai Xiao exclaimed eagerly when she mentioned Chu Qing. Waves of admiration rippled through her beautiful eyes, reflecting her respect for a powerful figure. This sentiment deepened when she beheld Chu Qing standing at the doorway. Chu Qing merely stood quietly at the entrance, his white garments fluttering, his handsome visage unremarkably ordinary. Just as before, he appeared entirely unremarkable. However, after comprehending the swallowing heaven demonic art, Bai Xiao sensed a different aura surrounding him. Though he stood still, there was an endless profundity radiating from him, with mysteries swirling and celestial rhythms manifesting. In the stillness and motion, it seemed as if all things were being consumed by him. Moreover, through the veil of the mundane, she sensed that beneath Chu Qing's brow lay a hidden imprint of a precious bottle. After grasping the swallowing heaven demonic art, she understood that upon reaching a certain level of mastery, one could forge a Tao treasure bottle, serving as a vessel for the Tao, capable of absorbing and expelling the primordial essence of heaven and earth, suppressing the myriad realms and accommodating boundless magical power. It was indeed unfathomable and terrifying. Furthermore, within that bottle's imprint, she could sense even greater anomalies, emanating the luminous essence of the Tao, which felt not like a mere vessel of the Tao, but rather as if it embodied the Tao itself. Merely perceiving this stirred her spirit profoundly, leaving no room for any hint of contempt. Thus, all these extraordinary phenomena unequivocally represented that her junior brother, Chu Qing, possessed an exceptionally high level of mastery over the swallowing heaven demonic art. This was far from being ordinary. It was the embodiment of the Tao's simplicity, a return to authenticity. At this moment, in her mind's eye, Chu Qing's figure loomed magnificently, indelibly etched within her consciousness, impervious to the passage of time and the shifts of space. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Chu Qing was still in the midst of comprehension. In his mind, the technique he had acquired through Zi Xiao was gradually revealing its full form, the supreme swallowing Tao art. 5 grand characters illuminated Chu Qing's consciousness, guiding his understanding. Ultimately, it transformed into a purple-gold imprint resembling a precious bottle, branded upon his brow. The delicate imprint, akin to divine patterns, was naturally formed yet appeared vague and ethereal, as though it transcended this world. Surpassing all, exuding an aura of profound mystery that rendered Chu Qing's presence even more enigmatic, he was acutely aware that this was the symbol of his comprehension of the supreme, swallowing Tao art. This technique differed from the swallowing heaven demonic art, existing at a higher plane. The swallowing heaven demonic art primarily consumed all things, transforming everything into the purest essence to forge the foundation of an emperor. However, this art harmed the harmony of heaven and earth, constituting an unmitigated demonic technique that, in contrast, the supreme swallowing Tao art could transform all consumed entities into the most fundamental principles of the Tao. Everything ingested became the Tao, harmony with heaven. What was consumed had long transcended that realm. What dared to impose punishment? Even at its pinnacle, it could devour the 3,000 great Taos, integrating them into oneself, manifesting the Tao's true body, achieving the singular Tao body, and dominating the ancient, present, and future, suppressing all realms. Such divine prowess was indeed worthy of the title of supreme. He never expected that such an exalted art would be returned to him. Chu Qing was quite satisfied. This unparalleled technique not only laid the strongest foundation, but also held limitless potential for the future. Provided he had sufficient time, he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the Tao, illuminating all realms. However, as the divine calamity approached, acquiring sufficient time necessitated the strengthening of Jie Jiao. Fortunately, others could comprehend the techniques merely by reading novels, sparing him the need to teach, which was quite convenient. Chu Qing sensed the changes within Bai Xiao.it seemed her experience was akin to his own comprehension of the technique. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to instruct her further. This constituted a mutual pursuit. The question remained, however, how to ensure that every disciple of Jie Jiao would read novels. This was still an issue. After all, in the eyes of cultivators, novels were merely distractions, a waste of time. It would be fortunate if they didn't simply burn them outright. Otherwise, after so many years in Jie Jiao, the library would not have remained untouched without anyone perusing it. This was indeed a dilemma. Before Chu Qing could devise a solution, he noticed Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao approaching. Bi Xiao, with a demeanor of respect, clasped her fists and bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, junior brother Chu Qing, for bestowing the method. Such a trivial matter is hardly worth mentioning." Chu Qing replied nonchalantly. After all, he gleaned little from the novels he had read. Now that he recognized the utility of his gifted library, he eagerly wished for more people to engage with the novels. Alas, no one came. There was simply no one. Junior brother is too modest. Bi Xiao remarked, as if recalling something. She continued, "Junior brother, I have a request, and I shall be direct. These novels contain supreme techniques that can lead to sudden enlightenment and assist one in achieving the Tao. Therefore, I wish to borrow a few. Rest assured, I understand the principle of not overindulging. I shall borrow only one novel. Would you consent? Please be assured, I will return it. I am certainly not the type to borrow and not return." Borrow a novel. Upon hearing this, Chu Qing's eyes instantly brightened. Borrowing a novel would be wonderful. He had been lamenting that no one was reading these novels. Now, this seemed to provide a means of dissemination. Chu Qing swiftly replied, One will not suffice. How about 10, 100, or even 1,000? Bi Xiao and Xiong Xiao were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief, waves of astonishment surging in their beautiful gazes. Each novel represented a supreme technique. 10, 100, 1,000. How many supreme techniques would that entail? It was simply inconceivable. Junior brother is indeed magnanimous, they thought. Nevertheless, both understood the limits and quickly interjected, There is no need for such extravagance. One is sufficient, just one will do. Once we finish reading, we can return to borrow more from Junior brother. They were well aware of the principle of not overindulging. One supreme technique was enough to yield boundless benefits. Upon returning to Tong Island, they would begin their seclusion. With so many novels, how could they possibly cultivate through them all? Especially Bi Xiao, she could sense that her comprehension of the swallowing heaven demonic art was merely the beginning. With countless more supreme techniques hidden within, such as the indestructible heavenly art, the 10,000 transformations sacred formula, the 3,000 small worlds, the divine crossing formula, and the 9 techniques of flying immortality, all awaiting her understanding. After all, not everyone could be like Junior brother Chu Qing, grasping so many techniques single-handedly. Just one. Chu Qing said, though somewhat disappointed, he understood the rationale behind it. After all, if they couldn't read them all, he wouldn't gain any feedback. With a smile, he replied, Very well. One it is that I shall fetch it for you. As he spoke, he entered the library. He strolled along the shelves, and just as he was about to pick up a book, he paused. His gift encompassed more than just novels. Beyond novels, there was an entire collection of comics. Now that he could comprehend novels, he wondered if comics could also yield insights. Perhaps it was worth a try? One must act when the heart stirs. In that fleeting moment of inspiration, Chu Qing sprang into action, making his way to the second floor, where he retrieved a volume from a pile of comics. The title, Ren Jie Jiao, boasted a myriad of characters and intricate techniques, with the 8 unique skills being particularly exceptional. Although these powers seemed feeble compared to the myriad divine abilities of the primordial chaos. Akin to a mere 3-year-old child, the experiences he had previously encountered suggested that if he could acquire these techniques, they would be amplified through the fundamental laws of the primordial chaos, transforming into true supreme arts. However, he pondered whether a comic could indeed hold such power. Without hesitation, Chu Qing descended with Ren Jie Jiao in hand, exiting the library. Senior sister, since we are borrowing, why not take this one? It has illustrations. Chu Qing presented the comic to Bai Xiao. Illustrations? Bai Xiao paused, flipping through a few pages, and indeed, it was unlike the novel she had read before she could delve further. Xiong Xiao interrupted with a swift admonition. Stop looking. There will be ample time to read on Tong Tian Island. We must return to seclusion first. Bai Xiao nodded repeatedly, stowing the comic away, and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Junior brother Chu Qing. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to seek me out on Tong Tian Island. I shall offer my utmost assistance. Very well, Chu Qing replied with a smile. The trio exchanged a few light-hearted remarks before he watched as the two rode away from Jin Ao Island. He wondered what effects Ren Jie Jiao might yield. Gazing in the direction where Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao had departed, he felt a swell of anticipation. Let the comic soar a while longer. Now, I too must return to my seclusion. Having acquired 2 supreme techniques and 2 dragon head grasses, I am confident that upon the conclusion of my retreat, my strength will undergo a transformative change. Second sister, who could have imagined that junior brother Chu Qing possesses such formidable strength? With the supreme techniques obtained from him, we too stand a chance at breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal upon our return. Bai Xiao exclaimed, riding the whirling bird through the clouds, her expression filled with excitement as she glanced at Xiong Xiao. The great Luo golden immortal. Once attained, it promises eternal freedom. She mused, resolving to treat Chu Qing with greater kindness in the future. Xiong Xiao, naturally reticent, found herself recalling Chu Qing's figure, embodying simplicity and profundity, a visage that lingered in her memory. She shook her head, dismissing her thoughts. It is best to return to seclusion swiftly and enhance my strength. Mounted on her homehoo bird, she gazed towards Tong Island, her heart racing with urgency. Second sister, you wouldn't happen to harbor feelings for junior brother Chu Qing, would you? Bai Xiao teased, a playful smile on her lips. Qiong Xiao offered no response, but instinctively touched the hilt of her sword at her waist. The two conversed and laughed as they journeyed back to Tong Island, with Bai Xiao doing most of the talking while Qiong Xiao listened in silence. Her breathtaking beauty reminiscent of an ice mountain. Long last, they had returned. From a distance, Bai Xiao spotted Tong Island, her smile blossoming even brighter. Qiong Xiao, too, wore a faint smile. Before long, the pair hovered above Tong Island, guiding their mounts downward. However, before they could descend into the island, a resounding thud echoed. Bai Xiao collided squarely with the island's grand formation. Ouch! That hurt! She moaned, rubbing her head, her expression one of grievance, while the whirling bird below her swayed. Dazed, Qiong Xiao followed closely behind, having avoided any collision and regarded Bai Xiao with a slight smirk on her usually stoic face. How amusing to be, Bai Xiao shot her a glare. Second sister, you mock me. Qiong Xiao maintained her smirk. Forget about that. When we left, Tong Island had no formations. Why is it that upon our return, it is suddenly fortified? Could it be that elder sister set up these formations during our absence? But why would she do so? A hint of confusion crossed her features. Observing the island, the formation gradually revealed itself after Bai Xiao's collision. It resembled an inverted glass bowl, enveloping the entire island, refracting splendid colors in the sunlight, with the array's patterns flowing in intricate designs, embodying the essence of the three talents, akin to a standard three talents formation. Bai Xiao rubbed her head. Second sister, stop speculating. We will find out when we see elder sister. This formation is perfect for testing my current strength. After acquiring the swallowing heaven demon technique, she sensed an enhancement in her power. Though her realm remained unchanged, her combat prowess had undeniably strengthened. A formation. Just a thing to test it. Third sister. This formation was laid by elder sister, Qiong Xiao began to say, but before she could finish, she saw Bai Xiao leap from the back of the whirling bird, positioning herself above Tong Island, her magical energy surging as she prepared to strike. There was no stopping her. Qiong Xiao felt helpless. Her younger sister could be quite reckless, even attempting to breach their own formation. Now is the perfect opportunity to test the might of the swallowing heaven demon technique standing atop the formation. Bai Xiao recognized its nature, identifying it as a three talents formation, structured according to the principles of heaven, talent, and earth. While it might suffice against ordinary individuals, it was clearly insufficient to deter her. Moreover, she had recently grasped the swallowing heaven demon technique. Although her understanding was still rudimentary, it was enough to breach the great formation without destroying it. Her eyes gleamed with intensity as she channeled her magical energy, her hands forming a circular seal, exuding an enigmatic aura that resonated with the circular seal she conjured. The heavens responded in kind. The seal she formed resembled a black hole, unfathomably deep, aimed at the colossal formation enveloping Tong Island, voraciously consuming it as if to swallow the entire island whole. The formation emitted a cacophony of distressing sounds, as if on the verge of collapse. Bai Xiao felt the transformation of energy coursing through her. And though she was consciously restraining herself, the power of the swallowing heaven demon technique was overwhelmingly potent. I delight in this. Breaking the formation is but a matter of ease. A smile adorned her face as she sought out vulnerabilities to return to Tong Island. However, before she could identify any weaknesses, the entire array erupted in a thunderous roar. Initially, the sound was faint, akin to the flutter of a mosquito's wings, easily ignored. Yet in an instant, it swelled like a flood breaking a dam. A stampede of horses thundering forth, echoing throughout the land. Each sound represented a segment of the formation, which in that moment illuminated and transformed into a blinding light that engulfed the sky, rendering the surroundings invisible, leaving only a dense tapestry of patterns that devoured all, intent on shredding reality itself. Third sister, Qiong Xiao shouted, swiftly drawing her sword. intent on intervening, only to feel a spatial tremor, followed by the emergence of a golden cauldron. How terrifying! How many formations has Elder Sister set up without the primordial golden cauldron? Even if I had attained the great Luo golden immortal, I would likely meet my demise here. Bai Xiao stowed the primordial golden cauldron, a wave of relief washing over her. Thankfully, this cauldron is an innate spiritual treasure, filled with boundless mysteries, capable of containing the treasures of the universe. When its golden light emerges, calamity is averted, for it is said to contain the universe and the four seas, allowing treasures to be collected. If not for it, she might have faced death at the hands of the formation's activation. Of course, what irked her most was Elder Sister's formation. What appeared to be a simple 3 talents array had proven to be a complex web of layers upon layers, leaving one oblivious to the multitude of formations hidden within, a veritable pitfall. Third Sister, in the future, you must not act so recklessly, Qiong Xiao admonished, sheathing her sword as she regarded Bai Xiao. But what can we do? Are we truly unable to return to our own cave? Bai Xiao replied, her face a mask of helplessness. Before she could elaborate, the once tumultuous formations surrounding Tong Island began to withdraw, returning to a placid state, now resembling a rather ordinary 3 talents array. However, Bai Xiao knew better. Ordinary? What a farce. It was all a deceptive fade. Even a great Luo golden immortal would fall victim to a surprise attack here. Above the grand array, a portal opened, revealing Yun Xiao clad in white, descending gracefully upon the clouds, instantly spotting Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao. Hurry back. A few days ago, I set up some formations. With you two absent, you cannot gain their recognition. Yun Xiao offered an explanation. Recently, while practicing the tranquil qi technique, she increasingly found it profound, to the extent that she envisioned the specter of longevity. Her mastery of formations surged remarkably, prompting her to commence experiments on Tong Island. Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao, mounted on their steeds, returned to the island. Upon entering, Bai Xiao gazed at Yun Xiao and promptly inquired, Elder Sister, what is the purpose of establishing such formidable arrays on Tong Island? We have no enemies, and this formation appears excessively ominous. Even a great Luo golden immortal would be ensnared. Third Sister, you must learn to remain vigilant even in times of peace, as our master advised before departing. Now that a cataclysm looms over the primordial world, how can we neglect our defenses? Yun Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. If even a great Luo golden immortal is unsafe, it seems I must arrange additional techniques. In due time, I must also venture to Jin Ao Island to set up the formations there. Unbeknownst to her, as she diligently practiced the tranquil qi technique, her very character was subtly transforming Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao. Feeling disinclined to pursue the matter further, exchanged glances. Elder Sister, you are but a Tai golden immortal. Are you contemplating arrays that could slay a true saint? Well, as long as you are happy, Bai Xiao produced a book titled Yi Run Ji Xia and presented it to Yun Xiao. Elder Sister, I borrowed this from junior brother Chu Qing. Unlike ordinary novels, this one contains illustrations. Yi Run Ji Xia. Yun Xiao examined the book handed to her. The title was unlike any she had encountered before. Previously, she had seen names on the shelves that mostly belonged to autobiographies of characters. This title, however, resembled a genuine novel. Naturally, what piqued her interest most was that this book belonged to junior brother Chu Qing. Having previously read Senior Brother and gained immense insights, not only had she acquired the supreme, tranquil qi technique, but she had also grasped the intricacies of formations, realizing that even the most mundane arrays, when layered, could yield transformative results, significantly enhancing her understanding of formations. Now that she had another book in her possession, how could she let it slip by? After returning to the Tong cave, Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao entered seclusion. With Qiong Xiao practicing the sword path in the snow and Bai Xiao cultivating the swallowing sky demon technique, Yun Xiao sat cross-legged on her mat, flipping through Yi Run Ji Xia. This novel is entirely illustrated. And in color, the clothing depicted is something I have never seen before. What is this called? Black silk. Is it a type of magical artifact? Yun Xiao marveled, her intrigue deepening as she encountered such novelty, opening new realms to her understanding. especially the black silk illustrated within stirred a peculiar sensation within her. She became enraptured, captivated by the unfolding narrative. After several hours, she closed the book, closed her eyes, and reflected for a time before finally reopening them. Truly a treasure from junior brother Chu Qing. The garments and adornments herein are unlike anything I have witnessed before, particularly the black silk. It seems I could wear it too. The only regret was that she did not extract any supreme technique from it. It seemed such an opportunity was not destined for her. Yet, she soon found peace with this. After all, she had yet to fully comprehend the profundities within senior brother, and to expect enlightenment from other supreme techniques was perhaps overly ambitious. Moreover, although she had not attained a supreme technique, she had encountered many novel attires, particularly the black silk. She could wait for Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao to emerge from their seclusion to explore this together, since they were both in seclusion. It was high time she focused on breaking through to Great Luo. With her foundational strength, she was already capable of attaining the Great Luo status. However, she had refrained from making the leap, seeking stability instead. Now, having made remarkable progress in the art of formations and deepened her understanding of the tranquil qi technique, she felt confident in her ability to advance. Time and cultivation knows no bounds. At last, she had become a Tai golden immortal. Hanji, not long ago, Qiong Xiao visited Jin Ao Island and seemed to have made a breakthrough in her sword path. Unfortunately, we were in seclusion and could not meet. Now that I have succeeded in my own breakthrough, shall we travel to Tian Island together to pay our respects to the three Xiao sisters? The celestial fairy of colorful clouds, adorned in vibrant garments, appeared exceptionally radiant. Upon exiting her cave, she recalled a moment when Qiong Xiao had, in a single thought, borrowed and returned a sword, igniting her desire to visit. She promptly formed a hand gesture to contact her friend, Fairy Hanji. Before long, a figure appeared in the distance, clad in a purple celestial gown, gracefully riding the wind. It was Fairy Hanji. Excellent. I too have made a breakthrough. It is perfect timing to meet the three Xiao sisters. They shared the same intention, and in unison, they employed their escape techniques towards Tian Island. Just as they were about to leave Jin Ao Island, an overwhelming wave of energy erupted from the direction of Tian Island. Boom! 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 In that instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth stirred, drawn towards Tian Island in a tumultuous gathering. What is happening? The celestial fairy of colorful clouds and Fairy Hanji gazed towards Tian Island, their hearts shaken, puzzled by the unfolding events, sensing an inexplicable oppression, akin to the dominance of a higher power over a lower one. Pop. A sound reminiscent of blooming flowers resonated, and soon, boundless phenomena manifested above Tian Island. A resplendent golden flower bud emerged, entwined with majestic Tao rhythms, laws intertwining, and an aura of profound mystery enveloping the surroundings. That was the Great Luo golden flower. Clearly, someone was on the verge of attaining the Great Luo. Was it senior sister Yun Xiao achieving the Great Luo within Jin Ao Island? Many disciples of the Jie sect were stirred from their meditative states, opening their eyes and employing divine abilities to gaze upon Tian Island. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, they witnessed two more Great Luo golden flowers manifesting above Tian Island, radiating, Tao rhythms swirling, and laws intertwining, revealing boundless mysteries. I could see that moment. The disciples on Jin Ao Island could hardly contain their excitement. Three Great Luo golden flowers. Did it not imply that the three Xiao sisters were simultaneously achieving the Great Luo? The sight of three individuals attaining the Great Luo together was an unimaginable splendor. Three Great Luo golden immortals emerging together was simply astonishing. Inside Jin Ao Island, the disciples felt a surge of awe. The term Great Luo held immense significance, implying vastness beyond measure. Luo signifies a net, encompassing all. Great Luo implies inclusivity of all existence. Once one attains the status of Great Luo golden immortal, they transcend all realms, achieving eternal freedom, barring the occurrence of an immeasurable calamity, making their demise nearly impossible. Even in the era of saints and the emergence of quasi-saints, Great Luo golden immortals are formidable figures. not to mention the simultaneous emergence of three great luo. It was truly breathtaking. However, many disciples speculated, recalling that the last time they attended a lecture, the three Xiao sisters did not display such formidable power. How they progressed so rapidly? Could it be that they had encountered some extraordinary fortune? Pop, pop, pop. As the disciples pondered, the three great luo golden flowers shimmering above Zi Xiao Island began to bloom. In an instant, three petals unfurled. The blooming of three golden flowers indicated a third-grade great luo. This was the pinnacle for postnatal beings. Unless one possessed supreme techniques or an astonishingly profound foundation, it was nearly impossible to break through such shackles. Yet, such constraints were evidently not an obstacle for the three Xiao sisters. After all three were innate beings with deep-rooted foundations. After the three petals opened, without a moment's pause, they heard three more pop sounds. The golden flowers bloomed again, reaching the sixth-grade great luo. Boom! At that moment, extraordinary phenomena erupted above Zi Xiao Island. Celestial flowers descended, golden springs gushed forth from the earth, and the sound of Tao resonated in the air, with unicorns presenting auspicious signs. Sixth-grade great luo, and three of them. This was already the pinnacle for innate beings. It was astonishing that the three Xiao sisters had reached such heights. The sixth-grade great luo, even among innate beings, required an extremely profound foundation to achieve. Truly, senior sister is deserving of her title. She is remarkable. However, it is likely that they would halt here. Beyond this lay the seventh-grade great luo, a realm reserved for innate deities, attainable only with an unparalleled foundation. A multitude of disciples from the Jie sect were engulfed in a wave of commotion, profoundly shaken. Naturally, everyone understood that the sixth grade of the luo represented the pinnacle of innate beings. Ascending to the seventh grade of the luo signifies the realm of innate sanctity, a disparity in foundations that is nearly insurmountable. Even as disciples of sages, it remains a formidable barrier to breach. Thus, one might assume the curtain would fall here. However, before the crowd could retract their gazes, an extraordinary phenomenon manifested above Golden Ao Island. In that moment, three blossoms of the luo golden flowers unfurled, each radiating its unique Tao rhythm, propelling the path of cultivation forward. The heavens and earth trembled gently, affirming the occurrence. Behold, above the three immortal islands, a deeper transformation emerged from the three luo golden flowers. One of the blossoms entwined with Tao rhythms, swirling with profound mysteries, ultimately transforming into a precious vase. Ancient and unadorned, seemingly freshly crafted, yet devoid of intricate carvings or colors. Nevertheless, it was enveloped in an overwhelming Tao rhythm. The essence of Tao and principle danced in harmony, akin to the simplicity of the grand path, serving as a vessel for the Tao, elusive and unfathomable. Crack, crack, crack. The vase turned, shrouded in a hazy black light. Instantly manifesting immeasurable might, between the mouth of the vase, an unparalleled devouring force erupted, causing the void to collapse, space to tear apart, auspicious signs to vanish, and mountains to shatter. Everything was reverted to its primordial essence. Consumed and absorbed by the vase, merging to replenish itself, it seemed as though the entire great world would be engulfed, reverting to its source. Such a sight was utterly terrifying. What a remarkable method this is. To acquire such an unparalleled technique, one wonders which of the three Xiao sisters has achieved this. The disciples of the Jie sect were left aghast, following the path of the Tong Tian sage. Their perspectives were extraordinary, allowing them to discern the distinctions within. Clearly, it was an exceedingly powerful method, rivaling that of the sages, immeasurable and worthy of being deemed supreme. The might of such a practice is unimaginable. Before they could fully process this, another golden flower beside the precious vase began to transform. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of swords reverberated through the heavens and earth, each note surpassing the last, akin to a tidal wave sweeping across all directions, penetrating the cosmos. Within that symphony of sword sounds was an utterly pure sword intent. It was evident that the sword intent was formidable, unstruck yet resonating, followed by an azure dragon manifesting from a sleeve. The sword intent rolling forth like a dragon's might, culminating in a peak of sword intent. When a single strike was unleashed, the heavens themselves seemed to crack. It was as though a sword had opened the gates of heaven. This strike possessed the power to rend the heavens. Sister Qiong Zhao's comprehension of the sword path was astonishingly profound. Yet this was not merely a simple sword intent. The various techniques appeared akin to an unparalleled method. With the previous Grand Deluo vase, and now this extraordinary sword path, how immense were the opportunities that Sister Qiong Zhao had encountered. The disciples of the Jie sect were utterly astounded. Techniques of such caliber have historically been elusive, particularly the profound ones that are usually imparted only to close disciples. Now, the two methods exhibited by the three Xiao sisters were breathtakingly exceptional. Each worthy of being classified as supreme, that it was hard to fathom where such exalted methods have been acquired. Regardless of their origin, they embodied the mystery and supremacy of the place from whence they came, stirring admiration. Fortunately, the final Deluo golden flower did not undergo significant changes. It differed from the other two solely in its more intense Tao rhythms, swirling and laws intertwining, in contrast to the various extraordinary phenomena displayed. This transformation appeared somewhat ordinary, further leading the disciples of the Jie sect to perceive it as being within the realm of reason that in this world. How could there be so many supreme methods? Having two is already unprecedented. Could there possibly be another place harboring countless supreme methods? Such thoughts were excessively fanciful. Pop, pop. As those various phenomena reached their zenith, the three Deluo golden flowers blossomed forth a tear. The seventh grade of Deluo had already shattered the shackles of innate beings, stepping into the realm of innate sanctity. Three entities of the seventh grade of Deluo, the three Xiao sisters, were invincible. Wait a moment, three entities? The first two I can comprehend. Under the augmentations of the supreme methods, their profound foundations broke through barriers. Attaining the seventh grade of Deluo is within reason. But what justified the last one? Could it be that it too is a form of supreme method, merely concealed and not yet revealed? Three supreme methods. What extraordinary fortune is this? Did they stumble upon a nest of supreme techniques? Once I emerge from my seclusion, I must seek out Sister Qiong Zhao. The disciples of the Jie sect were utterly enraptured. Point one supreme method is understandable. Two can be begrudgingly considered coincidental. But three consecutive supreme methods? That defies the heavens. If it were not for the multitude of disciples currently in seclusion, at this moment, the Jie sect celestial beings would surely breach the threshold of the three immortal islands. Nonetheless, one can imagine that when the Jie sect celestial beings emerge from their seclusion, the threshold of the three immortal islands will ultimately be crossed. Hanji, let us hasten. I sense that this visit to Sister Qiong Zhao will yield great rewards. The fairy of colorful clouds' eyes sparkled with excitement. She and Sister Qiong Zhao were already close friends. Now that her sister has received blessings, it stands to reason that her younger sister could also share in the fortune. Let us go. Fairy Hanji understood the underlying rationale, and the two of them swiftly agreed, employing their evasion techniques as they surged toward the three immortal islands. Meanwhile, at a corner of Golden Ao Island, there stood a two-story pavilion. The outside world. It seemed utterly ordinary, merely a commonplace library. However, upon ascending to the second floor, one would discover a dense aura of spiritual energy suffusing the air, transforming into a thin mist, interwoven with faint traces of blood energy. This was the spiritual energy produced from the refinement of the dragon's head grass. What truly captured attention, however, was at the heart of this rich spiritual energy. A youthful figure sat quietly in meditation, surrounded by resonating sword sounds, exuding a chaotic aura, boundless and unfathomable. Upon his brow, a mark of a precious vase gleamed in deep purple and gold, entwined with boundless Tao rhythms and supreme laws, seemingly embodying the essence of Tao, unfathomably mystical, shrouded in an aura of forbidden power, poised to obliterate all, devour all, and suppress the heavens, a truly terrifying presence. Yet, these phenomena, which ought to soar skyward and illuminate all directions, were now veiled by a unique method emanating a primordial essence, concealing everything, causing all manifestations to remain solely within the vicinity of Chu Qing, revealing not a trace. Evidently, this was yet another exceedingly powerful method. Amidst the intertwining phenomena, Chu Qing achieved a grayish, misty Dao fruit lead flower atop his head. As the saying goes, golden immortal lead flower, Tai E silver flower, Deluo golden flower. Now that the golden flower had manifested, it signified that Chu Qing had entered the realm of the golden immortal. Reaching such a level marks a watershed moment among celestial beings. Upon entering the golden immortal realm, one touches upon the immortal. Even if but a wisp, it is indeed formidable, a symbol of strength, no longer a mere minor player within a vast expanse of the primordial realms. For instance, the renowned 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect rose to prominence during the golden immortal period. Moreover, unlike ordinary golden immortals, Chu Qing's body was enveloped in an exceptionally dense non-material substance, radiating a golden luster, terrifyingly majestic, akin to the disparity between true gold and mundane iron, not to mention the supreme methods manifesting around him. After a considerable time, Chu Qing opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. The purple gold vase mark upon his brow dimmed, the divine object concealed, and the sword sound around him fell silent. A primordial aura enveloped his form, rendering him seemingly unremarkable, save for the ethereal quality and youthful visage that marked his cultivation. Unexpectedly, he had inadvertently reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. With my current state of golden immortal perfection, activating various supreme methods yields power far surpassing the past, undergoing a qualitative transformation. Chu Qing clenched his fist, feeling the law force surging within him. Infused with a rich essence of immortality, manifesting a qualitative change, employing this level of power to execute divine techniques, the might naturally becomes even more formidable. With my current strength, should I confront my former self? A single move from the chaotic snow and the sword would suffice to obliterate him. Although the methods remain unchanged, the enhancement in strength resembles the difference between a child wielding a large axe and a robust man doing the same. The power exerted is vastly different. Indeed, my earlier conjectures proved correct. After Sister Qiong Xiao and Sister Bai Xiao read the novel, I not only acquired methods, but also an enhancement in cultivation speed. However, now that I have broken through to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, I can feel the pace of boundary breaking slowing down. The higher the realm, the more arduous the cultivation. Chu Qing reflected deeply. A single retreat had propelled him from the true immortal realm to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Such a pace of cultivation is simply unimaginable. Even the most elite innate sanctities would be astonished. If word of this were spread, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a madman by the celestial beings, utterly disbelieved. One must understand that as one's realm ascends, the difficulty of cultivation increases exponentially. Countless beings from ancient times, having undergone a tribulation, barely managed to attain the status of golden immortals. The notion of achieving such a level of cultivation in a single retreat is, to say the least, absurdly far-fetched. Yet, Chu Qing has accomplished this feat, which speaks volumes about the astonishment it must evoke in the secular world. It has also clarified the purpose of his library for him. The more individuals who engage with it, the more profound the teachings he acquires, thus accelerating his own cultivation and enhancing his strength. Although he has sensed a deceleration in his cultivation speed as his realm has risen, he believes that as long as more individuals delve into novels, his cultivation speed will ultimately improve. Now, with Senior Sister Sanxiao attaining the 7th rank of the Great Luo, aside from the deeply secluded disciples like Brother Duo Bao, who are unaware of the developments, most disciples of the Jie sect are certainly cognizant of this. While many disciples remain in seclusion, it is likely that some have already emerged, particularly those closely associated with Senior Sister Sanxiao. It is expected that the time for her borrowed book, One Beneath, to shine and radiate is drawing near. Merely by extending his consciousness outward, Chu Qing discerned what had just transpired. The vast aura of the great Luo that pervaded the heavens and earth had yet to fully dissipate. Thus, this marks a promising beginning. With examples such as Senior Sister Sanshao, it is reasonable to believe that he will soon obtain new teachings, and his cultivation speed will receive even greater support. Moreover, the strength of the Jie sect disciples is on the rise. With such talent, how could one worry about not achieving enlightenment? Therefore, he only needs to patiently await and continue his cultivation. Chu Qing, clear about his goals, then closed his eyes and began to circulate his cultivation method, inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy. Meanwhile, on Sanxian Island, in the Sanxian cave, the three Xian sisters simultaneously opened their eyes, restraining their own auras, each taken aback. They had not anticipated that they could attain the 7th rank of the Great Luo through the supreme teachings imparted by junior brother Chu Qing. It truly is terrifying. Bai Xiao marveled, fully aware that her rapid breakthrough to the 7th rank of the Great Luo in such a short time was solely due to the devouring sky demon technique imparted by Chu Qing. Otherwise, she could only speculate how many more years it would take her to attain the Great Luo, and even then, she would likely have only reached the 6th rank. This realization deepened her understanding of Chu Qing's unfathomable depths. With just one supreme method, she had reached the 7th rank of the Great Luo. What might Chu Qing achieve with an entire library filled with countless supreme teachings? Perhaps he could even attain the legendary 9th rank of the Great Luo. She had previously thought that among the Jie sect disciples, her elder brother, brother Duo Bao, and sister Jinling stood at the pinnacle of strength and realm, but now it seemed her perspective was too narrow. Junior brother Chu Qing is the true enigma. Yin Xiao also expressed her admiration, sparing no praise. Their current realm was entirely due to junior brother Chu Qing, and this was merely from the 3 novels he had casually provided. One could only imagine the terrifying depth of junior brother Chu Qing's true capabilities. Xiong Xiao nodded in agreement. Elder sister, did you gain anything from One Beneath that you read earlier? Bai Xiao recalled the book she had borrowed from junior brother Chu Qing before entering seclusion. Yin Xiao shook her head. The story is consistently captivating, richly illustrated. Alas, it seems I have no fortune within it and fail to acquire any method. However, I did come across a magical artifact called black silk, which, if crafted, would surely be splendid. Black silk? Bai Xiao was taken aback. What is that? Xiong Xiao also looked at Yin Xiao with curiosity. It is this. Yin Xiao channeled her power, retrieving some silkworm silk aged 1,000,000 years, and swiftly fashioned a pair of black silk stockings based on the style she had seen in One Beneath. Is there anything special about this item? Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao furrowed their brows slightly. Apart from never having seen such a thing, they felt nothing different about it. According to the book, this artifact required pairing. Yin Xiao once again channeled her power, crafting several garments to wear alongside the stockings. As she donned a black silk ensemble, her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, complemented by a green beret and a knee-length green trench coat, with a white camisole underneath and a black miniskirt that perfectly showcased her figure. The black silk on her legs, paired with black thigh-high socks and combat boots, accentuated her already long and alluring legs, creating an enchanting allure that starkly contrasted with her previously ethereal appearance. This was the purpose of the black silk. Though its origins were unclear, it certainly felt powerful. Bai Zhao's eyes widened with intrigue as she gazed at Yin Xiao, feeling a twinge of excitement. One cannot deny the appeal of beautiful garments. Who could resist such allure? Not even among the celestial maidens. Elder sister, I want one too. Such treasure should be shared. I want one as well. Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao exclaimed in unison. Good things should not be hoarded. They ought to be shared. All right, you both can start by looking through One Beneath and see what styles you prefer. Yin Xiao smiled as she produced the book and handed it to Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao. However, as she donned the garments and touched One Beneath, an inexplicable feeling surged within her, as if a revelation had struck her, sensing a resonance with the book, especially since she had already read One Beneath once before. Now, wearing the black silk, she realized it seemed to inspire a tendency towards enlightenment. She felt a sudden shock. Could wearing black silk while reading novels actually aid in her understanding of the teachings? Good. Before Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao could open One Beneath, a youthful voice echoed from outside the cave. Mistress, the fairy of colorful clouds and the fairy of Hanji have come to visit. It turned out that Kai Yun and Hanji had emerged from seclusion, Zi Xiao's face lit up with a delighted smile. They were close friends with the fairy of colorful clouds and the fairy of Hanji. Hearing of their visit naturally filled her heart with joy, and she turned to Yin Xiao, elder sister. Let us go meet Kai Yun and Hanji together. Oh, very well. Yin Xiao, as if awakening from a dream, still felt the lingering impressions of one beneath in her mind that it seemed as if a revelation had struck her. She felt that after donning the black silk, she had a significant chance to gain insights from one beneath. No wonder she had always felt that the black silk was an artifact while reading one beneath, wishing to wear it. Little did she know it could actually aid in enlightenment. Truly, every detail from the novels provided by junior brother Chu Qing is invaluable. Elder sister, stop dawdling. Let's hurry. Zi Xiao urged, noticing Yin Xiao still in a daze. All right. Only then did Yin Xiao fully return to her senses. She had already resolved to revisit one beneath after meeting the fairy of colorful clouds and the fairy of Hanji. The three did not hesitate, stepping out of the Sanxian cave, soaring into the clouds, their radiant light appearing outside Sanxian Island. Congratulations to the three sisters for attaining the 7th rank of the Great Luo. May you enjoy eternal freedom henceforth. The fairy of colorful clouds and the fairy of Han, Ji exclaimed in unison upon seeing the three Xian sisters, their clear eyes filled with envy. After all, attaining the Great Luo meant eternal freedom, impervious to the calamities of the world. Moreover, they had witnessed the supreme teachings. Even though they had just recently attained the Great Luo, they undoubtedly surpassed the average golden immortals of the same realm. Who could not envy such an achievement? They worried about their sisters' cultivation lagging behind, yet feared their sisters might ascend to the status of saints and ancestors. While offering their congratulations, as their gazes fell upon Yin Xiao, they could not tear their eyes away. What an outfit! Both were greatly intrigued, having never seen such a thing before, especially the black garment on her exquisite legs, thin as a cicada's wing, clinging to her skin, perfectly accentuating her leg shape, adding an air of alluring mystique. This ensemble was simply breathtaking. Who could refuse such beauty? All credit goes to junior brother Chu Qing. Without him, it would not have been so effortless. Yin Xiao wore a gentle smile, her era-defining attire making her even more radiant and captivating. Indeed, Zi Xiao quickly chimed in. Before meeting junior brother Chu Qing, it was truly hard to imagine him being so powerful. Xiong Xiao nodded in agreement. As they observed the admiration in the expressions of the three Xian sisters, the fairy of colorful clouds and the fairy of Hanji were left bewildered. Because of Chu Qing? Who is he? Is he from a Jie sect? When did the Jie sect have such a formidable figure among them? Their brows furrowed in concentration as they racked their brains, struggling to recall the outline of Chu Qing. Long ago, their master had returned from his travels, bringing back a disciple who had seemed rather reluctant to join, and it appeared that this disciple was indeed named Chu Qing. Since then, there had been no further mention of him within the sect, the only lingering impression being that he was the sole disciple the master had actively chosen, and even then, he appeared to have done so with some hesitation. Was he not merely an ordinary inner disciple? Throughout these years within the sect, there had been no tales of remarkable deeds attributed to him. Why then, after the three Xiaos achieved the Great Luo, did they hold him in such esteem? Kai Yun and Hanji were utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend. Observing the expressions on Kai Yun and Hanji's faces, Bi Xiao and Xiong Xiao understood their thoughts all too well. When she had first heard from her elder sister about the supreme technique she had obtained from Chu Qing, her reaction had mirrored theirs, filled with disbelief. Bi Xiao smiled, speaking candidly. I am aware that you may find it difficult to grasp this at present. However, one thing is beyond doubt. Brother Chu Qing is a true supreme being, and his strength can even rival that of our master. The supreme techniques that my elder sister, second sister, and I have comprehended all stem from a novel casually provided by Brother Chu Qing. Just a single novel has the power to lead one to the understanding of supreme techniques. Such profound depth is beyond our imagination that I realize that even as I say this, it may be hard for you to believe. Fortunately, I have borrowed a unique novel from Brother Chu Qing. Once you derive insights from it, you will comprehend the extent of Brother Chu Qing's power to compare to their master, to suggest that a mere novel could impart supreme techniques. The implications were staggering, each revelation stirring tumultuous waves within Kaiyun and Hanji's hearts. It must be noted that their master was a sage, an unparalleled being in the primordial world, existing alongside the heavens and in harmony with the Tao. There were only 7 entities throughout the vast primordial expanse since the dawn of creation that could stand shoulder to shoulder with their master. Could it be that Chu Qing was among them? Furthermore, the ancient adage states that the teaching should not be passed to 6 ears. Yet here was Chu Qing, casually offering a novel that contained a supreme technique. Such an outrageous notion. How could they be expected to believe this? If these words were not spoken by the 3 Xiaos, they would surely have dismissed them as the ramblings of a charlatan and turned away. Yet now, exchanging glances, Kaiyun and Hanji decided to stay. They might as well see for themselves whether the claims of the 3 Xiaos held any truth. If they were indeed true, the rewards could be tremendous. Well then, we thank the 3 sisters. They said in unison that of course. The 5 celestial maidens chattered merrily as they returned to the Sanxian cave. Upon their arrival, Jin Xiao retrieved Jie Jiao. This is the one Jie Jiao? Kaiyun and Hanji exchanged glances, feeling that the title hardly seemed conducive to the comprehension of techniques. I haven't read it either. Let's explore it together, Bi Xiao stated directly, having been in seclusion since borrowing it and not yet finding the time to read. With her suggestion, the others readily agreed. The 5 gathered together, delving into Jie Jiao. The vivid illustrations and riveting plot opened a new door for all, allowing them to experience an entirely different vista. As if they were witnessing a new realm. As time passed, they finished reading Jie Jiao, but felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. It is indeed a remarkable book, Kaiyun marveled. Remarkable it may be, but I have gleaned nothing from it. Hanji frowned. Isn't it said to facilitate the understanding of techniques? Why have I come away empty-handed? Was it all for naught? Could it be that this book is simply not meant for us? Bi Xiao too wore a troubled expression. She could discern that Xiong Xiao had not grasped anything either, a stark contrast to before. However, before she could ponder the issue further, she noticed Jin Xiao sitting cross-legged on a cushion. Her eyes shut, whispering incantations, cover the transformations of the universe, and make me the sovereign. In an instant, a diagram of the 8 trigrams emerged beneath Jin Xiao, establishing a central space around her. Within this formation, Kaiyun and the others felt as though time, space, and the interplay of the elements were all under Jin Xiao as command, as if she had become the embodiment of the Tao, the architect of the rules. Should she declare that fire conquers water, then indeed, fire would conquer water. The wind rearrangement of Qi Men. This was the pinnacle of the techniques within Jie Jiao. Jin Xiao's sister has truly comprehended it. Kaiyun and Hanji's eyes widened in astonishment. Having already read Jie Jiao, they understood well what the wind rearrangement of Qi Men entailed, realizing its status as the zenith of Qi Men techniques. They had never anticipated that it could genuinely lead to such insights. This affirmed that everything the 3 Xiaos had claimed from the outset was true. Merely a novel could indeed facilitate the understanding of techniques. The thought sent shivers down their spines, a tingling sensation coursing through them. According to the 3 Xiaos, this was merely a casual novel presented by Chu Qing. If such feats could be achieved from it, how powerful must Chu Qing truly be? The magnitude of his strength was beyond comprehension. Perhaps he could genuinely rival their master. In that moment, they were filled with a yearning for the Chu Qing they had not seen in ages. To think that such a mighty figure had been concealed in their midst all along. How foolish of them to have doubted and questioned. Yet something felt amiss. Their elder sister had mentioned that she had read Jie Jiao once without deriving any techniques. Why now did she seem to have obtained insights? Bi Xiao furrowed her brow, perplexed. Could it be related to the artifact their elder sister spoke of? The black silk? Xiong Xiao scrutinized Jin Xiao, contemplating. The only discernible difference about her now was that she wore black silk. Resembling the characters from the book even more closely, Bi Xiao's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. That is indeed a possibility. Let us don similar attire and read it again. Could it truly be the case? I shall try it as well. I will join too. With the black silk at hand, white silk was hardly excessive. Was it? Kaiyun, Hanji, Xiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao wasted no time, conjuring garments from their imaginations, combining their powers with various materials to craft black silk and a plethora of avant-garde outfits. Zi Xiao donned a light blue denim jacket over a white undershirt, black denim shorts, and black silk that hugged her shapely legs, complemented by a pair of marten boots, rendering her look endlessly captivating. Qiong Xiao adorned herself in a light-colored inner garment, topped with a khaki mid-length blazer that cinched her waist, perfectly accentuating her silhouette, paired with a black skirt, black silk stockings, and knee-high boots that showcased her legs to near perfection. Exuding an air of confidence, Kaiyun sported a pink and white beret, her long hair cascading down her back, clad in a pink and white striped sweater, black ultra-short shorts, black stockings, and marten boots, radiating a playful yet alluring charm. Hanji wore a crisp white shirt that highlighted her proud figure, paired with an A-line skirt, black silk stockings, and marten boots, presenting a delightful mix of sweetness and saltiness. Before long, the four had undergone a stunning transformation. Their exquisite features, coupled with their epic-defining attire and the ethereal aura cultivated through years of practice, rendered them all remarkably enchanting and unforgettable. Now it should suffice, right? Zi Xiao examined her own ensemble, then looked at the others. Naturally comparing the most to Yun Xiao, they had all donned black silk, and if Yun Xiao's comprehension of techniques was indeed linked to this artifact, it should pose no issue. Kaiyun admired her own legs, now perfectly showcased after shedding her long dress for black silk. Who could deny the allure of beauty? Naturally, she felt pleased. Yet more importantly, she wondered if she too could grasp the techniques. After all, Yun Xiao had attained the wind rearrangement of Qi Min after changing into black silk, and she desired the same. All right, let us all read together. The four individuals exhibited no hesitation as they gathered together, leafing through the pages of Ji Xia. With each turn of the page, the celestial fairy of colorful clouds gazed upon the depiction of Xiahe, her heart stirred by an inexplicable feeling, as if she were fated to connect with him. She became utterly captivated, losing herself in the moment, as though she had entered a profound state of enlightenment. While she may not have articulated her thoughts, the perception of onlookers was starkly different at this moment. To the eyes of Qiong Xiao and the others, the celestial fairy radiated an extraordinary charm, even rekindling desires within them that had long seemed extinguished. Surely, this was the bone-scraping blade from Ji Xia. Han Jixian quickly recited the calming mantra several times to suppress the surge of lustful thoughts that had just emerged. Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao experienced similar astonishment. The text described that this bone-scraping blade inherently ensnared men's obsessions, manipulating their desires to the point of rendering them helpless, yet had unexpectedly affected women's desires as well. It appeared that after their insights from a book, the bone-scraping blade had undergone a transformation, Bai Xiao speculated, astonished that such an unassuming technique could wield such power, despite being a great Luo golden immortal. With boundless abilities and an everlasting presence across the myriad realms, she too felt its influence, deepening her admiration for Chu Qing. It was merely a book, yet it concealed such profound truths. She realized she had underestimated Chu Qing's depth. Each revelation served to refresh her understanding. Eager to grasp the essence, she yearned to uncover the methods as well. Han Jixian, captivated by Ji Xia, became increasingly earnest in her pursuit. Now even the celestial fairy of colorful clouds had gained insight, stirring her own aspirations to attain knowledge. Unwilling to lag behind, Zi Xiao and Qiong Xiao, too, immersed themselves in Ji Xia, intent on not missing a single detail. As time passed, when Han Jixian beheld the miraculous techniques of Ma Xianhong within the comic, she became enraptured, akin to the celestial fairy, experiencing a revelation. Mysterious laws manifested around her, intertwining and colliding, ultimately forging one artifact after another in an extraordinarily brief span of time. Of course, as these were merely manifestations of the laws, without physical form, they reverted to nothingness after displaying the final shape of the treasures. Nonetheless, this achievement was profoundly remarkable. It is well known that the crafting of an acquired treasure requires extensive time for forging, refining, and inscribing laws to endow it with true magical properties. Yet at this moment, Han Jixian, in such a short time, had shaped artifacts achieving the pinnacle of weapon crafting, an unimaginable feat. Furthermore, at this moment, not only was she reaping rewards, but Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao were also experiencing insights. The divine spirit could reshape the chaotic energies into their original forms, simplifying complexity. Bai Xiao murmured softly, her mind flooded with the essence of this understanding. Simplifying complexity, resolving all. As she contemplated, the vision of the Empress she had encountered while comprehending the devouring heavens' demonic art resurfaced. Clearer than before, her flowing hair and fluttering garments rendered her ethereal form even more transcendent. Her flawless skin appeared carved from the finest mutton-fat jade, pristine and translucent, while a mask obscured her exquisite visage. Revealing only her clear, luminous eyes, she manifested once more, as if reflecting from a mythical realm, transcending the mundane world, illuminating Bai Zhao's consciousness. In that moment, it was as if enlightenment dawned, and all of Bai Zhao's thoughts coalesced. Transformation, the sacred art of transformation. The divine spirit could reorder the chaotic energies into their original forms. The sacred art of transformation could dissolve all secret techniques of the world, hence its name. Now, as she grasped the true essence of transformation, she achieved a thorough understanding. Clang, clang. Not only was she enlightened, but a resonant sword sound echoed around Xiong Xiao, as if the laws were manifesting as swords, swirling and dancing, unfolding the true essence of swordsmanship. Various techniques emerged, and upon meticulous examination, one could discern that each move was unmistakably from the Kunlun Sword Immortal Sect depicted in the book. As the sword techniques evolved to their utmost, they transcended mere forms, transforming decay into the miraculous, leaving only the purest intent of the sword, which she absorbed, integrating it into her previously comprehended snow sword path. In that moment, her mastery of swordsmanship surged dramatically. Amidst such revelations, in a corner of Jin Ao Island, within the library, Chu Qing was also undergoing a transformation, in a secluded corner of Jin Ao Island. On the second floor of the library, Chu Qing sat quietly, absorbing spiritual energy, striving to enhance his cultivation and achieve a breakthrough to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Suddenly, myriad methods emerged in his mind. Foremost among them was the endless mysteries of the Qimeng, encompassing the ultimate intricacies of the Qimeng, encapsulating all changes in the world, as if a single method could encompass the transformations of the universe. Yet, it was unlike anything before. It was not merely a change but an elevation, engendering new transformations, seeking harmony within yin and yang, finding tranquility amidst chaos, rectifying the contrary, achieving stillness in motion and motion in stillness. It was as if he sought the path to balance amidst all transformations, mastering the fundamental changes. The primordial balance Tao, uncertain of how much time had passed, Chu Qing abruptly opened his eyes, a divine light bursting forth, as the profound rhythms of laws enveloped him. In that moment, everything around him resonated in perfect harmony with Chu Qing, achieving an unparalleled balance, balancing all, overcoming the strong with the weak. After comprehending the primordial balance Tao, Chu Qing discerned its formidable power, the power of rules. When engaging in combat, even if the opponent's realm surpassed his own, he could forcibly pull them to his level using the power of the primordial balance Tao. Naturally, due to his current low realm, there were still limitations. A golden immortal, he could contend with a great Luo golden immortal. A great Luo golden immortal, he could confront a quasi-saint. When he reached the quasi-saint level, he could even challenge a saint. This was not a weakness of the primordial balance Tao, but rather, the higher the realm, the greater the disparity in understanding of the laws and the Tao. It is essential to recognize that at the great Luo golden immortal level, one could transcend all time and space, existing eternally, impervious to any cataclysm. Such power was beyond the comparison of a golden immortal. Even the mightiest golden immortal would be but a trivial matter in the presence of a great Luo, and when the realm gap is too vast, no force can bridge it. Not to mention the saints, whose terrifying strength is renowned. Beneath the saints, no existence can contend with them, And even the strongest quasi-saint's life and death lie within a saint's contemplation, for there exists no precedent of a quasi-saint opposing a saint. Yet, with the primordial balance Tao, such intricacies become possible. How wondrous and fearsome! It can be described as the supreme law of overcoming the strong with the weak. Before he could delve deeper into this, another method emerged in his mind, imbued with Tao and principle, suffused with the truths of desire. The technique of 7 emotions and 6 desires. The existence of sentient beings is marked by the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The 7 emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. The 6 desires: lust, desire for appearance, desire for demeanor, desire for speech, desire for texture, and desire for companionship. The 7 emotions and 6 desires broadly represent all sentiments of the sentient world. Cultivating the 7 emotions and 6 desires, using desire as thought, one can transform all beings into puppets. After merely glancing through the technique of 7 emotions and 6 desires, Chu Qing was profoundly shaken. Entering the Tao through desire, all beings that do not forsake their 7 emotions and 6 desires can be controlled by their sentiments, transforming them into puppets. Such methods delve into the Tao. Supreme and unparalleled. Who among all beings can truly abandon all desires? It is difficult for Taoists, challenging for Buddhists, and arduous for all sentient beings. It is difficult for the great Luo, challenging for the quasi-saint, and nearly impossible for the saint to traverse, especially as practitioners, who are often embroiled in the sea of suffering, diligently cultivating to validate the Tao. Such pursuit is, in itself, a form of desire in combat. Such methods are virtually impossible to guard against. Saints may glimpse the primordial, achieving eternal existence, impervious to all calamities, untouched by causality, and perhaps incapable of being swayed by sentiments. However, should one's realm be sufficiently high, a mere disturbance might still be possible. If even saints can be influenced, how much more so those beneath them? As long as one masters the technique of 7 emotions and 6 desires to a profound degree, one can indeed turn all beings into puppets. Chu Qing's heart surged with excitement as he envisioned a future of supremacy, that if he could rapidly grow and navigate the trials of divinity, what could stand in his way? Like a sudden eruption from a mystical well, after the 7 emotions and 6 desires technique, a supreme method illuminated the depths of Chu Qing's mind, revealing all its profound mysteries. Great refining treasure technique. Within it lay the endless essence of treasure refining, forcefully inscribed into Chu Qing's heart, demanding his comprehension, urging him to remember, and compelling him to master it. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, although his eyes were open, there was no trace of spirit within. Only the boundless profundities of scriptures filled the space around him, intertwining Tao and El. As his understanding deepened, an infinite aura of the Tao entwined around him, swirling and manifesting, no longer formless and insipid, but vividly transforming, at times becoming a sword, at times a formation, at times a bell, a cauldron, an axe, a banner, or knife. Upon closer examination, one could discern that the sword resembled the Qingping sword, the Zhuxian sword, the Luxian sword, the Xian sword, and the Juexian sword. The formation appeared akin to the Taiji diagram and the Zhuxian sword formation. The bell resembled the chaos bell. Countless treasures manifested before him. After Chu Qing comprehended the essence within, he awakened to the realization that the great refining treasure technique was indeed the supreme divine ability for crafting, manipulating, and seizing treasures, as the name suggests. It exists solely for the purpose of refining treasures. Anything can be forged, of course. The intricacies within are far from straightforward. Not only can it refine treasures, but it also allows for the perfect manipulation of them. Innate treasures possess their own laws, existing beyond the heavens, with self-generated formations. Acquired treasures, tainted by worldly essence, are often forged by formidable beings, inscribed with formations. Yet whether innate or acquired, they share a commonality. To use them, one must conduct a ritual refinement, channeling one's spirit into the treasure's formation. The time required for this ritual varies greatly, depending on the treasure's grade and the user's cultivation level. it could take merely 1,000 years or stretch into eternity. Thus, in battle, even if treasures are lost, formidable beings remain unconcerned, able to summon them back with a mere thought. However, with the great refining treasure technique, the situation changes. In an instant, one can complete the ritual and gain complete control. It could be said that once one seizes another's treasure, it can be directly transformed into their own. Mine, mine, all mine. Surely there are no more laws to attain now, as I've already grasped 3 techniques. Perhaps one was comprehended by a solitary figure among the 3 Xiaos. Chu Qing felt this should be the conclusion. Yet before he could delve into the various laws he had acquired, a familiar sensation surged once more. The Great Annihilation Technique. The same process, yet differing in the mysteries of the law. Upon realizing its profound intricacies, only one thought remained in Chu Qing's mind. Dominance. Utterly extreme dominance. The Great Annihilation Technique annihilates all, obliterating everything. When this technique is unleashed, all heavens mourn, and before it, all divine abilities and laws face only obliteration, leaving nothing behind. It is overwhelmingly transcendent, capable of looking down upon the heavens, illuminating the ages, and is the ultimate technique of destruction. Here it comes again. Here it comes again. Chu Qing had no inkling of how many laws existed, only knowing that after the Great Annihilation Technique, like a relay, the familiar sensation surged forth once more. It manifested as a series of sword techniques, continuously unfolding. Moreover, as the true essence of these sword techniques was expounded, the scriptures he once comprehended regarding the chaos snow sword resurfaced, resonating with the sword techniques, and he absorbed them entirely. The scriptures glowed. It was as though they fused. Every character brimmed with boundless Tao rhythm, engulfed in radiance, resembling countless small suns, rendering everything indistinct, even for Chu Qing. Is this a transformation? Chu Qing was slightly taken aback that he had not anticipated such an effect. It is known that the Chaos Snow Sword itself can be deemed a supreme sword technique. Exceedingly remarkable. Now, having absorbed a powerful sword technique, what transformation is this to bring forth? Chu Qing was uncertain, but understood one thing. The sword technique birthed from this transformation would undoubtedly surpass the past, reaching unparalleled heights. This should be the end, right? Chu Qing was somewhat unsure, yet the laws he had currently acquired were already sufficient to be deemed defiant against the heavens, even without a rise in cultivation. His combat prowess had surged dramatically that if he were to face his past self, he would need no means. With the 7 emotions and 6 desires technique, he could directly turn his former self into a puppet. This signifies a deepening of foundation. Now, even a great Luo golden immortal would find themselves at a loss before Chu Qing. Although his cultivation level currently stood at the pinnacle of golden immortal, he was unfazed, even eager to engage. He now had the confidence. Furthermore, having acquired so many laws also signified that the 3 Xiaos and others had gained their own laws. This is what one might call mutual progression. The stronger the disciples of the Jie sect, the stronger he becomes, enhancing the overall strength, thus enabling a better passage through the canonization cataclysm. As long as the Jie sect remains formidable, what other factions could dare to target them during the canonization cataclysm? Whether it be the elite of the Chan sect, the lone prodigy of the Ren sect, or the Western monks, all would find themselves inscribed upon the canonization list. The mysteries contained within these laws are manifold. I have merely begun to grasp their true essence, and I have yet to fully comprehend them. I must devote myself to cultivation, striving to elevate my mastery of all laws to their utmost pinnacle. Chu Qing's gaze was resolute. The present self resembled a guardian of a treasure mountain. The treasures lie within, awaiting his excavation. Without digging, fortune remains elusive. Only through effort can they be manifested. Without hesitation, he settled onto the mat, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in the comprehension of the newly acquired laws. Time holds no sway in cultivation. All immortals live eternally, rendering the concept of time irrelevant. Seasons change, flowers bloom and wither. Uncertain of how long had passed, one day, on Golden Ao Island, an alarm bell rang out. Boom! 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 The resounding chimes reverberated, engulfing the entirety of Golden Ao Island in an instant, even carrying a peculiar magic that resonated within the hearts of countless Jie Sect disciples. Chu Qing was no exception that he awakened from his meditation, listening to the tolling of the bell, his brow furrowed. The ringing was a warning bell for the Jie Sect. It only sounded during significant events concerning the entire sect, summoning all disciples. The fact that it was now ringing indicated that something momentous had occurred. Chu Qing's brow knitted tighter, sensing that matters were far from simple. Could it be that Tong Tian patriarch has returned for the Zi Xiao Palace, signaling the onset of the canonization cataclysm? A foreboding feeling settled within him, prompting him to emerge from his seclusion. Regardless of whether it was Tong Tian patriarch's return, the tolling of the alarm bell confirmed that a major event had transpired, and he felt compelled to investigate. Boom! 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 The bell continued to toll. Many disciples of the Jie Sect sensed it, even those in closed meditation. Yet as long as they had not entered a death-like slumber and achieved profound enlightenment. At this moment, they all opened their eyes, pausing their cultivation. The alarm bell tolled. Something had happened within the Jie Sect. The legacy of the saints, even in their absence, retains a brilliance akin to the sun. Who would dare act recklessly? A significant event has occurred. A significant event has occurred. Hurry to the Golden Ao Island discussion platform. Countless disciples felt the call, whether inner disciples, outer disciples, or registered disciples, at that moment. They all emerged from their seclusion, rushing toward Golden Ao Island. In an instant, the entire expanse of the Hongwang could witness streams of fleeing lights ascending the T-Skeleton Mountain. Two lights shot forth, one belonging to Shiji Nyang and the other to the Wenqi immortal horse Yuan. On Fire Dragon Island, a figure riding a crimson steed, its hooves ablaze, soared through the skies as a streak of light, heading straight for Golden Ao Island. On Nine Dragon Island, 5 beams of light soared forth, moving with incredible speed toward Golden Ao Island. Such scenes could be seen throughout the Hongwang at that moment, densely packed, nearly obscuring the heavens. That it is thus evident that the Jie Sect, known as the gathering of myriad immortals, comprises far more than just a mere 1,000. Just the registered disciples alone number beyond count. So many people. This scene could only be witnessed during the Master's teachings. Chu Qing stepped out of his cave dwelling. Before he could reach the Jie Sect discussion platform, he felt the gathering of disciples. Among them were the 7 immortals in attendance, the 10 heavenly lords, the renowned Juyo Star Lords, the 28 constellations, the 36 celestial generals, and the 72 earthly fiends, all present, not to mention the outer disciples arriving from various locales. Such a gathering was truly uncommon. It seemed that a significant matter had indeed transpired. Chu Qing furrowed his brow, harboring reservations regarding the future of the Jie Sect. Although he had found a means to aid the Jie Sect in overcoming the canonization cataclysm, time was still required. Should the canonization cataclysm erupt now, he would be utterly powerless. Even saints, upon their initial manifestation, must diligently cultivate to achieve their current realms. He could only hope that the onset of the canonization cataclysm would not come too swiftly. Granting him sufficient time, following the flow of the crowd, Chu Qing soon arrived at the Dao discussion platform of the vast square, paved with blue stones, sprawled like an expansive plain. This was the place once established by the heavenly master Tong Tian for the convenience of the disciples to engage in mutual sparring and discourse. In later times, whenever significant events arose within that required the gathering of disciples, this location would serve as their assembly point. Where were Zhao Gongming, Gailing Shengmu, Dao Bao Dao Ren, Jinling Xingmu, and Wudong Xingmu, standing amidst the throng. Chu Qing clearly observed the 2 figures currently on the Dao discussion platform. One of them, with a dark face and thick beard, donned an iron crown and wielded an iron whip. It was unmistakably Zhao Gongming. The other, a woman clad in a vibrant red bagua, immortal attire, possessed an enchanting figure. However, her eyebrows were furrowed, giving off an impulsive and impatient air. She was none other than Gailing Shengmu. Chu Qing could understand their presence here. After all, one was the outer sect's eldest senior brother, who had been entrusted by their master to oversee all matters of the outer sect prior to the latter's departure. The other was one of the 4 most esteemed disciples of their master, holding a position of high regard within In ordinary circumstances, the presence of either would suffice for any matter. Yet now, with the alarm sounding, only the two of them had arrived, which seemed rather unusual. Before Chu Qing could ponder the implications of the situation, he witnessed streaks of escaping light darting across the sky, halting above the Dao discussion platform. The foremost figure, a middle-aged man clad in a purple bagua immortal robe, stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. Beside him stood another individual of similar appearance, also middle-aged and dressed in a purple bagua robe, though he carried a yin-yang mirror on his back. Behind them, a number of others hovered in the air, their expressions haughty, when their gazes swept over the disciples of. It was suffused with disdain and contempt. The mere appearance of these two figures was sufficient for many disciples to recognize the identities of these celestial beings. The foremost among them was Guang Chengzi, accompanied by Chu Jingzi, while behind them stood Huanglong Jinren, Zhu Lushun, Tai Jinren, Lingbao Dafa Master, Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan, Puxian Jinren, Zihong Daoren, Yuding Jinren, Daoxing Tianzuan, Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, and astonishingly, even the 12 immortals of Yushu had appeared. What business did they have with, and why such a grand display? Were they here to provoke? Within, discontented murmurs arose. Their relationship with the had long been fraught with hostility and friction. Such tensions had existed since the days before the three pure ones were separated. Stemming from the disdain of the Yuanshi Tianzuan for the inclusive doctrines of Tong Tian, perceiving the acceptance of all disciples as a tarnishment of the saintly name. Consequently, the animosity had only intensified among the disciples over time. Zhao Gongming, today my disciples have come to seek you for discourse. Why do we not see Dao Bao, Jinling Xingmu, or Wudong Xingmu? Guang Chengzi hovered in the air, looking down upon Zhao Gongming, his voice cold. Guiling Xingmu bristled at this. Her brows knitted in defiance. My elder brother and sister are currently in seclusion. Do you think you are worthy of seeing them? If it were Randang Daoren, Nanji Xianweng, or Yun Changzi who came, it would be another matter. But you lot, do you truly believe you deserve an audience? And that the highest positions were not held by the 12 immortals of Yushu, but rather by Randang Daoren, Nanji Xianweng, and Yun Changzi. Not to mention that all three were esteemed guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, with ancient backgrounds and extraordinary statuses within the Randang Daoren, served as the deputy leader of, while the 12 immortals referred to him as their teacher. Nanji Xianweng and Yun Changzi were known as the immortals of fortune and virtue. Among them, Yun Changzi had the most illustrious origins, having once been the ancestor Hongyan, who, after attaining a saintly position, relinquished it, possessing a predestined connection with the two saints of the West, and having even received a wisp of primordial purple energy, a being with a connection to the saints. How dare you speak to us in such a manner? Huanglong Jinren, upon hearing this, became incensed and stepped forward, glaring at Guiling Xingmu. Huanglong. Guang Chengzi cast a sidelong glance at Huanglong Jinren, noting his restraint before turning his attention back to Zhao Gongming and Guiling Xingmu. Even if Dao Bao, Jinling Xingmu, and Wudong Xingmu are absent, why are the Sanshao nowhere to be seen? With just the two of you present, I fear that today's discourse will result in a devastating defeat for your. Guiling Xingmu bristled at this, glaring at Guang Chengzi, and sneered. What audacity! The universe is still in flux, and you presume to declare victory. Chu Qing, standing amidst the crowd, observed this scene and listened to their exchanges, gradually comprehending the reason behind the alarm. However, that had come solely for discourse. Although it was evident they sought trouble, the reputation of was at stake. Yet now, there was no time to waste on such matters. Chu Qing remained silent. He had initially thought that Tong Tian had returned from the Purple Cloud Palace, only to find this. Forget it. He decided to leave. Cultivation was of utmost importance. After all, when it came to discourse, it was unlikely he would have a role to play. After all, he was merely a golden immortal for stepping forward to be the target of attention. That would be courting death. Although he believed that with his current foundation and unparalleled methods, he could at least challenge a Daluo Golden Immortal. It depended on who that Daluo Golden Immortal was. That if it were Guang Chengzi, he would likely be crushed by a single blow. After all, he was renowned for wielding the infamous brick, a bane to many, with the ability to effortlessly vanquish even those of Daluo Golden Immortal stature with a single strike. Now, it was best to focus on cultivation and enhance his strength. I shall take my leave. Chu Qing decided to depart without further ado. However, no sooner had he stepped away than the discourse on the platform commenced. At the Dao discussion platform, the atmosphere had turned tense since the arrival of the 12 immortals of Yushu along with the many disciples of. The disciples of both sects had become immovably divided. Within the north and in the south, the distinction stark, with the outer sect as eldest brother Bao Dao Ren and eldest sister Jinling Shengmu, both in seclusion, diligently advancing their cultivation. The responsibility of leading both the inner and outer sects naturally fell upon Zhao Gongming, A.S. for the 12 immortals of Yushu. The elder brother Guangchengzi would take the lead. Today's discourse was intended to test the cultivation of the disciples from both sects, reminiscent of the days when both sects often debated on Kunlun Mountain. Let us begin the discourse with the disciples of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Guangchengzi proposed, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Zhao Gongming, his eyes glinting with cunning. Humph. Zhao Gongming scoffed, harboring displeasure within. In those bygone days on Kunlun Mountain. What kind of discourse was it? It was merely the leveraging its strength to oppress. It must be noted that within, aside from Yuanshi Tianzuan, the most formidable figures were Randang Daoren, Nanji Xianwang, and Yun Changzi. Back then, who among the fledgling disciples of could withstand their might? To bring up this matter now was simply to reopen old wounds. Without needing Zhao Gongming to speak, voices of protest erupted from within. In the past on Kunlun Mountain, you exploited our lesser cultivation time. Now, you dare to speak so brazenly in this discourse, to decide life and death upon this platform. Do you even have the right to say such things? Stop. In an effort to prevent the situation from escalating further, Zhao Gongming intervened, calming the agitated disciples of. The discourse shall be settled upon the platform that if you wish to begin with the disciples of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, shall comply. Zhao Gongming agreed to Guangchengzi as proposal, standing confidently with his hands clasped behind him. The of today was no longer the same as in the past on Kunlun. The prestige of having myriad immortals pay homage and gods bowing before them was no mere boast. Very well. A broader smile spread across Guangchengzi's face as he turned to his younger disciple. Little junior brother, you shall take the lead in this first battle. Understood. Qingshu Dao Jinjuan nodded in agreement, a smile adorning his face as he stepped onto the Dao discussion platform. Its him. The first to emerge was indeed one of the 12 immortals of Yushu. The first to take the stage was Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, signaling this ill intentions. When encountering the esteemed Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, the expressions of the numerous disciples of the Jie sect subtly shifted. The 12 immortals of Yushu hold significant renown throughout the vast expanse of Hongwang. Among them, although Qingshu Dao Jinjuan entered the ranks of the 12 immortals the latest and ranks the lowest, this in no way implies that his strength is the weakest, on the contrary. He possesses formidable magical prowess, exceptional comprehension, and an outstanding foundation. Even the primordial heavenly venerable dotes on him greatly, bestowing upon him numerous magical artifacts. Now, at the stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, should a contest ensue among equals, few would be his adversaries. The fact that the leading disciples of the Chan sect have sent him forth is clearly a sign of their ill intentions. They aim to deliver a severe blow to the Jie sect from the very outset. Clad in his purple-robed celestial attire and cradling a magical sand gourd, Qingshu Dao Jinjuan smiled, casting his gaze over the many disciples of the Jie sect. Which fellow Taoist dares to ascend the stage for a duel? He exuded confidence, embodying the essence of superiority over the Jie sect's celestial assembly. Uncle Master is invincible. The disciples of the Chan sect clamored, eager to showcase their strength. A mere Jie sect dares to compare itself to our Chan sect. Uncle Master, let them recognize the disparity. The Chan sect disciples spoke in unison, brimming with confidence and looking down upon the Jie sect disciples to them. The Jie sect was simply a group of lowly beings, akin to animals that had gained a semblance of enlightenment. What difference was there between them and mere beasts? After all, beasts could speak. Such a Jie sect could hardly be compared to their own esteemed Chan sect. Guangchengzi and his companions wore smiles, seemingly unperturbed, clearly approving of their disciples' behavior. Indeed, they had come today to engage in discourse and sparring with the Jie Sect to demonstrate the might of the Chan Sect. Although the Jie Sect's reputation was currently grand and its disciples numerous, none proved to be worthwhile. With Tong Tian Jiaozhu absent from Golden Ao Island, and knowing their own master would return alongside him, both being saints who would fear whom, they were emboldened. If I were not still a golden immortal, I would surely ascend the debating platform. How could I allow the Chan Sect to act so arrogantly? No, I cannot endure this. This is utterly intolerable. The Jie Sect's assembly of immortals erupted into chaos. Their anger provoked, I shall engage you in battle. Jingu Xianma leapt onto the debating platform. That it is Brother Ma Sui. The Jie Sect cheered as Ma Sui took the stage, solidifying their confidence. The Jie Sect's immortals were ecstatic upon seeing Ma Sui. He was one of the 7 celestial attendants, second among them, with immense magical power and extraordinary strength. Currently, as the Cloud Immortal was in seclusion seeking to slay the 3 corpses, Ma Sui stood as the strongest among the 7. His appearance naturally drew a chorus of applause. Come forth. Qingshu Dao Jinjuan did not seize the opportunity to attack immediately. He waited for Jingu Xianma to steady himself before launching his assault to go. He harnessed his magical energy, summoning the Flying Thunder Spear, a postnatal supreme treasure that served as both a lance and a projectile. Whoosh! A flash of golden light cut through the void, cleaving the space with blinding speed, the sound of shattering air echoing, sharp enough to pierce through tigers and dragons. Ma Sui's gaze narrowed, retreating 2 steps. Encountered with a golden hoop? Buzz! The golden light surged, radiant as the sun, his magical power resonating like a boundless ocean. This treasure was intertwined with his very life. Once ensnared by this golden hoop, even a great Luo golden immortal would struggle to break free, embedding itself in flesh and inevitably causing the opponent's head to explode and their essence to dissipate. Boom! The golden hoop collided with the Flying Thunder Spear, hurtling toward Qingshu Dao Jinjuan's head. Unfazed, Qingshu Dao Jinjuan opened the gourd in his hand. Instantly, sand poured forth like a raging sea, cascading toward the golden hoop. This treasure, crafted from the rarest elements of the purple Yang Cave, had each grain weighing as much as a mountain. This gourd of divine sand possessed the force of boundless seas. Should it strike a person, even one endowed with divine capabilities would be obliterated. Reduced to dust, a demonstration of the might that transcends all laws. Ma Sui's expression turned grave. Without a hint of hesitation, he summoned all his magical energy. The lead and silver flowers erupted above him, revealing his Tai Golden Immortal's Dao fruit. With all his power surging into the golden hoop, in an instant, the golden light blazed forth, the hoop spinning continuously like a divine ring, shattering the grains of divine sand. Even though the sand flowed like an ocean, it could not advance an inch. Go! Seizing the moment of stalemate, Qingshu Dao Jinjuan unleashed the heart-piercing nail, a treasure measuring 7 inches and 5 grains. Radiating brilliant light and fiery flames, shooting forth as a blazing stream of light, targeting Ma Sui's brow with deadly precision. Ma Sui's pupils constricted, unable to muster his divine powers in time. He raised his hand to block. Boom! His right arm exploded, blood spraying forth. Although losing an arm was not a significant injury for a Tai true immortal, in the heat of battle, a fraction of a second could determine the outcome. The moment his arm detonated and his vital energy surged, his defeat was sealed. You have lost. Qingshu Dao Jinjuan seized the opportunity, declaring with finality, as he directed his magical energy into the divine sand gourd. Rumble! The divine sand surged forth, becoming even more ferocious. Each grain transformed into a meteor, cascading down, obscuring the heavens, densely packed and engulfing the debating platform, rendering everything invisible, leaving only the endless divine sand shooting forth. Resembling a celestial sea falling from the stars, swish! A streak of golden light enveloped Ma Sui, propelling him from the chaos to land beneath the debating platform. He spat a mouthful of blood, his vital energy roiling. Magical power surging that if he had not swiftly retracted the golden hoop to preserve himself, he would have certainly perished upon the platform. Yet, this also signified his defeat, a complete and utter defeat, withdraw. Qingshu Dao Jinjuan stood on the platform, retracting the divine sand back into the gourd. His garments remained untainted, a smile gracing his face as he swept his gaze over the Jie Sect's celestial assembly. Although he uttered no words, the meaning was unmistakable. Is this truly one of the 7 celestial attendants of the Jie Sect? Just this? This is insufficient. With my uncle master in action, who could possibly contend? Is there anyone else? The disciples of the Chan sect raised their chins, their expressions mocking, disdainfully regarding all Jie Sect disciples. Beasts are merely beasts. How can they compare to our Chan sect, even if one is among the 7 celestial attendants? What of it? Ultimately, they are not but refuse. How dare you laugh at our Jie Sect in such a manner? Truly audacious. The Saint Mother of Turtle Spirit could no longer contain herself, her eyes blazing with fury as she leapt onto the debating platform. At last, one of the 4 direct disciples of Tong Tian had taken the stage. It is Sister Guiling. With Sister Guiling in the fray, who can rival her? With Sister Guiling's appearance, the Jie Sect's renown is destined to soar. As Sister Guiling ascended the debating platform, the cheers of the Jie Sect reached a crescendo. After all, she is one of the 4 direct disciples of Tong Tian. Though she attained enlightenment only during the reign of the Flame Emperor and took on human form when Tsang Jie created characters, her years of cultivation surpass many in the Jie Sect. Nevertheless, upon her transformation, she was bestowed with the merits of creating characters and with a profound foundation. Her virtue is deep and her wisdom boundless, making her significantly stronger than Jin Gu Shima Masui. Among the disciples of the Jie Sect, following the recent ascension of the 3 heavens, Sister Guiling has become the undisputed first Tai Golden Immortal. With her on stage, what fear could there be of Qingshu Dao Jinjuan? Yet, even with Sister Guiling's presence, Guang Chengzi and the others seemed unfazed, especially Guang Chengzi, who merely smiled knowingly. Pray, enlighten me. Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, as ever, cradled the divine sand gourd with a smile. Not even facing Sister Guiling did he exhibit a trace of concern. Go. Sister Guiling could not tolerate the provocation from the Chan sect any longer. She had already been simmering with anger at their brazen demeanor. With her first move, she unleashed her most formidable technique, summoning the sun and moon pearls. This artifact, infused with the essence of the sun and moon, is her companion treasure, long recognized among the innate spiritual treasures. Now, as she summoned it, its brilliance surged. One orb blazed like the sun, radiant and golden, while the other glowed with a silvery hue, exuding chill like the moon, swirling gracefully. Sun and moon shining together, harmonizing yin and yang, revealing unfathomable mysteries as they hurtled toward Qingshu Dao Jinjuan. Open. Qingshu Dao Jinjuan's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor growing serious as he hastily opened the divine sand gourd. A torrent of divine sand poured forth, each grain resembling stars cascading down, as if an entire galaxy were spilling over, threatening to engulf everything. Above him, lead and silver flowers manifested, fully revealing the Tao fruit of a Tai Golden Immortal, clearly employing all his strength. Unlike the confidence he had displayed against Masui, the light of fireflies dares not compete with the glory of the sun and moon. The sacred mother of the tortoise spirit let out a cold laugh, showing no sign of concern. Boom! At that moment, the sun and moon pearl radiated its brilliance once more, even more fiercely than before. The interplay of sunlight and moonlight gave rise to strands of chaotic energy that wafted outward, evoking a sense of extraordinary terror. Crack, crack, crack. Grain after grain of divine sand was directly crushed and obliterated, completely overwhelmed by the sun and moon pearl, just as the sacred mother of the tortoise spirit had proclaimed. Those grains of divine sand were akin to fireflies, daring not to reveal themselves before the sun and moon. This is not good. The true monarch of clear void and virtue realized the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned a precious fan. Divine aura enveloped him, a magnificent presence sweeping across the heavens, as if to suppress the myriad realms of antiquity. This fan was crafted from the feathers of 7 birds, the phoenix, the azure swan, the great pung, The peacock, the white crane, the wild goose, and the owl, combined with the 5 fires of heavenly fire, stone fire, wood fire, samadhi fire, and human fire, all meticulously inscribed with seals and verses. The verse read, 5 fires of rare treasures named 7 feathers, as Swearin first emerged wielding the flame. When encountering mountains and strange stones, they turn to ashes. When meeting the sea, they're scorched dry. Revealing little to conquer wood and gold is paramount. Burning beams and rafters knows no pause. Even if a king transforms into an immortal body, when the fan sweeps down, he shall be extinguished. Behold the 5 fires and 7 birds fan. Though merely a supreme acquired treasure, its might was undoubtedly on par with innate spiritual treasures. He channeled his magical power and waved the fan, and in an instant, divine flames surged to the heavens. The 5 fires, heavenly fire, stone fire, wood fire, samadhi fire, and human fire, intertwined, dyeing the sky crimson as if they sought to incinerate the heavens themselves, pouring down upon the sacred mother of the tortoise spirit. Intent on reducing her to ashes, from afar, all that remained was a blazing inferno, obscuring everything else. Even the celestial beings surrounding the debate platform felt the scorching heat, realizing that standing upon it would surely lead to their incineration. One could only imagine the ferocity of that divine fire. If only I could obtain such divine flames, my cultivation would surely advance significantly. Yet I wonder if the sacred sister of the tortoise spirit can endure this. Luo Xian, adorned with a fishtail crown, his face resembling a deep red date, with crimson hair and 3 eyes, clothed in a grand red 8 trigrams robe, stood among the celestial beings, gazing longingly at the divine flames on the debate platform. He was known as the Immortal of Flames, and all his cultivation revolved around the path of fire. Whether it was his magical arts or his treasures and mounts, they all pertained to the fire path, making him acutely aware of the power of the divine flames on the platform. Such might, at the same realm, would surely reduce one to ashes with a mere sweep of the fan. Uncle Master is invincible. What disciples of the intercept teaching could possibly match my Uncle Master? The disciples of the Chan teaching flaunted their might, feeling assured of victory. They dare to think they can defeat me? I shall extinguish you outright. The voice of the sacred mother of the tortoise spirit emerged from the roaring divine flames. Clearly having heard the words of the Chan disciples, her anger intensified. The sun and moon pearl trembled violently, becoming even more ferocious, emanating billowing chaotic energy that overshadowed everything. The sacred mother of the tortoise spirit, adorned with lead flowers and silver blooms atop her head, even manifested a fleeting golden flower, signifying that her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, a mere half-step away from the great Luo golden immortal. Her figure was graceful, clad in a celestial gown of azure, with the sun and moon pearl atop her head, both radiating light, as chaotic energy poured down, suppressing all directions. Even if the divine flames surged, they could scarcely advance an inch and were instead continuously extinguished. She gazed at the true monarch of clear void and virtue, the chaotic energy swirling around her as she stepped upon the divine flames, resembling a demon god emerging from chaos, a posture that left all in awe. Steady, sister is the strongest, the disciples of the intercept teaching cheered, this scene rendering any chance of a comeback for the true monarch of clear void and virtue utterly futile. Steady. This game is already decided. Guang Chengzi wore a smile, displaying no signs of tension, feeling assured, leaving many baffled. However, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded on the debate platform, above the sacred mother of the tortoise spirit. The true monarch of clear void and virtue, who had been standing on the platform, suddenly appeared, as if he had been hiding there all along, waiting for the sacred mother. He wielded a grand seal and struck fiercely towards her forehead. The seal emanated a faint holy aura, relentless in its descent. It was none other than the Fan Tian seal. This treasure was forged from the remnants of the collapsed Buzhou mountain, captured by the primordial heavenly sovereign. A weighty and fearsome artifact. Though it was an acquired treasure, the divine aura it radiated, coupled with its heavenly pillar form, made its might comparable to the finest innate spiritual treasures. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Even the sacred mother of the tortoise spirit was taken aback. Thud! In an instant, the sun and moon pearl was sent flying. Thud! Another blow sent the sacred mother's golden crown hurtling away. Her hair disheveled, her forehead swelling, blood splattering forth. Thud! With yet another strike, as if delivering a critical blow, the sacred mother's forehead cracked, and she was directly knocked off the debate platform. You dare to resort to deceit. The sacred mother of the tortoise spirit tumbled from the debate platform, her hair a tangled mess, her forehead swollen, resembling a fearsome visage, blood trickling down from the bump, rendering her once beautiful face grotesque. She glared at the true monarch of clear void and virtue on the platform, her eyes blazing with fury, her heart brimming with resentment. She had come to understand the sequence of events. When the divine flames fanned out, the true monarch of clear void and virtue had employed the technique of splitting oneself from the earthly fiend's 72 arts, leaving a doppelganger behind, and then utilized the technique of the heavenly gang's 36 arts to become shadowless and formless, thus rendering himself invisible, hiding within the void. If she were to be defeated in such a manner, the sacred mother would naturally refrain from speaking further. However, that Fan Tian seal was the renowned treasure of Guangqingzi, now that it had appeared in the hands of the true monarch of clear void and virtue. It was evident that an outsider had intervened. In discussions and contests of skill, the emphasis lies on personal cultivation and foundation. To be defeated in such a manner, how could she possibly accept it? Defeat is defeat. The outcome is sealed. The true monarch of clear void and virtue retracted the divine flames and divine sand, standing upon the debate platform without a hint of concern. Not as good as my uncle master. Still here, claiming my brother resorted to trickery, utterly shameless, a bunch of beastly creatures. Even if they have transformed, how can they possibly stand on the same stage? Indeed, even now they refuse to admit defeat, proving once more that beasts are simply beasts. The disciples of the Chan teaching grew increasingly arrogant, filled with disdain towards the intercept teaching disciples, not mentioning their deceitful borrowing of treasures while casting scorn. The sacred mother of the tortoise spirit was so enraged she felt her lungs might explode, wishing she could ascend the platform for another battle. Despicable. Such tactics are truly insidious. Had it not been for such treacherous means, would the sacred sister of the tortoise spirit have been defeated? The disciples of the intercept teaching were filled with righteous indignation that is this what the Chan teaching represents, appearing resplendent on the surface, yet employing such treacherous tactics behind the scenes. If they had been defeated honorably, they would accept it, but this insidious method is absolutely unacceptable. Yet at this moment, they looked upon the true monarch of clear void and virtue on the platform and felt a profound sense of powerlessness. If even the sacred mother of the tortoise spirit had fallen, what chance do they have? They would merely provide the Chan teaching with more opportunities for ridicule. What a Chan teaching! What a Chan teaching indeed! Zhao Gongming clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding audibly, his already dark face appearing even gloomier. Had he not already attained the status of a great Luo golden immortal and was on the verge of becoming a quasi-saint? He would undoubtedly have taken to the platform to let the Chan teaching know that all schemes and plots are futile in the face of absolute strength. Yet now, even though he felt stifled within, he could only bite his teeth and swallow his anger. After all, if the sacred mother of the tortoise spirit had fallen, who among the intercept teaching at the Tai golden immortal realm could possibly stand against them? Who else? The true monarch of clear void and virtue stood upon the debate platform, surveying the disciples of the intercept teaching with an arrogant expression. The victor takes all, regardless of the methods employed. Standing upon the debate platform now is still my junior brother. If the intercept teaching has no one to contest, then the top position in the Tai golden immortal realm shall be graciously accepted by the Chan teaching. Guangqingzi bore a smile he had long been plotting. Coming here solely to suppress the intercept teaching, he cared not for the means employed. The real man of the yellow dragon sneered. Is this what they call the gathering of myriad immortals? The worship of the gods? In the end, not even a single Tai golden immortal worthy of the stage could be found, truly a source of ridicule. Such simple words further incensed the disciples of the intercept teaching, each one of them wishing to charge forth. Even if it meant spilling blood upon the debate platform, they would gladly die trying to take down the true monarch of clear void and virtue. Indeed, many had already prepared to act, willing to risk their lives to ascend the debate platform. However, before anyone could truly step forward, a cold voice resonated from outside Jin Ao Island. What if victor takes all? A Tai, golden immortal, you say? I, Kaiyun, shall meet you. Accompanying that voice were 5 streaks of escaping light that rushed forth at great speed. The 3 heavens, the celestial Lady Kaiyun, and the immortal Hanji emerged from their seclusion. Celestial Lady Kaiyun, Sister Kaiyun, is she not walking into death? Even the venerable Gue Ling has succumbed, and yet Sister Kaiyun displays such reckless bravery. With a heart of righteousness, she ascends to the stage. Fully aware of her impending defeat, unwilling to allow the Chan sect to flaunt their arrogance. Alas, what a pity it is for Sister Kaiyun. The disciples of the Jie sect were momentarily taken aback by the voice of the celestial Kaiyun, soon replaced by murmurs of regret. Although Sister Kaiyun possesses commendable strength among the Jie sect celestial beings, she pales in comparison to the sacred Mother Gue Ling in terms of magical artifacts. Divine powers and realms. With Gue Ling already defeated, how could Sister Kaiyun, who is at a disadvantage, possibly stand a chance? Even if there were hidden supporters aiding the esteemed Qing Su Dao de Jinjun, who could guarantee that they would not fall into the same trap again? This scenario is evidently a march toward death. She is merely ascending the stage to meet her demise. Not only are the disciples of the Jie sect weak, but they are also foolish to dare to take the stage. It is akin to courting death. It is only fitting that the master uncle teaches them a lesson, illustrating the vast chasm between the 2 sects. The Jie sect is simply inadequate. Amidst the ranks of the Chan disciples, laughter erupted, utterly dismissing the Jie sect's disciples. In their eyes, the esteemed Qing Su Dao de Jinjun is an invincible force. No one from the Jie sect stands a chance. As the 2 sects engaged in their discussions, 5 streaks of light descended upon the skies above Jin Ao Island. As the light dissipated, the figures revealed caused all to momentarily pause in astonishment. What kind of attire is this? The thoughts echoed in the minds of the crowd. The 5 individuals wore outfits that were strikingly avant-garde. Unlike anything seen before, each unique yet harmoniously combined, exuding an otherworldly charm. However, the sole commonality among their garments was the sheer black stockings adorning their legs. Though described as stockings, they were remarkably thin, allowing glimpses of the fair skin beneath, subtly outlining their long, elegant legs, leaving many in a state of awe. Such beautiful legs! Why had I never noticed how stunning the sisters were before? It is a shame for Sister Kaiyun, possessing such beauty, to venture forth to certain death. Many disciples found themselves captivated by their allure. However, the trio of San Shao remained unperturbed as they descended to meet Zhao Gongming. Brother, have you seen junior brother Chu Qing? Bai Shao inquired directly about Chu Qing's whereabouts. They had gained immensely from their time under the esteemed individual. Although they had acquired a technique, they had yet to receive a new one. While these techniques have been beneficial, who would not desire more? It is the foundation. Yin Shao, Qiong Shao, and Han Jixian also looked on with curiosity, eagerly anticipating Zhao Gongming's response. Zhao Gongming furrowed his brow. We are here to discuss the Tao. This is the face of the Jie sect. Are you not concerned for Sister Kaiyun, yet instead inquiring about someone named Chu Qing? What is the meaning of this? Moreover, who is Chu Qing? With so many from the Jie sect, how could I possibly know them all? He was utterly bewildered and could only shake his head in response. Yin Shao and the others scanned the Jie sect celestial beings with their divine senses, but could not locate Chu Qing. Initially puzzled, they soon found clarity, setting aside everything else. The fact that junior brother Chu Qing could casually produce such numerous supreme techniques speaks volumes of his profound foundation and elevated realm, beyond imagination. The current discourse is merely a contest between the Tai Golden Immortal and the De Luo Golden Immortal, and they could scarcely touch the fringes of junior brother Chu Qing's realm. It is entirely reasonable for him to be absent. Are you not worried for Kaiyun? Zhao Gongming looked at Yin Shao and the others in confusion. The esteemed Qing Su Dao de Jinjun is a paragon among the Tai golden immortals. Possessing numerous magical artifacts, and with the assistance of the Fan Tian seal, it is perilous. Yin Xiao frowned upon hearing this. I end this battle. Sister Kai Yun's probability of victory stand at 99%. Though it is indeed dangerous, she should be able to preserve herself. She had made an assessment of Sister Kai Yun. The 99% likelihood of success stems from the techniques imparted by Chu Qing. After acquiring the technique and having trained for a time, her understanding and application have become second nature. As for the remaining fraction of failure, that solely pertains to Sister Kai Yun herself. Zhao Gongming was taken aback. What is this? A victory probability of 99%. You call this dangerous? His lips twitched slightly as he regarded Yin Xiao, sensing a change in her demeanor. However, he found it hard to believe her words. Despite Sister Kai Yun's admirable talent, her strength is nowhere near that of the Qing Su Dao de Jinjie Yuan. To claim a victory probability of 99% is a stretch. Even half that would be considered fortunate. He chose not to pursue the matter further and redirected his gaze toward the discourse platform. That moment, Sister Kai Yun stood upon the platform. She donned a powdery white and striped sweater, paired with short black shorts, black stockings, and marten boots, a strikingly futuristic ensemble, radiating an indescribable allure. Master Uncle, crush her. Victory is assured. What does beauty matter? The discourse platform is all about strength. The numerous disciples of the Chan sect rally behind the Qing Su Dao de Jinjun. It was evident that she was marching toward defeat, yet she still dares to ascend the stage. Not only is her talent lacking, but her intellect is also questionable, compared to their own Chan sect. The disparity is monumental. Please, the Qing Su Dao de Jinjun remained unfazed, showing no concern for Sister Kai Yun. Even the sacred Mother Gui Ling had fallen to him. What could a mere Sister Kai Yun possibly amount to? He had complete confidence in his victory, adopting the demeanor of a superior looking down upon a subordinate. This is what you said. Sister Kai Yun smiled as she gazed at the Qing Su Dao de Jinjun, directly unleashing her bone-scraping blade. In the context of one beneath, the bone-scraping blade is an innate ability, perpetually active and unyielding. However, once Sister Kai Yun grasped it, it transformed entirely, resembling a divine power, a grand technique driven by desire. In the instant she unleashed it, the Qing Su Dao de Jinjun felt an ominous shift. His mind was inundated with alluring hallucinations, a youthful woman playfully posing with a seductive air, an aloof celestial maiden exuding charm from the heavens, and a vibrant, youthful junior sister next door. These myriad feminine forms, embodying all manners of desire, immediately struck at his Tao heart. The myriad temptations, imbued with the power of laws, bore the weight of a heart demon. Even as a Tai golden immortal, one could easily succumb. This is bad. He quickly activated the Yu Su tranquility formula, striving to sever all the lustful thoughts emerging from his mind. Yet, in the midst of battle, even a fleeting moment of distraction could prove fatal. Zhuamu Pearl. Seizing the opportunity, Sister Kai Yun summoned the Zhuamu Pearl. This treasure, her signature artifact, is specifically designed to damage the eyes. Once struck, it leads to blindness, rendering even divine senses useless. With a flash, two beams of light shot forth, striking the Qing Su Dao de Jinjun's eyes. My eyes. It hurts. So much pain. The Qing Su Dao de Jinjun clutched his eyes, issuing a harrowing scream as he felt excruciating pain, unable to see. The combination of confusion and blindness maximized the control effect, shaking the mountains and quaking the earth. Sister Kai Yun, seizing the moment, channeled her magical power to unleash a technique from the Tian Gang 36 laws, a manifestation of immense strength. In that fleeting instant, the earth trembled and the mountains bowed in submission. In but a moment, she appeared before the Qing Su Dao de Jinjun, raising her leg to deliver a kick to his face. Empowered by her immense strength, the imprint of her marten boot was indelibly etched upon his visage. Bang! The Qing Su Dao de Jinjun was sent flying, his head exploding mid-air, blood and matter scattering, before he landed heavily on the ground. Utilizing his magical power, he began to regenerate his flesh and restore his head. Having cultivated to the Tai golden immortal realm, Such injuries were mere trifles, capable of complete recovery after a brief period of meditation. However, the outcome was unmistakably a defeat, a resounding and thorough defeat. He had not even a moment to counter, completely overwhelmed. Such a conclusion left everyone in disbelief, staring agape at Sister Kai Yun upon the discourse platform. She stood tall and graceful, her allure heightened. Leaving all in AWAS, the reality of the Qing Su Dao de Jin Jun's defeat sank in. The Chan and Jie sects erupted in a tumultuous uproar. She won. Sister Kai Yun triumphed. Not merely a victory, but a resounding one, leaving the Chan sect with no opportunity to retaliate. Who could have imagined that Sister Kai Yun was so formidable? In the realm of the how dare one insult us with such triviality? There was in a state of turmoil, following the consecutive defeats of the Golden Cudgel Immortal and the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother. A shadow of despair loomed over the entire, igniting their fury, yet leaving them helpless. After the appearance of the Cloud Fairy, they harbored no thoughts of victory. After all, the disparity between her and the pure void virtuous true monarch was glaringly evident. Yet, now, the Cloud Fairy has triumphed. An overwhelming victory. It was akin to a resounding slap, striking firmly on the face of the, providing them with unparalleled satisfaction. Though the reason behind the Cloud Fairy's newfound strength was a mystery. The mere fact of her victory sufficed. She had truly won, and so effortlessly. Zhao Gongming was left in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. From his perspective, it was inconceivable that the Cloud Fairy would emerge victorious. Yet the undeniable truth lay before him, compelling him to accept it. Just a short while ago, the Cloud Fairy had not been this formidable. How had she become so powerful now? Did Yin Xiao, who had placed such unwavering faith in her, possess knowledge of the circumstances? Doubt clouded Zhao Gongming's mind. Reflecting on Yin Xiao's confidence, with a staggering 99% chance of victory, surely she must have known something. Otherwise, how could she be so certain? Before he could voice his inquiries, a chorus of skepticism erupted from within. The cheating. How could she possibly be a match for my master uncle? Someone must have cheated. It is simply impossible. An investigation is imperative. There must be foul play. The celestial beings of the were in uproar, utterly refusing to believe that the pure void virtuous true monarch could be defeated. He had stood on the debating platform, vanquishing the celestial beings of the, having long established an invincible reputation. How could he possibly lose? How could he fall to a mere female immortal from? They would not accept it. They could not believe that the pure void could be defeated. Guang Chengzi was incredulous. The pure void virtuous true monarch, wielding treasures like the Fan Tianyin, should be more than capable of holding his own against anyone, yet he had been crushed by a relatively unknown female immortal from before he could even react. An utterly unforeseen turn of events. What extraordinary power could have interfered with the pure void virtuous true monarch? His eyes narrowed, glimmering with insight as he contemplated the situation. There must be a reason. Qi Jingzi's expression darkened. They had come to suppress, to establish the invincible image of the among their disciples. Yet now, due to a single Cloud Fairy, his original plans were in shambles. Without hesitation, he leaped onto the debating platform, glaring at the Cloud Fairy. What sorcery have you employed? I suspect you have employed methods devised by a great Luo golden immortal. This is cheating. We have come to debate fairly, yet you resort to such underhanded tactics, seeking to incite a conflict between the two teachings. In his eyes, it was utterly impossible for the pure void virtuous true monarch to be defeated so swiftly by a Tai golden immortal. Only a great Luo golden immortal could possess such strength. And thus it must be cheating. His aura of great Luo surged around him, intent on pressuring the Cloud Fairy into confessing her alleged deceit. Now, regardless of whether she had cheated or not, if he declared it, then it was indeed cheating. Before his words could fully escape, Zhao Gongming and the three Xiaos ascended the debating platform. Boom! The aura of the great Luo erupted in an instant, unleashing boundless magical power. Even the mere clash of their energies created immense pressure that the other celestial beings could not ignore. Zhao Gongming, with a dark countenance and thick mustache, donned a crown of iron and wielded the sea-subduing divine whip. standing protectively before the Cloud Fairy, glaring at Qi Jingzi. Qi Jingzi, what do you mean? Fairness. The pure void virtuous true monarch employing the Fan Tian Yin does not count as cheating. Yet the Cloud Fairy winning through her own strength is deemed as such. What kind of logic is this? Do you still have any shame, thinking this is your? Do you wish to dominate the skies? Or do you intend to suppress our with your great Luo golden immortal status today? If it comes to a fight, we will gladly oblige. Our has never known fear, his voice thundered, filled with righteous indignation, as the sea-subduing divine whip crackled with energy that if you seek battle, I can end you with a single hand. Bai Xiao was seething with fury, emanating an inexplicable aura as if she could consume all things. She glared at Qi Jingzi, clearly on the verge of striking. Qiong Xiao remained silent, yet her hand gripped the hilt of her sword. An infinite sword intent contained within its sheath. Should she draw her sword, the very heavens might be cleaved asunder. Recklessness, sheer recklessness. I had prepared 99 contingencies. Though each could ensnare every member of the... It still felt insufficient. Yun Xiao muttered softly, furrowing her brow, feeling unsteady. Truly reckless. I must improve next time. In an instant, the atmosphere between the two teachings was tense, poised on the brink of conflict. The Cloud Fairy stepped forward to stand beside Zhao Gongming, her gaze sweeping over Qi Jingzi and the celestial beings of the dot. Is this what you call a debate? If you believe that none among the Tai golden immortals of the can match me, feel free to continue. It seems even the pure void virtuous true monarch, aided by outsiders, has been defeated. What other figures remain in the... They are but worthless. Her words were unrelenting, accompanied by a chilling laughter that felt like a stinging slap to the faces of the celestial beings. Qi Jingzi, step back. Guang Chengzi commanded. They had initiated the provocation, seeking fame and the establishment of an invincible spirit. Although they were unaware of how the Cloud Fairy had triumphed over the pure void virtuous true monarch, they were not prepared to accept defeat. The pure void virtuous true monarch had fallen, yet the 12 immortals of Jade Void were certainly not limited to him alone. They had lost this time, but they could win back their honor in the next. If they continued to falter, that would be a true disgrace, just as the Cloud Fairy stated. They had accepted that none among their Tai golden immortals could contend with her. This was not his desired outcome. Humph. Qi Jingzi snorted coldly, sweeping off the platform. I trust you will adhere to the rules. Should you not, this is, and we possess means to ensure none of you leave Jin Ao Island. Zhao Gongming spoke coldly, his words laden with threats, before leading the three Xiaos off the debating platform. Arrogance. How could our fear your? The disciples of the shouted angrily. Silence. Guang Chengzi admonished the numerous disciples. Turning to Zhao Gongming, the matters on the debating platform shall be resolved through debate. Yuding, you shall take the next battle. Yuding Zhenren, standing among the 12 immortals, nodded in agreement and prepared to ascend the platform when he was halted by the pure void virtuous true monarch, who grasped his sleeve. Yuding, wait a moment. Yuding Zhenren looked at the pure void virtuous true monarch, puzzled. What is it? Junior brother, be cautious in this battle. The techniques of the Cloud Fairy are quite extraordinary. When I faced her, I was inexplicably overwhelmed by a sudden surge of desire, like a TR level. One would not be easily swayed by such trivial passions, yet in my encounter with the Cloud Fairy, I found myself ensnared by this phenomenon. Her methods are peculiar and may even be related to the legendary path of passion. The pure void virtuous true monarch's expression was grave as he recalled the events on the debating platform, analyzing them. Such strange abilities had caught him off guard. It must be noted that within the ranks of the Tai golden immortals, he was among the very elite. To be subjected to such distracting powers was no trivial matter. Thank you for the warning, junior brother, that I shall exercise caution, Yuding Zhenren replied, his expression growing serious. Any technique that could touch upon the Tao was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. This battle would not be as simple as he had imagined. He gazed at the Cloud Fairy on the platform, no longer hesitating as he leaped onto the debating stage. Instantly, he was met with cheers from many disciples of the Uncle Yuding. Let witness what true power is. They were merely frogs at the bottom of a well, having triumphed over the pure Void Master through obscure methods. How could they hope to match my Uncle Yuding now? Indeed, Uncle, let them gain some insight. Yuding Zhenren's feats were not widely known to outsiders, yet among the disciples of his strength was well understood, in the realm of Tai golden immortals. None among the 12 golden immortals of the could rival him. There is no other reason, but rather the extraordinary nature of the cultivation methods he practices. The followers of the teaching of enlightenment primarily cultivate the Jade Purity Tao. However, what the Jade Ding True Man practices is the legendary 8-9 mysteries. It is said among the world that once one masters the profound intricacies of the 8-9 mysteries, they can traverse the world at will. Indeed, should one reach the pinnacle of this practice, they may attain divine power and glimpse the sacred realm. Such a method, naturally, is exceedingly difficult to master, yet upon success, the practitioner's strength would experience a tremendous elevation, truly remarkable. Hence, how could an ordinary person possibly rival the Jade Ding True Man? The fairy of colorful clouds stood upon the platform of discourse, seemingly unperturbed, gazing at the Jade Ding True Man with flirtatious eyes, not out of intention, but rather as a result of the bone-cutting blade's influence. As the Jade Ding True Man activated the 8-9 mysteries, his magical prowess was extraordinarily profound, akin to the boundless flow of a great river, ceaseless and unending. Above him, lead and silver flowers materialized, and even the golden phantom shimmered into existence, swaying with brilliance, a testament to the terrifying nature of his power. He regarded the fairy of colorful clouds with no hint of disdain, drawing forth the sword of slaying immortals. Ready for confrontation. From the moment you stood on that platform, you have already lost, the fairy of colorful clouds calmly declared, exuding confidence from her comprehension gleaned from the tome provided by Chu Qing. This confidence stemmed from her prior sparring with the 3 heavens fairies, where she even managed to disrupt a great Luo golden immortal. How could the Jade Ding True Man, merely a Tai golden immortal, hope to withstand this? Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed the bone-cutting blade. Alas, what sort of divine power is this? Even with some anticipation, the Jade Ding True Man found himself ensnared in an instant. As illusions surged within his mind, disrupting his reason, igniting an unnameable inferno of desire, rendering him nearly unable to maintain his composure. However, the disciples of the teaching of enlightenment on the platform remained oblivious to his plight, vociferously condemning the fairy of colorful clouds. "Demoness, how dare you speak so boldly?" They jeered, "Why, Uncle Jade Ding shall teach you a lesson. What audacity from the teaching of interception to make such shameless boasts. Just wait until you face defeat. Uncle Jade Ding, teach her a lesson." Yet, amidst the torrent of accusations from the disciples of the teaching of enlightenment, they beheld a scene that rendered them incredulous. The fairy of colorful clouds, as if confronting the true lord of clear void, summoned the piercing pearl, its radiant light shooting directly towards the Jade Ding True Man. What a trivial maneuver. Do you think my Uncle Jade Ding cannot evade it? Something's off. Why isn't Uncle moving? What is happening? Before the gathered eyes, the Jade Ding True Man stood immobile as the radiant light of the piercing pearl struck him directly. Enchantment and blindness ensued. Control was absolute. Subsequently, the divine technique. Shaking mountains and quaking earth, he executed a kick in midair, his jade leg resembling a long whip, wielding immense force, creating a sonic boom as it clashed with the air, directly sending the Jade Ding True Man flying. The fluidity of her movements was reminiscent of her previous practice with the true Lord of Clear Void, and now, executed with even greater finesse. Every opportunity seized with precision. The disciples of the teaching of enlightenment, who had just been so arrogant, stood dumbfounded at this scene. Defeated, once more, so swiftly and decisively crushed, had they not known it was the Jade Ding True Man. They might have believed it was a staged match. How could this be? How is it possible? How could Uncle Jade Ding lose? The multitude of disciples from the teaching of enlightenment found it impossible to accept. They held unwavering faith in the Jade Ding True Man, yet he had fallen so quickly. Once could be dismissed as a fluke, perhaps attributed to the interference of the teaching of interception. But to witness such a conclusion a second time, and right before their very eyes, Were these truly the disciples of the teaching of interception they had so looked down upon? They had become formidable to such an extent. Guan Qingzi's expression grew icy, filled with dissatisfaction. Such an occurrence was beyond even his expectations. Despite the prior warnings from the true Lord of Clear Void, the Jade Ding true man still fell victim. What sort of divine power was this, so insidiously enchanting? Furthermore, when had the teaching of interception acquired such prowess? As the foremost of the 12 immortals of Jade purity, he had long followed the primordial heavenly sovereign. And his conflicts with the teaching of interception began in Kunlun Mountain. He had never witnessed such capabilities from them. What had transpired? I stand here, awaiting all of your Tai golden immortals to challenge me. Yet who from the teaching of enlightenment dares to step forward? Who among you can triumph over me? Who else? The fairy of colorful clouds stood proudly on the discourse platform, a smile gracing her face as she surveyed all of the disciples of the teaching of enlightenment, brimming with self-assurance. Were she to have spoken thus in the past, she would have been met with a barrage of retorts from the teaching of enlightenment. But now, she had earned the right. She possessed the strength to be proud. Such simple words left all disciples of the teaching of enlightenment feeling a sting of humiliation. They had once been so confident, intending to humiliate the teaching of interception. Yet now, how the tables had turned. Sister Colorful Clouds is invincible. Come forth if you dare. With Sister Colorful Clouds here, who among the Tai golden immortals remains a match? The disciples of the teaching of interception erupted in cheers. Their previous frustrations dissipated, though they remained uncertain as to how the fairy of colorful clouds had suddenly grown so powerful, even capable of defeating the 12 immortals of Jade purity. Victory was the finest outcome. Should no one ascend the platform, the discourse of the Tai golden immortal realm today would belong to the teaching of interception. Zhao Gongming stood below the platform. Speaking up, the aura emanating from the fairy of colorful clouds was beyond his discernment. Even as she unleashed her divine powers, he, a great Luo golden immortal, felt an inexplicable sensation, as though he momentarily resided within an illusion. Such divine power was truly unparalleled. He could only wonder from whence the fairy of colorful clouds had acquired such supreme abilities. However, each person possesses their own fate, and perhaps this is the fairy of colorful clouds' serendipity. The teaching of enlightenment offered no response, though they too wished to win, having witnessed the defeats of the true Lord of Clear Void and the Jade Ding True Man, both so decisive. Who among them would dare to take the stage? They were simply not a match. Guan Qingzi's expression grew colder still, yet there was nothing to be done. He could only concede this battle, consider it a victory for the teaching of interception. The smile on the fairy of colorful clouds' face blossomed even brighter, her laughter ringing like silver bells. I am the sovereign of the Tai golden immortal. Such a simple statement solidified her position among the Tai golden immortals. The disciples of the teaching of enlightenment, wishing to retort, found themselves speechless, for this was a tangible record of achievement. Such indignation. Qi Jingzi's fury ignited, unable to contain himself any longer, with the Tai golden immortal realm defeated. He sought to reclaim honor within the great Luo golden immortal realm. Without hesitation, he leaped onto the discourse platform, locking eyes with Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming, shall you dare to engage in battle with me in the upcoming Great Luo competition? He issued a direct challenge, intent on confronting Zhao Gongming, his intentions evident. What did it matter if the Tai golden immortal had fallen? As long as he emerged victorious, who among the Great Luo golden immortal realm could rival him? Do you think you can directly challenge my elder brother? First, you must pass my test. Xiao could no longer hold back, looking at Qi Jingzi, her fists ready, brimming with combat spirit. Third sister, do not act impulsively. Zhao Gongming restrained by Xiao. He understood Qi Jingzi's strength. To openly challenge him indicated confidence, at least in terms of cultivation. He must not be weaker than himself, having surely reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao had only recently broken through to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Thus, in terms of cultivation, she lagged behind Qi Jingzi by several minor realms. How could she possibly be his match? Brother, do not worry. Bai Xiao dismissed his concerns. Although her current cultivation was inferior to Qi Jingzi's, she possessed immense faith in the teachings imparted by her junior brother, Chu Qing. Each of those techniques could be deemed unparalleled, embodying profound mysteries. While a significant difference in realms could be consequential, a mere few minor realms should not confine her capabilities. Ignoring Zhao Gongming's warnings, she leapt onto the discourse platform, addressing Qi Jingzi. If you wish to challenge my elder brother, you must first pass my test, the Bai Xiao. Alas, Zhao Gongming stood below, exuding helplessness. His third sister remained unchanged, too impulsive as ever. With her strength, how could she hope to contend with Qi Jingzi? Elder brother, there is no need for concern. Although the probability of my victory stands at a mere 99%, it is indeed a perilous gamble. Yet, even if I were to lose, Qi Jingzi would gain little from it. Yin Xiao stood beside Zhao Gongming, attempting to offer comfort. Yet as she glanced at the platform whereby Xiao stood, her heart was heavy with worry. A mere 99% probability of victory was far too low. It was akin to courting death. Zhao Gongming regarded the anxious Yin Xiao. Do you hear yourself? A 99% probability of victory, and you say it is perilous? Is that what you call rational discourse? He recalled his previous remarks about the celestial cloud fairy, and a sense of relief seemed to wash over him. Yet upon witnessing the worried expression on Yin Xiao's face, he found himself at a loss for words. Even you are concerned. It appears that your assertion of a 99% chance of victory was merely a comfort to me. It seems I must wait until Sanmei faces defeat before I can take the stage. How did senior sister Bi Xiao manage to ascend? She must be acting rather impulsively, but it's all right. Should senior sister falter, brother Gongming will still be there. The disciples of the Jie Sect gazed at Bi Xiao, who stood upon the debate platform, with skepticism and apprehension, mentally preparing themselves for her inevitable failure. After all, the disparity between her and Qi Jingzi was insurmountable. One was an established Luo approaching the quasi-saint level, while the other had only recently broken through to the Luo. Even as a 7th grade Luo, such a gap in realms could not be easily bridged. Truly, even a mere mutt dares to take the stage. Brother Qi Jingzi, please teach her a lesson, making her aware of the might of our Chan sect. The celestial immortals of the Chan sect regarded Bi Xiao with indifference, placing their utmost confidence in Qi Jingzi. Within the Chan sect, Qi Jingzi standing was second only to Guang Chengzi, often accompanying him with the golden bell and jade chime, a testament to his extraordinary status. This was a symbol of power in the past. At the time of his enlightenment to the Luo, he was among the pinnacle of 6th grade Luos. How could an ordinary Luo Jin Xian hope to contend with him? Since you wish to intervene on behalf of Zhao Gongming, I shall first triumph over you before subduing him. Qi Jingzi's gaze was frigid, dismissing Bi Xiao entirely. Without uttering a word, he summoned the yin-yang mirror. This mirror possesses 2 sides, one black, the other red. The red symbolizes life, while the white signifies death. It has the power to either extinguish life or grant it, embodying the profound mysteries of yin and yang. A formidable artifact indeed. The yin side shone forth. A white light erupted, transforming into a long white rainbow, heavy with the aura of death, seemingly intent on dissolving all living things as it surged towards Bi Xiao. Sanmei, quickly evade, Zhao Gongming shouted, panic evident in his expression. He understood the might of the yin-yang mirror, now wielded by Qi Jingzi. With that white light, even a Luo deity would be reduced to mere bones. Such a method was insurmountable. Yet Bi Xiao remained rooted in place. Not the slightest hint of trepidation upon her countenance. How dare she be so audacious as to invite her own demise? Qi Jingzi scoffed inwardly at the sight of Bi Xiao, feeling a cold amusement. No Luo Jin Xian had ever dared to be so brazen before him. It was tantamount to courting death. However, before the white light could descend, a surge of power enveloped Bi Xiao, all transforming sacred art. Her voice was calm, devoid of any peculiarities, yet intertwined with her magic. It resonated with an extraordinary allure, imbued with a profound strength. As her words fell, the surrounding space seemed to morph into a tranquil lake. Centered around her, the void trembled, ripples emanating outward. In an instant, the white light, upon mere contact, was dissipated, rendered formless. What kind of power is this? Chu Jingzi's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression shifting drastically. The yin-yang mirror was his prized possession, and he understood its intricacies better than anyone. He had never encountered such a phenomenon. Even a quasi-saint could not so easily dispel it. What kind of divine power could obliterate all mysteries of the world? Without hesitation, he commenced his grand technique. Boom! Above him, the three flowers manifested, his magic radiating boundlessly, revealing the undeniable essence of the Luo Dao fruit, master of the 5 thunderbolts. This was the supreme thunder technique among the 36 celestial methods. The 5 thunderbolts representing the quintessence, corresponding to the 5 organs. It was through the convergence of these energies that one could ascend to the great path, commanding thunder and rain, suppressing evil spirits, and dispelling calamities. Now, unleashed with the overwhelming power of a Deluo Jin Xian, it was truly devastating. In a flash, the heavens darkened, thick clouds gathered, and purple lightning crackled, extending for miles before descending directly upon Zi Xiao. Crack! The very fabric of the earth seemed to tear asunder, the purple lightning illuminating all, imbued with cataclysmic force. Even the numerous disciples standing below felt an oppressive weight, nearly unbearable, underscoring the immense pressure Zi Xiao faced on the platform. Yet, standing resolutely upon the debate stage, Zi Xiao made no extraneous movements, striding toward Chu Jingzi with long, elegant strides. Her magic rippled outward, akin to waves cascading in all directions, embodying the profound mysteries of the all-transforming sacred art. This technique, an unparalleled secret, was said to have the power to nullify all divine arts, rendering all wondrous techniques obsolete, and now it unveiled its most terrifying might, as the robust thunderbolts descended upon her. They scattered and dissolved under the impact of her rippling aura, transforming into the purest form of spiritual energy, dissipating into the firmament in that moment, she approached Chu Jingzi step by step, resembling the most sacred of celestial beings. Untouched by earthly grime, impervious to all magical assaults. How can you possess such terrifying strength? Chu Jingzi was taken aback, completely thrown into chaos. Such divine powers he had never heard of, neither in artifacts nor in techniques. Anything that came into contact with her was reduced to the most primal form of spiritual energy, a display of might he had never witnessed or conceived. It was utterly horrifying. I declare your defeat. And thus you are defeated. Zi Xiao advanced, her long legs striding closer to Chu Jingzi, the ripples of the all-transforming sacred art enveloping him, stripping him of all his supernatural abilities. Even the 3 flowers atop his head trembled, dimming in brilliance, his very essence seeming to wane. My cultivation. Chu Jingzi's face paled as he hastily summoned his magic, invoking his divine techniques. However, what should have been a world-destroying display of power faltered at this moment, revealing no trace of its former might, all transformed into the purest spiritual energy, dissolving in the cosmos. All things decay, yet Zi Xiao endures. Begone! Zi Xiao's voice was frigid as she lifted her leg, delivering a kick that sent Chu Jingzi hurtling through the air. Bang! His physical form erupted, scattering into a rain of blood, before gradually reforming, though his complexion remained pale, devoid of color. This scene left the disciples of both sects in shock, none able to process the unfolding events. You are truly ruthless. Chu Jingzi stood, gazing at Zi Xiao with icy fury, his eyes filled with venom. Should looks be capable of murder, Zi Xiao would have been riddled with wounds by now. He felt acutely aware that his cultivation had been forcibly diminished by years. In the realm of cultivation, stagnation equates to regression, particularly at the Deluo Jin Xian level, where every advancement is earned through arduous practice, chance, and enlightenment. The loss of 5 years of cultivation meant he could not fathom how long it would take to recover. Such a method was more painful than death itself. What a truly ruthless heart. Ruthless. Ha! Do you even have a right to utter such words before me? If ruthlessness is the measure, should I choose to slay you today? What would it matter? Zi Xiao laughed heartily, standing boldly upon the debate platform, her spine erect, her figure graceful, exuding unmatched authority, surveying the surroundings as if she were a supreme empress, showcasing her unparalleled divine gifts. At this moment, The disciples of both sects began to register the reality of the situation, and soon a wave of thunderous cheers erupted. How is this possible? Chu Qing has actually been defeated. What kind of divine power is this? And how could she be so formidable? The Chan sect could hardly believe their eyes. With Chu Qing's defeat, their confidence was crumbling. I won. Senior Sister Bi Xiao is invincible, radiating an imperial aura, as if she were a goddess. With a single kick, she demonstrated unparalleled might. Such a figure, if known, would surely be named the Ruthless Empress. How long has it been since we last met? Bi Xiao has become so incredibly strong. Is this truly still the Bi Xiao we know? Zhao Gongming was momentarily entranced. Such poise, such an aerial kick. As a standout among the Deluo Jin Xian, he could discern the myriad differences that in this present age. Qi Jingzi has not only suffered defeat, but has also seen some of his Taoist powers diminished. Such ruthless tactics are truly overwhelming. This level of prowess undeniably marks him as a formidable individual. He never anticipated that one day he would display such magnificence among the Deluo Golden Immortals. Now, as a fellow Deluo Golden Immortal, can he still consider himself a rival to San Mei? Doubts linger in his heart. He cannot fathom how San Mei has become so powerful. After the debate concludes, he intends to inquire about her secret. Should she be willing to share, it would be a blessing. If not, he must resign himself to the fact that such opportunities are beyond his reach. Zhao Gongming is filled with hope. Who would not wish to uncover the methods of such strength? As a Deluo Golden Immortal, I shall reign supreme. Dare anyone from the Chan sect challenge me? Are there still those who would dare to strike? Bai Xiao stands upon the debate platform, exuding an overwhelming presence as she gazes disdainfully at all the disciples of the Chan sect, looking down upon the 12 immortals of Yu Su with contempt. The Chan sect is renowned in the primordial world, boasting that each disciple is exceptional, the CR Mi de la CR Mi. Who would dare regard them with such disdain? Yet at this moment, Bai Xiao dares, and indeed, she has done so. Who among the Chan sect would dare to oppose? Such audacity! Do they truly believe that the Chan sect is devoid of capable individuals? Guang Qingzi can no longer contain his fury. He leaps onto the stage, fixing his gaze upon Bai Xiao and summoning the Fan Tian seal from Qing Su Dao Zhenjun's possession with a wave of his hand. Along with the 12 golden immortals, has come to Jin Ao Island with the intention of humiliating the Jie sect while the saints are absent, thereby solidifying the Chan sect's reputation. After all, the Jie sect is currently formidable, aligned with the saintly path, drawing countless immortals and worship from the gods. Such prestige is perfectly suited to serve as a stepping stone for the Chan sect. For this, he has informed the current deputy leader of the Chan sect, Ran Deng Daoran. This is all to establish an invincible image. Prior to this, he had made comprehensive preparations, yet first emerged the fairy of colorful clouds. Not only claiming the title of the foremost in the Tai Golden Immortal realm, but also followed by Bai Xiao, who, despite her apparent weakness, forcefully overwhelmed Qi Jingzi, pushing him to his limits. The Jie sect ought to serve as a stepping stone for the Chan sect, a group of insignificant individuals, mere beasts in disguise. How dare they contend with them? During his confrontation with Qi Jingzi, Guang Qingzi recognized Bai Xiao's might, having mastered a supreme technique that could transform all laws into decay, rendering all divine wonders obsolete. However, he is not as easily defeated as Qi Jingzi. Standing upon the stage now, he possesses confidence. This time, he shall cleanse the Chan sect of all previous defeats and elevate its reputation. Uncle Master shall prevail. Uncle Master, let them witness the true strength of our Chan sect. A group of beasts, merely fortunate in victory. How can they truly engage with us? The disciples of the Chan sect are invigorated, rallying behind Guang Qingzi. He is the foremost among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, their greatest uncle master and the senior brother of all second-generation disciples. Such stature naturally signifies sufficient strength. He will not be defeated. Sister Bai Xiao, teach them a lesson. Sister Bai Xiao, let these people behold what true strength embodies. The Jie sect's disciples, unwilling to yield, stand fiercely against the Chan sect, refusing to give ground. If you surrender voluntarily, I can grant you a semblance of dignity. If you refuse this dignity, then I shall bestow it upon you. Bai Xiao disregards the voices from below, fixing her gaze upon Guang Qingzi, her posture upright, hands clasped behind her back, standing upon the platform like a spear piercing the heavens, as commanding as ever. Such audacity! Do you truly believe yourself invincible at this moment? Guang Qingzi, enraged, wastes no time and strikes directly at Bai Xiao. The Fan Tian seal is unleashed, aimed squarely at her forehead, a merciless blow. As his treasured artifact, its power vastly exceeds that when in the hands of Qing Su Dao de Zhenjun Wush. It seems to vanish into the void, moving with such speed that none can perceive its approach, only to suddenly materialize above Bai Xiao's brow. The ancient seal, wrapped in strands of sacred resonance, possesses tremendous might, as if intent on crushing Bai Xiao with a single blow. 10,000 transformations holy art. Without moving an inch, Bai Xiao channels her power, sending ripples cascading outward, transforming all divine anomalies into decaying, profound energy that spreads in all directions that I have long seen through your divine abilities. Guang Qingzi, with a cold smirk, suddenly appears above the Fan Tian seal, channeling his power as if unsealing something. In an instant, the Fan Tian seal expands dramatically. Its essence is forged from half of the Unzu mountain. Once known as the Heavenly Pillar, the very backbone left behind after Pangu's exhaustion in the creation of the world, its profundities are formidable, and now it manifests. In that moment, a colossal pillar arises above Bai Xiao's head, soaring into the clouds as if to pierce the heavens, connecting the skies and the earth, enveloping the entirety of Jin Ao Island beneath it, ready to crush everything. What is Guang Qingzi attempting to do? Has he gone mad? This is an indiscriminate attack. Sister Bai Xiao, move. At this moment, chaos ensues among the spectators. That towering pillar threatens to crush Jin Ao Island itself. Who could fathom such power? Even Bai Xiao, who initially possessed the ability to transform all laws into decay, finds her might diminished at this moment. Despite the ripples emanating outward, engulfing the Fan Tian seal and transforming it into a monumental pillar, it cannot diminish its profundity. It remains unparalleled. How could she possibly contend with Guang Qingzi? The Jie Sect's immortals, filled with concern, hurriedly call out, "Today, it is the Chan Sect's name that must prevail." Guang Qingzi stands high in the air, his expression indifferent, his feet upon the Fan Tian seal, descending upon Bai Xiao. "You insignificant being." Bai Xiao remains unfazed, her gaze fierce, imbued with an unyielding faith in her invincibility as she looks up at the descending pillar. In an instant, her aura shifts dramatically, her hands forming seals. The seal resembles a precious vase insignia. Seemingly simple, yet the process of forming it is immensely challenging for Bai Xiao, ultimately resulting in a semblance of the insignia. Nevertheless, even this is terrifying. Her aura surges to its zenith, her hair billowing as unparalleled devouring power emerges from her seal. Crack, crack, crack. Under the astonished gazes of all, the colossal pillar begins to shatter, starting from the point of contact with Bai Xiao, rapidly disintegrating, fragments falling away, devoured by her very being, augmenting her power. What kind of divine ability is this? This is overwhelmingly tyrannical. That is the essence of Unzu Mountain. Everyone is utterly dumbfounded. Unzu Mountain, once hailed as the Heavenly Pillar, connecting heaven and earth, its solidity is legendary. The primordial ancestor, unmatched in might, fell after a furious clash with the Unzu Heaven, a testament to its invulnerability. Who beneath the saints could break it? Not to mention, after being refined into the Fan Tian seal by Yuan Shi Tianzun, it not only retained its formidable nature, but also bore a faint sacred resonance, capable of crushing even the De Luo golden immortals. Yet now, what is Bai Xiao doing? She is consuming the Fan Tian seal, bit by bit, dissolving fragment by fragment, devouring. Such a feat, who could imagine? It is akin to gnawing at a meteorite. Not only does she not harm herself, but instead it crumbles effortlessly. Who could achieve such a thing? It is utterly absurd. How could she have grown so powerful in such a short time? What secrets lie beneath? They too wish to know. Is this truly my Sanmei? Zhao Gongming gazes in astonishment. Consume even the Fan Tian seal to replenish oneself. What sort of divine ability is this? He has never seen nor heard of such a thing. It is truly supreme. Before this, he believed that in a confrontation with Bai Xiao, the outcome was uncertain. But now he understands that he is no longer her match. One divine ability transforms all laws into decay. Another devours the heavens and earth to replenish itself. How does one even fight against this? He truly does not comprehend how his Sanmei has grown so strong. He too desires to become powerful. Zhao Gongming looks at Bai Xiao, his face filled with envy. Who wouldn't wish to gain such strength? Once the debate concludes, he must ask Bai Xiao, how is this possible? My Fan Tian seal. Guangchengzi's pupils constrict. Panic overtaking him that he has never witnessed such a divine ability. This is the Fan Tian seal. To think it could be consumed. Can it be any more outrageous? Withdraw. Without hesitation, he chants the incantation, hastily retracting the Fan Tian seal. Unwilling to take any chances that I find you quite impressive. Bai Xiao gazes at Guangchengzi, her eyes glinting with a murderous intent. She leaps into the sky, her seal resembling a black hole, suppressing the heavens and voraciously consuming all things. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, mountains and trees, treasures and divine abilities. Everything is devoured. Everything is dissolved, replenishing her very essence. And this is merely the insignia of the precious vase yet to be fully formed. The potential is unimaginable. What terror would ensue if that precious bottle seal were to fully emerge? It is simply unimaginable. Retreat. Guangchengzi, his heart gripped by fear, had never witnessed such a domineering divine power. A sense of insurmountable dread surged within him, and he swiftly withdrew, attempting to escape. Yet he could never shake off Bai Xiao, who seemed to draw ever closer. Harness the wind. Unleash the mist. Exhale flames. Shake the mountains and quake the earth. Stir the rivers and churn the seas. Guangchengzi unleashed a series of grand divine techniques, but they bore no effect whatsoever at that moment. Bai Xiao appeared as a supreme, demonic deity birthed at the dawn of creation. Ripples emanating endlessly beneath her feet, transforming boundless wonders into decay, rendering all laws non-existent. The seal in her hand devoured all, with the entirety of existence merely serving as sustenance for her being, an entity of unparalleled might. If you seek to forfeit your dignity, I shall assist you in doing so. As Bai Xiao approached Guangchengzi, the seal in her hand expanded, as if intending to envelop and consume him entirely. This is dire. At that instant, Guangchengzi felt the chilling grip of life and death, fear etched upon his visage. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the Fan Tian seal at Bai Xiao. Bang! Utilizing the force of the impact. He hastily retreated. However, Bai Xiao would not yield easily. With a sweeping motion of her hand, the seal enveloped half of Guangchengzi's form. Crack! In an instant, half of Guangchengzi's body was brutally torn apart, consumed entirely by the seal, transforming into the most primal elixir, merging with Bai Xiao herself. What sort of demonic power is this? Guangchengzi fell to the ground, channeling his spiritual energy to swallow an entire spirit herb, barely managing to restore his corporeal form. Yet he could distinctly sense what he had lost, not merely half of his physical body, but also a portion of his cultivation, in the blink of an eye. He had squandered a millennium's worth of progress. He even felt as though, before Bai Xiao, he had transformed into a humanoid elixir, and if she were to consume him wholly, he would surely dissipate entirely. His cultivation extinguished, to devour others and complete oneself. This demonic art was unheard of. All things in the world are merely my elixir. Standing upon the platform of discourse, Bai Xiao gazed disdainfully at all directions. Her presence unparalleled. She licked her lips, her eyes glinting with a bewitching light, somewhat unsatisfied. Merely consuming half of Guangchengzi's form, without taking his essence, already made her feel as though her cultivation had surged by a millennium. Victory! Bai Xiao, the disciple, had actually triumphed. A great victory. The disciples of the Jie sect were elated in stark contrast to the current state of the Chan sect. Defeated, again and again, they had lost to the Jie sect, whom they had held in contempt. They even began to question whether this was still the Jie sect they had deemed worthless. Yet, within the entirety of the Chan sect, not a single person could suppress the Jie sect. Instead, they found themselves overwhelmed and crushed that if such a Jie sect was deemed worthless, what then were they? At this moment, their very beliefs seemed to shatter. However, before the Jie sect could declare victory, suddenly, a formidable aura surged above Golden Ao Island, enveloping the entire island in an instant, causing the hearts of all Jie sect disciples to sink under immense pressure. Even the Deluo Golden Immortals felt it to be unbearable. This is the holy rhythm. It is the quasi-saint. Zhao Gongming's expression grew grave as he sensed a transcendent aura, tainted with the holy rhythm. It is indeed a quasi-saint. A quasi-saint has arrived, by Xiao of the Jie sect. Practicing demonic arts, devouring the fruits of others' paths, ruthless in her slaughter, neglecting virtue, bringing shame to the saintly lineage. Today, I, the lantern-wielding Taoist, in my capacity as the vice-master of the Chan sect, shall cleanse this saintly lineage. I shall destroy her foundation and sever her path to fruit. A voice resonated from the heavens, clarifying its identity. At the moment the voice appeared, a figure manifested from the horizon, suddenly appearing within Golden Ao Island. With hair fashioned in twin buns, clad in robes of dual colors, dressed in black and white, with celestial grace and a bone of the Tao, radiating brilliance, the spiritual light atop stretched 1,000 miles, encompassing all phenomena. The 9 returns golden elixir speaks not, having attained the sacred body, illuminating the essence that a guest from Lingjiu Mountain, Yuanjua Dao, the lantern-wielding Taoist, has arrived. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming was immediately incensed, glaring at the lantern-wielding Taoist. This is our Jie sect. Even if a member of the Jie sect has erred, it is of no concern to your Chan sect. Moreover, what wrong has my third sister committed? If you dare to act today, the Chan sect shall inevitably face retribution from the saints in the future. The affairs of our Jie sect have nothing to do with you. Do you even have the right to meddle in our matters? The disciples of the Jie sect were incensed, vociferously denouncing the lantern-wielding Taoist. They too were of the saintly lineage. If they could not protect their own disciples, what worth did their lineage hold? Furthermore, countless beings have been slain in the name of proving their paths. Not to mention the past demon ancestor Luo who, and even today, blood-seen nether ancestor, who harbored thoughts of exterminating all life. Yet has anyone ever dared to act against them? Now by Xiao, merely engaging in fair discourse, had not even resorted to lethal force, directly consuming Guangqingzi, and the lantern-wielding Taoist acts in such a manner. This is sheer humiliation towards the Jie sect, in their own home. Intruders sought to kill their senior and junior sisters. Should they not be furious? Should not the myriad immortals of the Jie sect be enraged? The lantern-wielding Taoist's expression remained indifferent, devoid of sorrow or joy. Standing in the air, casting a glance down upon the Jie sect disciples, his gaze devoid of any emotion. The 6 saints and the Tao ancestors are all of the same lineage, belonging to the Xianmen. Though there are divergences, each has their own doctrines, they are still of the Xianmen. Now that such a demonic disciple has emerged from the Jie sect, it is only natural to cleanse the lineage. Since you Jie sect refuse to acquiesce, then I, today, shall act on behalf of your masters to impose punishment. He had long since arrived, observing the discourse, and had discerned by Zhao's potential. Such supreme laws are deemed exalted. Top tier, and with time, would surely become a great calamity. This must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. You dare, if my master does not dare. Then, when he returns, you shall pay in blood for your debts. Lantern-wielding old fool, do you dare to strike? From all directions of Golden Ao Island, voices echoed. These were the Taoists of the many treasures, the Saint Mother of Golden Spirit, the Saint Mother of No Loss, and the Cloudy Sky Fairy. Although they were currently in seclusion, they had been stirred by the aura of the lantern-wielding Taoist, attempting to break through. Though they could not yet emerge, should the lantern-wielding Taoist truly dare to act. They would not hesitate to sacrifice their own cultivation to force their way out and slay this man. This is no longer a fair discourse. This is a matter of the saint's dignity. He is slapping the face of the saints. Such humiliation we shall never submit to. So it turns out you were all in seclusion. The lantern-wielding Taoist's expression remained unchanged as he scanned the source of the voices, finally revealing a cold smile. If you seek to emerge and obstruct me, you shall pay a price with your cultivation. Moreover, even if you emerge, what can you do? Can you truly stop me? The saint's retribution is but empty talk. In the past, when I entered the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the Tao, your masters were merely my senior brothers. Now that I am the vice master of the Chan sect, who dares to impose retribution? Who can impose retribution? Today, even if I were to annihilate your GS sect, what of it? He harbored unmatched confidence within. They all belonged to the saintly lineage. Who among them was weaker? Furthermore, with the saints absent, he was the most powerful among them. Who could impose retribution upon him? He gazed at Bai Xiao without a hint of hesitation, his hand reaching out directly towards her, intending to crush her and cleanse the lineage. The lantern-wielding Taoist stood against the heavens, surrounded by the intertwining laws of chaos, his aura boundless, overwhelming the skies, shaking the 8 directions, causing the vast East Sea to fall silent in that moment. Countless sea beasts dared not stir, hiding in the depths, as if confronted by a great terror, the quasi-saint, a golden immortal of chaos. The chaos is the unity of primordial energy, the beginning of all existence. Once one attains the path of quasi-saint, they exist eternally across endless time and space, in all realms, impervious to the great calamities. Such a powerful being, even in the primordial age, could be regarded as a top-tier powerhouse. Now, directly striking at Bai Xiao, even if only the force of his hand were to fall, the magnitude of its power would be unfathomable. Enhanced by the laws of chaos, that hand transformed into a Dharma form, towering as a colossal mountain, its fingers resembling celestial pillars, the lines of the palm and fingers like ravines, obscuring the sky and sun, intent on erasing Bai Xiao from existence. Unmatched lantern-wielding master, we must depart from here. Annihilate this group of beasts from the Jie sect. The disciples of the Chan sect cheered for the lantern-wielding Taoist, believing this power sufficient to crush all. Simultaneously, they hastily retreated, fearing the Jie sect disciples might lash out in their final moments. Is this what it means to be a quasi-saint? How could Bai Xiao possibly withstand such might? The disciples of the Jie Jiao were filled with trepidation, their minds shaken, although they contemplated resistance. Beneath the overwhelming force of the primordial laws, even standing was a luxury, let alone kneeling. Having been touched by the sacred resonance and witnessed the primordial essence, even if one were merely a quasi-saint. It was beyond their capacity to oppose, for the gulf between them was insurmountable. Such immense power could hardly be resisted by a great Luo golden immortal. It was indeed a daunting challenge. Sister Bai Xiao is in grave danger, exclaimed Randang. You dare to act thus? Today, none of you disciples of the Chan Jiao shall escape from Jin Ao Island. The voices of the 4 directions, Taoist Duo Bao, Holy Mother Jin Ling, Holy Mother Wu Dang, and the immortal Wu Yun, echoed in reproach towards Randang. Simultaneously, a formidable aura surged forth, indicating an intention to forcibly break through, even at the cost of injury. To confront Randang. This was the face of the Jie Jiao. After all, within the Jie Jiao, there was no one capable of contending against such an existence. Even they would need to join forces. It was not merely a disparity in talent, but rather the vast expanse of time spent in cultivation, far too ancient that in days of yore, when Randang listened to the Tao ancestor Hong Jun expound in the Zi Xiao Palace. Taoist Duo Bao was still but a mere treasure mouse, yet to transform. What an impressive figure Randang was. Zhao Gongming was seething with rage, his 3 flowers blooming atop his head, while the 5 energies surged within him. Intertwining with the great Luo laws, he considered himself to be merely lacking in time spent in cultivation compared to Randang. And given time, he would surely become a quasi-saint. Why fear Randang? Even in that moment, he felt no trepidation, gazing defiantly at the descending hand of Ran Deng, brimming with fighting spirit and ready to retaliate. They had already been brought to the brink, and furthermore, it was his third sister. How could he endure this? Especially since his third sister had only just attained the status of a great Luo golden immortal. How could she possibly contend with a quasi-saint? The gap was simply too vast. Brother, do not be hasty. I had not intended to intervene, but at this juncture, it seems I must, said Qiong Xiao. Regrettably, time is of the essence. I cannot guarantee his demise. Allow me and my second sister, third sister to handle this. Otherwise, your involvement may complicate matters. Before Zhao Gongming could act, he felt a firm grip on his shoulder from Yun Xiao. Her expression was one of concern. Lamenting her own preparations, Zhao Gongming was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Do you still wish to eliminate Ran Deng? He is a quasi-saint. Moreover, he belongs to an ancient cohort, as all 3,000 guests of the Zi Xiao Palace had already become golden immortals during the Long Han calamity. Not to mention now, a difference in great realms, merely managing to contend, is already remarkable, and you wish to kill him? Dare you speak more absurdly? And yet you say, I am a hindrance. Can you be any more unreasonable? It pierces the heart. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he witnessed Qiong Xiao act decisively. She gazed at the descending hand and gripped the hilt of the sword at her waist. The sword hummed even before it was drawn, in an instant. All the disciples surrounding her felt an inexplicable pressure weighing heavily upon their hearts, rendering them nearly incapable of maintaining composure. Slash! Qiong Zhao's gaze blazed as she suddenly drew her sword. With a whoosh, the blade was unsheathed, and in that moment, an unfathomable sword intent erupted forth, surging like the relentless tides of the ocean, boundless and inexhaustible. That instant, all present felt the overwhelming sword intent sweeping across heaven and earth. In their eyes, nothing else existed. Only the immense sword loomed, dominating all, poised to sever everything. Crack! The clouds above parted as if by divine will, cleaving along the line of the sword's edge, rolling to either side, revealing a clear sky, with no entity capable of obstructing the blade's sharpness. Boom! The torrential sword intent collided with the palm of Ran Deng, intertwining with the primordial laws, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated in all directions. Some disciples of lower realms were instantly blown away, utterly defenseless. Even the great Luo golden immortals had to retreat, avoiding the blade's brilliance. In but a moment, as if clearing the stage, only Bai Xiao remained on the debating platform. Surrounded solely by Qiong Xiao and Yun Xiao, two sleeves of azure dragons. Without hesitation, Qiong Xiao unleashed another strike. In an instant, the sword intent surged anew, intertwining into an invisible force. That moment, it even took form, manifesting as two azure dragons dancing. Dragon heads, horns, bodies, claws, tails, and scales, all woven from sword intent, roaring as they charged towards Ran Deng. Bang! The immense hand was torn asunder. The primordial laws cleaved apart, and a downpour of blood ensued. This scene left all spectators in a state of shock. That Qiong Xiao. They marveled at her newfound strength, her swordsmanship deemed unparalleled. Those who were in secluded cultivation, including Wu Yun, momentarily halted their thoughts of breaking through. Intimidated by Qiong Xiao, the chasm between a great Luo golden immortal and a quasi-saint was unfathomably vast, especially considering that Qiong Xiao was merely at the early stage of great Luo, while Ran Deng had already advanced to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, having severed his 3 corpses. Yet now, Qiong Zhao's swordsmanship was still capable of fending off Ran Deng. Such skill was truly supreme. Regrettably, they understood that despite its might, this swordsmanship could only reach its limits. This truly my second sister. How little time has passed, yet she has grown so formidable. Zhao Gongming gazed at Qiong Xiao. His eyes filled with astonishment that in the 2 strikes just witnessed, he felt an incredibly pure sword intent. Unlike the Chu Qing sword techniques, it was exceptionally sharp, as if directly pointing towards the Tao of the sword. Such swordsmanship was terrifying. If that strike were aimed at him, Zhao Gongming believed he would be powerless to resist. His third sister had surpassed him, and now, even his second sister had followed suit. At this moment, a feeling of desolation welled up within him as he looked at the three Xiaos, yearning to ask, "We are siblings, why not bring me along on this journey of growth?" Alas, despite this, he knew it would still be insufficient to confront Ran Deng. Zhao Gongming was acutely aware that while this swordsmanship was powerful, it remained far from enough to defeat a quasi-saint. After all, just moments ago, it had merely been a hand striking down. Ran Deng had not even utilized his treasures or divine techniques. This truly demonstrated the disparity between them. They had been severed. How could this swordsmanship be so fearsome? It could no longer be merely called swordsmanship. It was the Tao of the sword. Xiong Xiao, the unparalleled sister, the disciples of the Jie Jiao, erupted in cheers. The emergence of a quasi-saint instilled in them an unprecedented sense of pressure, even evoking feelings of invincibility. However, now, Xiong Xiao had proven through her swordsmanship that nothing was impossible. In their eyes, she appeared as a transcendent sword immortal. Who could have anticipated that the small Jie Jiao harbored such a sword immortal? Ran Deng stood firm beneath the heavens, gazing at his palm, where a wound had formed, continually oozing blood as the pure sword intent ravaged within. Making the primordial laws difficult to mend, that a great Luo golden immortal had managed to injure him, leaving him astonished. One must remember, the gap between them was wider than any chasm, utterly unbridgeable, yet now, Xiong Xiao had achieved it. If this person were not eliminated, they would surely become a future threat. Today, you shall not escape my grasp. Ran Deng's gaze turned icy as he regarded Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, his underestimation evaporating as he summoned forth the Qingquan ruler. This treasure was extraordinary, the foremost ruler of heaven and earth, a measuring instrument of the universe, capable of measuring heaven and earth, wielding boundless power. Now, under the impetus of his primordial laws, its might was further magnified, as if the cosmos itself were contained within the span of the ruler, bearing the force of the universe as it bore down upon Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao. Considering you were once among the 3,000 guests of the Zi Xiao Palace, listening to my master expound, by seniority, I should indeed address you as uncle. However, out of respect, I shall call you uncle, and if you offend me, I shall send you to the ground. Yin Zhao's voice was frigid, imbued with the power of the laws. As her words fell, radiant lights flickered around Jin Ao Island. The sound of buzzing filled the air as formations materialized, intertwining laws coalescing into a grand array. Within this array, the three talents were arranged, concealing the mysteries of heaven and earth, containing elixirs of deception and techniques of closure, capable of robbing immortals of their essence, extinguishing their spirits, ensnaring their forms, depleting their energies, diminishing the essence of the divine, and harming the bodies of the immortal. Immortals entering this array became mortal, while mortals entering it faced obliteration, in the 9 curves. No straight lines existed. As the intricacies of creation and the secrets of immortality were fully revealed, let them be the 3 great sages of the teachings. Even they cannot escape this fate. In but a fleeting moment, the formation rises to encompass the heavens and the earth, the momentum sweeping across the yellow river. A chilling wind howls, invading the senses, and a black mist engulfs the sun and moon. Drifting languidly, shrouded in profound darkness, a dreadful aura ascends to the skies, a pall of gloom blankets the ground, extinguishing the soul and spirit. It is none other than the 9 curves of the yellow river formation. In an instant, it ensnares the lantern-bearer, aiming to extinguish his soul, harm his celestial essence, and sever the 5 energies within his chest, as well as the 3 flowers atop his head. How could such a mere formation hope to hinder me? Though the lantern-bearer finds himself ensnared within the 9 curves of the yellow river, he remains unwavering, imbued with an indomitable spirit, devoid of fear. After all, he is a quasi-saint, no matter how formidable this formation may be. It is merely orchestrated by the Luo golden immortal. Why should he tremble? Grasping the universe-measuring ruler, he swings it with fervor, unleashing the forces of heaven and earth, as if the cosmos itself were being measured, showcasing unmatched prowess. Crack, crack, crack. The formation itself begins to waver, as the unleashed forces threaten to shatter some of the formation S flags. Lantern Bearer, how dare you create chaos? Without uttering a word, Bai Xiao plunges into the formation. The myriad transformations of the sacred art unfold, rendering even the most profound mysteries to decay as she invokes the devouring sky demon technique, aiming to consume the Lantern Bearer as if he were a grand elixir of the human form. Go! Simultaneously, she summons the primordial golden dipper. This artifact has existed since the dawn of creation, imbued with boundless mysteries, capable of containing all treasures of the universe, possessing an irresistible force to attract immortals and objects. Reputed to encompass the cosmos and the four seas, allowing it to collect all treasures. In an instant, a golden light streaks forth, rushing towards the Lantern Bearer, intent on enveloping him within the golden dipper. Yet, how could a mere deluo golden immortal hope to capture me? The Lantern Bearer, without a moment's hesitation, conjures 108 prayer beads, arrayed behind him, stretching across the sky, obscuring the celestial canopy. Each bead, under the influence of his primordial laws, radiates immense power, as if each transforms into a star, boundless and magnificent. 108 beads become 108 stars, resembling a sea of stars that blocks the primordial golden dipper. Were he merely a quasi-saint, he would not dare to be so audacious, fearing the might of the primordial golden dipper. But now, as a deluo golden immortal, how could he not dare? He employs the 108 prayer beads to shield against the primordial golden dipper, evading Bai Xiao's myriad transformations, relying solely on the collision of flesh, each strike resonating with primal force, delivering blows that reverberate profoundly. Even the most ordinary of fists, under the enhancement of primordial laws, descends upon the adversary like a meteor, tremendous in force, each punch capable of shattering mountains. Receive my sword. Seeing the situation unfold, Qiong Shao leaps into the formation, wielding her sword towards the Lantern Bearer. Instantly, a torrent of sword intent converges, descending upon the Lantern Bearer. A single sword strike seems to embody 1,000 swords, exceedingly fierce. The Lantern Bearer, having repelled Bai Xiao with a punch, now wields the universe measuring ruler against the sword-wielding Qiong Shao, unleashing the chaotic forces of the universe. Bang, bang, bang. The universe measuring ruler and Qiong Zhao's sword clash repeatedly. In the briefest of moments, they exchange dozens of strikes, generating immense sonic booms. Golden Dragon Scissors, seizing the opportunity. Yun Xiao gazes at the Lantern Bearer, summoning the Golden Dragon Scissors. This treasure, forged from 2 dragon spirits, absorbs the essence of the heavens and the earth, rising into the air, moving up and down. Protected by auspicious clouds, its heads meeting like scissors, its tails intertwining. Once caught, both form and spirit are annihilated, leading to certain death. Even the most powerful deities and the most elusive demons struggle to withstand such a force. With a resounding roar, the dragons cry out, charging towards the Lantern Bearer, intent on cleaving him in twain. Even with the 9 curves of the Yellow River Formation burdening him, the Lantern Bearer remains unconquered against the 3 heavenly maidens. His indomitable belief remains unyielding. Even amidst the relentless skirmishes with Qiong Shao and Bai Xiao, he still reserves strength to summon the purple gold bowl. Instantly, purple light surges forth, embodying the might to subdue dragons and vanquish tigers. As if intending to consume mountains and rivers within the bowl, clashing repeatedly with the Golden Dragon Scissors, blocking Yun Zhao's advance. Did you truly believe I had no further tricks up my sleeve? Yun Zhao's expression remained serene, unwavering throughout, as if all was within her calculations. Having prepared numerous contingencies long before her emergence, she could even afford to retain all disciples of the Chan sect in one fell swoop. Moreover, she had long anticipated any moves from quasi-saints. Now, the time has come. She gazes at the Lantern Bearer, her eyes ablaze, mana surging. Rise! The very heavens and earth resonate, as if summoned by some unseen force. Immediately, a torrent of formation flags emerges from all directions. Above, below, all around, from every corner, the formation flags fill the entirety of Golden Ao Island, densely packed, instilling a sense of dread. Form. Yun Xiao forms a seal. her mana surging as she activates the flags, setting the formation in motion. In an instant, all formation flags illuminate, interconnecting, as vast arrays take shape. One can witness flames soaring, ice freezing the heavens, blades flashing, golden light shimmering, winds and thunder roaring, lightning flashing as myriad formations manifest, unfathomably profound, infinitely mysterious. Furthermore, as these formations coalesce, deeper layers become evident. These formations are not singular, but interlinked, each augmenting the others. At this moment, each formation appears as yet another flag, merging into an exceedingly terrifying grand array. Crack, crack, crack. In but a moment, the world shifts color. The sun and moon lose their light. The skies above Golden Ao Island are shrouded in the overwhelming formation. Looking up, nothing is visible, only the boundless array enveloping all, obliterating everything. What manner of formation is this? How can it be so terrifying? Even from a distance, merely gazing upon it sends shivers down the spine. As if one's soul is on the verge of fleeing. Are these truly the disciples of the Chan sect that I know? The disciples of the Chan sect, having just fled Golden Ao Island, gaze in awe at the sprawling formation, their hearts gripped by terror. Before such a formation, they feel their insignificance, like a drop in the ocean. Should they plunge into it, they would not need to wait a moment. As the formation turns, their souls would be scattered, never to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Not only they, even the 12 immortals of Yushu, among whom there are certainly the Luo golden immortals, feel the same. Faced with such a colossal formation, they cannot even fathom withstanding it. This plunges them into profound self-doubt. The Chan sect disciples, varied in quality, lacking in innate talent, neglecting virtue, having practiced for but a short time. This was their long-held belief since entering the Chan sect. Yet now, the might of the Chan sect disciples completely overturns their understanding. Not to mention Bai Xiao, who possesses the grace of an empress, or Qiong Xiao, who embodies the essence of the supreme sword immortal. Simply considering Yin Xiao, who can manifest such a formation with ease. Who could achieve that? Who could resist? A group of the Luo golden immortals would be insufficient to withstand it. If this does not qualify as strength, then what does that make them? Is this the entirety of Sister Sanjiao's power? How could it be so terrifying? They once thought Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao to be formidable enough. Yet now, Yin Xiao proves to be even more fearsome. This formation might even rival that of their master. The disciples of the Chan sect gaze upward at the formation enveloping Golden Ao Island, each feeling the terror within. Even merely observing from a distance sends them trembling, far beyond their grasp. In their understanding, the last time they witnessed such a powerful formation was at their master's hands. Now, that fear resurfaces, the terror once dominated by the formation flooding back. They had not expected the techniques passed down by Brother Chu Qing to evolve to such a formidable level. If this were personally wielded by Brother Chu Qing, how powerful would it be? Fairy Kaiyun and immortal Hanji watched the battle between the 3 celestial maidens and the lantern bearer, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. Prior to the discourse, they had cultivated alongside the 3 maidens in the 3 celestial caves. Thus they understood the nature of the techniques the 3 now wield. According to the maidens, even now, they had yet to cultivate these techniques to their utmost, and there remained a vast distance to traverse. Yet, even so, the power they wield is utterly terrifying. One can only imagine, were Chu Qing to unleash the full profundity of these techniques, what grand spectacle would unfold. Perhaps the very heavens would not endure, time and space would collapse, and the flow of ages would come to a standstill. Though they have yet to meet, merely contemplating this conjures an image of a figure aloof from all existence, dictating the ages, of being deemed the utmost taboo, indelibly etched into their hearts. Perhaps Brother Chu Qing has surpassed their master. No wonder, during this debate, even when the lantern bearer intervenes, there is not a hint of response from Brother Chu Qing. After all, his power has reached such transcendence. Why would he concern himself with such matters? Indeed, this is the true essence of strength. Junior Brother Chu Qing, invincible. In the future, I must pay a proper visit to Junior Brother Chu Qing. Who would have thought that Sister Sanjiao would have reached such formidable heights? With such prowess, There is no need for us to intervene. The means by which she has enhanced her abilities remain a mystery, particularly those techniques that, while not of the, are nonetheless supreme. It seems Sister San Shao has encountered considerable fortuitous opportunities. Taoist, Duo Bao, and others, able to sense the overwhelming aura emanating from the formation, recognized that such a grand array could easily withstand a quasi-saint, even to the extent of leaving one severely injured. Even if it could not lead to their demise, it could effectively seal them within, allowing for continuous refinement through the passage of time. Such formidable tactics grant them the confidence to retreat into seclusion, for they were already on the brink of self-destruction, with little to concern themselves about. They resolved to enter a state of meditation. The small yin-yang array, the small 8 trigrams array, the small 5 elements array, the small 2 instruments array, the small Tai Chi array, the heavenly absolute array, the 9 curves yellow river array, the 4 symbols array, the 6 harmonies array, and the 7 stars array. Now combined, I surprisingly possess a forewarning of impending calamity. What a remarkable mastery of formations this is. Within the array, Taoist Ran Ding recognized many of the formations. While he would not fear a single formation, the current amalgamation of these grand arrays had coalesced into a singular entity, the intricacies of which far surpassed anything he could fathom. Even he, as an ancient quasi-saint, felt the chill creeping upon him, a fear of death enveloping his heart. Should he remain, he might be inevitably suppressed within this grand array. Old thief Ran Ding, surrender at once. Yun Xiao stood majestically in the void, her figure graceful, the dark green cloak billowing in the wind, accentuating her slender, jade-like legs. She exuded elegance, her voice as cold as ice, as she activated the formations. In an instant, all the arrays sprang to life. Infinite mysteries surged forth, winds howled, lightning flashed, fire and water converged, blades danced, sealing the heavens and the earth, all directed towards Taoist Ran Ding. This is not good. Taoist Ran Ding's expression shifted drastically, the invincible conviction he once held replaced by sheer terror. As the grand array commenced its operation, the foreboding sense of death that lingered in his heart intensified. Within this formation, he truly faced the possibility of demise. He employed the 5 elements escape technique, shifting and evading within the array, striving to break free. However, this formation was intricately linked, sealing off the heavens and the earth, as if it were a prison. Yin Zhongzi, save me. Taoist Ran Ding cried out urgently, employing secret methods to amplify his voice, which resonated through the grand array, echoing in all directions to the moment his voice fell. A profound sigh emanated from above the heavens. Alas, that today's events are indeed a misstep on the part of our, yet heaven possesses a virtue of mercy. Let this matter conclude here. Accompanying that voice was a blinding sword light. With a power to vanquish demons, it seemed crafted specifically to counter the demonic race. Beneath its radiance, all evildoers would be compelled to reveal their true forms, akin to a mirror that exposes monsters. Crack, crack, crack! The sword light struck the formation, instantly causing it to emit a sound of shattering, revealing fissures. Though it did not manifest, such a strike was enough to demonstrate its might. After all, it was said to be the embodiment of the ancient Honyun, steeped in profound fortune and terrifying heritage, size and auspiciousness. Taoist Ran Ding seized the opportunity to employ the transformation technique from the 36 heavenly gangs, capable of manipulating heaven and earth, while also concealing his form. He hastily slipped through the crack in the formation, but he dared not linger, sweeping his great sleeve to gather all disciples of the, hastening towards Kunlun, that a mere formation nearly led to his suppression. And this was merely Sister San Shao. Who could say if there were other formidable beings within the... He could not afford to hesitate. Sisters San Shao stood in the sky, retracting their treasures and formations. The heavens and earth returned to clarity, as if nothing had transpired. Yun Xiao gazed at the direction in which Taoist Ran Ding had fled, shaking her head in sorrow, displaying a countenance of deep regret. How reckless it was to allow him to escape. Next time, one must exercise greater caution and avoid such impulsiveness. This is far too perilous. She had not anticipated that aside from Taoist Ran Ding. there existed an even more formidable Yun Zhongzi. Truly a miscalculation. It seems I remain insufficiently prudent. This is exceedingly dangerous. Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao exchanged silent glances. Elder sister, do listen. Does that sound reasonable? He is a quasi-saint. Merely to withstand him is already commendable. And you, not only did you manage to withstand him without a single blow landing, but you also nearly set a formation to suppress him. Do you call this dangerous? Listen to yourself. Does this even make sense? We have triumphed. What quasi-saint, what vice-master of the could stand against Sister San Xiao? In the end, did he not flee in disgrace? Yin Zhongzi, save me. Truly, Sister San Xiao is invincible. The entirety of erupted in cheers. They had not anticipated that the celestial beings of San Xiao had grown so powerful. Taoist Ran Deng, an ancient quasi-saint, once a guest of the Zi Xiao Palace, with extensive cultivation time, had initially struck on to the hearts of all immortals. Yet now, had he not fled in disarray? How imposing he had been, declaring himself invincible. Yet it culminated in a hasty plea for Yun Zhongzi. Save me, leading to a swift conclusion. This attests to the might of Sister San Xiao, especially regarding the various techniques she displayed, which could undoubtedly be deemed supreme. Though not of they surpassed it in merit, revealing the depth of her fortuitous encounters. Having not seen them for a time, the three sisters had remarkably grown to such heights. Truly, their fortunes are profound. Zhao Gongming regarded the celestial beings of San Xiao and congratulated them. While there was a tinge of bitterness, as their elder brother, he felt a sense of gratification in their growth. Elder brother, it is not merely our profound fortune. All these techniques and our current state are due to the teachings of junior brother Chu Qing. Without his impartation, we would not be where we are now. Bai Xiao spoke directly, unveiling the truth. When mentioning Chu Qing, admiration illuminated her face, her eyes sparkling with fervor. However, when her words fell, they sent ripples throughout plunging it into a momentary silence before erupting into chaos. What? Chu Qing, a junior brother. Could he be one of our? We have such a formidable figure among us. Why have I never heard of this person? Indeed, we possess such a powerhouse. Why is his name not renowned? I seem to recall that he was brought back by our master from a journey through the primordial wilderness at Tea that time. He seemed somewhat reluctant to join. Now that you mention it, I remember he was that disciple, but how could I recall him not even being a golden immortal, let alone a true immortal? Surely not. Surely not. Could it be that a great figure is masquerading in humility, waiting to reveal his true strength? The immortals buzzed with chatter. They were largely unfamiliar with Chu Qing, many having never even heard his name. However, through the descriptions of other disciples, they gradually formed a vague outline of him. Yet, regardless of how they viewed it, it was not a favorable impression, were it not for witnessing the current might of Sister San Xiao. They might have thought it a deliberate deception. Zhao Gongming observed the celestial beings of San Xiao. Even now, as they mentioned Chu Qing's name, the admiration on their faces was unmistakable, a sentiment that could not be concealed. Not only they, but even Kaiyun and Hanji were similarly enraptured, their expressions filled with reverence. Zhao Gongming furrowed his brow. Could this truly be the case? After all, the rapid enhancement of the three celestial beings' power, coupled with their mastery of one terrifying technique after another, perhaps only this explanation holds water. With a wave of his hand, his voice resonated throughout the discussion platform, reaching every disciple's ears. Whether junior brother Chu Qing possesses such abilities, we shall find out through a visit. As his words fell, they ignited a resonance among all disciples. Indeed, a visit will reveal all. Wait, Yin Xiao, observing the multitude of disciples eager to swarm towards Chu Qing, quickly interjected. Junior brother Chu Qing has been with it for so many years, remaining low-key and hidden. He evidently prefers to avoid the limelight. Now that so many of you are heading there together, would that not disturb his tranquil cultivation? At that moment, one could only fear that the pursuit of the Tao would be in vain, accompanied by reproach. If one wishes to go, let them proceed one by one. There should be no crowding, no clamor. Upon hearing this, the celestial immortals of the Jie sect nodded in agreement. Clearly in consensus, If Chu Qing were indeed a person fond of displaying his prowess before others, it would have been impossible for him to remain obscure after so many years in the Jie sect. Now, they had not even heard of his reputation, indicating that he evidently preferred tranquility. Brothers and sisters, as the outer sect's senior brother, and with Master Duobao not present, I shall take the initiative today. Zhao Gongming stepped forward. Given his status and strength within the Jie sect, there was no dissent, and the celestial immortals quickly acquiesced. Instantly, they transformed into a flowing stream of humanity, led by the three Xiaos, as they made their way to Chu Qing's cave dwelling. As they approached Chu Qing's cave, Yin Xiao drew near to Zhao Gongming and quietly inquired, "Elder brother, have you prepared a gift?" "Prepared a gift?" Zhao Gongming was momentarily taken aback. Was it necessary to bring a gift? Yin Xiao regarded him with a look of exasperation, sighing, "Alas, elder brother, think about it. Chu Qing has been cultivating in seclusion within the Jie sect, clearly wishing to avoid entanglements. Now, as we visit him, we seek his assistance and are not familiar with him. Although we may address him as junior brother, that is merely due to the blessings of our master. He entered the sect later than us. But how does that concern us? You bring nothing. Is this not disrespectful? Elder brother, you are far too impulsive. In the future, you must act with more circumspection." Zhao Gongming suddenly realized the truth in her words. Indeed, it made sense. He pondered for a moment before looking at Yin Xiao. "I seem to have a plant of the superb postnatal spiritual root, the undying true phoenix grass. I wonder if that would suffice." Yin Xiao nodded. That should be adequate. With Zhao Gongming's approval, she felt reassured. By now, she understood that regardless of how exaggerated her words had been at the Dao discussion platform, they were grounded in reality. It was merely her cautious nature that had amplified her concerns. Certainly, this was a good thing. Her prudence had earned recognition, proving its merit. Before long, the celestial immortals of the Jie sect arrived at the entrance of Chu Qing's cave. Is this the cave of senior brother Chu Qing? It indeed appears extraordinary. Just moments ago, they had referred to him as junior brother, and now they were calling him senior brother. Though the cave appeared unremarkable, it was likely a return to simplicity, embodying the profound essence of the Tao. The group of disciples gazed at Chu Qing's cave, continuously lavishing praise. Zhao Gongming stepped forward, turning his back to the entrance of the cave, smiling as he addressed the gathered Jie sect disciples. "Brothers and sisters, I shall take the lead." Without hesitation, he produced the undying true phoenix grass from his sleeve, channeling his magical power to adorn it before approaching the entrance of Chu Qing's cave and knocking on the door. "Is junior brother Chu Qing within? I am Zhao Gongming, and I have a matter to discuss. I humbly request an audience." Behind him, the Jie sect disciples were instantly taken aback by Zhao Gongming's demeanor. "Oh dear, our senior brother even brought a gift. We have not prepared anything. Does this not show a lack of courtesy? How could our senior brother not remind us?" Panic ensued among the Jie sect disciples. Initially, they had not considered it, but upon seeing the gift in Zhao Gongming's hands, they were jolted into realization. As the saying goes, when courtesy is abundant, it is never resented. Bringing a gift would not guarantee success in seeking the Tao, but it could yield some guidance. And what if success were achieved? That would be a tremendous gain. No, they must prepare gifts. In an instant, many adept Jie sect disciples hurriedly summoned their yellow turban warriors to return to their caves and procure gifts. Meanwhile, Chu Qing, who was on the second floor of the cave, naturally heard Zhao Gongming's voice and the commotion of the disciples. Rising from his meditation mat, he looked down from the railing on the second floor and was instantly stunned. "What in the world? Why are there so many people? And they're all gathered at my cave entrance without any intention of leaving, led by Zhao Gongming no less. Could it be that they are here to confront me because I did not attend the Tao discussion? And I was absent when the Chan sect pressured the Jie sect?" Panic surged within him. After all, he had remained inconspicuous within the Jie sect for many years, and understanding the sect's future fate, he sought to distance himself while diligently cultivating, making it fair to say he was unfamiliar with many disciples. Now, with so many seeking him out, he felt an ominous premonition. Furrowing his brow, he mused before sighing. Well, it has come to this. Besides, it is Zhao Gongming knocking, It is either a blessing or a curse. If it is a curse, I cannot avoid it. I shall go down and see. Brother Gongming, what brings you here? Please come in and speak. Chu Qing opened the cave door to find Jiao Gongming standing at the entrance, clad in celestial robes, with a dark complexion and thick beard, wearing an iron crown. He was not particularly tall, around 1.70 meters, and somewhat stout, giving off an impression of honesty. However, Chu Qing was acutely aware that Jiao Gongming was far from the simpleton he appeared to be. Rather, he was quite astute. Moreover, he had had no prior interaction with Jiao Gongming. Now, with so many GS Sect disciples accompanying him, it was clear that matters were unlikely to be straightforward, not to mention the many GS Sect disciples standing farther back. Whether one stepped forward or retreated, it was a perilous situation. Though his heart raced, he maintained an outward calmness and indifference, especially under the veiling of the Hongming pure Qi art. Not only was his realm concealed, but even his aura seemed increasingly ethereal and transcendent, exuding an inscrutable charm. The moment Jiao Gongming beheld Chu Qing, his heart jolted and his pupils constricted slightly. This person truly defied the heavens, having cultivated for many years within the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. He had even begun to probe the path toward quasi-sainthood. Yet even at such a level, he could not discern Chu Qing's strength. When his divine sense probed forward, it encountered only haze and chaos. Feeling utterly lost, though standing right before him, it felt as if an infinite distance separated them, as if Chu Qing existed in another realm, suspended between the void and reality. What a formidable power this was! It was beyond imagination. Even when facing his master, he had never felt such a sensation, which was utterly terrifying. At this moment, he fully believed in the words of the three Xiaos. Such a mighty figure could casually impart a few supreme teachings. What of it? Was there a problem? Jiao Gongming thought there was none. He followed Chu Qing into the cave, and his eyes fell upon numerous bookshelves filled with an unknown quantity of tomes, at Chu Qing's behest. They sat across from one another at a modest square table. Chu Qing regarded Jiao Gongming. Brother Gongming, I wonder. Before he could finish, Jiao Gongming interrupted directly. Senior brother Chu Qing, to address me thus is to belittle me. From now on, simply call me Xiao Zhao. The terms brother and junior feel rather distant. In this undying, true phoenix grass, please accept it that I understand that with your level of cultivation, such a spiritual root may be of little use. But it is a token of my sincerity. His smile was radiant as he placed the undying, true phoenix grass upon the table. Chu Qing looked at the palm-sized, blood-red root with two leaves resembling the head of a phoenix. Hearing Jiao Gongming refer to him as Xiao Zhao repeatedly left him somewhat bewildered. What was happening? The esteemed outer sect senior brother was presenting him a gift, addressing him with such familiarity. It almost felt like flattery. Was he still dreaming? Chu Qing was quite taken aback. Even somewhat unable to comprehend, he gazed at Jiao Gongming and tentatively began, Before he could finish, he saw Jiao Gongming's smile suddenly stiffen. Chu Qing quickly amended, Xiao Zhao, may I ask what brings you here today? Jiao Gongming nodded vigorously. Senior brother, I have recently been feeling perplexed in my cultivation, and I heard from the three sisters that you once provided them with guidance. Hence I have come to seek your counsel. I see. Upon hearing this, Chu Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a significant opportunity. Previously, the utility of one's innate talent had already been confirmed through the experiences with the three heavens. As long as the other party engaged with the novels or comics within one's library, they could glean profound insights and enhance their power. Furthermore, one could simultaneously acquire a new technique with the added benefit of accelerated cultivation. Akin to sharing resources, this was truly a reciprocal endeavor. One was initially troubled by the reluctance of the disciples of the to indulge in novels. Yet unexpectedly, Jiao Gongming presented an opportunity at hand. Moreover, he graciously offered a plant of the immortal true phoenix grass, a remarkable postnatal spiritual root. Even though one had already attained the realm of the golden immortal, this would significantly benefit one's cultivation, enabling rapid enhancement of strength. Not only could one acquire techniques, but also treasures, truly hitting multiple targets with a single arrow. Additionally, apart from Jiao Gongming, numerous disciples of the awaited outside. Now, if Zi Xiao harbored such thoughts, could it be that the other disciples shared the same sentiment? Merely contemplating this notion filled Chu Qing with immense excitement. This was destined to be a bountiful harvest. Without hesitation, Chu Qing regarded Zi Xiao and calmly stated, "I see. However, techniques are destined for those with affinity. Those bookshelves possess your fate. Go seek it out." Bookshelves? Zi Xiao paused, glancing at the rows of shelves nearby, puzzled. "Are you referring to these shelves, senior?" Chu Qing nodded, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. The nuances of fate are ineffable to this moment. He discerned that Zi Xiao regarded him as a legendary being of immense power. If this were to be exposed, only he would bear the consequences. Thus, he resolved to maintain this charade. After all, with his current rate of cultivation, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Zi Xiao, becoming the great figure in Zi Xiao's mind. As Zi Xiao listened to such words and observed the increasingly inscrutable Chu Qing, he felt an even deeper sense of mystery. Truly, being a senior, even teaching techniques seemed so casual. Yet he remained uncertain as to which book on the shelves contained the teachings. After all, with so many texts, it was improbable that each one was a supreme technique. Even his master, a sage of the heavenly path, could not possess such a plethora of teachings. He did not hesitate further, rising to approach the bookshelves and scrutinizing the tomes displayed. The legendary Meng Tianzhong, the Chronicle of the Primordial Emperor, the Tale of the Void Emperor, the Myth of Anlin, the Legend of the Song Emperor, the 10 Fiendish Thunder Emperor, all of these appeared more akin to novels. Zi Xiao's frown deepened as he perused the titles. From the names of these books, he sensed not a whisper of the supreme. Instead, they resembled the mythological tales and strange stories of the mundane world. Was this truly a technique? He was filled with doubt. However, recalling the three heavens, he cast another glance at Chu Qing, who remained seated with closed eyes, emanating boundless Taoist resonance, inscrutable and unfathomable, and chose to trust once more. After all, Chu Qing was a senior. He wouldn't deceive him with mere novels. Would he? With so many books, which one should he select? Following Chu Qing's earlier words, techniques are destined for those with affinity. Perhaps he should choose based on fate. Zi Xiao remembered what Chu Qing had previously said. Fate is ineffable. It was as if he had grasped some profound truth. He then closed his eyes, dismissing all the titles he had seen, and randomly pulled a book from the shelf. The 10 Fiendish Thunder Emperor. To his surprise, the title suggested a thunderous divine power. He had always excelled in thunder techniques, and his master had praised him for his innate talent in the realm of thunder. It was indeed a fate aligned with him. Zi Xiao opened his eyes, gazing at the title in his hands, and recalled the formidable nature of the three heavens, his heart brimming with anticipation. Holding the book, he approached Chu Qing and respectfully bowed, saying, "Thank you, senior, for bestowing this technique." Chu Qing opened his eyes and beheld the title in Zi Xiao's hands. The 10 Fiendish Thunder Emperor was indeed commendable. He would devote himself to diligent cultivation upon returning. The ancient 10 fiends, as described within the book, were 10 forbidden beings, each possessing immense power. Among them, the Thunder Emperor was particularly terrifying, with the capacity to channel divine will and enact celestial punishments. Truly formidable. One could not help but wonder if, upon Zi Xiao's comprehension of the text, he would also gain the Thunder Emperor's technique. "Thank you, senior," Zi Xiao reiterated, further affirming his belief that this was indeed a legendary supreme technique, and then he departed the loft. Just as he stepped out, a throng of disciples surrounded him. "Senior Gongming, did Chu Qing impart a technique?" "Indeed, Senior Gongming. What was the outcome?" "Senior Gongming, what did you acquire?" A chorus of eager inquiries erupted, filled with curiosity, particularly from the long-eared Jingguang immortal, who awaited Zi Xiao's response with bated breath. "Call me senior, not junior." Zi Xiao shot them a glare, hurriedly admonishing them. For someone like Chu Qing, if ignorance was forgivable, now that he was aware, how could he continue to address him as a junior? Yes, Senior Gongming, please do share what technique you have obtained." "Indeed, Senior Gongming, we yearn to know what teachings you have received." The long-eared Jingguang immortal, along with the group of disciples, gazed at Zi Xiao with eager anticipation. The long-eared Jingguang immortal harbored his own motives. Although the three heavens had acquired a technique, it did not imply that all could also gain such knowledge. If Zi Gongming merely obtained minor divine abilities, it would be less valuable than the exceptional spiritual route he had prepared. Zi Gongming shook the book in his hand, a proud expression gracing his face, as if to flaunt. Do you see this? The 10 Fiendish Thunder Emperor? The long-eared Jingwang, immortal, scrutinized the title with a perplexed expression. The name hardly resembled that of a technique. The more he looked, the more it seemed akin to a novel. Indeed, I have encountered similar titles during my visits to the mortal realm. They appeared to be novels. Could it be that he had been deceived? A wave of skepticism washed over the crowd, and just as they were about to summon the three heavens for clarification, they discovered she had already departed. Zi Gongming cast a disdainful glance at them all. What do you understand? The teachings imparted by the senior cannot be conflated with mundane tales. This is what one refers to as divine mysteries concealed. The more profound the knowledge, the more ordinary it often appears. The others suddenly grasped the situation, exclaiming, I see now, I see now. Senior Gongming, why don't we read this technique together? Let us broaden our horizons. Indeed, Senior Gongming, allow us to witness this. After all, this was a supreme technique. Opportunities to witness such things were rare, and the disciples were eager to partake. The long-eared Jingwang, immortal, shared the same sentiment. Wishing to see what made this peculiar title so distinct. Very well. If that is the case, let us read it together. Zi Gongming responded with a generous spirit, harboring no intentions of secrecy. He opened the 10 Fiendish Thunder Emperor and began to read alongside his fellow disciples. However, after merely flipping through a few pages, everyone sensed something amiss. This is clearly a novel. Furthermore, it was a biographical narrative. The long-eared Jingwang, immortal, regarded Zi Gongming with a peculiar expression. Senior Gongming, this appears to be a novel. Did you perhaps take the wrong one? Zi Gongming's already darkened countenance grew even darker at that moment. Take the wrong one? This is what I selected myself, and Chu Qing even reviewed it before I left. How could it be wrong? Could it be that I was deceived from the very beginning? Yet this thought barely surfaced in his mind before he swiftly dismissed it. Leaving aside the fact that he truly could not fathom Chu Qing's strength, he undoubtedly surpassed him. Such a powerful presence had no need to mislead him. Furthermore, this matter had been proposed by his three sisters. They would never deceive him. Yet, what he held in his hands was undeniably a novel. Could it be that this novel contained hidden secrets? Having perused several pages, it is prudent to complete the reading before forming any conclusions. Once finished, the nature of this material will become abundantly clear. Zi Gongming exhibited no hesitation, his focus entirely absorbed in the text of the 10 Fiend Thunder Emperor. The disciples of the Jie Jiao, surrounding him, observing his intense demeanor, were somewhat reluctant to abandon their curiosity and continue to read alongside him. However, after a few more pages, they collectively concluded that this was merely a novel, devoid of any remarkable substance, that if there was any redeeming quality, it was perhaps the engaging nature of the story itself. Let us depart. What a grand deception! Disperse, disperse. We are serious cultivators. Who has time to indulge in novels? Indeed, as a dignified cultivator, I would rather starve than resort to reading fiction. In an instant, the crowd dispersed, filled with profound disappointment. They had hoped to acquire some supremely powerful, unparalleled technique, only to be met with this. Who in their right mind would waste time on novels during serious cultivation? Especially long-eared Dingwang Xian, whose expression was one of disdain did I, the esteemed rabbit lord, scoff at even the most common spells. Novels are beneath my notice. As the throng scattered, a group of Jie Jiao disciples, unaware of the unfolding events, approached long-eared Dingwang Xian. Senior brother, what technique did Brother Gongming acquire? Their curiosity piqued, they eagerly inquired, as it directly pertained to their own potential gains. Long-eared Dingwang Xian regarded his fellow disciples with scorn. Technique? You still seek a technique? It is but a novel. We have all been deceived. The true methods are not so easily acquired in this world. Disperse. Upon hearing this, the group of disciples exchanged glances at a novel. Merely a novel. Was there any need to seek it out? A trip to the mortal realm would surely yield countless such tomes. Their disappointment was palpable. It seemed that there were no shortcuts to obtaining genuine methods in this world. They had imagined a path to ascend to the heavens. but it now appeared to be nothing more than a fleeting mirage. Dispersed, as news spread, the disciples, filled with disillusionment, contemplated leaving. Who would dare confront the three Xiao, setting aside their esteemed status within the Jie Jiao? Even the display of strength upon the discussion platform rendered them untouchable within the vast Jie Jiao. Yet, just as the crowd prepared to disperse, a sudden thunderclap erupted above Jin Ao Island. Boom! The thunder roared, reverberating through the heavens. A different kind of thunder, gathering the essence of the five organs into a singular force. Within that thunder, an air of celestial authority seemed to judge all beings, sending shivers down the spines of the Jie Jiao disciples, compelling them to kneel and submit to the heavenly Tao. Boom, boom! Purple gold lightning intertwined, dancing wildly in the air. I am the Thunder Emperor. I wield the divine punishment of heaven. At that moment, Zhao Gongming's voice echoed through the skies. He ascended slowly, standing aloft, as if his words alone commanded the law. With boundless thunder protecting him like a regal mantle, imbued with celestial intent, in that instant, he appeared as the true sovereign of thunder, ruling over the heavenly lightning and executing divine justice. What manner of thunder technique is this? It is entirely unlike any I have ever learned. Could this be the method imparted by Chu Qing? The heavenly thunder rolled, imbued with celestial will, enacting divine punishment. Such a technique is indeed unparalleled. The fact that such a thunder method has been passed down, who would dare claim that what Chu Qing provided was merely a novel? This is, without a doubt, the supreme method. In that moment, the disciples of Jie Jiao erupted in fervor. The talk of a novel was instantly forgotten. You dare call this a novel? Which novel grants insight into the supreme methods? As the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, Zhao Gongming bowed respectfully towards the library and proclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for bestowing this method, propelling the excitement to its zenith." At that moment, the myriad immortals of Jie Jiao could no longer contain themselves. Rushing toward Chu Qing's abode. Do not be hasty, do not be reckless. Senior Chu Qing possesses countless methods, and his depth of knowledge is beyond our comprehension. It is feared that within Jie Jiao, every one of us may be granted a method. Should we disregard decorum? Should we provoke Senior Chu Qing? We would face dire consequences. Zhao Gongming stood firm against the heavens, the lightning crackling around him, forming a magnificent purple-gold throne of thunder, crowning him as the emperor, commanding the heavenly wrath. His dark beard framed a face that, though somewhat simple, now radiated authority, enhanced by the celestial will that enveloped him. Observing the rushing disciples toward Chu Qing's abode, he admonished, "Disciples, heed my words." Upon hearing Zhao Gongming's command, the disciples immediately halted, falling into a respectful silence, fearful of incurring Chu Qing's displeasure, while acquiring a method was paramount. It was even more crucial to avoid angering Senior Chu Qing. After all, he was present, and though Jie Jiao had many members, one day it would be their turn. However, should they provoke him, it would not be long before he departed from Jin Ao Island, retreating into the primordial chaos, leaving them to lament their misfortune. Not only would they lose their own opportunity, but they would also jeopardize others' chances. This would foster animosity. Thus, the disciples of Jie Jiao lined up in an orderly fashion. At the forefront stood the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, followed by the 7 immortal attendants and the 10 heavenly lords. The formation was naturally organized according to their ranks within Jie Jiao. Long-eared Dingwang Xian, positioned behind the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, gazed at the imposing Zhao Gongming, who surveyed the line of disciples with great authority, and called out, "Brother Gongming, initially, the book you presented was indeed a novel. Could it be that the supreme method is recorded at the end of this novel?" He was filled with perplexity. Having read it alongside Zhao Gongming, he was acutely aware that it was indeed a novel, and Zhao Gongming had not exchanged it for another. Yet Zhao Gongming had derived a supreme method from it, which left him bewildered. Not only long-eared Dingwang Xian, but also other Jie Jiao disciples shared his confusion. Looking up at Zhao Gongming with anticipation for an explanation, you all remain oblivious to Senior Chu Qing's profound intentions. Zhao Gongming turned his gaze toward the library, his eyes burning with fervor. His face alight with admiration and reverence, he spoke solemnly. Supreme methods are hard to come by. Even if one acquires them, comprehending them requires countless years. Let's set aside other considerations. Just the 36 celestial techniques and 72 terrestrial arts taught by our master. How many years have you spent merely at the entry level? If I were to bestow upon you the scriptures of the supreme methods, could you truly comprehend them? Even if you could, how many years would that require? However, Senior Chu Qing had foreseen all of this and made an incredibly significant decision. You think it was merely a novel? The disciples of Jie Jiao were momentarily taken aback, gazing at Zhao Gongming. Could it be that the novel contained some divine wonders? Indeed, it is a novel. Yet the method lies within its pages. The essence of the method is cloaked within an enthralling narrative, with all its mysteries hidden in the text, allowing one to grasp the supreme methods while immersed in the story. This is the unparalleled strategy of Senior Chu Qing. Zhao Gongming had nearly been led to believe that he had been duped, that he had merely acquired a novel. Yet upon completion, he realized the profound intention behind Chu Qing's actions. This novel is the supreme method. By weaving the supreme method into a novel, every word serves to assist one in understanding the law, and the moment one finishes reading is precisely when enlightenment occurs. Such a method, even his master, a saint of the heavenly Tao, could not achieve. This is truly an unparalleled taboo. Moreover, when he was in the library, he had perceived so many books, thinking them to be mere trifles. Now it seemed that each of those tomes was a repository of supreme methods. One person alone possesses such an abundance of supreme methods. What a terrifying existence this is at this moment. He even began to suspect that Chu Qing's true power had surpassed that of his master. It was not merely an abstract notion, but a genuine sensation. After comprehending the Thunder Emperor's method within the novel, he could feel Chu Qing's extraordinary nature. And no longer did he seem as ethereal and otherworldly as when he first encountered him in the library. Now, looking back toward the library, he sensed an overwhelming presence of a supreme taboo. Commanding the highest thunder techniques, the Thunder Emperor's methods he had grasped were already deemed supreme. Cultivated to perfection, they could coalesce into a thunder pool, drawing upon the will of the heavenly Tao to enact divine punishment. Not merely a form of thunder, but a true thunder tribulation. Yet at this moment, the thunder principles felt even more potent within the confines of the library. That breath, transcending the celestial principles, surpassing the myriad realms of existence, embodies eternity. As if it possesses the power to judge the very fabric of heaven and earth, transforming itself into the sovereign of calamity, capable of adjudicating all. It has already transcended the laws of thunder. Approaching the Tao, nearing the eternal. Such strength, I fear, truly signifies the attainment of sainthood. Through the art of law, a novel is born, each character serving as both narrative and supreme law. Such a method is unprecedented. It turns out this is the true intention of Senior Chu Qing. I initially harbored doubts about him, and I feel utterly foolish. I am enamored. I always knew Senior Chu Qing was extraordinary. The hearts of the immortals of the Jie Jiao trembled. It is well known that comprehending the law is arduous. Even with exceptional foundations and remarkable insight, it requires years of refinement and guidance from the powerful to grasp the law. Not to mention this supreme law. Even the 36 heavenly techniques and 72 earthly arts imparted by our esteemed Master Pale in comparison to the supreme law. Yet, to even begin to comprehend them took many years of effort to glimpse the threshold. Then, when Senior Chu Qing made his move, turning law and a narrative to assist others in understanding the Tao, what audacity! Even our master has never treated disciples in such a manner. Senior Chu Qing, you are truly benevolent. At that moment, countless disciples, though they had yet to see Chu Qing, found his name indelibly imprinted upon their hearts. Although Zhao Gongming mentioned that within Senior Chu Qing's cave abode lay myriad laws, accessible to every disciple of the Jie Jiao, how could one person possibly possess such an abundance of supreme laws? It is simply impossible. Those who entered first would undoubtedly select the best, while those who arrived later would be left with the remnants. Or perhaps even miss the opportunity to acquire any law at all I must be the first to obtain a supreme law. The long-eared Dingguang immortal observed the turtle spirit mother standing before him, preparing to enter, calculating in his heart. Each disciple of the Jie Jiao could obtain a law. Just hearing that is enough to know it is implausible. The Jie Jiao is said to welcome myriad immortals, with the gods paying homage. Yet within such a vast sect, could there possibly be only a myriad of immortals? Correspondingly, there must be a vast array of supreme laws. Who could possibly achieve that? Even the Tao ancestor himself might struggle to do so. I, the Rabbit Lord, must enter first. He stepped forward, patting the turtle spirit mother's shoulder, speaking in a gentle tone. Turtle spirit sister, I have recently encountered many confusions in my cultivation and urgently need to break through. Yet I have made no progress, which has become a source of distress. Alas, our master has not returned, and Senior Mithiao remains in seclusion, leaving me without anyone to consult, and why comprehension and talent pale in comparison to yours. Sister, now that we have this opportunity to visit Senior Chu Qing, perhaps you can help me unravel the difficulties in my cultivation. Might you allow me to enter first to inquire of Senior Chu Qing? The turtle spirit mother, having attained her enlightenment during the era of the Flame Emperor, though a true disciple, had entered later than the long-eared Dingguang immortal and thus referred to him as senior brother. She regarded him with a straightforward disposition, sharing the camaraderie of the Jie Jiao disciples, and replied directly, "Very well, in that case, you may enter first, senior brother Dingguang." "Thank you, sister." The long-eared Dingguang immortal rejoiced, repeatedly expressing his gratitude as he stepped into the library. Due to the formation obscuring the cave, those outside could not see the interior. Upon entering, he beheld row upon row of bookshelves, so many novels. How many supreme laws must there be? His eyes widened in astonishment. He had thought Zhao Gongming's words were merely to console the disciples of the Jie Jiao. Yet now he realized the truth and why vision was too limited. With such an abundance of supreme laws, it is likely that one person could acquire several. Moreover, this is only the first floor. How wondrous must the second floor be? Just the thought of it sent shivers down the spine of the long-eared Dingguang immortal. As his gaze shifted from the rows of bookshelves to Chu Qing, he fell to his knees. There sat Chu Qing, quietly on a stool, yet his entire being was enveloped in an infinite aura of Tao, with divine chants resonating around him, exuding an immense majesty that seemed to judge all realms, embodying the sovereign of calamity. Thud! The long-eared Dingguang immortal knelt before Chu Qing. Junior long-eared Dingguang immortal seeks an audience with Senior Chu Qing. It is but a humble token of respect. I hope Senior Chu Qing does not take offense. He held forth a vibrant red carrot, brimming with spiritual energy, the Tao's essence swirling around it. Clearly a top-quality spiritual root. Chu Qing, engrossed in comprehending the recently acquired eternal thunder Tao scripture, opened his eyes upon hearing the voice, gazing at the kneeling long-eared Dingguang immortal with a hint of disdain. For he was, in truth, a preordained traitor. He had connections with the Western teachings and would become one of the 7 Buddhas of the future esoteric school. During the forthcoming divine war, Tong Tian had intended to leverage the myriad immortal formations in conjunction with the 6-hole banner to turn the tide. Yet the long-eared Dingguang immortal had betrayed him in the midst of battle. Though many disciples of the Jie Jiao would align with the Western teachings in the future divine war, all but the long-eared Dingguang immortal were coerced into submission after being captured and bound. Only he had voluntarily defected, seeking personal gain at the expense of his own sect. Such a traitor deserves condemnation. Chu Qing felt an impulse to cast him out, but ultimately dismissed the thought after careful consideration. Never mind, a top-quality spiritual root is rare. I will first exploit what I can from long-eared Dingguang immortal. With my current foundation, coupled with the formidable talents of this library, I will soon grow immensely powerful. At that point, I shall eliminate long-eared Dingguang immortal. As long as I act swiftly enough, he will have no opportunity to betray the Jie Jiao. I intend to use and discard, leaving no chance to miss any opportunity for gain. How excessively polite of me. A smile graced Chu Qing's face as he waved his hand, taking the top-quality spiritual root from long-eared Dingguang immortal, then closed his eyes and spoke slowly. I understand your intentions. Yet the law is ineffable. known only to those with affinity. If you possess such affinity, you may find your answers. Seek them for yourself. With that, Chu Qing shut his eyes once more, disinterested in engaging with long-eared Dingguang Immortal. "Thank you, Senior," long-eared Dingguang Immortal quickly replied. Rising from the ground and moving towards the bookshelf, he examined the novels displayed, reading one after another, yet refraining from taking any. Zhao Gongming had acquired a terrifying thunder law from a volume on the Ten Fiends Thunder Emperor. I absolutely cannot fall short of him. However, these books appeared to bear little distinction. His gaze fell upon the staircase. He yearned to ascend and see what lay above, if there were such laws on the first floor. How extraordinary must the second floor's laws be? His curiosity was piqued. The more precious the item, the deeper it is concealed. The laws on the second floor may very well be even more powerful. He glanced at the meditative Chu Qing and stealthily ascended to the second floor. The long-eared Dingguang Immortal was indeed restless. Once he reached the second floor, Chu Qing opened his eyes and cast a glance, easily discerning his intentions. However, when it comes to the strength of the law, there is little difference between the first and second floors. If one must draw distinctions, the first floor resembles an autobiography, chronicling a person's life and writing their legend, while the second floor resembles a novel of collective character development, complete with a plethora of comics. But I wonder what novels or comics the long-eared Dingguang Immortal will choose. Regardless of his choice, I have secured my gains. Chu Qing paid it no mind. Whichever he selected, as long as he could attain enlightenment from it, I would also benefit, in any case, before the divine war erupts. The long-eared Dingguang Immortal must perish. Whether he grows stronger or not is inconsequential. Before long, the long-eared Dingguang Immortal descended from the second floor with a novel in hand. Chu Qing heard the commotion and turned to look, instantly recognizing the title he held, Martial Soul Continent. Chu Qing was momentarily stunned. What a remarkable find! This is indeed the very foundation of the fantasy genre. Undoubtedly, the book he clutches is the quintessential cornerstone of the genre. It aligns perfectly with the long-eared Dingguang Immortal's temperament, reflecting the journey of overturning the table after a meal, paralleling his future betrayal of the Jie Jiao, and seeking personal gain. The laws documented within this book indeed resonate with your character. Chu Qing spoke calmly, then withdrew his gaze. Rather than anticipating the feedback this thing might bring, it would be more prudent to look forward to the celestial beings of the Jie Jiao outside. After all, there were indeed many Jie Jiao disciples queuing up. Thank you, Senior Chu Qing, for bestowing the teachings. Upon hearing this, Chang'er Dingguang Xian felt a surge of excitement within, since the senior had spoken thus. It was a testament that this method was destined for him. Such a remarkable tome. I, Tu Yi, shall certainly remember it well and strive to comprehend its essence. Dingguang Xian, the senior brother, is coming out. Seize the moment. Quick, hurry in. After witnessing Chang'er Dingguang Xian emerge with a novel, a throng of Jie Jiao disciples grew anxious, all yearning to enter the library and seek teachings from Chu Qing. Gui Ling Sheng Mu, without hesitation, entered the library bearing gifts. I, the younger Gui Ling Sheng Mu, pay my respects to Senior Chu Qing. I hope for your guidance. Chu Qing glanced at Gui Ling Sheng Mu, accepted the offerings, and reiterated his usual response, urging her to select a novel for herself. He then closed his eyes, no longer inquiring, and resumed his contemplation of the Eternal Thunder Sutra, with his reputation now having garnered the attention of Zhao Gongming. All the disciples were left in a daze, thus he had no cause for concern. Gui Ling Sheng Mu showed no hesitation, choosing a volume titled Saint's Market from the shelves. After expressing her gratitude once more, she departed the library. Senior Chu Qing, Jingu Xian Ma Sui, Bai Lu Xian, Ling Yi Xian, Qiushou Xian, and Jingguang Xian have come to seek an audience. Chu Qing observed 5 of the 7 celestial attendants before him. In the future, during the Fengshan War, aside from Jingu Xian Ma Sui, who would ultimately evade disaster, the other 4 would yield to the Western teachings. However, this was understandable, as they had been captured by the opposing force. Unlike some disciples whose wills were unyielding, ready to face death rather than surrender, these individuals were merely somewhat pliable. As long as Jie Jiao remained robust, they would not betray. Chu Qing did not impose any hardships upon them, allowing each to select a novel before leaving the library. Senior Chu Qing, Qin Wan, Zhao Jiang, Dong Quan Tianjun, Yuan Jiao, Jing Guang Sheng Mu, Sun Liang, Bai Li Yao Bin, Wang Bian, and Zhang Xiao have come to seek an audience. Those with fate shall obtain the teachings. Choose for yourselves. Senior Chu Qing, Luo Xian has come to seek an audience. Choose for yourselves. Senior Chu Qing, Shi Ji seeks an audience. Senior Chu Qing, Wang Immo, Yang Sun. Gao Yu Qian, Li Xing Ba. Disciples of Jie Jiao enter the library in succession, selecting novels that resonated with them. Some chose autobiographies, while others collectively selected a single novel or comic. There were even instances where a disciple's chance had been claimed by another, forcing them to share a book. Yet, regardless of their choices, each was deemed fortunate. Even though those who entered quickly emerged, often within minutes. This phenomenon continued for a full day and night, a testament to the multitude of Jie Jiao disciples. Moreover, to facilitate mutual borrowing, none strayed too far, opting to gather around Chu Qing's cave dwelling to read together. Naturally, the most delighted by this occurrence was Chu Qing. Once he confirmed no more disciples were approaching, he gazed at the empty shelves, ascended to the second floor, and stood at the railing, looking out to see numerous Jie Jiao disciples congregated, novels in hand, some standing among the trees, some reclining on the ground, some leaning against trees, and others sitting in the fields. The one constant was the focused demeanor of each individual. They were all engrossed in their novels. The wave of reading swept through Jie Jiao, swiftly captivating countless disciples, immersing them to the point of near obsession. Previously dismissive of novels, all disciples now wished to utter a single phrase, so delightful. The seeds had been sown among the Jie Jiao disciples, just waiting to be harvested. Chu Qing felt immense satisfaction. With so many disciples engrossed in their novels, how much enlightenment could he gain when the time for realization arrived? It was simply unimaginable, especially as he sensed their cultivation speed seemingly augmenting his own. Each breath he took felt like his realm was advancing at an astonishing rate, as if a breakthrough was imminent, although it was said that attaining the golden immortal realm was arduous, with each step requiring the accumulation of time. The sheer number of Jie Jiao disciples could not be ignored. Among them were not just golden immortals, but also Tai E golden immortals and Luo golden immortals, not to mention those at the heavenly immortal, Xian immortal, and true immortal stages. With such a gathering, it would be difficult not to advance. Furthermore, he had acquired an unknown number of spiritual roots, while some disciples had weak foundations and possessed only innate spiritual roots. The sheer quantity was not to be underestimated. This was sufficient to propel his realm to an extraordinarily terrifying level. Moreover, it was not just he who would grow stronger. The Jie Jiao disciples would also gain in strength. Just look at the San Shao fairies and Kai Yun fairy. The teachings derived from the novels were evidently more powerful after integrating with the rules of the Hong Huang. Thus, in the future, the Jie Jiao disciples would surely be as dragons. He believed that when the day of the Fengshen War arrived, it would bring a tremendous surprise to the entire Hong Huang. I shall also enter seclusion. No matter how many teachings there are, one must possess sufficient realm to unleash their power. Otherwise, it would be akin to a child wielding a great sword, incapable of harming the enemy and likely to injure oneself. Without hesitation, Chu Qing delineated an area on the second floor, one side serving as a bookshelf for the Jie Jiao disciples to return and borrow books, while the other became his secluded space. To prevent others from discovering his true realm, Chu Qing utilized the Hongming Ping Qi Ju to obscure his aura and laid down various formations to prevent any leakage during his cultivation breakthrough. Thus, he could commence his practice with peace of mind. With such a multitude of Jie Jiao disciples lending him their support, this seclusion should allow him to break through to the Deluo golden immortal realm with relative ease. Or so he thought. He was confident that it would not be long before he reached such a level. However, he also harbored greater ambitions. After all, in the forthcoming Fengshen War, the truly terrifying entities would be the saints. They would intervene directly in the battle. Without sufficient top-tier power, there would be no chance of opposing the saints in the future. Regrettably, beyond the Deluo golden immortal realm, the accumulation of internal power would no longer suffice. Once one attained the Luo, their power would become boundless and eternal. Become a quasi-saint. One would need to comprehend the principles. Seated on his mat, he activated various methods, consuming spiritual roots like devouring a great carrot, rapidly accumulating internal power and pushing against the bottleneck of his realm. Outside his cave, many disciples were engrossed in their reading, and gradually, some began to experience flashes of enlightenment, entering the state of realization. With myriad mysteries unfolding as they grasped the teachings in the martial soul continent, no martial soul is deemed worthless. Only those soul masters of Shrek Martial Soul Hall are the true failures. Revive, my beloved. Chang Ding Guang Xian sat cross-legged atop a mountain peak, gazing at the martial soul continent, fully immersed, even generating hints of profundity around him, allowing him to grasp the Tao. Senior brother Ding Guang has attained enlightenment. What envy it inspires! I have yet to read and wonder when I might reach enlightenment, yet this novel is truly captivating. Many disciples cast envious glances at Chang Ding Guang Xian. Luo Xian withdrew his gaze and continued reading Do Sui Song Xion. Tianjun believed that his inability to comprehend the teachings at present was due to his insufficient diligence in reading. Thus he became even more earnest in studying Yi Tian. Many disciples like them were diligently striving for enlightenment. As time passed, Chang Ding Guang Xian abruptly opened his eyes and shouted, "Blue-silver entanglement." His words manifested into law. Centered around him, clusters of blue-silver grass grew wildly, instantly covering the entire hill, a shimmering blue expanse brimming with vitality. As his thoughts guided them, the blue-silver grass rapidly expanded, twisting like vines capable of ensnaring foes. Senior brother Ding Guang, is this the law you have comprehended? Brother, this blue-silver entanglement seems rather ineffective, does it not? Indeed, brother, it snaps easily with a tug. Have you perhaps fallen into a state of obsession? This law seems rather lacking. I heard that Sister Han Ji previously comprehended a method of refining weapons, even creating a counterfeit of the Master S. Qing Ping sword. Not only that, but I also heard that Sister Han Ji is preparing to forge a counterfeit Panga banner. Some disciples, upon witnessing the epiphany of the long-ear, dinging immortal, gathered around him. However, when they beheld the blue-silver entanglement, they were momentarily taken aback. Could this triviality truly be considered a supreme art? Surely it must be a falsehood. With such a technique, one wouldn't even require the true fire of samadhi. Any basic fire spell could incinerate it effortlessly. It pales in comparison to the arts comprehended by Brother Zhao Gongming, Sister San Xiao, Sister Kaiyun, and Sister Hanji, to the extent that one might say they are world apart. This technique is almost akin to a mere floor tile. I have never encountered such an inferior art. He must have been led astray. Otherwise, why would everyone else grasp supreme arts while he only comprehended a floor tile? Begone, begone! Long-eared, dinging immortal replied, his expression darkening. Initially, he had felt exhilarated by his newfound understanding. But now this blue-silver entanglement? What on earth is this? Not only does it not qualify as a supreme art, but it also falls short of even the most rudimentary of minor techniques. Entangling ordinary beings is a laborious task. Could it truly be that I've been led astray? That shouldn't be the case. I feel no such indication. His brow furrowed deeply as he hastily examined his own condition. To his dismay, upon investigation, panic seized him. His eyes widened in fury. Where's my cultivation? Wasn't this supposed to be a supreme art? Why has my cultivation not only stagnated but regressed? He had been on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal stage, just a step away from attaining the Tao of the Luo. Yet, after comprehending the blue-silver entanglement, not only has he failed to attain to Luo, but he is also on the brink of slipping back from the peak of Tai golden immortal. Could it be that the novel is flawed? Is it possible that Chu Qing has deceived me, the Rabbit Lord? Long-eared, dinging immortal was filled with doubt. Although he sensed his cultivation had waned, he felt no inclination of being led astray. Perhaps there is indeed a problem with the novel. Immediately, he resolved to confront Chu Qing. However, before he could rise, an overwhelmingly potent aura erupted among the numerous disciples. Sweeping across all directions, crackle, Flames burst forth in clusters, manifesting in the void between heaven and earth, underground, and in all corners, igniting into a blazing river of fire, intent on incinerating mountains and boiling seas, reducing all to ashes. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate me. Luo Xian. Devour the myriad fires of the primal chaos. Become the eternal imperial fire. Ignite the incantations. Luo Xian's voice resonated throughout the realms. He leapt into the inferno, converging from all directions. The endless flames, instead of consuming his form, were refined by him as he operated the burning incantation, transforming the inferno into nourishment. Boom, boom, boom. From within him, explosive sounds erupted, each resonating sound elevating his aura. That was the sound of his cultivation breaking through its bottleneck. 3 sounds represented 3 layers of bottlenecks. In that moment, he had leaped from the early Tai golden immortal stage to its pinnacle. Merely in the instant of comprehending the art, he had saved himself thousands, even countless years of arduous practice. Thank you, Senior Chu Qing, for bestowing this art. Luo Xian gazed reverently towards the direction of Chu Qing's cave dwelling. Bowing deeply, his expression suffused with devotion. Without Senior Chu Qing, there would be no present self. Senior Chu Qing, you are remarkable. Brother Luo Xian has attained the art. I must hasten to achieve enlightenment as well. I had just witnessed Brother Dinging immortal comprehend the blue-silver entanglement, and I already found his technique somewhat lacking. Now, after seeing Brother Luo Xian's comprehension, I am convinced that Brother Dinging Immortal's blue-silver entanglement is nothing but trash. Not merely trash, but a floor tile. Indeed, Brother Dinging Immortal must have been misled. After all, in the novel provided by Senior Chu Qing, there was first Brother Gongming, then Brother Luo Xian. All who attain the art can be deemed supreme, directly pointing to the Tao. Yet he alone has the blue-silver entanglement. Could this not be considered misled? Without comparison, there is no harm as the first to comprehend the art among this group of disciples. Long-Ear Dinging Immortal and Luo Xian's understandings were inevitably compared. The results were starkly evident. Point one could be likened to a floor tile, while the other could be deemed supreme. What comparison could there be? There was simply no contest. At this moment, the victim, Long-Ear Dinging Immortal, felt even more incensed, staring at the martial soul continent in his hands, pondering aloud. Could it truly be my own issue? Have I been led astray during my cultivation? After all, this book was of my own choosing. If there were truly a problem, how could Chu Qing possibly know I would select this book? I, the Rabbit Lord, refuse to believe that I cannot attain supreme art from this novel. With reddened eyes, Long-Ear Dinging Immortal reopened the martial soul continent. Meanwhile, Chu Qing, who was cultivating on the second floor, naturally received the feedback that in his mind, a text titled Blue-Silver Frenzied Entanglement materialized. Blue-Silver Frenzied Entanglement? What on earth is this? The mere appearance of it left Chu Qing momentarily stunned. What use could this possibly serve? Especially as the text emerged, he suddenly felt his cultivation speed declining. What the hell? This must be a toxic influence, right? Not only does it fail to enhance my strength, but it even diminishes it. I must eradicate it quickly. This is too ominous. Without hesitation, Chu Qing activated the supreme, devouring art. A mark resembling a forbidden vase appearing on his forehead, exhibiting a terrifying, devouring force that directly severed the blue-silver frenzied entanglement from his mind and obliterated it. Goodness, this truly is a mystical floor tile. Even fused with the laws of the primal chaos, it remains so inferior. It does not merely fail to enhance, but even drags down my cultivation speed, even when operating the supreme devouring art. I cannot extract a shred of essence. It turns out this thing is nothing but dross. Chu Qing's expression was one of dismay. It should be noted that the supreme devouring art is capable of transforming all devoured entities into the most fundamental laws, extracting their deepest essence. Yet this item yields no laws whatsoever. Even devouring a stone should leave something to absorb, shouldn't it? Truly a floor tile indeed. Before he could utter more curses, another text materialized in his mind. The burning Tao sacred art. The moment it appeared, Chu Qing understood the art's marvelous utility. Devour the myriad fires as the Tao, infinite devouring of flames. The more one devours, the stronger one becomes. Ultimately, even the Tao of fire can be consumed, with oneself replacing it. However, the moment this text manifested, all the words vanished, merging into the supreme devouring art, allowing it to evolve new mysteries, as if it were to continue from the original text. Though the burning Tao sacred art is commendable, directly pointing to the Tao and qualifying as a supreme art, it bears some resemblance to the supreme devouring art that I never expected it could merge, continuing the legacy of past arts and facilitating transformation. Nevertheless, even at its worst, it far surpasses the blue-silver entanglement. That is utter rubbish. Chu Qing felt a surge of joy. He recalled the past when he obtained the chaotic snow sword, which underwent transformation upon acquiring a new sword technique, yet has yet to evolve fully. Clearly, the same principle applies now. When encountering similar arts, they would intertwine, supplementing each other, culminating in a new, more powerful art. The supreme devouring art is already formidable. If it continues to merge with other similar arts, what kind of ultimate art could emerge? The imagination is boundless. Chu Qing was exceedingly curious. After all, when he first beheld the supreme devouring art, he believed it to be the pinnacle. Little did he expect it could still evolve, with areas yet to be completed. It is truly unfathomable. However, this is also beneficial. All arts converge as one, pointing to the origin, allowing my strength to become increasingly pure. After all, the essence of arts lies not in quantity, but in potency. He understood well that the true significance of an art is its power. There is no need for an abundance of techniques. A singularly powerful art suffices. A single art can obliterate myriad techniques. Of course, there is one exception. When each is supreme and unparalleled, continue cultivating. Chu Qing was not disturbed for long by this minor incident and resumed his practice. After all, if it weren't for the negative impact of the blue-silver frenzied entanglement causing a decline in his cultivation speed, he would not have awakened, wasting his efforts. The floor tile is indeed ominous. All this misfortune can be attributed to the blue-silver entanglement in the realm of cultivation, as Chu Qing undertook his training. Harnessing the supreme devouring technique to absorb spiritual roots, solidifying his foundation and enhancing his strength, time flowed inexorably. Outside his cave abode, numerous disciples engaged in continual reading and mutual borrowing of texts, each gleaning insights, awakening to the profound truths of the Tao. When the moment of chaotic inversion of yin and yang arrived, he proclaimed, "With my demonic blood, I shall stain the heavens." The 8 forms of chaos were perfected. The golden-hooped celestial steed let out a resounding cry, reverberating through the 9 heavens, as an overwhelming aura surged from him, slowly ascending into the air. Enveloping him were the intricate and mystical laws of existence. Yin, yang, life, death, void, reality, time, and space. These 8 grand principles seem to encompass all phenomena of the universe, manifesting as the 8 forms, wielding the power to disrupt the ages. In that moment of enlightenment, his essence transcended, boundless spiritual energy surged into his being, filling him to the brim, elevating his realm to unprecedented heights. Pop! It resembled the sound of blooming flowers. Above him, the manifestations of the 3 blossoms, leaf flower, silver flower, and golden flower, became evident, while the quintessence of 5 energies surged within him. Heralding his attainment of the great Tao, he governed the heavens and the earth, culminating in the triumph over ancient and modern foes. The voice of the turtle spirit Holy Mother resonated through the cosmos. Accompanied by her intent, a mysterious force trembled through the world, as endless spiritual energy flowed into her with each breath. Unlike others who grasped lofty laws, her understanding resembled pure respiratory technique, entering the Tao through breath, achieving enlightenment with each inhalation and exhalation. As she breathed, a tempest of spiritual energy formed around her, surging into her being. With each breath, her realm ascended rapidly. During her comprehension of the Tao, the hidden wounds inflicted by the Fan Tian seal healed, and having already reached the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, She advanced even further. Pop! The sound of the Tao resonated. Above her, the three blossoms manifested, and the quintessence of five energies surged, signifying her own attainment of the great Tao. Lu Yu, a figure of great prowess, adorned in a grand crimson robe, with a face like indigo and hair red as vermilion, sat in the void, surrounded by rippling laws of the ethereal realm, seemingly dissolving all sharpness, transforming into the void itself. Coexisting with the void, he was imperishable and indestructible. Initially crowned with a lead flower, a silver flower now appeared above his head, marking his breakthrough to the Tai golden immortal. Moreover, his realm continued to ascend, relentlessly climbing higher. A single speck of dust could fill the sea. Behind Shiji, a phantom of a divine stone emerged. Though merely a stone, it exuded an aura of ancient ferocity, suffused with boundless malevolence. Furthermore, an inexplicable power flowed through it, as if at the mere flicker of her thought, the divine stone would strike wherever she desired, hitting its mark without fail. If paired with the supreme treasure, it would be unerring. Even a sage could not evade its wrath. Clearly, this was yet another supreme law. Simultaneously, her realm was advancing, as a lead flower suddenly manifested, indicating her attainment of the golden immortal realm. Divine elephant suppressing the abyss, the spirit-toothed fairy, the dragon-headed fairy, and the golden light fairy simultaneously comprehended the same LAW in their minds. A phantom of a divine elephant emerged, symbolizing unparalleled strength, its long trunk sweeping forth, causing the starry river to collapse, extinguishing all spirits. Embodied the ultimate path of body refinement, with the human body composed of 840 million particles as the foundation, each particle capable of transforming into a divine elephant, unlocking divine power, and reaching the pinnacle of cultivation. Each of the 840 million particles could become a divine elephant, tearing apart the heavens and earth, roaring down the stars with ease. It was the ultimate method of body refinement. The myriad phenomena were reduced to ashes, and the blade flowed like fire. In the hands of the fire spirit Holy Mother appeared a great sword, its hilt deep purple, the sword guard oval-shaped, and the scabbard brown. Yet, with her proclamation of release, the sword underwent a transformation, a wisp of charred smoke rising from its blade, giving it an appearance of having been scorched by flames. However, the power within it sent chills through countless hearts. A single slash would surely incinerate heaven and earth. Where the leaves danced, the fire blazed eternally. The cloud fairy revealed intricate veins within her body, showcasing the locations of the 8 gates. Upon comprehending this law, she understood that it was a technique to unlock her own potential. When all 8 gates were opened, depending on the user's strength, they could instantaneously gain dozens of times more power. And unlike in comics where one would burn out their life force and perish, they would merely experience some weakness. With her own Tai golden immortal realm, opening all 8 gates would allow her to effortlessly kick a great Luo golden immortal to death, and even contend with quasi-saints. Such a method could only be described as supreme. The countless twinkling stars above represented hopes innumerable. The gentle breeze caressing the skin was the anticipation of tomorrow. Come, take a step forward. Surrounding the golden light, Holy Mother was a unique aura, distinct from the primal chaos, entwined with a special power, a force that had once existed in the primal chaos. Had Chu Qing been present, he would have recognized it as the power of magic, the laws of the fairies, the brilliance of the fairies. The sphere of the fairies. In this moment, she comprehended the new strength she had grasped. Not only they, but such scenes proliferated with the passage of time, as numerous disciples around Chu Qing's cave abode were awakening to the Tao, their realms and combat prowess surging rapidly. It could be said that the entire Jie Jiao sect was undergoing a frenzied transformation, enhancing their strength. However, amidst this, there was one exception, the long-eared Dingguang fairy. He had not lacked in effort, having perused the novels and comics of others. Yet he gained nothing, unable to comprehend anything. He had even ventured into Chu Qing's cave, seeking answers, but found nothing of him. Ultimately, he could only helplessly continue to study the martial soul continent, grasping the laws within. However, with each law he comprehended, he felt himself teetering on the brink of madness. Blue-silver double entanglement, blue-silver triple entanglement, blue-silver ninefold entanglement, blue-silver multiple entanglement, blue-silver great entanglement. Had he truly engaged in a battle with blue-silver entanglement? The long-eared Dingwang fairy slammed the martial soul continent onto the ground in frustration, his eyes reddening, nearly reverting to his true form. Not only had he failed to comprehend a supreme law like the other disciples of Jie Jiao, or any special technique, but with each attempt to understand blue-silver entanglement, he felt his own cultivation being tainted, regressing. He recalled that before his lack of understanding, he had already stood at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, with the great Luo golden immortal within reach. Yet now he had regressed to the early stage of the Tai golden immortal. Even the silver flower atop his head, symbolizing his Tai golden immortal Tao fruit, was withering, as if he might fall to the golden immortal realm at any moment. This blue-silver entanglement was like a malignant tumor. He could not afford to comprehend it any further. He refused to believe that aside from this blue-silver entanglement, there was no novel that he could grasp. The long-eared Dingwang fairy, with eyes aflame, had previously made efforts but had not perused everything. Now, he was resolute, determined to scour all the novels, convinced that he would find one suitable for him. He approached a leopard spirit nearby, observing it engrossed in a novel, and snatched it away. "Let me see." The leopard spirit was taken aback, casting a pitiful glance at the long-eared Dingwang fairy. "Senior brother, but I haven't finished reading it yet." The long-eared Dingwang fairy glared with bloodshot eyes, his face filled with menace. "I'm the senior brother. What is it to you if I want to see?" He questioned, "What is wrong with that?" Despite his diminished realm, he remained a Tai golden immortal. In such a state, he was not someone a junior disciple could withstand, and the leopard's spirit trembled in fear, not daring to say more. However, it was filled with resentment. Yet, such incidents were not isolated. Disciples of higher status or cultivation, the long-eared Dingwang fairy refrained from provoking, but lesser disciples were not spared from his clutches. He relentlessly bullied them into relinquishing their novels and comics. In no time, countless disciples of Jie Jiao had begun to harbor grudges against the long-eared Dingwang fairy. Nonetheless, due to his realm and status within Jie Jiao, although resentful, no one dared to act against him. However, one day, should an opportunity arise, they would surely rally together, denouncing the long-eared Dingwang fairy with fervor. Of course, this was merely a minor episode amidst the many disciples comprehending the Tao, while the majority were continuously growing stronger, awakening to the profound truths of the D. As time flowed on, the passage of a century felt but a fleeting moment, as if a celestial being merely closed their eyes. In the second floor of the library, beneath countless arrays of concealment, in a corner that seemed long forgotten, a figure sat cross-legged, an aura of countless supreme laws intertwined around him, encompassing all phenomena. As similar techniques continued to merge, all laws returning to one. The supreme law energy enveloping him was as thick as divine chains, radiant and blazing, exuding immense power, as if any single thread could disrupt the ages, subduing all realms, illuminating both ancient and modern futures. Above him, the lead flower and silver flower shone brilliantly, as resplendent as a water bucket, vibrant and dazzling, revealing the profound depth of his foundation in both the golden immortal and Tai golden immortal realms. Beside the leaden and silver flowers, a radiant golden bud emerged, as if on the verge of blooming. It was a Luo golden flower. When it blossoms, the three flowers converge at the apex, signifying the manifestation of the Luo golden immortal. After a century of cultivation, having fervently pursued the path from the realm of the golden immortal to the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal, he was now on the brink of breaking through to the Luo golden immortal. Chu Qing opened his eyes, immensely satisfied with the results of his century-long cultivation. For an immortal, a century is but a fleeting moment, hardly sufficient for true cultivation, let alone breaking through realms. Even grasping a single technique and diligently studying it would require more than this brief span. Yet he had continuously shattered barriers, solidifying each realm to its utmost, all in pursuit of the Deluo. Such rapid progress, if known to others, would surely instill terror among countless immortals, who would find it utterly unbelievable. Moreover, it was not merely the elevation of his realm. Throughout this time, he had unknowingly acquired a multitude of techniques. The only certainty he held was that each technique he had gained was unparalleled. However, he could not break through while still within the Jie sect. He must depart from Golden Ao Island. Chu Qing gazed into the distance that, in the eyes of the Jie sect disciples, he was the epitome of an exalted immortal. How could he tarnish that reputation? Furthermore, should he achieve the Deluo, the commotion it would cause was beyond comprehension. With his current foundation and the many unparalleled techniques at his disposal, to what grade of Deluo could he ascend? 8th grade? 9th grade? Or perhaps shatter all limits and become a taboo? Chu Qing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The Deluo, golden immortal, the bloom of the golden flower, with boundless magical power. The grade of the flower's bloom reflects the depth of the cultivator. Foundations, divine abilities, techniques, and all else contribute to this depth. Although his foundation was not remarkable, he possessed an abundance of techniques, all supreme, directly pointing to the great way. In days of old, the 3 Xiao fairies achieved the Deluo, traditionally stopping at the 6th grade. Yet through the aid of unparalleled techniques, they broke through to the 7th grade. This exemplifies the formidable might of unparalleled techniques, now with so many supreme techniques under his command. How many grades of Deluo could he attain? Even Chu Qing could not fathom, but the one certainty was that when he achieved the Deluo, all laws would manifest together, each supreme, destined to astonish the entire primordial realm. Once he attained the Deluo, his strength would see a tremendous enhancement, bringing about earth-shattering changes. This would serve as his confidence in facing the saints during the impending cataclysm. Without hesitation, he concealed his aura using the Hongmeng Pingqi technique, and with the elevation of his realm, his mastery over various techniques became increasingly refined. Now, as he employed the Hongmeng Pingqi technique, not even a quasi-saint could detect his presence. After all, the current Hongmeng Pingqi technique was far superior to its former self, having integrated countless techniques. Its operation transcended time, existing beyond the confines of temporal flow. There was no past, no future, only the present, transformed into eternity, approaching the essence of the Tao. Subsequently, he executed a technique of evasion, stepping beyond time and space that in a single stride, he vanished from Golden Ao Island, traversing the boundless sea, and appeared in the vast primordial wilderness. It was not that the sea lacked vastness, but rather that Chu Qing's evasion technique was extraordinarily formidable. The forbidden evasion technique, born from the fusion of the walking character secret, the 9 techniques of ascension, and the boundless traveler, had shattered spatial constraints, even distorting time, allowing him to reach into the past. Concealing his aura, Chu Qing sought an appropriate place within the primordial realm to achieve his breakthrough. He traversed the blood sea of the underworld, Mount Shumi, the ruins of Mount Buzhou, Mount Wanshou, the undying volcano, Kunlun, and the celestial court, ultimately finding a vast lake not far from Shouyang Mountain in the eastern continent. He seated himself at the lake's bottom, establishing a sacred ground with formations to conceal his aura, creating a secluded retreat. The Fengshen War had yet to commence. The primordial world remained unified, not yet divided into the 4 great continents of the East, South, North, and West, as in later epochs. The calamity of the Fengshen, on one hand, involved conferring divine titles, leading to the extermination of celestial beings. On the other, it stemmed from the human race, resulting in the dilution of humanity. Leading to the calamity of humanity, it can be said that the most intense aura of calamity resides not only within major sects, but also among humanity itself. This Shouyang Mountain, the place where Nuwa molded earth to create humanity, stands as the sacred mountain of the human race. As the calamity approached, its aura began to manifest. Amidst the calamity, the heavenly secrets became chaotic by breaking through the Deluo not far from Shouyang Mountain. He could seize the opportunity, using the aura of calamity to further obscure the heavenly secrets, Chu Qing made thorough preparations and then seated himself at the lake's bottom, adjusting his aura. Time flowed on, and he was unaware of how many years passed until he felt his aura had reached perfection. Only then did he commence his breakthrough. A resonant sound vibrated. Above him, the leaden, silver, and golden flowers appeared. In contrast to the brilliance of the leaden and silver flowers, the golden flower remained but a bud, poised to bloom. Yet, that was merely a fleeting moment. Boom! The sound of blooming echoed, imbued with certain laws. Drawing upon the order of heaven and earth, the golden flower above him unfurled, with no hindrances whatsoever. In an instant, it blossomed into the third grade. Given his foundation, encountering a bottleneck at the third grade was disheartening for Chu Qing. However, there was little he could do, for upon his arrival in this world, he was merely an untransformed willow tree. Yet, could he now be constrained by his foundation? Bloom, the aura of unparalleled techniques rippled around him. The 8 gates of Jin Ao within him, along with all the acupoints throughout his body, manifested and then completely opened. In response, the 8 gates of Jin Ao underwent a more intense transformation in Chu Qing's hands. Achieving the supreme level, with the potential now unleashed, no longer confined to the 8 gates within his body. All acupoints became gateways. In that instant, his aura surged and his strength amplified 1,000-fold, all pouring into the Deluo golden flower. Boom! Without the slightest obstruction, he broke through the bottleneck, and in an instant, the flower blossomed into the 6th grade, reaching the limit of innate beings. Without the highest foundation, he could not break through the bottleneck. Yet now, such a bottleneck felt as fragile as paper to Chu Qing. Although he lacked an exceptionally strong foundation, his depth was profound. Continue to bloom. Surrounding Chu Qing, boundless sword techniques emerged, radiating brilliance. Layer upon layer of sword moves evolved. And the overwhelming sword intent surged like an ocean, culminating in the purest essence of the sword. Whoosh! The sound of crashing waves echoed, and behind Chu Qing, a river materialized, existing beyond this world, descending with supreme intent. This was not true water, but rather a manifestation of swords. Each drop was a sword move, a distillation of sword intent, pure to the utmost. If any sword cultivator beheld this scene, they would undoubtedly go mad, bowing in reverence, for this was the river of the sword way. It embodied the essence of the sword. Crack! The bottleneck offered no resistance, breaking through like a bamboo shoot. 7th grade Deluo, the royal path of subduing the prison. In that moment, his physical form transformed, as if becoming 840 million particles, each particle resembling a world, containing boundless power, reaching the utmost. Every particle was a universe, and the power of 840 million worlds. What could be more supreme? Although Chu Qing had not yet reached the ultimate development, now that the 840 million particles illuminated, their unparalleled might surged forth. Boom! The golden flower bloomed again, reaching the 8th grade Deluo. The heavens trembled. The resonance of the Tao reverberated, validating his achievement. That moment, auspicious clouds suddenly appeared above Chu Qing. Celestial flowers rained down, and auspicious clouds danced. Myriad signs of good fortune enveloped him, yet all was concealed by the formations he had set, revealing not a hint. Were this aura to leak out, who in the primordial realm would remain unshaken. For this was the 8th grade Deluo. He had become part of the most elite echelon of the Deluo in the primordial realm. Even the 6 ordained saints and those ancient quasi-saints of the time of Deluo could reach no higher. Was this the pinnacle of innate sanctity? But it was not my pinnacle. Chu Qing's gaze burned bright as he looked up at the golden flower above, his surroundings resonating with laws that differed from those of the primordial world. They were the blades of the Jiampa knife. Moreover, within them was a new power, the power of magic. In an instant, the laws surrounding him became increasingly intricate. Yet, without exception, each was a force unlike any in the primordial world. The commonality was that each law was extraordinarily terrifying, symbolizing the utmost. The Jiampa knife, magic, incantations, the power of the devil fruit, the power of word spirits. All these laws converged, flowing into the Deluo golden flower. Buzz, the golden flower bud, trembled violently, shaking the laws, disrupting the order. Ultimately, as stability returned, a single voice erupted, breaking through the barriers of the formations Chu Qing had laid, sweeping across the entire primordial realm. Boom! The flower bloomed, eternal as the ages, achieving the 9th grade Deluo. In that moment, boundless phenomena surged into the heavens. Qilin displayed auspicious signs. Golden springs erupted from the earth. The azure lotus illuminated the bitter sea. Auspicious clouds soared. Celestial cranes danced. All manner of phenomena could not conceal the rich aura of Deluo, causing the entire primordial realm, countless supreme beings, to tremble. In the abyssal blood sea, the venerable ancestor of the underworld, clad in blood-soaked garments, with blood-red hair and eyes, stood amidst the surging crimson waves. He gazed upon the suddenly manifesting endless phenomena. Feeling the overwhelming aura of the Grand Luo surge forth, his heart trembling, a 9th-rank Grand Luo, who amongst my fellow practitioners has concealed themselves until now, only to attain the Grand Luo and accumulate such terrifying depth that it instills fear in my very being. At Mount Wanshou, within the Five, the great immortal of the earth, Jin, sought tranquility beneath the ginseng fruit tree. Adorned with a golden crown and draped in a carefree crane cloak, he wore shoes of the finest craftsmanship. A silken ribbon bound his waist, his countenance youthful, resembling that of a beautiful maiden, with 3 wisps of beard flowing beneath his chin and crow feathers cascading at his temples. Although he had closed his eyes in meditation, upon sensing the magnificent aura, he opened them to reveal astonishment. A 9th-rank Grand Luo. Who could this dauntless fellow practitioner be, exhibiting such formidable depth, worthy of being hailed as a phenomenon throughout history? In the heavenly court, the former site of the demon court, following the cataclysmic war of witches and demons, how Ian assumed control, renaming it the heavenly court and earning the title of sovereign of heaven and earth. Standing before the grand hall, dressed in imperial robes and adorned with a crown, with beaded curtains cascading down, he clasped his hands behind his back, observing the boundless phenomena unfolding before him, his heart surging with tumult. A 9th-rank Grand Luo, a realm once only attained by the esteemed Dao ancestor. Aside from him, no other has achieved such a pinnacle. Who would have thought, amidst the primordial chaos, another such existence would emerge? If we could welcome him into the heavenly court, it would undoubtedly restore its former glory. In the Purple Cloud Palace, the 6 saints sat upon their cushions, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Dao ancestor, Hongjun. Yet at this moment, they were abruptly awakened, unable to contain their astonishment. A 9th-rank Grand Luo has indeed appeared in the primordial realm, an unforeseen variable. Moreover, none could deduce who this extraordinary individual might be. The Supreme Old One opened his eyes, his aged face reflecting shock. The 9th-rank Grand Luo represents a pinnacle they had yet to reach, symbolizing the utmost limit. In days of yore, only their master, the Dao ancestor, had attained such heights. Yet now, a new figure emerges from the primordial chaos, hidden so deeply that even standing at the 7th heaven of saints, they cannot fathom his existence, nor perceive his essence in the present or the future. Does this signify that this individual rivals the Dao ancestor? If he were but my disciple, how splendid that would be! Tong Tian sighed softly, but he established the Jie Sect, embracing all, in pursuit of the elusive one. This was his doctrine and his aspiration. Now, with the emergence of another 9th-rank Grand Luo, witnessing such an extreme state, should this individual be his disciple, it would imply his own approach to that elusive one. Ah! Yuan Shi Tianzun scoffed, casting a glance at Tong Tian. Third brother, are you not aware of the caliber and potential of your disciples? A 9th-rank Grand Luo is a being of unimaginable depth. Illuminating the past, present, and future, to claim such a being as your disciple is utterly laughable. If he were indeed a disciple of the Jie Sect, how would I, the leader of the Chan Sect, respond to that? I advise you to disband your Jie Sect and disperse your disciples, lest you tarnish the reputation of our 3 pure ones. The dispute between the 2 saints was nothing new to Nuwa. The Zhuni Daoist and the Jain Daoist, their arguments had begun long ago in Kunlun. Had they been able to reconcile, they would not have parted ways. not merely the saints, but throughout the primordial realm. The tremors of this revelation spread far and wide. A ninth-rank Grand Luo. What unparalleled existence is this? Since ancient times, only the Tao ancestor, Hongjun, has reached such a realm. With another emerging, how can anyone maintain their composure? The only individuals capable of indifference would be those deeply entrenched in the cycle of reincarnation, having lost heart, or the Tao ancestor, who had once witnessed the grandeur of a ninth-rank Grand Luo. Alongside Chu Qing, a ninth-rank Grand Luo. To outsiders, this may represent the ultimate pinnacle. However, in my eyes, the ultimate is meant to be shattered. I possess the strength to continue. Chu Qing's eyes blazed like the sun. Illuminating all realms, he could distinctly sense the laws within him. And more so, he was immersed in a profound depth. His potential was far from exhausted. His limits did not end here. He could grow even stronger. With all laws unleashed, my ambition is the highest. Chu Qing's expression was resolute as he sat at the bottom of the lake, unwavering. Surrounding him were the intricate manifestations of various laws, the supreme devouring technique. Devour all, the great annihilation technique. Annihilate everything. The great refining treasure technique. All that is mine, the 7 emotions and 6 desires technique. The primordial balance path, the Hongmeng breathing technique. Countless methods surged forth, transforming into chains of divine order that entwined around him. Upon closer inspection, one could see countless chains, with approximately 3,000 robust chains and myriad delicate ones, seemingly aligned with the 3,000 great paths and countless minor paths. In this moment, all laws erupted forth, revealing endless profundities, merging into a torrent of laws and a flood of the great Tao, flowing into the Grand Luo golden flower. Crack, the sound of shattering echoed as some unseen restraint was broken. With a resounding pop, the golden flower bloomed anew atop the 9th-rank Grand Luo's pinnacle. 10th rank, 11th rank, it seemed unstoppable like a runaway steed. A terrifying power surged forth, breaking through all obstacles. Ultimately, it halted at the 12th rank. Boom! Endless phenomena manifested, and the vast lake evaporated in an instant. In the celestial expanse, deities and demons stood in reverence, worshipping as the myriad realms reflected this sight, the 3,000 great paths materializing, presenting an infinite array of phenomena, forming a forbidden tableau that guarded the 12th rank Grand Luo golden flower, rendering it a supreme taboo. 12th rank Grand Luo. The taboo Grand Luo, achieved, the 12th rank Grand Luo golden flower transformed into the highest taboo, radiating boundless divine light, illuminating all realms. Endless phenomena unfolded, and no existence could remain calm or silent. In the underworld, deep within the 6 paths of reincarnation, a graceful figure awakened from slumber, clad in a flowing black celestial gown. She revealed her flawless and statuesque legs, a delicate collarbone framing a pristine expanse, her proud form concealing boundless power. She was none other than the Saint of Tranquility. In days gone by, she bore another title, the Ancestor Witch, Hutu. As the war of witches and demons drew to a close, sensing the suffering of the living in the primordial realm, burdened by the calamities of the witch clan, she emulated the ancestral dragons, phoenixes, and the 5 virtues Qilin, embodying the 6 paths of reincarnation, opening the samsara hell, granting the deceased a path home, restoring the order of heaven and earth, achieving great merit, and reconstructing her form, becoming a saint in an unconventional manner. However, she bore the eternal shackles of fate, the heavenly Tao's confinement, imprisoned deep within the cycle of reincarnation, forever unable to emerge. Having grown weary of her plight, she had succumbed to slumber, but today she was roused by this tumultuous disturbance. She opened her beautiful eyes, their brilliance infused with the primordial laws and the power of reincarnation, witnessing the might manifesting across the heavens and earth. A 12th rank Grand Luo. Who would have thought this was the pinnacle of the Grand Luo, golden immortal, worthy of being deemed a taboo, rare throughout the ages, with no predecessors or successors. It seems the world is once again on the brink of chaos. She sighed softly, recognizing that in times of turmoil, heroes emerge. Though the impending calamity is terrifying, within it lies immense opportunity. The Tao ancestor, Hong Jun, emerged victorious during the Dragon and Han calamity's end, becoming the foremost saint of the primordial realm. She, too, had achieved sainthood at the culmination of the war of witches and demons. Now, with such a taboo emerging, it signifies, in a sense, that chaos is imminent. Yet, it is no concern of mine. Her tone was devoid of emotion as she closed her eyes, sinking back into slumber within the cycle. Enveloped in profound solitude, I am left all alone. In the boundless chaos, in the depths of the highest realms, where the tumultuous currents of endless chaos swirl and surge. Even if the great immortal were to arrive here, they would find themselves utterly immobile. However, amidst this scene, there remains a solitary figure, seated in meditation. The phenomena of the ninth grade Deluo have not stirred him in the slightest. His identity is, without a doubt, self-evident. The foremost sage of the primordial chaos. The teacher of the saints, the Tao ancestor, Hong Jun. Yet at this moment, as the visions soar to the heavens and the primordial lands tremble, he too perceives something, opening his eyes to gaze upon the primordial realms. A flicker of emotion crosses his otherwise tranquil face, his deep-set eyes rippling with unease at the 12th grade Deluo Jin Xian. Who would have thought such a being existed in this world? Could it be a former Tao companion? In days of yore, he had barely survived the battle of creation against Pangu, leaving behind a fragment of his true spirit, reincarnating in the primordial realm, and, with the foundation of the chaos Tao demon god, barely achieving the 9th grade. Little did he expect that a 12th grade Deluo would now emerge in the primordial realm. What profound heritage! What unparalleled stature this signifies! He begins to suspect that it may be a former Tao companion who has reincarnated in the primordial realm, secretly cultivating to this level before attaining the Tao of Deluo. It must be noted that those he deemed as Tao companions were all chaos Tao demon gods, terrifying beings who had once battled alongside Pangu. It is astonishing that such an existence eludes even his calculations. It appears that the heavenly secrets are becoming increasingly obscure. The calamity of tribulation is imminent. The time has come. He conducts a divination that in ordinary times, the myriad beings of the primordial realm, with but a thought, would be unable to escape his deductions, even the saints. Yet now, he finds himself unable to discern who has attained the 12th grade Deluo. The only possibility is that, under the impending calamity, the heavenly secrets have become muddled, affecting even him. This signifies that the time has indeed arrived. His gaze turns toward the Zi Xiao Palace, and in an instant, his figure vanishes from sight, in the Zi Xiao Palace. The 6 saints are seated in meditation. The ongoing dispute between Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian Zhu comes to a halt as they behold the manifestation of the phenomena within the primordial realm. Such an aura surpasses the 9th grade Deluo. Could that golden flower of Deluo signify a 12th grade Deluo? Tong Tian Zhu is shaken to his core. Can it truly be that a 12th grade Deluo exists in this world? Is not the 9th grade the pinnacle? His understanding is utterly overturned, and he struggles to fathom it. Were he not within the Zi Xiao Palace, he would be compelled to venture into the primordial realm to seek this individual, determined to recruit them as a vice master. If the 9th grade Deluo could be a possibility of the one he seeks to evade, then the 12th grade Deluo could very well embody the one he has long pursued. Alas, he cannot leave the Zi Xiao Palace at this moment. The deep regret lingers within him for not having encountered this individual. Such a Deluo surpasses even his master. Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression reflects his shock. A 12th grade Deluo Jin Xian, what immense depth of heritage must that entail? Such a being has never been seen before. Even their master, Tao ancestor Hong Jun, is but a 9th grade Deluo. With such profound heritage, should he not perish prematurely, there may lie a possibility of proving the Tao through strength in the future. Niwa bestows high praise. The saints of the primordial realm today are all heavenly Tao saints. They rely upon the primordial purple energy and the merits of the heavenly Tao, entrusting their true spirits to coexist with the heavenly Tao to attain sainthood. Compared to the primordial Deluo Jin Xian, they are bound by an additional layer of restraint, defying the heavens to become saints. Throughout the vast primordial realm, from the time of creation until now, only Pangu has managed to prove the Tao through strength. Yet the heritage of this individual indeed holds the potential to become a second Pangu, a remarkable talent, born of destiny. The two saints from the West also express their admiration to the 12th grade de Luo, shaking the very foundations of history, illuminating the primordial realm, and shining across the myriad worlds. What exceptional talent this is! Perhaps only in this time of impending calamity, when the heavenly secrets are chaotic and turmoil approaches, can such a being of profound heritage be born. Before the six saints can utter more words, a figure of the utmost respect and grandeur manifests upon the highest pedestal above them. Clad in simple Taoist robes, with a Taoist crown upon his head, devoid of adornments, yet exuding an ineffable celestial aura, he embodies the essence of returning to simplicity. Even the six saints cannot discern how this figure has appeared. It is as if he has been seated there all along, unseen until he chooses to reveal himself. Greetings, Master. The six saints rise in unison, bowing respectfully, not daring to show an ounce of disrespect. It can be said that without Hong Jun, they would not hold their current positions. Hong Jun nods slightly. The six saints take their seats that I have summoned you here, and I trust you have sensed it as well. The aura of calamity has once again manifested across the primordial lands, heralding the emergence of a new tribulation. This tribulation is named the deification of the gods. Hong Jun speaks with a calm voice. Yet, as his words fall, the six saints feel a weight in their hearts. The calamity has returned. In the past, they have all witnessed the horror of each tribulation, sweeping across the entire primordial realm, staining the earth and sky with bloodshed. Though they had sensed the signs, receiving such definitive confirmation still causes them to furrow their brows. The calamity is named the deification of the gods. What does this entail? Taishang Laozi looks at Tao ancestor Hong Jun and inquires, Master, what does deification of the gods mean? The path of immortals and mortals diverges. Without profound roots, how can one separate gods and demons? Falling prey to flattery and treachery. Even if one succeeds in refining their essence, it is all in vain. Among the practitioners of the primordial realm, those who have not severed their three corpses will ultimately face calamity 500 years hence. Tao ancestor Hong Jun speaks calmly. As the heavenly court is newly established, there remain 365 vacant positions for true gods. Those who perish in the calamity shall be enshrined as true gods of the heavenly court, assisting the heavenly sovereign in governing the three realms. As heavenly Tao saints, you possess the authority of the heavenly Tao and must act in accordance with it. The divine beings face a calamity. They shall be enshrined and enter the heavenly court, subject to the rule of the heavenly sovereign. Follow the heavenly Tao. The six saints are taken aback. The implications are vast, sweeping across all practitioners of the primordial realm. Especially the final phrase, though unspoken, is understood by all the six saints to directly target the lineage of the saints. After all, we're the most practitioners in the primordial realm. Naturally, it is within the saintly lineage. Aside from Yuhua, who lacks a lineage, the expressions of the other five saints change in an instant. Taishang Laozi speaks immediately. Master, I am but a disciple of the human sect. With only one disciple in Xiandu, if we enter the deification of the gods' calamity and ascend to the heavenly court, the human sect shall perish. Jie Jiao Ren's face reflects despair. Hastily speaking, Master, my Western sect has faced numerous disasters. The land of my origins has been ravaged by the demon ancestor, Luo, who, leading to a depletion of resources and transforming it into a desolate wasteland. My fellow disciples and I have established the Western sect, tirelessly restoring the land's spiritual veins over countless ages, yet we have only made minimal progress. Even now, the Western sect remains sparse in disciples and thin in fortune. If we enter the deification of the gods' calamity, the Western sect shall surely be in peril. The West is in danger. Chu Qing Dao Ren also speaks urgently. Yes, Master, please show mercy to the West. Yuan Shirtan Zun does not lag behind, directly stating, Master, my Chan sect disciples possess profound roots, excellent constitutions, and great understanding, selected from the best, with deep fortunes. we should not face such a calamity. In contrast, Tong Tian's sect indiscriminately accepts disciples without scrutiny, resulting in a mix of good and bad, many of whom are merely the remnants of the past calamity. They have long been destined to fall in the calamity. Yet they persist even now, tarnishing the reputation of the saints, since the deification of the gods' calamity requires the enshrinement of 365 true gods. Let the disciples of the Jie sect fill those positions. It would resolve the karmic ties left over from the past calamity. He has long held a disdain for the Jie sect, now that there is a need for individuals to be enshrined. It is a perfect opportunity for him to see the Jie sect receive such an honor, a chance to remove a thorn from his side. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian grows anxious, turning to Yuan Shi Tianzun. Second brother, how can you speak so? Your Chan sect disciples are disciples. Does that mean my Jie sect is not? The calamity of the Wu and Yao has passed. Since they can survive, it naturally means their karmic ties have dissipated. Why should they pay them back? If your Chan sect disciples do not seek enshrinement, why should my Jie sect disciples? The two engage in a sharp exchange, refusing to yield. Niwa observes the stances of the five saints without uttering a word. Simply watching from the sidelines, she lacks a lineage and has no disciples in the past. Though she was the ruler of the demon clan, the war between the Wu and Yao led to the fall of her kin. She once served as the holy mother of humanity, but with the sealing of the three sovereigns in the fire cloud cave and the subsequent severing of the connection with humanity, her ties to the human race have grown increasingly tenuous. Thus, even if the deification of the gods' calamity sweeps across the realm, what impact could it have on her? Third brother, in truth, your second brother speaks wisely. For the greater good, this should fulfill the sealing of the gods, thereby preventing the calamity of the great tribulation from wreaking havoc and causing the suffering of the primordial beings. The supreme Laozi observed the Tong Tian. Interjecting into the dispute between him and the eldest brother, Tong Tian wore an expression of shock, his face etched with disbelief that in the past, regardless of how he and quarreled, the supreme Laozi, as the eldest brother, maintained neutrality, and at times even favored him. One could say that their relationship had always been amicable, and he believed that the supreme Laozi would lend him aid. Yet now, even the supreme Laozi sided with, causing him profound heartache. The Taoist of guidance seized the moment, his countenance sorrowful, hands clasped in prayer, as if pitying the world. I implore the supreme Lingbao, Tianzun, to consider the hardships faced by the primordial beings and voluntarily allow his disciples to complete the sealing of the gods, ensuring that the great primordial lands do not suffer calamity. Such would be a great merit, and the myriad beings of the great primordial would surely remember the benevolence of the supreme Lingbao, Tianzun's choice today. The Taoist of certainty echoed, indeed, this aligns with the will of heaven. I beseech the supreme Lingbao, Tianzun, to deliberate carefully. What a noble cause! What a great merit! What a compliance with heavenly will! Tong Tian wore a cold smile, rising from the mat, pointing at the other saints, and exclaimed in fury, "You all speak incessantly of the myriad beings of the great primordial. If that is the case, why do you not take the initiative to seal the gods yourselves, instead of pressuring me? Then, it is nothing but hypocrisy. You have ascended to the rank of saints, yet still maintain such a facade. It is utterly hypocritical." Since the four saints were pressing him, he saw no need to maintain any semblance of decorum, tearing away all masks. If even his own brothers acted thus, what need was there for him to care? So be it, a battle it shall be. They're all saints, what is there to fear? Glared at Tong Tian, rising in anger. Tong Tian, look at yourself. Do you possess even a shred of dignity befitting a saint? You bring shame upon the saints. Now, you want the disciples to seal the gods. Let us consider today's events as if nothing happened. Pardoning your reckless actions, Tong Tian's heart ignited with fury, his teeth grinding audibly. Pardon? When did I err? If you wish to seal the gods, then let your disciples do so. If you intend to coerce me, feel free to test the in my hand and see if I comply. The previously silent Hong Jun gazed at the six saints and finally spoke slowly. Enough. You have 500 years to deliberate on this matter. This is if a conclusion is reached, sign it on the. If not, 500 years hence, the calamity of sealing the gods shall commence, and the myriad immortals of the great Primordial shall each vie for their passage, with a wave of his hand. A resplendent golden list floated within entwined with the laws of heaven, embodying the will of the celestial order. Clearly, once inscribed, true spirits would be eternally imprisoned, akin to prisoners, after leaving the Hongjun vanished from leaving the six saints to debate. Meanwhile, as the discussion of sealing the god transpired within, the Chu Qing successfully broke through and stabilized, standing at the realm of the already plotting for the future. The commotion was immense. Although aided by various methods and shrouded by the aura of the calamity, no one could deduce that it was I who attained the path. Yet some beings, demons, immortals, observed from afar. Though I felt no fear, it would only invite trouble. I must depart first. Chu Qing rose from the lake's depths, soaring into the sky, erasing all traces, swiftly concealing himself, and upon reappearing, found himself within a mountain, where he concealed his whereabouts before beginning to explore his own transformations. The power of the Chu Qing stood upon the ground, clenched his fist, and felt the immense strength coursing within him. Compared to when he was the changes were monumental. His magical power surged like an endless ocean. Even in the absence of spiritual energy in the world, he could naturally transmute chaos, transforming all into magical power, rendering himself eternal across the myriad realms. Furthermore, his capabilities were distinct. Not only did his rate of transmutation surpass that of other, but more importantly, the quality of his magical power. His magical energy seemed to have undergone 1,000 refinements. Utterly pure, far exceeding that of other. This purity meant that when utilizing the same magical power to invoke identical divine abilities, with the quality of Chu Qing's power, he could effortlessly crush all in his path, showcasing an invincible prowess within the same realm. Such pure and colossal magical energy finally allowed him to operate the supreme laws with confidence, free from the fear of depleting his power. Thus, the enhancement to my combat strength cannot be understated. At present, with my might, I may not be a match for the saints. However, beneath the saints, I fear not even those ancient quasi-saints. Chu Qing clearly understood his strength. Evaluating his capabilities, the innate balance of the great Tao balances all, contesting within the same realm. The imperial might subdues the abyss, rendering the physical form invincible, though he had yet to successfully evolve even a single particle. His physique had already received a terrifying enhancement, comparable to that of the Great Witch. Should he successfully evolve a particle, his body would stand equal to that of the ancient ancestors. This is merely a single particle. One must realize that his utmost potential encompasses 800 million particles. What a formidable power! If he were to cultivate to the pinnacle, his body could nearly suppress the heavens. Not to mention, he possesses the 7 emotions and 6 desires technique, the Hongmeng tranquility method, the swallowing Tao supreme skill, and numerous other supreme laws that in the great primordial, there are rumors that the saints are boundless. Representing the celestial order, beneath the saints, all are but ants. The true path harmonizes with the Tao. There exists no qualitative change induced by quantitative change between the non-saints and the saints. No excess is of any use. Yet, Chu Qing felt that while he may not be a match for the saints now, he would not necessarily remain so as a quasi-saint. Alternatively, by developing, propelling, and cultivating the many supreme laws to a stronger state, it is not impossible for them to strike down the saints. However, these are merely his own evaluations. Once he ascends to sainthood, who knows how many trump cards he will wield, not to mention his magical power. Even his treasures are fearsome. For example, in later years, Yin Xiao had already severed the 3 corpses, becoming the highest quasi-saint, yet was still captured and suppressed beneath the Qilin cliff of Kunlun Mountain by the supreme Laozi with the Qian Kun diagram. Easily crushed, alter the future of the one requires even greater power. Relying solely on himself and his methods is insufficient. Allies are essential. Chu Qing contemplated within, while enhancing the overall strength of the disciples is indeed crucial. Expecting them to grow sufficiently to confront the saints in such a short time is evidently unrealistic. After all, the time left for the since Tong Tian's visit to thee is already limited. Moreover, during the impending sealing calamity, they will be besieged by the four saints. The supreme Laozi and the two Western saints will show no mercy. Thus, to realize his ambition of sending the disciples of the Western onto and perhaps even the four saints themselves, allies are indispensable. The underworld and the Earth Mother, Nuwa, are both pivotal. If he can forge alliances with them, it will undoubtedly deliver a tremendous surprise to the four saints and the myriad heavens during the future sealing calamity. Chu Qing revealed a smile, his pearly white teeth glistening, eyes shining with brilliance. He was acutely aware of his objective. The immortals who perished in the sealing calamity do not directly enter Instead, they first enter the underworld without reincarnation. After the sealing war concludes, they will be distributed by Jiangzi, a transit point. The underworld holds countless possibilities, not to mention the Earth Mother, Nuwa. The chessboard of the sealing calamity is the struggle between the human dynasties. The Shang and Zhou. Following the sealing's conclusion, the human emperor ascends as the son of heaven. The human emperor is demoted, and the fate of humanity is severed as the saint mother of humanity. Nuwa, who once became a saint through creation, would surely be impacted. Yet, at the onset of the calamity, she was already a player in the game. However, this also presents the possibility of forging alliances, if Nuwa and the Earth Mother are willing to assist. The future sealing war will undoubtedly become even more splendid. Chu Qing's smile grew increasingly radiant, his eyes gleaming, and his teeth flawless. Yet this smile appeared increasingly sinister. Since that day, Hong Jun sought calamity and plotted against them. He would deliver them a true calamity, an unprecedented upheaval capable of disrupting the course of history. May future histories eternally record this calamity as the most terrifying and darkest turmoil. However, the Earth Mother is imprisoned deep within the cycle of reincarnation, a sealing of the heavenly order. Even saints cannot break free. Although the great annihilation technique can obliterate all, it is evident that, with his current level, he cannot sever the heavenly seal and must enhance his strength. After the demise of the Witch clan, Hutu, who subsequently adopted the name Pingxin, had long since lost all hope. When the great witch Jiufeng nearly met her end in battle, the underworld showed no concern whatsoever. Even if the seal could be broken, rekindling Hutu's fighting spirit would still pose considerable difficulty. Perhaps the only path left was to resurrect the ancient ancestors of the witches, although the reversal of the 8 forms involves life, death, yin, yang, reality, and illusion. It remains inadequate for reviving past souls. Reincarnation is still the key. Unfortunately, within the teachings of no one has gleaned the profound art of the 6 paths of reincarnation from the narratives. And I have received no feedback. Perhaps I should bring the text to Hoda one day and let her peruse them. It might yield results. However, given my current strength, should I venture into the underworld, I would hardly attract Hutu's attention. Such negotiations must occur on equal footing, and for now, it is best not to provoke any misfortune put it plainly, my strength is simply insufficient. Chu Qing sighed softly, a sense of helplessness washing over him. Although he had meticulously planned for the future and possessed a clear path ahead, his power remained a limitation. Yet he felt no discouragement. Rather, his fighting spirit soared. To have achieved the 12th rank of De Luo Jin Xian in merely a century, unafraid of any beneath the saints, how could he not eventually stand shoulder to shoulder with them, given time? Chu Qing believed that day would not be far off. If Hutu could not plot, then only Nuwa remained. However, since his master had gone to the Zi Xiao Palace, it was surely concerning the 6 saints' deliberations on canonization, and Nuwa would undoubtedly be present. He should return to Jin Ao Island and see if his master had returned. After all, he had been away for a while and was unaware of the current state of If his master had indeed returned, it would be an opportune moment to gauge Nuwa's sentiments. During this period of absence, Chu Qing found himself missing although he had little familiarity within its ranks. Often feeling like a mere specter, he had lived there for countless years, having long since considered Jin Ao Island his home. Now that he had successfully broken through, it was time to return and visit. He employed his escape technique, vanishing from his location, transcending space, and disregarding time. In an instant, he seemed to return to the past, reappearing above Jin Ao Island. The scene remained unchanged. Chu Qing gazed down at Jin Ao Island. In the vast expanse of the East Sea, the grand island lay like a golden turtle, exuding the essence of the saints and safeguarding the Tao lineage. His master had still not returned. With a flicker of thought, he sensed certain karmic ties, divinations, and tarot interpretations revealing that the Tong Tian had not yet returned to Jin Ao Island. His master's absence indicated that the conference at Zi Xiao Palace was still ongoing. Thus, he would return home and seize the time to cultivate diligently. Chu Qing's gaze was resolute, fully aware of the myriad possibilities ahead, armed with a clear objective and path that he took another step forward, entering Jin Ao Island. However, just as he set foot on the island, passing by the Tao discussion platform, the sight before him left him utterly stunned. If his master were to return and witness this scene, would he not be inclined to reprimand me? Before his eyes was a sea of disciples, seated in orderly rows upon the Tao discussion platform, much like students in a classroom, though not all disciples were gathered there. The sheer number, amounting to thousands, was indeed a magnificent sight. Each disciple held a novel, deeply engrossed in reading. At the forefront stood Yin Xiao, adorned in avant-garde attire, a pristine white shirt with a slightly open collar revealing her exquisite collarbone. Though the undulating curves beneath were obscured, they appeared all the more alluring in their obscurity. Her black pleated skirt showcased her slender and graceful legs, the black stockings accentuating their perfect form. Exuding a unique charm, she stood at the head of the celestial assembly, gazing at the disciples with an expression devoid of mirth, exuding an air of solemnity. Chu Qing, our esteemed senior, imparted the Tao to us, granting us the opportunity to witness the great path. This is an unparalleled grace, and we must not squander the teachings bestowed upon us by Senior Chu Qing. Those who have grasped the teachings must meditate deeply. Those who have not must each write a 10,000-word reflection. Yin Xiao's voice resonated across the Tao discussion platform. Her standing within was already high, being the second among the 4 great disciples of the outer sect, on par with the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. Having once orchestrated a battle against Ran Deng, she nearly vanquished the vice leader of the Chan sect, in terms of both strength and prestige. She held a prominent position within thus, no one dared to voice dissent regarding her method of instruction. However, such a teaching approach sent a shiver down Chu Qing's spine as he appeared on the Tao discussion platform, akin to a nightmare returning. The thought of a 10,000-word reflection was utterly demoralizing. It reminded him of his school days, where, after watching a film or reading a book, he was often coerced by teachers into writing reflections. To think that even after traversing realms and becoming a 12th rank Deluo Jin Xian, deemed a supreme taboo, he would still encounter the familiar dread of reflections, and of 10,000 words at that. The terror of being dominated by reflections resurfaced. As he lingered, lost in thought, someone on the Tao discussion platform noticed Chu Qing and shouted excitedly, "It's Senior Chu Qing! Senior Chu Qing has returned! Senior Chu Qing is truly powerful!" With that, a chorus of voices erupted, and all eyes turned to the figure standing against the sky. Gazing up at him, in the eyes of the crowd, Chu Qing appeared in white garments. Untouched by the mundane world, his countenance handsome and unassuming, a bottle-shaped mark faintly visible on his brow, radiating an aura of the Tao, as if the great path had manifested. Beneath his flesh, a secret power coursed through him, resembling the embryonic forms of universes coming into being, a mysterious charm enveloping him, rendering him increasingly ethereal and transcendent. Though he stood aloft in the heavens, he seemed to exist beyond this realm, as though suppressing the myriad heavens and asserting dominion over eternity, boundless and far-reaching. Clearly, he was different from the figure who once sought the Tao, emanating an even stronger presence that captivated hearts. Yin Xiao, of course, also noticed Chu Qing, lifting her gaze to him, her beautiful eyes shimmering, her exquisite visage betraying a look of admiration. She turned to the celestial assembly, proclaiming, "Now that Senior Chu Qing has returned, let him witness your transformations. Do not be so boisterous." "Yes," the celestial assembly responded in unison, their voices synchronizing in an instant. And then, turning to Chu Qing, they spoke with booming voices that resonated across Jin Ao Island. Echoing far and wide, shaking the East Sea. New atmosphere. We are all scholars. Thank you, Master. Bow to Chu Qing. Your grace is akin to rebirth, never to be forgotten. The thunderous applause left Chu Qing in a daze. Standing suspended in the air, momentarily lost in thought. If his master were to return, would he not assume that I have seized power and become the... Having positioned myself alongside the Tong Tian, it would be hard not to invite misunderstandings. Yet, witnessing the fervent expressions of the disciples, Chu Qing found himself at a loss for words, merely waving his hand. Thank you all for your hard work. He then hurriedly departed, almost as if fleeing. However, to the eyes of the disciples, it was an entirely different scene. Countless disciples gazed in admiration at the direction in which Chu Qing had left. Truly, Senior Chu Qing is remarkable, even when employing the escape technique to depart. He exudes such charm. How terrifying. I should hasten back to my cave dwelling. Chu Qing left the Dao discussion platform, alighting on the ground, and made his way toward his cave after traversing a mountain. He reached the mountainside. After all, Jin Ao Island was the sacred ground of the saints, capable of accommodating myriad celestial beings. How vast it was! Before he could descend the mountain, merely standing on a mountainside and gazing down. The view through the clouds once again reshaped his perception of his eyes widened in disbelief. Has the change been so profound? Is this truly still? Just by crossing a single mountain, he could see that at the foot of the mountain, a vast marketplace had been established, stretching over 100 miles. Countless shops dotted the marketplace, partitioning it into two thoroughfares. Even from his vantage point on the mountainside, he could hear the enthusiastic call of merchants from the marketplace. The celestial treasure Taiji diagram, freshly out of the oven, buy 3, get 1 free. The celestial treasure Chaos Bell, a relic once wielded by the Eastern Emperor Tai, crafted 1-to-1, now buy 5, get 2 free, while supplies last. The celestial treasure. Pangu axe, only this one, miss this village, and there will be no store. The day after tomorrow, the Lingbao Qingping sword will be sold in bulk, with a promotional offer of buy 3. Get 2 free. Additionally, there exists a singular, exceptional postnatal spiritual root, the chaotic green lotus, available only in this solitary specimen. First come, first served. Furthermore, the postnatal spiritual root, the Pantao tree, offers a buy 2, get 1 free deal. And the Huangzhong Li, another postnatal spiritual root, presents an irresistible buy 3, get 1 free offer. Truly a remarkable value. Amidst the cacophony of haggling and calls from vendors, Chu Qing observed numerous disciples meandering about, pausing at stalls to engage in bidding, creating a lively atmosphere. When did the Jie Jiao start hosting a market? What is the meaning of this? The Taiji diagram and the chaotic bell are both innate treasures. Are they not? Moreover, the Taiji diagram is held by the Taishang sage, and the chaotic bell vanished along with Dong Huang Tai Yi. How is it that this market is now selling them as postnatal treasures? With such enticing buy more get more deals, even the Pangu axe is present, as well as the chaotic green lotus. How has such a spiritual root been classified as a postnatal exceptional root? This is becoming increasingly absurd. Chu Qing found himself utterly perplexed by the situation. Every cry from the vendors echoed the names of renowned treasures and spiritual roots throughout the Honghuang realm. The only inconsistency lay in the discrepancies of their known classifications. To clarify matters, he decided to take a closer look, albeit with a desire to disguise his presence. He recalled the fervent scene he had witnessed earlier at the debate platform, an experience he was reluctant to encounter a second time. He altered his appearance and even modified his aura, ensuring that no one could recognize him. Thus, he swiftly descended the mountain and ventured into one of the streets within the market. Upon entering, the din of various vendors grew even more deafening. However, the street appeared solely dedicated to the tray of treasures, and contrary to chaos, it was remarkably orderly, indicating excellent management. Who is behind this market? Who has fashioned these treasures and spiritual roots? As Chu Qing strolled past one makeshift stall after another, though calling them stalls is generous, as they were merely tables displaying their wares, he could discern that each item bore a striking resemblance to the next. Yet, upon closer examination, it was evident that the internal formations were lacking, and all were postnatally forged. That it is known that true treasures are naturally formed and contain inherent formations. Even postnatal creations require inscribing these formations for true spirits to acknowledge their masters, with higher quality corresponding to the number of formations present. Clearly, the treasures lining this street are all forgeries. However, the sheer volume of such forgeries presents a terrifying number. Treasures are hard to come by. And even postnatal treasures necessitate various materials, crafted by mighty beings and nurtured over time. Many beings in the Honghuang realm might go their entire lives without acquiring even a single postnatal spiritual treasure. Yet now, they offer buy more get more deals. This has utterly upended Chu Qing's understanding. Igniting his curiosity about what has transpired as he wandered the street, he paused at a stall selling pango flags. "Hey there, have you ever used a pango flag? The treasure that splits the pango axe into three. It's on sale now for just 20 postnatal exceptional roots." A hulking black bear spirit, transformed into human form, boasted while exposing his bare torso, yet maintaining his bear-like head. Before him stood a young woman, engaged in a heated debate with him. "I bought 12 fiery red lotuses for 18 postnatal exceptional roots yesterday. Now you're selling them for 15? Refund me. Miss, prices fluctuate daily in the market. Don't you understand?" The bear spirit replied. "The price can't drop that quickly. It wasn't this price yesterday. Don't be upset. My business isn't easy either. How about this? If you provide 2 more postnatal exceptional roots, I'll throw in a woody apricot yellow flag." "Now that's more reasonable," she conceded. Chu Qing observed the transaction with astonishment. The woody apricot yellow flag, one of the innate 5 directions flags, was transformed from the leaves of the chaotic green lotus after its disintegration, with a genuine article currently in the hands of the primordial heavenly sovereign, an exceptional innate treasure. Truly, all sorts of forgeries abound here. After the young woman departed, Chu Qing approached, eyeing the dozens of pango flags on display. He inquired with a smile, "What kind of power do these pango flags possess compared to the genuine article?" The bear spirit regarded him with amusement. "First time here? Huh." Chu Qing nodded. The bear spirit laughed. "Given your question, it's clear you've never been here before. Since it's your first visit, allow me to enlighten you. These forgeries possess roughly 10% of the genuine article's power. But know this, they are imitations of innate treasures, and only 3 exist throughout the Honghuang realm. Since the chaotic bell went missing, only 2 remain. Even 10% is formidable, surpassing the average postnatal treasures in strength. And the pango flag is particularly lethal. Even some exceptional innate treasures cannot compare in terms of offensive capability. So what do you say? Interested in one?" As Chu Qing picked up a pango flag and felt its weight, he recognized the bear spirit's claims were not unfounded. While it might not possess the cumulative power of 10 flags equating to that of a genuine one, after all, true treasures are a matter of qualitative transformation, not merely quantitative accumulation. It was still sufficiently formidable. Though labeled as a postnatal treasure, its power was not inferior to innate treasures, showcasing the remarkable intricacy of these imitations. The loss of disciples from Jie Jiao, each armed with one or even several of these flags, would undoubtedly create a terrifying spectacle in battle. They could even intimidate opponents into retreat. After all, these are imitations of innate treasures, aside from the diminished internal formations and slightly weakened power. Their appearance is indistinguishable from the authentic ones. Imagining the scene when the Fengshen calamity unfolds, with each Jie Jiao disciple wielding one or more of these imitations, the grandeur of such a sight was awe-inspiring. He set down the pango flag and turned to the bear spirit. "Who crafted these treasures? They appear so convincingly genuine." The bear spirit regarded him with a curious expression. "Friend, for you to ask that question. I can't help but wonder if you are a disciple of Jie Jiao." Chu Qing chuckled lightly. "I was in seclusion to break through. Having achieved my goal, I've returned to Jin Ao Island. However, the changes I see now are bewildering." The bear spirit suddenly understood. "That explains it. These treasures are the handiwork of Sister Hanji. She has mastered the supreme techniques passed down by Senior Chu Qing. Although they lack offensive capabilities, her skill in crafting treasures is unparalleled. allowing her to produce them swiftly, and her forgeries are so convincing that they could easily deceive the eye. This entire market is filled with treasures crafted by Sister Hanji, including the spiritual root street behind us, all cultivated by her. Chu Qing was taken aback. Goodness, I had no idea it was the work of Sister Hanji. She has truly become the foremost purveyor of forgeries in the Honghuang realm. It seems my acquisition of the grand refinement technique was indeed derived from her insights. He was astonished to learn that Sister Hanji could even imitate and cultivate spiritual roots before reaching the level of Deluo Jingxian. Cultivation predominantly relied on magical power, with spiritual roots playing a significant role. Now that she could cultivate spiritual roots, does that not imply that Jie Jiao disciples could swiftly elevate their realms? If time permitted, by the time of the Fengshen catastrophe, would every Jie Jiao disciple not at least reach Deluo? If such a scenario were to unfold, it would surely astonish the saints and the myriad realms alike. Just imagining the expressions of the Chan Jiao, Ren Jiao, and Western teachings at that time, Chu Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Aside from all this, you've also missed out on a great opportunity. That is, the teachings imparted by Senior Chu Qing back in the day. Speaking of Senior Chu Qing, he is truly an extraordinary figure, possessing high moral integrity, and is a genuine master, his unfathomable power. Once he joined Jie Jiao, he sought neither fame nor fortune, instead dedicating his efforts to benefit his fellow disciples by documenting the supreme teachings in written form. Whenever Jie Jiao disciples sought guidance, Senior Chu Qing would undoubtedly share his wisdom generously, utilizing novels to aid in comprehension, sparing his peers millennia or even eons of arduous understanding. It can be said that without Senior Chu Qing, there would be no Jie Jiao as it exists today. The bear spirit continued to sing praises, his face brimming with excitement as he recounted tales of Chu Qing. Chu Qing felt somewhat bashful. Scratching his nose, was I really that impressive? The bear spirit stared at Chu Qing in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Chu Qing, you should feel no shame. His interest waned as he glanced at Chu Qing. Unfortunately, you've missed that opportunity, and now that you've returned, there are reading points required for studying. However, once you attain the realm of Deluo Jingxian, you may apply for Huabei at that point. Your creditworthiness, along with your treasures and spiritual roots, will determine your borrowing limit. Chu Qing was instantly bewildered. Reading points? Huabei. What on earth is that? I was completely unaware. When I left, these things didn't exist. How has it changed so much in my absence? Is this still Jie Jiao? Chu Qing was utterly bewildered, taking a considerable moment to comprehend the situation, after retreating for years to achieve a breakthrough. He returned only to find that the Jie Jiao had undergone a dramatic transformation. Who could possibly accept such a change? I must hasten back to my cave dwelling to investigate. Hearing the words of the black bear spirit, Chu Qing began to doubt whether his cave had been usurped, that he needed to return swiftly. He set down the panga banner, uttering not a word, and made his way directly to his cave. Have you been watching for so long without making a purchase? The black bear spirit shouted after Chu Qing's departing figure, feeling that all his efforts had been in vain. Chu Qing paid him no heed, traversing through the market before nearing his cave. However, as he cast his gaze towards his dwelling, his eyes widened in shock. Who on earth did this? Next to his two-story library, an extraordinarily grand palace had been erected. To call it a palace was an understatement. It resembled a complex of palaces. The walls were crafted from jade, enhanced with formations, with every 5 steps leading to a level and every 10 steps to a pavilion. Corridors wound like silken ribbons, the structures inclined according to the terrain, intertwining and twisting, resembling a dense beehive from afar, or a spiraling whirlpool, soaring majestically. Such a palace was undeniably opulent and resplendent. Even the crystal palace submerged in the ocean depths could not compare to this grandeur. Initially, his modest 2-story loft appeared satisfactory, but in contrast, it now resembled a mere lavatory. The adage rings true. Without comparison, there is no harm. Of course, he had no objections to the construction of such a magnificent palace. If one wished to build, so be it. Yet, why construct it adjacent to my cave, making my dwelling seem like a toilet? Is this not an affront to a decent person? I must uncover the identity of the one responsible for this palace. With anger brewing within him, Chu Qing shed his pretense, revealing his true appearance, and employed his escape technique to approach the palace. Upon closer inspection, he regarded the palace with disdain. What a shabby structure. I must find an opportunity to dismantle it. Merely a collection of ostentatious decorations, utterly distasteful. It pales in comparison to my exquisite two-story loft. In an instant, he arrived at the palace entrance. I am Chu Qing. Might I have the honor of a meeting with you within your cave? His voice boomed, imbued with a unique secret power, ensuring it echoed throughout the palace complex. However, after a prolonged silence, no response emanated from within. Could it be that the occupant is not present? Or perhaps they heard my name and are unwilling to meet? Chu Qing pondered, for his esteemed reputation within the Jie Jiao was evident throughout the Dao discussion platform and the market. Yet, with such a reputation, how could someone build such a grand palace beside his cave without anyone intervening? Just as he was about to change his approach and inquire once more, a voice called out from behind him. Senior Chu Qing, it is indeed you who has returned. Congratulations on your progress in cultivation. However, Senior, what brings you here? Chu Qing turned to see Zhao Gongming emerging from the library. He was about to call him Brother Gongming, but recalled their past interactions and promptly changed his address to Little Zhao. Do you know whose palace this is? The palace casts my cave in a poor light. I must ascertain its owner and ensure they understand the consequences of their actions. Zhao Gongming, pleased by the moniker Little Zhao, chuckled heartily. Senior, this is your palace. Chu Qing was taken aback at my palace. How was I unaware of this? Senior, in gratitude for your bestowed teachings, we felt that your original two-story loft was too humble and thus crafted this palace specifically for you. Naming it the Palace of Creation, we sought your approval beforehand, but you were not present in the Jie Jiao, so we proceeded with construction. Zhao Gongming explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Qing's expression softened. So, it is indeed mine. He scrutinized the palace once more, nodding in approval. Very well. I am quite satisfied. This palace is truly splendid. It far surpasses my previous two-story loft, Senior, in addition to this palace. Please accept these 200,000 superior spiritual roots. Zhao Gongming presented a bracelet containing a vast number of spiritual roots. Hearing the quantity, Chu Qing's expression remained neutral, but his eyes widened in astonishment. 200,000 superior spiritual roots. How is this possible? Have you taken over the herb garden of the Chan Jiao? From the profits of the market and the reading points accrued, Zhao Gongming replied enthusiastically. While you were away, I felt that the casual borrowing of books would lead the disciples of the Jie Jiao to take them for granted. Thus, I had the whimsical idea to implement a reading point system. To borrow books, one must exchange spiritual roots for points, which can then be used to borrow text. To regulate this, I established a library at the Dao discussion platform. Additionally, for disciples with lower realms and limited spiritual roots, I allowed them to utilize Huabai, enabling them to engage in advanced consumption, with the understanding that they would seek out spiritual roots and repay regularly once they gained insight from their readings. Listening to Zhao Gongming's animated recounting, Chu Qing was astounded. Good heavens, so all of this was your doing. You appear so simple-minded, yet you are remarkably astute. If you were to engage in commerce, you would effortlessly establish a commercial empire. After detailing the developments within the Jie Jiao, Zhao Gongming continued, Senior, there's one more matter I must inquire about. There's something you wish to ask me. You have managed to build a commercial empire during my absence. What could be of concern? Chu Qing regarded Zhao Gongming, whose robust and amiable demeanor belied his shrewdness, with curiosity. What is it? Chu Qing inquired casually. Zhao Gongming scratched his head, somewhat sheepishly, and said before you returned, I took the liberty of residing in your original cave. Now that you have returned, what do you think? Chu Qing initially thought it was a significant matter, but realizing it was merely this triviality, he waved his hand dismissively. It's of no consequence. Since this palace was built for me, I shall reside here for the time being. I have no particular requirements for a dwelling, as long as it serves as a place for cultivation. That suffices as for the original library. It can remain as it was. He gazed upon the palace of creation, resplendent and aesthetically pleasing, far superior to the former two-story loft. With such a palace, who would wish to inhabit a loft? Zhao Gongming was delighted and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior." He had not anticipated Chu Qing's nonchalance, particularly with his statement, "As long as there is a place to cultivate." It revealed a noble spirit, unconcerned with material possessions. After all, how could one so selflessly impart supreme teachings and guide the disciples of the Jie Jiao possibly be attached to such trivialities? Perhaps my perspective is too narrow. The disparity between my mindset and that of Senior Chu Qing is profound. Chu Qing nodded, dismissing Zhao Gongming, then pushed open the grand doors of the Palace of Creation, stepping inside. With a mere thought, he took command of the palace's formations, establishing himself as its master. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Chu Qing stood within the main hall, nodding in satisfaction. Even merely standing there, he sensed a distinct difference. Not to mention the other aspects. Simply the various spiritual gathering formations within the palace, when activated, concentrated spiritual energy, far surpassing that of his previous cave, enhancing his cultivation speed significantly. After a brief inspection, he entered the inner hall and sat cross-legged on a mat, activating all the formations of his cave, preparing for seclusion. Compared to other matters, cultivation was paramount. Upon reaching the Deluo golden immortal realm, mere breathing and meditation would no longer suffice to elevate one's level. One must begin to comprehend the laws to make progress. Although I have benefited from the shared cultivation speed provided by the Jie Jiao disciples, time is of the essence. When I returned from Shuyang Mountain, I sensed that humanity had entered the Shang dynasty, leaving only a few centuries until the calamity unfolds. Time waits for no one. The Fengshen calamity will commence during the reign of Di Hexen. A few centuries may seem lengthy for ordinary mortals, spanning numerous lifetimes, yet for immortals and deities, it is but a fleeting moment. Thus, I must seize this time judiciously. Otherwise, during the future Fengshen catastrophe, it may prove exceedingly challenging. Moreover, it is imperative to realize one's potential and unleash upon the heavens an unprecedented cataclysm of darkness, orchestrating plans that would elevate the Western teachings, the interpretation school, the human school, and even place the Western two saints, Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shi Tian, upon the list of deities. Now, with my master yet to return, it signifies that Nuwa has not yet made her appearance. Thus she remains unhurried. Given my current strength, matters concerning the underworld must also be set aside. However, Zhao Gongming has bestowed upon me 200,000 superior postnatal spiritual roots, which are indeed of great importance, as I am presently cultivating the royal path suppression technique, necessitating vast amounts of spiritual energy to forge cosmic particles. With such a plethora of spiritual roots, I believe I shall be able to successfully create these cosmic particles. Chu Qing retrieved the bracelet that Zhao Gongming had previously given him. At this moment, I have not truly manifested the cosmic particles. I have merely begun to shape their model. Yet my physical strength is already comparable to that of a great shaman. Should I successfully forge even one, how immensely powerful would my physical form become? Comparable to the ancestral shamans, perhaps even transcending them. At that point, even if Nuwa remains absent, I might be able to strategize regarding the underworld. Not to mention, should I succeed in creating 2 or 3, or even all of them, what then? I fear that by then, I will be able to surpass the Tao with my physical form alone, capable of crushing saints and subduing the heavens merely with my corporeal might. Chu Qing's heart brimmed with ambition as he summoned the spiritual roots and activated the supreme devouring technique. He then channeled the royal path suppression technique, merging all power into his being to forge the cosmic particles. Thus, he became wholly immersed in his pursuit of enlightenment, transcending the boundaries of self and object. Time ceased to exist in his cultivation. Although Chu Qing remained tranquil during his practice, the interpretation school was fervently evolving. Especially after gaining Chu Qing's endorsement, Zhao Gongming perceived that Chu Qing had stated how things had been and how they would continue to unfold, effectively making himself the spokesperson for Chu Qing, thus propelling their endeavors with even greater vigor. Under Zhao Gongming's seemingly guileless yet astutely shrewd economic acumen, The interpretation school underwent significant development over time, clearly delineating into three major sectors. The discussion platform was transformed into a learning hall where all engaged in reading novels. The marketplace became a hub for trading artifacts and spiritual roots. The library required reading points for borrowing, opening pathways for the disciples to consume in advance and repay punctually. What if one failed to return? The subduing divine whip, the primordial golden dipper, the golden dragon scissors would promptly teach one a lesson, helping them restart their lives. Thus, the Life Restart team was formed, of course, due to the scarcity of primordial spiritual roots. Preparations were already in place. The Hanji Fairy cultivated spiritual roots and crafted artifacts, with the marketplace selling them, necessitating manpower, hence employing individuals to work in exchange for spiritual roots. When the materials for artifact crafting became scarce, laborers were sent to mine, also rewarded with spiritual roots as for the novels borrowed. The disciples circulated them among themselves, but Zhao Gongming did not mind. He imposed restrictions whereby, after reading once, the books would be sealed, requiring a fresh payment of reading points for another look, facilitating payments anytime and anywhere they asked for copying the novels. That was out of the question. Some disciples had attempted it, but to no avail. Ultimately, the blame fell upon Chu Qing, as these writings originally belonged to him, likely containing the will of a formidable being. Thus, while one could comprehend them, any attempt at reproduction resulted in mere text devoid of that will, rendering it simply a novel that in this manner. After some time, the interpretation school had formed a self-sustaining cycle. Work accomplished, spiritual roots returned to Zhao Gongming's hands. Moreover, production increased exponentially, leading to a veritable abundance of spiritual roots. However, there was one exception. The long-eared Dingguang fairy. In fact, the martial soul continent he had borrowed previously was not even desired by Zhao Gongming, as it was simply too inferior. Why must it be so difficult for me? The long-eared Dingguang fairy lamented daily. Meanwhile, all disciples of the interpretation school were experiencing rapid advancement. Even the small leopard spirit he once looked down upon was nearing the attainment of the Tai golden immortal realm. In stark contrast, he found himself regressing. Since perusing the martial soul continent, his realm had dropped from the pinnacle of Tai golden immortal to the early stage of Tai golden immortal. With time, he even began to doubt whether he would become a golden immortal. Such a comparison rendered his situation utterly dismal. Should I inquire with those two esteemed figures? Perhaps they might offer me some assistance. Deep within the recesses of his mind, a realm where even saints found it difficult to peer, two magnificent figures emerged, radiant with golden light and suffused with a sacred aura, their features obscured. Yet they bore an immense taboo, akin to a certain will, exuding unparalleled might. They were none other than the wills of two saints. However, the moment this thought surfaced, it was swiftly severed. Those two esteemed figures had stated that unless a critical moment arrived, there was no need to disturb them. For now, it was best to remain patient and await a time of sufficient value. Yet, I, the Rabbit Lord, have truly suffered greatly during this period. His eyes reddened as he recalled his recent tribulations. Growing even more sorrowful, it is truly arduous. Should this continue, I fear I may transform from a former attendant among the seven immortals into the weakest disciple of the entire interpretation school. However, before he could ponder further, a sudden burst of radiant light erupted from all directions of Golden Ao Island. The disciples of the interpretation school paid it no heed, accustomed to witnessing breakthroughs over the years on Golden Ao Island. Whether it be golden immortals ascending to Tai, or Tai achieving the Tao of Great Luo, nothing was unfamiliar to them. Yet the long-eared Dingguang fairy perked up as a rabbit spirit by nature. His ears were keen, and he now discerned the source that it was the return of the Daobao Taoist, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, the Wudong Saintess, and the Cloudy Fairy from their seclusion. Brother Daobao, did you gain any insights during this period of retreat? The Cloudy Fairy inquired, gazing at the Daobao Taoist. Alas, the Daobao Taoist sighed, his slightly plump figure standing with a hint of disappointment. I had hoped that this retreat would allow me to break through the shackles of Great Luo and achieve the status of quasi-saint. Yet I find myself still lacking, unable to succeed. I feel the same. The Wudong saintess interjected, her icy gaze filled with resentment. This is all the fault of that old thief, Ran Deng. If it were not for that old thief, threatening our interpretation school and causing us to lose focus during our retreat, we would have surely become quasi-saints. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother concurred. Indeed, it is all the fault of Ran Deng. If an opportunity arises in the future, we must avenge this grievance. They had already harbored deep resentment against the Ran Deng Taoist. All the fault of Ran Deng. In the past, when Ran Deng launched his assault, the three Heaven's sisters managed to fend him off. We have been in seclusion for so long, and we still know not how our junior brothers and sisters fare. The Daobao Taoist refrained from discussing cultivation matters further. What was done. Failure was failure, and there was little more to be said. The only regret he felt was that as the eldest brother of the interpretation school, he had failed to protect his junior brothers and sisters. Nor had he achieved a breakthrough in his own realm. In the end, it felt as though he had drawn water with a bamboo basket, yielding nothing in return. Let us go and check on our junior brothers and sisters. With our master absent, we rank among the most formidable within the interpretation school, and we can emulate our master in imparting knowledge to our junior brothers and sisters, answering their queries, suggested the Cloudy Fairy. All four were at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, their years of cultivation immeasurable, holding esteemed positions within the interpretation school. After all these years of practice, if they could not guide great Luo golden immortals, would they still be able to advise Tai golden immortals or golden immortals? That sounds splendid, the Daobao Taoist replied with a smile. Let us head to the discussion platform, which is spacious enough to accommodate our teachings. Today, we shall also learn from our master and share our insights. The others nodded in agreement. Soon after, the four employed their escape techniques and made their way to the discussion platform. Before long, they approached the discussion platform, but even before they landed, they noticed something remarkable about it. I did not expect our junior brothers and sisters to be so diligent, the Daobao Taoist observed with a look of satisfaction. At that moment, the discussion platform was orderly occupied by numerous disciples, each engrossed in a book, wholly absorbed in their reading, with no one distracted. Such a scene of eager scholarship had been rare in the past. After all, the interpretation school boasted a multitude of disciples, often referred to as the myriad immortals paying homage, with the quality of disciples varying greatly. It was a common saying in the wilderness that disciples of the interpretation school were unrestrained. Yet, it was astonishing to witness such a sight within the interpretation school, apart from the days when our master imparted teachings. One would think the master had returned to deliver a lecture. In the past, they had never exhibited such fervor, nor did one know what books they were reading. The celestial being of cloud observed from a distance, particularly intrigued by the presence of figures such as the golden cudgel celestial and the celestial of golden light, among others. As the foremost attendant among the seven immortals, he was acutely aware of certain junior disciples. While it was acceptable for them to listen to teachings, allowing them to peruse sacred texts was akin to a death sentence. They would often fall asleep after glancing at just a page or two. It was utterly absurd that, having attained immortality, they could still succumb to slumber. Yet now, their interest was piqued that a closer look would surely reveal the truth. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit spoke directly and descended onto the platform of discourse, the Taoist of many treasures, the Holy Mother of no constraint, and the celestial being of cloud followed closely behind, instantly attracting the attention of numerous disciples. Congratulations to Senior Brother Duo Bao, Senior Sister Jin Ling, Senior Sister Wu Dang, and Senior Brother Wu Yun for emerging from seclusion. Many disciples chimed in unison. The esteemed positions of the four within the sect of the cut were well acknowledged. Duo Bao, being the sect's eldest brother, was entrusted with managing the inner sect before their master departed. Jin Ling, the eldest sister, was a true disciple, while Wu Yun held the title of the foremost attendant among the seven immortals. Wu Dang, too, was a true disciple. Duo Bao nodded in acknowledgement. Wu Yun approached the golden cudgel celestial, smiling as he remarked, "Ma Sui, I have never seen you so diligent before. What has inspired such seriousness in your reading today? What book captivates your attention?" The golden cudgel celestial, Ma Sui, beamed with joy as he held up the book in his hands, declaring, "Of course, it is a novel. I exchanged 10 exceptional postnatal spiritual roots for the reading points to borrow this at this revelation." Wu Yun's brows furrowed slightly. A novel, and one acquired at such a steep cost. While indulging in novels was acceptable to pass the time, to squander cultivation resources for such trivial pursuits, and to do so with such fervor, was beyond comprehension. Are you still cultivating? Can you still grow stronger? Wu Yun glared at the golden cudgel celestial, expressing his disapproval. What use is a novel? Does this aid in cultivation? How could you trade your spiritual roots for this? What were you thinking? Senior brother. Ma Sui began to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by Duo Bao, who frowned and sighed. There is nothing wrong with reading novels in itself, but one must not become ensnared by them. Look at your current state. Lost in obsession while neglecting your cultivation. How can the sect grow stronger in such a manner? It appears that without our master to guide you, the sect is on the verge of decline. Can you face our master upon their return? Imagine their disappointment at seeing you all in this condition. He admonished, his voice laced with frustration. A novel? What purpose does that serve? Can it aid in cultivation? In sincere cultivation, who would waste time with novels? It is utterly preposterous. As Duo Bao's words resonated, the disciples understood that he and Wu Yun had misconstrued the situation, and they hurriedly attempted to explain. Speaking in a cacophony. Enough. Wu Yun's reprimand silenced all the disciples. He turned to Ma Sui. I understand you wish to defend your efforts, asserting that you too are cultivating and have not fallen behind. However, all your words are merely excuses. How can reading novels equate to cultivation? When our master returns and sees you, they will undoubtedly be disappointed. Ma Sui, since you wish to explain, then let me see how much you have progressed during my seclusion. Cultivation is paramount. Waste time on novels and still seek justification is sheer folly. If our master were to return and witness the sect in such a state, what would they think? He resolved to awaken the disciples of the sect. Hearing Wu Yun's proclamation, the other disciples, except for the golden cudgel celestial, retreated, entrusting Ma Sui to face Wu Yun. They were well aware of Ma Sui's capabilities, having comprehended many supreme laws, his strength having undergone a metamorphosis. The current golden cudgel celestial was no longer the same as before. As for their master's thoughts upon returning, they believed they would present a grand surprise. Very well, Ma Sui responded eagerly, a smile upon his face. Filled with determination. Since his senior brother was skeptical, he would let his strength speak for itself. Moreover, after such a long period of cultivation, it was the perfect opportunity to engage in a discourse with Wu Yun. Surely, Wu Yun could withstand it. On the platform of discourse, apart from Wu Yun and the golden cudgel celestial, the other disciples had retreated to the ground below. They understood Wu Yun's prowess as the foremost attendant among the seven immortals. He had long since achieved the realm of great Luo, golden immortal. After such a prolonged period of seclusion, they were uncertain if he had broken through to the quasi-saint level, given their own limited perspective. Yet they were certain that his strength had surely improved, growing even more formidable. As for Ma Sui, they were somewhat familiar with his strength during this period of cultivation. He too was a great Luo, golden immortal. Having recently broken through, and while he was not on par with Wu Yun in terms of realm, he had comprehended numerous supreme laws that, in the past, the three sisters of the celestial heavens had fought against the burning lamp. Another great Luo, golden immortal, and even managed to defeat the seasoned quasi-saint, the burning lamp Taoist, which showcased the strength of their methods. Regardless of the outcome, neither wished to be caught in the crossfire of their duel. Naturally, they all secretly hoped for Ma Sui's victory. That it was due to Wu Yun's and Duo Bao's belief that they had been neglecting their cultivation for the sake of novels, denying them even a chance to explain. Why did Wu Yun and Duo Bao harbor such misconceptions? Furthermore, this novel was presented by the esteemed elder Chu Qing to benefit the disciples of the sect, though it required some sacrifice. What could be compared to the gains? Wu Yun and Duo Bao were utterly ignorant and had no understanding of the situation. What justified their assertions? Thus, they ardently hoped that Ma Sui would emerge victorious. To vindicate them and honor the esteemed elder Chu Qing's novel, what appeared to be mere fiction was, in fact, an exalted method beyond reproach. Given the realm of elder Chu Qing, he needed none of this. Yet they had gleaned insights from it. Now, faced with doubts, They felt compelled to stand up for it. Elder Chu Qing might not need it, but they could not turn a blind eye. They must not let Elder Chu Qing be disheartened. Wu Yun should temper his approach and ensure that nothing dire occurs. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, observing Wu Yun's temperament, sought to mediate. While it was indeed inappropriate to neglect cultivation for the sake of novels, a lesson should suffice to ensure that Ma Sui learned from this experience. There was no need for excessive severity. The primary goal was to instill an understanding among the disciples of the sect that indulging in novels was futile, as it was a waste of precious time compared to diligent cultivation. That alone was sufficient. I shall exercise restraint, Wu Yun casually remarked. As the leader among the seven immortals, he naturally bore the responsibility of guiding the other attendants. Currently, Ma Sui's indulgence in novels and the expenditure of spiritual roots were tantamount to squandering time. Their master had merely visited the Purple Cloud Palace. He was not absent. How could they behave in such a manner? Today he must awaken the golden cudgel celestial. Novels, what purpose do they serve? If merely reading novels could lead to strength, who would bother with cultivation? Moreover, the notion that one could grow stronger through novels was sheer folly. What could possibly be contained within? Techniques? Insights? With such distractions, neglecting proper cultivation was utterly foolish. Ma Sui, however, did not take these rebukes to heart, knowing that ultimately, strength would speak for itself. With a smile, he addressed Wu Yun. Senior brother, may I employ a magical artifact? A magical artifact? Wu Yun's brows knitted slightly. He initially intended to refuse, but did not voice his objections, instead responding, if that is your desire, then by all means. Proceed. Realizing that to make Ma Sui recognize his error, he would need to overpower him. If Ma Sui wished to use a magical artifact, then Wu Yun would ensure to show him the futility of relying on it. He was confident that Ma Sui's artifact, a mere golden cudgel, while not insignificant and imbued with some mystique, would not suffice against him in battle. Just as the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit prepared to intervene, she found herself surprised by Wu Yun's acquiescence. They were all brothers. It was not a life-and-death struggle. What was the point of using magical artifacts in this contest? Besides, if the aim was to enlighten the golden cudgel celestial, what significance would it hold if he claimed victory by relying on an artifact? After all, Ma Sui wielded only a single golden cudgel. Using a magical artifact would be akin to bullying. Yet now that the agreement had been made, even Duo Bao remained silent, leaving her no room to object. Very well then, she conceded. Thank you, senior brother. Upon hearing this, the golden hoop celestial horse couldn't help but smile. As long as he could employ magical artifacts, even if the cloudy immortal were to lose, he could at least assert that it was due to the inferiority of the artifacts rather than his own shortcomings, thus preserving some semblance of dignity. After all, this battle was one he must win. He represented not only himself, but also the significance of the novel. He carried the reputation of the esteemed Chu Qing. He needed to demonstrate to the cloudy immortal that reading novels was not a waste of time, but a means to comprehend the laws of the universe. Naturally, there were ways to secure victory, and he would have to grant the cloudy immortal a modicum of face that be cautious, senior brother. The golden hoop celestial horse lightly admonished, channeling his magical power to summon his artifacts. The cloudy immortal nodded nonchalantly, seemingly unconcerned. What can you do with just a golden hoop? However, in the next moment, when he beheld the artifact beneath the golden hoop celestial horse's feet, he was utterly astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is that a 12-grade fiery red lotus? He gasped, staring at the lotus platform beneath the cloudy immortal. The 12 petals unfurled, each enormous and crimson as blood, dripping with richness. They blazed with infernal flames, far beyond the ordinary fires of the mortal realm, emanating a chilling aura of destruction that hinted at the annihilation of life. Each flicker of flame seemed to contain a realm of purgatory, incinerating the myriad sins and karmic burdens of the world. This treasure was renowned in the primordial chaos, transformed from a seed of the chaos azure lotus, capable of unleashing endless fiery red lotus flames and annihilating all with the power of karmic fire. Its defensive capabilities were top-notch, making it unparalleled when seated upon its lotus platform, excelling in both offense and defense. Even among all innate spiritual treasures, it was the pinnacle of existence. But how could such a treasure belong to the Golden Hoop celestial horse? Had it been stolen, appropriated, or perhaps even gifted? Before he could ponder the reasons, he saw the Golden Hoop celestial horse produce yet another item, causing him to lose his composure further. The Panga banner. His eyes bulged in astonishment. The large banner held in the Golden Hoop celestial horse's hands was taller than a person, exuding an ancient charm and an aura of boundless sharpness, seemingly capable of obliterating everything in its wake, shattering chaos and recreating the primordial world. This treasure was one of the three great innate supreme treasures, the prized artifact of the primordial heavenly venerable. How could the Golden Hoop celestial horse possess it as well? And how was he to combat this? Although he believed his own realm surpassed that of the Golden Hoop celestial horse, and had often stated that artifacts were merely external objects, the disparity in their levels was not vast. Moreover, the artifact in his hands was the innate supreme treasure, the Panga banner. It was not merely a matter of engaging in combat. If the Panga banner moved, it could cleave him in two. Gulp, that he swallowed hard, beads of sweat already forming on his brow. How was he to proceed? Should he concede outright? However, before he could reach a decision, he witnessed the Golden Hoop celestial horse continuing unabated. Producing yet another item. It was a massive bell, a chaotic dark yellow, adorned with the sun, moon, and stars, encircled by the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Within the bell's body lay the mountains and rivers, the myriad races of the primordial world faintly visible. The chaotic bell, another innate supreme treasure. The cloudy immortal stood frozen, as if struck by heavenly thunder, feeling his scalp tingle. This was already the second innate supreme treasure after the Panga banner. Moreover, the chaotic bell had vanished during the war of the witches and demons, disappearing alongside the Eastern Emperor Tai. Even the saints had been unable to deduce its whereabouts. It had not appeared in the primordial realm for many years. Now, it had unexpectedly materialized in the hands of the Golden Hoop celestial horse. What had transpired? Had he merely closed himself off for a time, and upon emerging, everything had changed? Was this still the Jie sect he knew? Was this still the junior brother he recognized? There was no need to battle. He might as well concede. Not only the cloudy immortal, but also the Taoist Duo Bao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, and the Holy Mother of No Thoughts were similarly astounded, questioning their very existence. The Panga banner, the 12-grade, fiery, red lotus. These artifacts could only be obtained by thoroughly plundering the primordial heavenly venerable and the old ancestor of the underworld, along with an unparalleled stroke of fortune. But how could that be possible? The primordial heavenly venerable was a saint. Though the old ancestor of the underworld was not a saint, he was still a top-tier quasi-saint, the lord of the Azura clan, the master of the Kill teaching, and the sovereign of the blood sea of the netherworld. One could say that beneath the saints, no one could easily defeat him. Yet those artifacts, even the Taoist Duo Bao, renowned for his name, who had encountered countless treasures, could not discern any flaw in their appearance, feeling they were indeed genuine. How could they possibly be in the hands of the Golden Hoop celestial horse? Moreover, the other disciples of the Jie sect remained indifferent, as if they were already aware of it. Strange, utterly bizarre. Taoist Duo Bao, without the slightest hesitation, leapt onto the debating platform and declared, "Hold on. Ma Sui, I have a question for you. Where did you acquire these artifacts?" "No fighting. Then have I not revealed all these artifacts for nothing?" The Golden Hoop celestial horse responded somewhat reluctantly, "I bought them." Taoist Duo Bao was momentarily dumbfounded, as were the cloudy immortal, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, and the Holy Mother of No Thoughts. Bought them. These are not merely innate supreme treasures. They are top-tier, innate spiritual treasures. Are you telling me you purchased them? What could possibly be worth such artifacts? Nonsense must have its limits. Just as Taoist Duo Bao was about to press for a more satisfactory answer from the Golden Hoop celestial horse, he suddenly noticed a disciple standing beneath the debating platform, who also produced a Panga banner. Then someone else revealed a chaotic bell, and another presented a Taiji diagram. That what's the fuss about one artifact? Why is the senior brother making such a big deal? Indeed, it was just one artifact. If senior brother Ma Sui had one, so did they. What was the issue? Who didn't he have a Panga banner? Buy 5, get 2 free. I directly bought 7. a group of disciples whispered amongst themselves. Believing Taoist Duo Bao was overreacting that it's just these artifacts. They're all fakes, easily obtainable. What's so strange about that? However, this scene left Taoist Duo Bao and the cloudy immortal bewildered to be why now, if they could not discern that these were forgeries. They would be deemed fools. The three great innate supreme treasures were once the chaos supreme treasures. After the Pango axe was shattered, it split into three forms. There were only these three innate supreme treasures in the primordial realm. How could there be so many? Clearly, they were counterfeits. Yet, they were astonishingly convincing. Even Taoist Duo Bao, who had seen countless treasures throughout his life, could not discern their true nature. He feared that even a master would be unable to tell the difference. The craftsmanship of such forgeries was simply unfathomable. Taoist Duo Bao looked at the golden hoop celestial horse and inquired, "Where did you buy these?" The golden hoop celestial horse pointed towards the eastern side of the debating platform. "If you cross that mountain, there's a marketplace below. I bought them there." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Taoist Duo Bao transformed into a beam of golden light, darting toward the marketplace. Taoist Duo Bao had an insatiable love for treasures. Now, upon witnessing such extraordinary forgeries, how could he not be tempted? Even if they were fakes, what was wrong with adding them to his collection? As for the efficacy of the counterfeit treasures, did he even need to ask? Once he purchased them and examined them closely, wouldn't everything become clear? He simply could not restrain himself. Sigh, the old habits of a senior brother have resurfaced. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit sighed. Watching Taoist Duo Bao's retreating figure, she understood her senior brother's penchant for treasures. He could never resist the allure of a good find. In truth, she was also quite tempted. After all, these were imitations of supreme treasures. Even if they were imitations, they must possess some of the mysteries of the genuine articles, right? Yet, she was aware that there were more pressing matters at hand. The issue of the Jie Sect's disciples neglecting their cultivation in favor of reading novels needed to be rectified. Can one truly cultivate by merely reading novels? Wasn't that just squandering precious training time? This was a problem that must be addressed. She looked at the golden hoop celestial horse and the cloudy immortal. Although the senior brother has departed, it is of little consequence. You may continue. Also, put away the artifacts. This is a friendly competition among brothers, not a fight to the death. So what is the need for such treasures? She had been reluctant to voice her discontent initially, considering Taoist Duo Bao's presence, but now that he was absent, she felt free to speak her mind. Furthermore, if they were to employ artifacts, the cloudy immortal would be utterly outmatched. While these were indeed forgeries, the sheer number of artifacts meant that even if they possessed only a fraction of the genuine article's mysteries, they could easily overwhelm him. Very well. The golden hoop celestial horse expressed a hint of regret. His expression one of helplessness that he had hoped to win while giving the cloudy immortal some face. But now, it seemed that was not to be. He cast a glance at the cloudy immortal. His gaze filled with apology and a touch of embarrassment. My apologies, senior brother. That works too. The cloudy immortal exhaled in relief. Initially, he had thought the golden hoop celestial horse would be limited to just the golden hoop, and that perhaps he could suppress him without the use of artifacts. But now, given the multitude of counterfeit treasures, how was he to proceed? The disparity in realms is not exceedingly vast that I estimate that I could easily breach any defenses. However, the situation has changed. Without relying on magical artifacts, I now possess no fear. My own realm is inherently elevated, and I am accompanied by the seven immortals. The teachings I receive from my master are no different from theirs. So, is victory not assured? In that instant, I felt a surge of confidence, especially considering the gaze of Jin Gu Xianma Sui just moments ago and his current expression of resignation. Is he not lamenting his circumstances? It is no wonder that Jin Gu Xianma Sui initially inquired whether I could employ magical artifacts. It seems he was aware from the outset that without them, he would stand no chance against me. Victory is certain. This will serve to enlighten Jin Gu Xianma Sui and clarify the futility of wasting time on novels. Diligent cultivation, breathing exercises, and seclusion are the true paths. As I regarded Jin Gu Xianma Sui, I felt an overwhelming sense of assurance. You may strike first. I shall respond in kind. Are you truly allowing me to initiate? Jin Gu Xian Ma Sui was taken aback, gazing at Wu Yun Xian in bewilderment. Utilizing magical artifacts was his way of ensuring I would not suffer an embarrassing defeat. Even in defeat, he could find solace in the rationale behind it. Yet now, he insists I strike first. Are you certain? Naturally, as a senior brother, it is my responsibility to do so. Wu Yunxian paid no heed to this. My realm surpasses yours, and my dedication to cultivation exceeds yours. What do you possess to contend with me? Merely your habit of indulging in novels. Absurd. My junior brother, you must confront reality. If you cannot do so, then let your senior brother assist you. Sister, how many moves do you think Jin Gu Xian Ma Sui will last? Wu Dong Shengmu inquired with a smile as she observed the contest stage. Jin Ling, Shengmu hesitated before replying, around 100 moves, although Jin Gu Xian Ma Sui had wasted time on novels recently. His status as a Deluo Golden Immortal is no mere fade. It is genuine, though I am uncertain of his specific rank within Deluo. However, every Deluo Golden Immortal possesses formidable abilities. Even if Wu Yun Xian is 2 or 3 minor realms above Jin Gu Xian Ma Sui, it would not be an effortless victory. Yet 100 moves should suffice that Deluo Golden Immortals possess boundless power. Without magical artifacts or exceptionally potent techniques, achieving a crushing victory is improbable. In a straightforward contest of skill, winning requires time and is not so simple that I concur. In truth, I find myself more eager to accompany my senior brother to observe the Taiji diagram. The Chaos Bell, the Pangu flag, and the imitation of the 12th grade fiery red lotus. I wonder who crafted such replicas. I am truly keen to see them. Wu Dong Shengmu gazed longingly in the direction of the marketplace. She, too, yearned to go as for this battle. There is hardly any suspense. What is there to watch? While it is essential to correct the habit of the Jie Jiao disciples who squander their time on novels, it does not pertain to me. Point 1 is the senior brother of Jie Jiao. Another is the senior sister, and one is the foremost among the 7 immortals. Clearly, this is your duty, and it has little to do with my own teachings. At this moment, I find myself missing Gui Ling Sheng Emud. In the past, I could converse with her, but now I do not even know where she is gone. Once this concludes, I shall find time to visit. Did Jin Gu Xian Ma Sui not say that place is a marketplace? It cannot run far without legs. Jin Ling Shengmu casually remarked, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the contest stage, awaiting the clash between Wu Yun Xian and Jin Gu Xian Ma Sui. Come, strike me, Wu Yun Xian commanded, standing confidently with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of assuredness that bordered on condescension, entirely dismissing the notion of this being a mere contest of skill. How laughable! After years of seclusion, even if I have not broken through to the quasi-saint level, I stand at the pinnacle of Deluo. Having made significant strides beyond the peak of Deluo Golden Immortal. In contrast, while Jin Gu Xian Ma Sui has recently ascended to Deluo Golden Immortal, what has he been doing? He has been engrossed in novels, wasting precious time, even trading his spiritual roots. Utterly foolish, he may possess a multitude of flashing magical artifacts, but without them, how could he possibly contend with me? Wu Yun Xian, my junior brother, do not blame your senior brother today. It is all for your own good. Remember, the path of cultivation demands striving and effort. One must row against the current, lest one regress. What use is it to read novels daily? You have become overly attached to this. Jin Gu Xian Ma Sui regarded Wu Yun Xian with an odd expression. This demand, it has been ages since I have heard such a request. He looked at Wu Yun Xian. Senior brother, are you certain? Although he is merely in the mid-stage of Deluo Golden Immortal, his techniques are manifold, with various supreme techniques at his disposal. Even if he cannot replicate the feats of the Sanshao immortals of yore, who forced the lamp-lighting Taoists to seek aid, at least in the realm of Deluo, it would be challenging for anyone lacking supreme techniques to rival him. It is not that the techniques passed down by the master are weak. Rather, you know them, and I know them as well. Taught by the same master, they cannot breach one another's defenses. However, I now possess other formidable techniques, and I am acutely aware of your cultivation's strengths and weaknesses. How do you intend to counter that? Wu Yun Xian's demeanor shifted. Enough. Let us not waste time. Unleash your full power against me. Spare no effort. I wish to witness your utmost strength. Do not hesitate. What do you mean by this? Do you look down upon your senior brother? Regardless, I am still a peak de luo, golden immortal. 2 minor realms above you. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Do you think your habit of reading novels will grant you victory? Absurd. If I lose, I will become the laughter of the ages. Very well, but be cautious, senior brother. Jingu Xian Ma Sui relented. I have no choice. If that is your demand, then I can only exert my full strength at my apologies, senior brother. This may hurt a bit. Please bear with it. Reverse chaotic 8 styles. Ma Sui activated his divine powers, and in an instant his surrounding spiritual energy surged forth like a bursting dam, tumultuous and overwhelming, filling the space around him with visible ripples. As if the waves were materialized, trembling violently, the 3 flowers atop his head blossomed momentarily, intertwining radiance and auspicious colors, as the 5 energies within him surged forth, intertwining and spiraling upward. A resounding, powerful tremor reverberated. And in that moment, Ma Sui's momentum soared as though he were ascending a celestial ladder, with endless laws roaring from his being, filling every inch of space. Where he passed, the boundaries between yin and yang blurred. The lines of life and death intertwined, and the illusions of reality shifted like mirages, where solid mountains transformed into ethereal shadows in the blink of an eye. Time seemed severed by a sharp blade. The river of time halted, past and future frozen in stillness. As the earth quaked, the seas roiled, and the very fabric of existence trembled in disarray. In that moment, Ma Sui resembled a traveler traversing an infinite tunnel of time and space. Emerging from a mysterious realm, enveloped in an unparalleled aura, colliding and merging with the primal laws of the world, transforming into an eternal, indomitable entity, standing atop the primordial realm, transcending the cycles of life and death, commanding the cosmos and all phenomena, achieving an extraordinary state of being. With a mere blink of his eyes, the stars flickered and the heavens reshaped. What kind of technique is this? Jin Ling, Sheng Mu's expression, changed dramatically. Her composure shattering. She sensed an immensely powerful and unfamiliar aura emanating from Jingu Xian Ma Sui, one she had never encountered, as if it did not belong to this world. Yet it harmonized seamlessly with the laws of the primordial realm, as though it originated from another world, but it synthesized with the laws of the primordial realm, giving rise to something even more formidable, embodying the will of 2 realms. This technique possesses the power to encompass all. It is terrifying. Wu Dong Sheng Mu's eyes widened, unable to maintain her calm. The intricacies of this technique are undoubtedly comparable to the divine powers imparted by saints. It is supreme. It is unparalleled. Where did he acquire such a technique? Is the opportunity so monstrous? Not only did they notice it, but the various factions on Jin Ao Island also sensed the eruption of this power. In the library, Zhao Gongming had remodeled the interior, crafting a counter at the entrance where he Saturday upon sensing this aura. He merely glanced outside before retracting his gaze. Another contest of skill. It seems they are quite idle. Should I consider raising the stakes? I think it is feasible. We must not allow the disciples to grow too complacent. After all, the Chan Jiao is always looking for trouble, should debts go unpaid. We shall simply raid the Chan Jiao. This matter requires some planning, but for now I must focus on the tasks at hand. Technology seems rather intriguing. I must delve into it. Perhaps one day, I could build a spaceship like in the novels. He gazed at the 2 books laid out on the counter, one titled Deep Space, the other One Man Below. Modern technology opened a new door for him. Perhaps I could find an opportunity to converse with Hanji Xian. What is the point of endlessly imitating magical artifacts? Why not create some spaceships or cannons instead? Doesn't that sound more delightful? Another contest of skill, Bao Daoist remarked. Did Wu Yun Xian and the others not just emerge from seclusion? Have they already begun to fight? I must go and take a look. The long-eared, illuminated immortal, with his ears perked up, detected a disturbance and without a moment's hesitation, made his way to the debate platform to witness the spectacle. At that moment, standing upon the platform and confronted by the overwhelming aura emanating from the golden cudgel immortal Ma Sui, The cloudy immortal experienced an acute and visceral reaction as tumultuous waves surged within his heart. What kind of sorcery is this? He pondered, shaken to his core. Merely standing in opposition to it instilled a sense of dread, as if he were resisting the very forces of heaven and earth. This technique was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Even such a formidable presence had never been felt from his master. This level of power, even before any confrontation had begun, left him with the certainty that he would be unable to withstand it. Even with a two-tier advantage in cultivation, he still felt inadequate. He even questioned whether a nascent saint in their early stages could endure it, such immense might, when had the golden cudgel immortal Ma Sui acquired it. Was he not merely a character in a novel? Even if he had received some serendipity, how could he possibly have the time to practice while engrossed in stories every day? What on earth had transpired? He was lost in confusion, yet the golden cudgel immortal Ma Sui offered him no respite. Brother, I have comprehended 8 forms of this technique, that in order to satisfy you today, I will unleash my full strength and execute all 8 forms. Brother, I shall fulfill your request. The eyes of the golden cudgel immortal Ma Sui sparkled with fervor as he gazed at the cloudy immortal, without a trace of hesitation, unleashing the full potency of the 8 forms of reversal. The cloudy immortal was left dumbfounded, his eyes wide open. Such a powerful technique? And there are 8 forms? I can hardly withstand even one of them. You dare to unleash all 8 forms against me. The cloudy immortal stood in shock. However, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed all his magical power, manifesting the 3 flowers atop his head and channeling the 5 energies from his chest, revealing his boundless magical might at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, repairing heaven and bathing in the sun. This technique is one of the renowned 36 celestial techniques, said to possess the power to reshape the heavens and earth, to redefine the cosmic order. In ancient times, when the firmament crumbled and the celestial river overflowed, it was through this divine art that ancient powers repaired the shattered heavens and restored cosmic balance. Moreover, deities have utilized this technique to cleanse the sun, which had succumbed to chaos and filth, allowing it to radiate with resplendent brilliance, illuminating the vast wilderness for eons. I could see this moment, as a peak great Luo golden immortal. He poured forth all his abilities to execute this astonishing divine art in an instant. The vast magical energy within him surged forth like a deluge breaching a dam, illuminating his surroundings with a brilliance so intense that it seemed to consume all colors, leaving the cosmos awash in blinding light. The sun, suspended high in the sky, seemingly sensed this formidable power that could rival its own and dimmed its radiance. As if in submission, boom! A deafening explosion resounded, akin to the primordial roar of the universe at its inception, shaking the very souls of all present. Endless laws transformed into tangible runes, colliding with ferocity, each impact echoing like the shattering of stars, causing the void to collapse into unfathomable black chasms, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, voraciously devouring all in its vicinity, while only the violent clash of laws remained visible, obliterating everything else. Before anyone could react, the cloudy immortal was hurled from the debate platform, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing down to the ground. Defeated, in a single move, undoubtedly he had been utterly overwhelmed. The golden cudgel immortal had emerged victorious. I knew it, the golden cudgel immortal would surely triumph. Below the platform, many disciples were not overly shocked. Instead, they felt it was only natural. After all, this was the supreme technique passed down from senior Chu Qing. The profundity of it seemed to belong to another realm entirely. Yet when practiced, it seamlessly fused with the laws of the primordial world, creating a new technique, as though the methods from other realms merged with the laws of the primordial world, resulting in something extraordinary. Even techniques that appeared mediocre could, when integrated with the laws of the primordial world, reveal terrifying profundities. Thus, was it not only natural that victory was assured? Techniques require reform, and Senior Chu Qing is at the forefront of this transformation, bringing a wave of reform to the entire Jie Jiao. Of course, there were exceptions. the long-eared, illuminated immortal served as an example, having grasped a multitude of entangling techniques. What use are they? It seems he is on the verge of ascending from the Tai Golden Immortal to the Golden Immortal. While other disciples remained unconcerned, the scene of the cloudy immortal being overwhelmed resonated deeply with the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and the Holy Mother of No Doubt, leaving them profoundly shaken. He lost. The cloudy immortal was crushed by the golden cudgel immortal. The two were still somewhat in disbelief. They understood the strength of the cloudy immortal. He was certainly not the strongest in Jie Jiao, but he was undoubtedly among the top tier. However, to lose so decisively to the golden cudgel immortal left them incredulous. What kind of technique could be so overwhelmingly powerful? Ultimately, they attributed everything to the technique wielded by the golden cudgel immortal Ma Sui. That technique was unparalleled and unlike anything they had ever seen before. Perhaps, without such a technique, the cloudy immortal would not have been defeated. Their curiosity was piqued. Yet, each individual has their own destiny. Every person harbors their own secrets. Moreover, considering the might of such a powerful technique, they felt it inappropriate to inquire further. How could Ma Sui have become so formidable? I am the elder brother. I am at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal. The cloudy immortal lay on the ground, gazing at the azure sky of Jie Jiao, somewhat dazed, defeated, though he had known he would lose the moment he witnessed the golden cudgel immortal wield that technique. He could not fathom why he had to unleash all 8 forms against him instead of allowing for a fair fight. I am the elder brother. Could you not show me a modicum of respect? Do I not deserve any face? I should have dealt with this before my retreat. I must find a way to regain some dignity. Otherwise, how can I continue to be a brother? How can I uphold my status as the foremost of the 7 immortals? Brother, I concede. The golden cudgel immortal Ma Sui stood upon the debate platform, dissipating all his powers, looking at the cloudy immortal with an apologetic smile. Brother, you insisted on going all out. I have obliged you. So you cannot blame me. I did not anticipate that you would have such a request. I also did not foresee that you would appear a bit weaker. Cough, cough. Well, not bad that I only unleashed 1/3 of my strength just now. I did not expect you to have made such progress during my retreat. I underestimated you. However, you have done well. The cloudy immortal rose from the ground, cleared his throat, and spoke with utmost seriousness. 1/3, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and the Holy Mother of No Doubt regarded the cloudy immortal with disdain. Oh, we not know your true capabilities? Do not speak of 1/3. During your defense, you unleashed a full 12 parts of your strength, and now you dare to pretend. Faced with the gazes of the crowd, the cloudy immortal remained unfazed, hands behind his back, and spoke with solemnity. During my retreat, your progress has indeed been commendable, but you must continue to strive harder and read fewer novels, so that you may catch up to me sooner. Brother, the golden cudgel immortal Ma Sui began to explain, but was immediately interrupted by the cloudy immortal. I know what you wish to say. It is fine to read novels for relaxation. However, one cannot indulge excessively. Cultivation is essential. Otherwise, when will you ever catch up to me? Now, you may leave. The cloudy immortal leaped onto the debate platform, casting his gaze upon the disciples below, immediately spotting Lingya Immortal. Lingya Immortal, when I arrived just now, I noticed you were also reading a novel. Allow me to see if you have been diligent in your cultivation during this time. The golden cudgel immortal Ma Sui received a mighty technique, and I am no match for him. Could you have also acquired such a technique? Are you also that strong? How is that even possible? After so many years in the primordial world, with so many powerful beings emerging and powers shifting, opportunities have been nearly exhausted at IT. Is one thing for an occasional newcomer to be strong. But how could everyone be so formidable? If I cannot defeat the golden cudgel immortal Ma Sui, how can I possibly lose to Lingya Immortal? I must retain some semblance of dignity. My apologies, younger brother. Once I reclaim my honor, I will make amends. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and the Holy Mother of No Doubt observed the cloudy immortal, naturally aware of his thoughts. They simply did not expect him to be so audacious. When will you catch up? The golden cudgel immortal Ma Sui has already surpassed you. Now you wish to regain some dignity through Lingya Immortal? How intriguing. They too were filled with curiosity. After all, the changes within Jie Jiao were monumental. Previously, who would have read novels? Now, everyone was engrossed in them. With various treasures emerging and the golden cudgel immortal Ma Sui rising, they were eager to see what other transformations might occur. Me, Lingya Immortal, was momentarily taken aback, wondering why she had been called upon. However, observing my senior brother's demeanor, I decided it would be best to take the stage. He did not decline and leaped onto the debating platform. Upon seeing Lingya Xian ascend, Jingu Xinma ceased his explanations. After all, my senior brother would not listen anyway, so it was better to let him experience it for himself. He then jumped down from the platform, ceding the stage to Weiyun Xian and Lingya Xian. I felt a certain degree of reassurance regarding Lingya Xian. They were not solely devoted to studying rigid texts. They had gained insights and would engage in sparring. Thus, I was well aware of Lingya Xian's prowess, having acquired a remarkably powerful physical cultivation method, rendering his physique extraordinarily strong. If Weiyun Xian employed merely 3/10 of his strength, there should be no doubt about the outcome. In the early stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal, it seemed that Lingya Xian had not been idle during this time. Jingu Shimu and Wudong Shimu nodded in acknowledgement that I recalled that during their seclusion, Lingya Xian appeared to be at the Tai Golden Immortal level, and his breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal indicated considerable effort. Nevertheless, such a realm clearly fell short when contending with Weiyun Xian. Both were disciples of sages, yet the disparity in their realms raised questions about the possibility of combat. Not every disciple of Jie Jiao possessed the unique and powerful methods that Jingu Xinma had. Perhaps this time, Weiyun Xian would find some satisfaction. Please, senior brother, enlighten me. Lingya Xian stood on the platform, regarding Weiyun Xian with a measure of respect. Let us begin. Weiyun Xian regained his confidence that in the early stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal, I stand at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. My inability to overcome Jingu Xinma was due to his possession of a method I have never encountered, one that is exceedingly formidable. Can you possibly possess such a method? Such powers are evidently rare and powerful. How could they be commonplace? Therefore, victory is assured. Junior brother, grant your senior brother some face. Very well, senior brother, prepare yourself. Lingya Xian spoke without superfluous words. As his magical energy surged, it was distinctly unlike that of an ordinary person. His physical form radiated light, and a torrent of vital energy erupted forth, illuminating numerous points of light within him, so many that they were uncountable, densely packed, and awe-inspiring. Some points shimmered brightly, while others remained dim, suggesting that he had yet to fully unlock his potential. However, each resplendent point exuded an overwhelming aura, imbued with a unique power, formidable and unmatched. His physical form was astonishingly powerful. Jingu Xingmu sensed something unusual as well. The force emanating from Lingya Xian's body was both formidable and terrifying. Moreover, the countless light points, although not all brilliantly radiant, still conveyed an extraordinary essence. Was Weiyun Xian about to suffer another defeat? Wudong Xingmu expressed her doubts. Lingya Xian's aura was decidedly unusual. It did not resemble an ordinary method and appeared to embody an unparalleled technique. When did such supreme methods become so abundant? Jingu Xinma possessed one, and now Lingya Xian had one as well. Could fortune be so easily attained? Before the two could engage in further discourse, the combat on the platform had already commenced. Divine Elephant suppresses the abyss, Lingya Xian bellowed, his figure shifting with incredible speed, appearing before Weiyun Xian in an instant. Although one could manifest a divine elephant from the power cultivated in the later stages, standing atop one's head and unleashing all its might to upheave oceans, shatter stars, and annihilate worlds, he had not yet reached that stage. Instead, he was channeling the microparticles within him, unleashing a force reminiscent of a divine elephant. Yet, even so, the might he could summon was terrifying. Now, as he struck towards Weiyun Xian, his punch was imbued with immense weight, as if his fist transformed into a mountain, a sea, or a star. Crack! The overwhelming force stirred the air, creating a series of explosive sounds, as if space itself were being crushed under the pressure. Unparalleled in ferocity. What outrageous power is this? Weiyun Xian's eyes widened. The force unleashed felt less like a mere fist and more like a divine elephant standing amidst chaos. Roaring, with that roar, the stars shattered, and silence enveloped the surroundings, the intensity reaching its zenith. Is this the power of the physical body? Can the body possess such terrifying might, though it may not rival the ancestor witches? It undoubtedly surpassed that of the great witches. What technique could hone a human's physique to such an extent? Wei Xian was uncertain, yet he understood that it must be an extraordinarily potent physical cultivation method. If Jingu Xianma possessed one, how could you also have one? He felt bewildered, unable to comprehend, but recognized that this was not the time to be distracted. His own magical energy surged, and a tremendous force erupted from within as he retaliated with a punch towards Ling Yaxian. Push mountains and fill seas. This was one of the 36 heavenly techniques, capable of toppling mountains and leveling seas, a divine power of immense strength. Now, enhanced by his fist, it was exceedingly fearsome. Bang, the fists collided. Blood and energy clashed, stirring up a tempest that blew outward. Even with Jingu Shengmu and Wudong Shengmu shielding them, numerous disciples below were forced to retreat, unable to withstand the force. Yet on the debating platform, the two continued their relentless exchange. Bang, bang, bang. Fist met flesh, as Wei Xian channeled his magical energy, unleashing a series of intricate techniques that shook the heavens and shattered the void. However, Ling Yaxian showed no signs of retreat. Refraining from employing any spells, instead continuously throwing punches, his physical particles glowing, his vital energy surging endlessly, remarkably fierce, shattering various spells with an overwhelming force. In but a brief moment, the two had already engaged in over 100 exchanges. Although the great Luo Golden Immortal is said to possess boundless magical energy, there are always intervals and pauses when casting spells. Ling Yaxian seized the opportunity, his internal particles glowing as he unleashed the might of the divine elephant, dispersing Wei Xian's spells and forcing himself forward to deliver a punch. Boom! Wei Xian was sent flying off the debating platform, crashing down below. While it wasn't an embarrassing defeat, it was still a loss, falling short by 3 minor realms to Ling Yaxian. Did you discern anything? Jingu Shengmu inquired of Wudong Shengmu as they observed Ling Yaxian on the platform. Wudong Shengmu smiled brightly and replied, I have seen it. Wei Xian has lost once more. Is that what you meant? Jingu Shengmu expressed mild exasperation that I was referring to Ling Yaxian, that if I am not mistaken, he, like Jingu Xianma, has comprehended a supreme method, one specifically for honing the physical body, and it is indeed formidable. Wei Xian was 3 minor realms above Ling Yaxian. Moreover, Wei Xian was no ordinary disciple. He was a sage's attendant, and his strength was self-evident. Yet he still faced defeat. This only speaks to the power of Ling Yaxian's method. One Jingu Xianma was already remarkable. How could Ling Yaxian possess such a method as well? Are there truly so many fortuitous opportunities in the Hongwang? Senior brother, are you all right? Ling Yaxian quickly leaped down from the debating platform to assist Wei Xian. I am fine. How could I possibly be in trouble? Wei Xian feigned nonchalance, hands clasped behind his back. Wearing an air of indifference, I am fully aware of your strength, which is why I have refrained from exerting my full power. I was merely at 3/10 capacity. After all, as your senior brother, how could I unleash my full might against you? I shall take my leave momentarily and return shortly. With that, Wei Xian departed, vanishing in a flash of light. Ling Yaxian watched his senior brother's retreating figure, nodding in earnestness that I exerted my full strength, yet this was merely 3/10 of my senior brother's capability. It appears he remains quite powerful. After crossing a mountain, Wei Xian ensured there were no Jie Jiao disciples nearby, casting a minor concealment spell, at which point he lost the calm demeanor he had previously maintained. Hiss, he rubbed his chest, gasping for breath, retrieving a spirit root to consume in order to restore his vitality. That hurt. What has become of the Jie Jiao disciples? It is one thing for Jingu Xianma to be so formidable, but how could Ling Yaxian also be so powerful? Especially that last punch. Had I not transformed from a golden mustelid fish, retaining a robust physique after my transformation, that strike could have shattered my body. How can I regain my face after this? The remaining attendants cannot all be so formidable. Can they? Quite the show-off. Wudong Xingmu stifled a laugh, having discerned that Wei Xian was merely making excuses. Who would have thought that Lingya Xian, the naive one, would actually believe him? Junior sister, why not seek out senior brother Duo Bao? I sense that the disciples have undergone significant changes lately. It would be prudent to summon him back. Jingu Xingmu felt that the current Jie Jiao had transformed. The disciples had become remarkably powerful. It is essential to bring Duo Bao Dao back. When the master returns and sees the current Jie Jiao disciples, I wonder what expression he will bear. Very well. Upon hearing this, the Holy Mother of No Constraints felt a surge of joy. Without further ado, she transformed into a beam of light and rushed towards the market. Just as she departed, the cloudy immortal returned, with his hands clasped behind his back and a demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze. He appeared as if nothing had occurred on the discussion platform moments ago, that he gazed downwards and called out, "Golden Light Immortal." Below, the Golden Light Immortal was taken aback. Was he being summoned? Did my senior brother wish to engage me in combat? He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately rose to his feet. The cloudy immortal, observing the standing Golden Light Immortal, scrutinized him closely and immediately sensed a familiar aura emanating from him. This essence he had previously encountered on the Lingya Immortal. The same aura. How delightful. Could it be that you too possess it? He shifted his tone. Your cultivation is commendable, Xiao Shou Immortal. Not going to fight. The Golden Light Immortal was momentarily stunned, but paid little heed and sat back down. The Cloudy Immortal then noticed the Xiao Shou Immortal standing up again. Another familiar aura. Are the three of you practicing the same technique? What splendid fortune that all three should encounter this simultaneously. Your cultivation is also impressive. The Cloudy Immortal was momentarily taken aback that if the Lingya Immortal was not a match for him, then he, facing the Golden Light Immortal and the Xiao Shou Immortal, would surely not stand a chance either. His gaze fell upon the Pai Lu Immortal, discovering that he had also ascended to the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, his aura imbued with an indescribable charm. Good heavens! Do you also possess a technique? I merely secluded myself for a time, and you all have grown stronger. I've already suffered 2 defeats. I cannot afford to lose again, as he pondered. He suddenly spotted the long-eared steady light immortal hastening towards him from a distance. That a Tai Golden Immortal? This could work? Excellent. You will do. Great Luo Golden Immortal possesses skills, and even if you, as a Tai Golden Immortal, have abilities, can you truly best me? No, perhaps there is a chance. After losing twice and being soundly beaten each time, the Cloudy Immortal was beginning to fear defeat. He even considered that the long-eared steady light immortal might possess numerous skills. After all, the remaining 7 attendants of the sect all had techniques and had reached the Great Luo stage. Could it be that you, as a Great Luo Golden Immortal, have concealed many methods? But then again, if I strike with thunderous force, I might just prevail. After all, I am at the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. And I cannot fear a Tai Golden Immortal. Among the 7 attendants, you are the one with the greatest chance of victory. He gazed at the just-arrived long-eared Steady Light Immortal and declared, Steady Light Immortal, come forth and let me see if you have progressed during my retreat. The long-eared Steady Light Immortal was momentarily startled. What is happening? I have only just arrived, and why does the Cloudy Immortal wish to assess my cultivation? Despite his confusion, he chose to ascend the platform. Senior brother, he began, but was immediately interrupted by the Cloudy Immortal. Less chatter. Let us begin that I want to see how your cultivation has fared, and whether you have wasted your time. Revolutionizing the rivers and stirring the seas. This technique is one of the 36 celestial laws, capable of commanding rivers and seas, summoning towering waves of unfathomable might. Now, as it was executed by him, the entirety of Jin Ao Island trembled, a testament to its immense power. Goodness! The long-eared Steady Light Immortal's eyes widened in disbelief. He was utterly stunned. What is going on? I have only just arrived, and he unleashes such ferocity. He hastily summoned his own powers to counter, yet the disparity in realms rendered his efforts futile against the Cloudy Immortal's prowess. Bang! In an instant, the long-eared Steady Light Immortal was sent sprawling. blood spewing from his mouth as he flew from a discussion platform and landed heavily upon the ground. Oh, effortless. Why did I not witness any supreme technique? The cloudy immortal stood on the platform, momentarily bewildered. What is wrong with the long-eared, steady light immortal? Everyone else seems capable. Could it be that he is not? Moreover, why does it feel as though his cultivation has weakened since my retreat? Good heavens! So you have indeed neglected your training. He regarded the long-eared, steady light immortal, lying on the ground, with a serious demeanor tinged with severity, and spoke, I have secluded myself for so long. Yet you have made no progress at all. While all your fellow brothers are advancing in their arts, you seem to be regressing. How can you possibly shoulder the responsibilities of serving our master? Today, I shall punish you by sending you to the outskirts of Zi Xiao Palace to contemplate for a millennium as a deterrent to others. The long-eared, steady light immortal struggled to rise, feeling a tumult of blood surging within him. Though his foundation had not been harmed, he would require time to recuperate. Hearing the cloudy immortal's words, he was filled with resentment. While a millennium of contemplation is nothing for a Tai golden immortal, it pales in comparison to my previous retreat. But why am I being punished? I have done no wrong. I merely arrived, and I received a beating. Not only that, but you also impose a penalty on me. Master Chu Qing provided me with a technique that has caused my cultivation to stagnate rather than progress. The cloudy immortal beats me, and then punishes me with a millennium of contemplation. What has become of the Jie Sect? Why must I always be the one to suffer? I sense a palpable malice directed at me from the Jie Sect. Being an undercover agent is truly challenging. Just you wait. One day, I shall make you regret it. I will strike when it matters most, delivering a devastating blow. Although the long-eared, steady light immortal felt aggrieved, he dared not express it openly. After all, he was an undercover agent. If he were to utter a single word, would he not expose his true identity? No, I must wait for the opportune moment to deliver a powerful blow to the Jie Sect. He sorrowfully stood up, gazing at the cloudy immortal on the platform. Senior brother, this is not my fault. After you all retreated, the brothers sought out novels from Master Chu Qing, eagerly grasping the teachings and rapidly growing stronger. While I too received a novel, it was utterly useless. Even if I gained some understanding, the methods were too weak, leading to my regression. Instead, in fact, by the end, Zhao Gongming reclaimed the novel and reformed the library, refusing to give me a new one that I wished to enhance my cultivation. But they would not include me. He spoke with genuine grievance, his eyes reddening, tears brimming. This was a heartfelt revelation. After all, he had truly suffered during this time. His cultivation had regressed rather than advanced, leaving him increasingly weak. He had even considered ceasing his reading. However, witnessing others grasping the teachings and growing stronger left him feeling unwilling to concede that, of course. He had read numerous other novels, but they were of no use. He could not comprehend them, as if only the martial soul continent were suitable for him. But it was utterly inadequate. If it were not for the fact that Master Chu Qing had been absent from Jin Ao Island for some time, he would have inquired whether he was being targeted. Yet despite my dire situation, you still strike me. You are at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal level, and I am but a Tai golden immortal. You nearly took my life. Do you realize this? Not only that, but after beating me, you have the audacity to punish me. I am truly aggrieved. Novels, Chu Qing, comprehending the teachings. The cloudy immortal was instantly dumbfounded. What does this mean? You can grasp techniques merely by reading a novel. The disciples of the Jie Sect have become so powerful through understanding for novels. A novel is just a novel. How could it possibly contain techniques? Moreover, it was provided by Chu Qing. But who is Chu Qing? I have never heard of him. Is he a disciple of the Jie Sect? He was utterly perplexed. The words of the long-eared, steady light immortal were shattering his understanding. Below, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit was equally bewildered, utterly shocked. However, she quickly regained her composure, leaping onto the discussion platform and addressing Jingu Immortal Ma Sui, urgently inquiring, Ma Sui, is what the long-eared, steady light immortal said true? Did you all derive your techniques from novels? Indeed, senior sister, I had actually wanted to say this for some time, but senior brother Cloudy and senior brother Duo Bao never allowed me to, and I had no opportunity to speak. Jingu Immortal Ma Sui responded with resignation, that I had intended to inform you when you first arrived, but you never granted me the chance. Can you blame me? Certainly not. Yes, senior sister, we have all gained insights. Senior sister, look at me. I have also comprehended something. This is true, and it has indeed aided my cultivation. Senior Chu Qing is truly a great benefactor, senior sister. Do you now believe? We are not wasting time by reading novels here. We are cultivating and comprehending the teachings, which is far more efficient than seclusion that a multitude of Jie Sect disciples spoke in chorus, with some even demonstrating the techniques they had comprehended, releasing their own auras to affirm their authenticity. Good heavens! Good heavens! The cloudy immortal and the holy mother of golden spirit were both left in a state of utter shock. As if 1,000 colossal Chilan beasts had stampeded through their minds. Can one truly attain enlightenment merely by reading a novel? And not just any technique, but one that rivals those passed down by sages? Can it be any more outrageous? Were it not for the current situation, they would never have believed it. However, as the Jie Sect disciples continuously displayed their techniques, which bore distinctly different auras from the Jie Sect's upper clear Dao law, their repeated demonstrations compelled the two to accept this astonishing reality. If they did not believe it, then where had these techniques originated? That does not possess such a method. Opportunities? After so many years in the primordial chaos, with countless formidable powers and shifts in dominance, where could one find wild opportunities? Having secluded oneself for so long without any progress in reaching the quasi-saint level, yet the disciples have merely read novels and grew stronger. Had I known this, who would still choose to meditate in isolation? Of course, the most pressing question is, who is a disciple of? I have no recollection of such a person. However, from the words of the disciples, it seems that all these novels were provided by, implying that he has read them all and possesses knowledge of every technique within that a being of such magnitude, with such vast capabilities, how terrifying must he be? A quasi-saint? He could very well be on par with a saint. Yet, how come I have never heard of him? The two individuals furrowed their brows. Among the great powers in the primordial chaos, which one lacks a reputation? After all, this is no longer the era of the initial creation when battles raged and the strong remained obscure. The primordial chaos has endured countless ages and has evolved to its current state, where strong figures have long emerged from the depths, yet remains unheard of and exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's confusion and puzzlement. However, did not inquire further, but instead descended from the platform of discussion and approached directly, stating plainly, "Could you show me the novel you were reading at the beginning? Who is can wait for now. But this technique, I must see. If even the disciples can comprehend it, could I not grasp it as well? Perhaps it could even lead me to the quasi-saint level." The current strength of the disciples is evident. Their victories against foes of higher tiers are not feats attainable by just anyone, requiring immense foundational strength at present. I find myself stuck at the pinnacle of the realm. Perhaps there are diverse techniques that could enlighten me, allowing me to break through and achieve the quasi-saint status. For this is the quasi-saint, though not comparable to a saint, who exists in harmony with the Tao, untouched by calamity or karma, it nonetheless witnesses and can manifest the origins of vitality. It embodies everything and signifies the potential for sanctification. How could I not care? Chuckled and replied, "Sister, that may not be possible. It is not that I'm stingy and unwilling to share. But even if I were to provide it to you, you would be unable to comprehend it. Imposed restrictions on it, embedding personal information, and this is what I exchanged. Therefore, only I can perceive it. Were you to look, it would appear as a chaotic void, with not a single word visible." He produced the novel he had previously read, opening it and presenting it to Duck, glanced at it, and, as expected, beheld nothing but chaos, devoid of any text. "Sister, in truth, you have missed the prime opportunity. Initially, offered freely, anyone who sought his teachings would receive them. However, not long ago, was absent from, and, being the highest authority, temporarily took charge of the library. Our ability to comprehend the techniques through novels is all thanks to, for which we are immensely grateful. Yet, the realm of is likely beyond our reach. Even if we wish to express our gratitude, it would be futile. Thus, opened a series of initiatives that succinctly relayed the changes that had transpired during this period too, even disclosing the location of the library had naturally descended earlier and was listening nearby. Upon hearing this, both were taken aback. Is surprisingly astute. No, he always seemed rather shrewd. No wonder he is so wealthy. Thank you for the information. Junior brother expressed her gratitude and then transformed into a streak of light, swiftly heading towards the library's location. Not willing to lag behind, followed suit towards the library. Who would have thought that harbors such a remarkable figure? I had previously failed to notice this, and I must see it. Moreover, there are so many techniques. This could very well be my opportunity to attain the quasi-saint status. The two moved swiftly, and in an instant, they had crossed a mountain, yet before reaching the library, they encountered the bustling marketplace below. Treasures and spiritual roots were on sale, with disciples haggling amidst the lively atmosphere, as their keen eyesight allowed them to discern the items in the marketplace. As for the treasures, they were not particularly surprising. After all, they had previously witnessed display some, and many disciples had presented numerous counterfeit treasures. What piqued their interest now, however, were the novels, the techniques. This could potentially be the key to their ascension to the quasi-saint level. Of course, the impact of the spiritual roots at this moment was still considerable. The end, could treasures be counterfeited, yet spiritual roots too, was left speechless that he had thought he had witnessed many astonishing things today. But this was beyond comprehension. The changes within are truly astounding. Just beyond the marketplace lies the library. Perhaps we could pass through the marketplace to take a look. It would be a perfect opportunity to seek out, and remarked thoughtfully. She was equally curious. Counterfeiting spiritual roots. How outrageous. After all, treasures are inanimate objects, while spiritual roots, in a certain sense, embody life. Moreover, many spiritual roots are unique. For instance, the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots, that now takes root in the heavenly court. While he is the lifeblood of, yet now, you can replicate them, and they can even be indistinguishable from the genuine article. This surpasses the forgery of treasures by a great margin. She was eager to see it. Although gaining insight through novels is important, I am merely passing by, just taking a glance. Furthermore, since and are also present in the marketplace, I wonder if they are aware of the ability to comprehend techniques through novels. I should inform them. All right, readily agreed. The two exhibited no hesitation as they descended the mountain and entered the marketplace. Upon entering, they were immediately struck by the marketplace's vibrancy, with various calls and the sounds of disciples bargaining at the stalls echoing around them. As they strolled along the street of spiritual roots, many disciples greeted them, saying, "Greetings, senior sister," nodded in acknowledgement, though her attention was primarily captured by the spiritual roots on either side, which were dazzling and astonishing. Numerous spiritual roots were ones they had only heard of but never seen in person, and they were taken aback to discover that they had been fabricated. Of course, these were of much lower quality. Nevertheless, this was still incredibly remarkable, suggesting that spiritual roots could now be cultivated by oneself. Junior sister, junior brother, you have also come. This marketplace is truly a splendid place. There's a plethora of spiritual roots and treasures of every type. I have long coveted some, but alas, he refuses to show me that I purchased a set from the treasure street nearby, and the craftsmanship is astonishingly lifelike. If I do not handle it myself, I would never ascertain its authenticity. As in gaze at the spiritual roots along the street, they suddenly heard voice. Following the sound, they saw approaching, burdened with an unknown number of treasures, hastily collecting them, though the quantity was overwhelming and required time. Beside him, trailed along, cradling a pile of treasures, albeit with a somewhat reluctant expression. The two immediately understood the situation. It must be that, seeing the treasures unable to be moved, bought an overwhelming amount and, seeing arrive, enlisted her as an unpaid porter. Brother, if hears you say that, you will surely face his wrath. However, brother, none of that matters now. Our boasts a peerless giant on par with, disseminating novels that allow one to comprehend techniques merely by reading them. The strength of our disciples has significantly increased, hastily asserted. Ha! Chuckled while gathering treasures. Junior sister, are you mistaken? Those are merely novels. How could they enable one to comprehend techniques? If such a marvelous phenomenon truly existed, would not impart it. Junior sister, do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Did you see my recently purchased of? I could swallow it whole without chewing. Novels enabling comprehension of techniques. What a jest! How could that even be possible? Master brother, do not deceive us for food and drink. Without waiting for the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit to speak, a tiger demon selling peaches nearby chuckled and said, "This is no lie." Senior Chu Qing's achievements are unparalleled, and through his novels he imparts the I am but one of the many who have benefited. Indeed, Master brother, whenever you decide to swallow it, do let us know. We would like to witness it together. Chimed in a lion spirit selling yellow plums. Master brother, you may doubt many things, but you cannot dispute this. Senior Chu Qing is beyond question. Yes, Master brother, thanks to the disciples of the have thrived. Brother Gongming has even attained the status of quasi-saint, and Sister Sanxiao is not far behind. All this is due to Senior Chu Qing. Even I have reached the stage of, and I believe I may even have the opportunity to attain. Master brother, if you do not believe in Senior Chu Qing, you shall come to regret it. Master brother, when you swallow the sword, do let me know. We shall all go to sea. Instantly, many disciples around turned their attention, eagerly voicing their support for Chu Qing. This is a figure who has brought fortune to the entire. How could one question him? The strength they now possess in such a short span of time is all thanks to Chu Qing. He is akin to being reborn that a drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. And what greater could there be? What right do you have to question Senior Chu Qing, even if you are the master brother? Upon hearing the disciples of rallying and support, especially the fervent admiration in their eyes when speaking of Chu Qing, Taoist Duo Bao was left bewildered. What on earth has transpired? I am a master brother. My master entrusted me with the management of. I merely retreated for a time, and now belongs to Chu Qing. But who is this Chu Qing? What would my master think if he returned to Jin Ao Island and saw this scene? Observing Taoist Duo Bao's confused expression, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit sighed, "Brother, do not question it. What the junior brothers and sisters say is true. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes I would not have believed it either. However, the supreme practice by the disciples is indeed awe-inspiring, profound beyond measure, enabling them to battle beyond their ranks. Furthermore, it is not just against ordinary disciples, but even against the attendants of saints, rivaling the true teachings of saints in strength and legacy, placing them at the pinnacle of the entire point. One can only imagine the might of such. If what the disciples claim is not true, from whence did it originate? Did they find their own opportunities? Where are there so many opportunities? Whether you believe it or not, you must believe it. Taoist Duo Bao and the Holy Mother of Wudong gaze at the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit in disbelief. You too believe, through novels. Are you certain? How absurd! Could our master accomplish such a feat? Remember, our master is a saint, enduring alongside the Tao, ever present, unscathed by the tides of time, untouched by the chains of causality. Can Chu Qing truly stand alongside our revered master, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, aware of Taoist Duo Bao, and the Holy Mother of Wudong's lingering skepticism, began to explain, "Brother, sister, it is indeed true. When the Immortal of Dark Clouds sought to test the strength of the Golden Hoop Immortal, he was defeated in a single move, and yet the Golden Hoop Immortal is only at mid-stage. He then challenged the Immortal of Lingya, who did not even employ his powers. Merely through his physical prowess, he triumphed over the Immortal of Dark Clouds, despite being at the early stage of. I witnessed it firsthand. That they displayed was unlike anything I had ever encountered, their essence seemingly foreign to the world, so profound that it may very well have been derived from novels. Most importantly, every disciple of, save for the long-eared Immortal, has received." Hearing this, the Immortal of Dark Clouds could not help but feel displeased, crossing his arms and exclaiming arrogantly, "Nonsense! I only used a fraction of my strength. Had I unleashed my full power, he would not have stood a chance against me." The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit shot him a glance, refraining from exposing him, yet all understood a mere fraction of strength. Who would believe that? You might as well claim you used 12 times your strength. It was precisely this that stirred Taoist Duo Bao's heart. the defeat of the immortal of dark clouds, and that too when at a higher realm. Most critically, every disciple of had received. If it were just one individual, one might attribute it to personal fortune, but now that everyone had received, how could this be explained? Could it truly be that reading novels grants one? If that were the case, what purpose does his own retreat serve? Sister, if this is true, did you witness it? I recall when we first arrived at every junior brother and sister had a novel in hand. The Holy Mother of Wudong quickly inquired, that time, every disciple was engrossed in reading novels, and if this were indeed true, how could they not have borrowed one? They were all stuck at the peak of, unable to progress an inch. If this were true, perhaps by exploring different, they could find a way to break through their bottleneck and attain the status of quasi-saint, before the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit could respond. The surrounding disciples interjected, Sister, it was fine before, but now it cannot be done. After all, this novel was presented by Senior Chu Qing, whose strength is formidable and whose foundation is unfathomable, while he asks for nothing in return. We cannot give nothing in return. Brother Gongming has now become the representative of Senior Chu Qing, responsible for managing the library. If one wishes to read, they must register at the library in exchange for reading points before borrowing novels. Indeed, if one lacks, it is not a problem. Brother Gongming has opened up the Huabei for us, allowing us to borrow first and return later. The library is just over there in the market. Not far. Sister, brother, if you wish to take a look, you should hurry. The surrounding disciples chattered excitedly, directing Taoist Duo Bao and the Holy Mother of Wudang. Taoist Duo Bao collected he remarked, let us go and take a look. Regardless of whether it is true or false, we ought to see for ourselves. Even if it is false, there is little to lose. At most, just a few, which is trivial for me, that if it is true, it could be a great opportunity, a distinct from what I have learned, perhaps even carrying an essence foreign to the world. Such may very well allow me to break through my bottleneck and attain the status of quasi-saint. As for how my master would react upon returning to see this scene, that is beyond my concern. Let me attain the status of quasi-saint first. Very well. The four of them exhibited no hesitation as they followed the directions provided by the other disciples, making their way toward the library. In truth, the library was easily identifiable. After all, a magnificent palace complex stood proudly, making it difficult to miss. This must be the Palace of Creation, right? Before long, Taoist Duo Bao and the others arrived at the entrance of the palace complex. Gazing at the plaque of the palace, this library is quite impressive. Indeed, it is grand. Aside from the Bao Palace, I dare say no disciple's abode and surpasses the grandeur of this Palace of Creation. Before my retreat, this palace did not exist, but now it has appeared. This must be the place. The Holy Mother of Wudong scanned the surroundings and caught sight of a two-story pavilion not far off. Upon noticing the plaque on the pavilion, her expression turned peculiar. Brother, sister, that must be the library, right? The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit cast a glance and dismissed it. What of it? That is merely a restroom. Is it not? Had it not been for the Palace of Creation, perhaps the small pavilion would not have seemed so out of place. Yet, now, in comparison to the Palace of Creation, the disparity became glaringly obvious. It resembled a restroom, utterly incomparable. The Holy Mother of Wudong tugged at the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. No, sister, the plaque on that pavilion reads library. This is the Palace of Creation. Clearly, that is the library. Only then did the three realize, turning their gazes toward the two-story pavilion before glancing back at the Palace of Creation, comparing the two repeatedly. Good heavens, it truly appears to be the library. Taoist Duo Bao exclaimed, let us head there first, lest we mistakenly search in the wrong place. That sounds good. The others readily agreed and proceeded toward the library. As they approached the entrance, they heard Zhao Gongming's voice call out, Ah, you all have emerged from your seclusion. Come to borrow books? I trust you're aware of the borrowing rules. First, you must present. Zhao Gongming sat behind the counter, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Taoist Duo Bao. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Wudong, and the Immortal of Dark Clouds standing at the entrance. Having just emerged from seclusion, it seemed they understood everything. However, regardless of their understanding, the rules could not be broken. If one wished to read novels, they must offer. Noticing Zhao Gongming's demeanor, Taoist Duo Bao and the others comprehended and paid little mind to it. What truly concerned them was the aura emanating from Zhao Gongming. The immortal of dark clouds, astonished, inquired, "You have become a quasi-saint. Did you all notice that?" Zhao Gongming replied with a smile, slightly releasing his aura. "Not bad. I am at mid-stage quasi-saint now. With a bit more training, I may very well be able to slay 3 corpses that he himself is already at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, and it will not be long before he ascends to the stage of quasi-saint. Moreover, he currently oversees the library, having comprehended an immense number of methods and obtained several spiritual roots. Can he really fail to break through? If he does not ascend, would all these resources not be wasted? With my cultivation speed, by the time my master returns, I may have already severed my 3 corpses, and I will surely be able to surprise him." Hiss, several people, including the Taoist duo Bao, gasped in astonishment. The speed of cultivation at the mid-stage of quasi-saint is astonishingly rapid. Although Zhao Gongming's realm was previously comparable to his own, even during his seclusion, he had not broken through his bottleneck to become a quasi-saint due to the distractions caused by the Taoist of Lamp. Yet, even without the Taoist of Lamp, he could not compare to Zhao Gongming now. The speed of cultivation is truly extraordinary. It seems that this novel is indeed useful. The group wasted no time and, after briefly familiarizing themselves with the rules and exchanging spiritual roots, entered the library to select their books. Their status in the Jie Jiao sect was quite high. Producing 1 or 2 spiritual roots was effortless for them. As the 4 of them browsed the library, Wu Yunxian looked around for a while, but did not find what he wanted, so he ascended to the 2nd floor alone. One Piece. Why do I have such a peculiar feeling towards this book? Wu Yunxian gazed at One Piece, feeling an inexplicable sensation, as if a voice deep within him was urging him. Choose it. It felt like a psychological suggestion, or perhaps he was simply overthinking it. He decided to take this book. As a great Luo golden immortal, he was certainly not a weakling in the Honghuang world. Now, with such a psychological nudge, it might just be an instinct to attract fortune and avert disaster. He trusted his intuition. Wu Yunxian descended the stairs and saw Taoist duo Bao, Holy Mother Jinling, and Holy Mother Wudong still perusing the shelves. Undecided, he smiled and said, "I will take my leave first. Take your time choosing. Have you made your selections? One Piece is quite good. Unlike the novel, it comes with illustrations, and you have a keen eye." Zhao Gongming glanced over and recognized the book in his hand, now that he was in charge of the library. Although he had not read every book, he was familiar with their titles. Otherwise, how could they be recorded? Of course, even this book should give me a bit of face, that Wu Yunxian said somewhat arrogantly. Zhao Gongming chuckled, not responding, knowing Wu Yunxian's penchant for face. Unfortunately, on the path of cultivation, face holds little value. Only with strength and status can one have face. Without strength or status, who would grant you face? Wu Yunxian paid it no mind, clutching the book as he exited the library and returned to his cave to enter seclusion, that if this book truly holds the key to enlightenment, it might allow him to break through his bottleneck and become a quasi-saint. This is indeed a precious item. He moved swiftly, being at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Utilizing his escape technique, he quickly returned to his cave, seated himself on a mat, activated the array, and opened the book. The black and white comic with simple lines, sketched out characters, and woven narrative, opening the door to a new world for him. The East Sea, Alabasta, Sky Island, Long Ring Long Land. Eni's Lobby, the terrifying 3-masted sailing ship, Sabaody Archipelago, Amazon Lily, Impel Down, the Marine Forward Ward. He applauded the brilliance of the tale and mourned for Ace's death. In that moment, he felt less like a cultivator and more like a mortal. His thoughts deeply engaged. As he read more intently, he gradually became aware of an inexplicable force emerging within his mind, as if a new law, an order, a rule unique to him was taking shape. I have comprehended. I have understood. His eyes grew increasingly bright, and an infinite mystery entwined around him. Under this new rule, he attained enlightenment and felt a surge of newfound abilities, rising from the mat. He swiftly left the cave, looking up at the sky, drawing in the spiritual energy from all directions, as boundless laws operated, continuously striking against the bottleneck of quasi-saint. However, the path to quasi-saint is difficult. The mixed origin hard to certify, and the bottleneck seemed insurmountable. Yet he paid it no heed, his eyes shining brightly, gazing at the azure sky and proclaiming loudly, "Today I, Wu Yunxian, shall break through to quasi-saint, and the heavens must grant me their due respect to aid my ascent." His voice boomed, resonating far and wide. "Has senior brother Wu Yunxian gone mad? He must be insane. I just heard that he was defeated by senior brother Jingu and senior brother Lingya on the discussion platform. It seems he cannot accept it and has lost his mind. Wu Yunxian was once a person of stature, breaking through the bottleneck and claiming the support of the heavens. What face does he have to demand such respect from the universe?" The disciples of Jie Jiao were left speechless, believing that Wu Yunxian had been forced out of seclusion after failing to break through. Upon emerging, he was defeated by Jingu and Lingya. And the more they thought about it, the less they could accept it, leading him to madness. Some of his close disciples even went to the market to find old Chao Fenghanji, preparing to commission a coffin. After all, Wu Yunxian was once a person of dignity. However, before any actions could be taken, an overwhelming commotion suddenly erupted from Wu Yunxian's direction. Boom, boom. Each sound was more grand than the last, as if the heavens were validating him, resonating and shaking the very fabric of existence. Then, within the cosmos, an inexplicable force, a law, an order transformed into pure comprehension, surged toward Wu Yunxian's body, which he fully digested, converting it into insights that belonged solely to him. In that moment, his own aura began to rise steadily. Crack! It was as if something had shattered. Yet only Wu Yunxian understood that it was the bottleneck of quasi-saint within him that had broken at that instant, allowing him to step into the realm of quasi-saint. Mixed origin forged body, life leap. From this moment forth, he could perceive the saintly position. One astonishing aura. Wu Yunxian truly became a quasi-saint. Is it really the case that the heavens are aiding him? Does Wu Yunxian's face hold such weight that even the universe must yield respect to assist him in breaking through his bottleneck and achieving quasi-sainthood? 3 parts of respect for Wu Yunxian. In that moment, all the disciples of Jie Jiao were left in shock. When one speaks of the heavens' aid, it truly comes. What a tremendous face he possesses. In just a fleeting moment, the saying about 3 parts of respect for Wu Yunxian quickly spread throughout Jie Jiao. At this moment, Wu Yunxian hurriedly continued to comprehend the abilities he had gained from One Piece. Mixed origin forged body, life leap, as he broke through the bottleneck and attained mixed origin, Wu Yunxian's entire magical power underwent transformation. The heavens and earth converged with boundless laws, cleansing his flesh, washing his acupoints, allowing his entire magical power to return to its essence, as if it were to transform into mixed origin qi. Is this the realm of quasi-saint? Indeed, there is a vast chasm between it and the great Luo golden immortal. Wu Yunxian felt the power within him, his face displaying an expression of exhilaration. Power! He felt an overwhelming and potent force. Though the magical power of the great Luo golden immortal is said to be boundless, the quasi-saint excels in quality. His entire magical power transformed into mixed origin qi, enhancing its quality. Now, 1/10 of his strength could unleash at least 10 times the power he previously had. This is a 10-fold enhancement. If he were to face Jingu again with his quasi-saint strength, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. This is not merely reflected in his physical strength, but also in the profound mysteries inherent in the quasi-saint realm. Wu Yunxian could sense that his thoughts were now much clearer. Many things he previously found incomprehensible suddenly made sense in this moment, allowing him to untangle them. Moreover, he gained a deeper understanding of heaven, earth, and humanity. It was as if at this moment he truly recognized the primordial world, the transformation of magical power, and the redefinition of the cosmos. So this is what it means to be a quasi-saint, indeed powerful. However, more important than attaining the quasi-sainthood is the understanding he has derived from that novel. 3 parts of respect. Although I have not comprehended the laws, this ability is already sufficiently extraordinary. What truly concerns Wu Yunxian is the ability he has now grasped. Unlike the methods practiced by Jingu and Lingya, what he has comprehended resembles an ability, a law. 3 parts of respect. Words manifest as laws. Whatever it may be, it must grant Wu Yunxian a measure of respect. Even the heavens must accord him 3 parts of respect. It may sound enigmatic, yet it is quite comprehensible. For instance, 2 quasi-saints might engage in a fierce battle over a precious spiritual root, creating a situation that ordinary individuals could never reconcile. However, one could intervene with a simple plea: "Grant me this favor." This phrase alone could compel the 2 adversaries to part ways, cease their hostilities, and even relinquish the spiritual root to oneself. Such is a remarkable ability, capable of influencing the minds of others, instilling within them a profound recognition of the necessity to grant one faith. That, of course, this power has its limitations. It cannot extend its influence beyond one's own grand realm, rendering it ineffective against saints. Previously, the ability to sway the heavens and earth, allowing them to yield some measure of respect, stemmed from their lack of will and independent thought, thus facilitating such feats. This ability bears resemblance to the faith espoused by the Western clergy, albeit with an even more defiant nature. The celestial of dark clouds possesses this awareness. With such a capability, who beneath the saints in the primordial world would dare to dismiss the celestial of dark clouds? I, the celestial of dark clouds, am indeed a figure of great esteem. Without the need for further contemplation, the profoundness bestowed by this ability resonated throughout Golden Turtle Island, as voices intertwined with the aura of quasi-saints surged across the firmament. Their energies clashing like celestial bodies in the cosmos. The art of combat reigned supreme. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother let out a thunderous roar, her aura of slaughter sweeping across the sky, piercing the clouds and shaking the sun and moon, causing even the stars in the depths of chaos to tremble. Endless divine powers manifested around her, as if all techniques were being revealed, encapsulating profound mysteries and distinctly embodying the principle of one law manifesting countless laws, countless revered ones. The Taoist of many treasures was ensnared by the forces of calamity, with the breath of reincarnation emerging, revolving, one fruit attained in a lifetime, and perfection realized over 9 lifetimes. To encounter an emperor yet not bow, one's true fate is lost. Your name is inscribed upon the reincarnation steel. The unfettered Holy Mother's voice resounded like thunder, a surge of sacrificial power enveloping her being, both mysterious and magnificent. In fact, behind her, a magnificent altar flickered between reality and void, the essence of sacrifice more potent than ever. Everything around her seemed to dissolve into the void, as if to be sacrificed, transformed into raw power. At this moment, the 4 existences had all attained the Tao, shattered their limitations, and glimpsed the primordial unity, becoming golden immortals of primal chaos. The senior brother, senior sister, and others also comprehended the law, directly achieving enlightenment, breaking through their barriers to become quasi-saints. Truly, Senior Chu Qing is invincible. The teachings of a disciple, a single law, can enable a great Luo golden immortal to break through their confines. The power of Senior Chu Qing is indeed unfathomable. The disciples of the felt the overwhelming aura and increasingly sensed the depth of Chu Qing's prowess. After all, he was a great Luo golden immortal. Now, a single law has allowed him to transcend his limits and become a quasi-saint. Even though his own accumulation is already substantial, it is evident how formidable that law is. Senior Chu Qing is truly unparalleled in this era. It is a pity that I have never witnessed Senior Chu Qing in action. However, no need for speculation. When he strikes, it will surely be earth-shattering, capable of turning the heavens anew. Has he comprehended it so swiftly? Zhao Gongming, seated behind the counter, sensed the surging auras as a mid-stage quasi-saint. He could distinctly perceive the changing dynamics. However, he paid little heed and quickly averted his gaze to quasi-saints. Who among them is not a quasi-saint? He turned his attention back to the book in his hand. Modernization is imperative. Golden Turtle Island requires reform. Golden Turtle Island necessitates governance. According to the narratives within these novels, I should be able to assume the role of a developer. I shall seek someone to discuss matters and initiate the first phase of the Golden Turtle Island project. Once the reform is complete, I will find my disciples and craft some weapons. The 4 swords of extermination seem rather outdated. Why not employ aircraft for bombardment? Isn't that more appealing? Should I make alterations to Bao Palace? Perhaps I should surprise my master. He tapped the table while contemplating. Yet within his heart, a grand blueprint had already begun to form. A vision for the reformation of Golden Turtle Island, advancing its modernization. Outside Bao Palace, the long-eared enlightened light immortal. Immersed in reflection, sensed the breakthrough auras of the celestial of dark clouds and others. His expression filled with indignation. How infuriating! They have only just emerged from their seclusion and are already capable of enlightenment and breakthroughs. Why must I, Lord Rabbit, be limited to merely comprehending the intertwining of silver and blue? What makes me inferior to them? How vexing! How detestable! Do not let Lord Rabbit seize an opportunity. Meanwhile, as everyone achieved enlightenment, within the confines of the Palace of Creation, the air thickened with spiritual energy, coalescing into a mist that ascended, intertwining the essence of the Tao with celestial laws, grand and pure. In this environment, Chu Qing sat quietly upon a meditation mat, his delicate visage adorned with a luminous mark of a Taoist treasure upon his brow, radiating a golden-purple light, most revered and precious. Each flicker of the mark devoured boundless spiritual energy, replenishing his corporeal form. With every act of consumption, his body gleamed, each minuscule particle illuminating, seemingly insignificant, yet vast as the cosmos. Brimming with an awe-inspiring power, as the celestial of dark clouds reached enlightenment, verses began to materialize within his mind. Great faith technique. Chu Qing opened his eyes as a surge of faith emanated from around him. Rooted in the heart, pure and sincere. Yet, with merely a fleeting comprehension, he grasped the exquisite utility of this technique. How strikingly similar it is to the powers wielded by the Western clergy. This technique bears a remarkable resemblance to the technique of 7 emotions and 6 desires. The distinction lies in that the latter manipulates beings through passion, transforming them into puppets, tyrannical and fierce, yet devoid of loyalty, bound to betrayed. In contrast, the great faith technique embodies pure faith, capable of influencing the hearts of others, instilling within them a profound belief, directly guiding adversaries and converting them into followers. Before he could delve deeper into its subtleties, another scripture emerged in his mind: supreme combat technique. One technique manifests countless others, simulating any assault, evolving into all forms of combat arts and divine techniques. When a single law is enacted, it is as if myriad laws are in motion, each unique yet unified, tracing back to the singular principle. Do you believe I am but one law? Wrong. I am the embodiment of myriad laws, overwhelming you with sheer force. Do you think I'm the myriad laws? Incorrect. I am but one law, a singular law that dismantles a multitude. This art of assault is ever-changing, epitomizing the pinnacle of offensive prowess. Great calamity technique. Another scripture materialized, imbued with ominous energy. The moment it appeared, Chu Qing beheld boundless calamities. The 3 disasters and 9 tribulations emerged in full view. The thunder calamity demands enlightenment of the mind, necessitating prior evasion. If one cannot escape, it spells doom. The fire calamity is neither heavenly fire nor mundane fire, but rather fire, igniting beneath one's own spring, penetrating the palace of mud, reducing the internal organs to ash, limbs to decay, rendering a millennium of arduous cultivation as mere illusion. The wind calamity manifests as the wind of the Bishi, sweeping into the 6 viscera through the crown, traversing the dantian, piercing the 9 apertures, causing the flesh and bones to dissolve, liberating the self. Additionally, one may witness the 9 tribulations. The great elixir remains unformed, yet one cannot withstand the extremes of heat and cold. Furthermore, there are the 5 declines of heavenly beings and 10 tribulations. Endless disasters and calamities vividly materialized, unveiling the mysteries of the birth and demise of heaven and earth, the ebb and flow of all living beings. This technique, revealing all calamities, reaches the pinnacle of cultivation. Merely a single technique can achieve imperviousness to calamities. It is truly defiant against fate. Chu Qing's heart trembled. it is known that only saints have historically attained imperviousness to calamities. Now, through a single technique, achieving such a feat is nothing short of astonishing. While this only embodies a fraction of the saintly mysteries, they are nonetheless saints, among the most elite of the primordial world. Who could stand against them, to even contemplate opposing them, or to become a quasi-saint and sever their 3 corpses remains futile against the might of a saint. Beneath the saints, all beings are extinguished. To remain unsanctified in the eyes of saints is to be akin to an ant, unable to defy fate. Yet now, one can harness a technique to embody a fraction of the saintly mysteries. How terrifying indeed! I wonder who within has comprehended this technique. Perhaps it may allow one to evade the calamities of the divine punishment. The boundless great calamity is, after all, a trial, with imperviousness to calamities. As long as one does not court death, stepping into the great calamity naturally leads to avoidance. Before he could tally his gains, another technique, radiating supreme energy, emerged within his mind. Great sacrificial technique. This technique is astonishingly defiant. Chu Qing merely cast a glance, and his spirit was set alight. The great sacrificial technique allows for the sacrifice of treasures, living beings, the heavens and the earth, even the Tao itself. However, this form of sacrifice differs from traditional practices. Sacrifice is intertwined with faith. Offerings are made with sincere prayers to appease the deities and fulfill one's wishes. Yet the great sacrificial technique enforces sacrifice, with the subject of the sacrifice being oneself. When encountering an adversary of lesser strength, invoking the great sacrificial technique compels them to offer themselves, transforming into one's own energy, dominant, ferocious. Such is the essence of the great sacrificial technique. I have acquired an increasing number of divine abilities, which serve as a testament to the growing strength of the disciples of the... I find myself pondering when my master will return, and whether he will even recognize the current state of the academy, the marketplace, the library, and the disciples. Indeed, the transformations within me are nothing short of earth-shattering. Just imagining the emotions that the of might experience upon witnessing such a scene upon his return is quite amusing to me. My master should be returning soon. According to the timeline he will undoubtedly return before ascends to the throne, to instruct his disciples to engage in quiet cultivation within when I calculated. Only a few hundred years have passed, an exceedingly brief period, why Master's previous teachings span millennia, devoid of any sense of time. Now, having attained such formidable powers, I have also successfully unlocked the first particle of and my strength has become incomparable. His physical form stirred slightly, with a surge of vitality coursing through him, illuminating the otherwise dim particles within. Among them, one particle shone brilliantly, its aura immense, resembling a universe, vast and boundless. With an immeasurable vitality, this is the strength he has painstakingly cultivated during this period. He believes that with his current physical might, he could vanquish an ancestral witch with a single punch. It is crucial to note that these ancestral witches possess unparalleled physical prowess and innate laws. They were once formidable enough to suppress reigning as the dominators of the earth after the Qilin clan. Yet, even so, they might not withstand the full force of his physical explosion. One can only imagine the terrifying extent of his current physical power, and this is merely the result of successfully unlocking a single particle. If all could be unlocked, how formidable would his physical strength become? Surpassing Pangu, proving the Tao through might, and recreating the world would likely be a mere trifle. Moreover, I have acquired numerous, a stark contrast to my previous state of seclusion. Now that I possess such power, my former plans must be hastened. Initially, I intended to seek an audience with the goddess Enwa, but since my master has not returned, it indicates that she has not returned either. Instead, I shall venture to the underworld to find Hutu. This is an exceedingly crucial step in my plans. In anticipation of the impending, I have long prepared my strategy. If the underworld, serving as a transit station, can be successfully laid out, regardless of how many disciples of may perish, I shall not fear. There is no need to wait until I can directly retrieve their true spirits from the underworld and resurrect them. Let the of the West, and the of humanity take their places. Those who wish to harm I may as well dream on, regardless of whether Hutu can assist against the other saints. The underworld remains of utmost importance. Of course, engaging in negotiations with the saints is fraught with peril. With my current means, I still harbor some trepidation towards other saints. However, when it comes to Hutu, I believe I can ensure my safety. Has weighed his strength against Hutu's predicament. It is not that Hutu is weak. On the contrary, her unique path to enlightenment, embodying reincarnation, signifies a formidable power. Even among saints, her strength is immensely terrifying. Among the 9 ranks of saints, Hutu undoubtedly occupies a high position within that realm. This is the essence of strength. Yet Hutu is not free. She is sealed by the heavenly Tao, confined deep within reincarnation, unable to leave the underworld. Even if she were to be angered, as long as I flee swiftly enough, once I am outside the underworld, she would have no means to pursue me. This is the foundation of confidence. It is time to emerge from seclusion, with Hutu as my target, striving to lay plans within the underworld and scheme for the future. If I can indeed assist Hutu in breaking her seal and allow her to emerge from the underworld, when he erupts, it will surely astonish the ordained 6 saints and even Hong Jun, since they desire that I shall deliver unto them an unprecedented calamity. When he erupts, it will be a day of reckoning for the Hong Huang. However, orchestrating affairs in the underworld and enlisting Hutu's aid is no simple task, since the Hutu has remained in the underworld without a hint of movement during the era of the journey to the west. The underworld became a vassal of the heavenly court, subject to its control, and she has shown no signs of action. Furthermore, the of the West has plotted against her, placing the king of hell within the 18 levels of hell. As for the saying that hell will not be empty until one becomes a Buddha, I believe it suffices to merely listen. After all, they are all practitioners, cultivating the heavenly Tao in themselves. Such lofty principles are hardly necessary. Yet, it is evident that the current plight of the underworld stems from Hutu's inaction. I am acutely aware of the future. From these subtle clues, it is clear that Hutu no longer cares for the Hong Huang. After all, with Hutu presiding over reincarnation, the underworld could be considered a force of the saints. Which saints faction would allow themselves to be infiltrated and manipulated in such a manner? Alas, with the exception of. After all, there are traitors within. Indeed, it is none other than the long-eared Dingguang immortal. During the calamity of he directly betrayed, becoming the Dingguang Huanqi Buddha, the very embodiment of the West, and in the final moments, he dealt a devastating blow to, clearly a pawn that had long been positioned. However, pays little heed to this. Should I truly be concerned about the betrayal of long-eared Dingguang? Moreover, he is merely an ant in my eyes, and I shall eventually eliminate him. There is no rush. Initially, I intended to keep him around to harvest some benefits, although I have not gleaned much. He is but an insignificant creature, easily disposed of at any moment. However, the situation in the underworld differs greatly from that of, boasts an abundance of disciples, with the of embracing all without discrimination. Gathering countless students, he might not even be aware of the exact number of disciples he possesses. In contrast, the underworld is devoid of oversight. Otherwise, had Hutu's strength been unleashed, who would dare to boldly insert their pawns within the underworld? Those beneath the saints would be instantly struck down. Even if a saint were to arrive, Hutu's strength would remain formidable. If I wish for Hutu to intervene and assist, I must begin with the remnants of the ancient. Understands the crux of the matter. Hutu's current state is a consequence of the calamity. Out of the 12 ancestral witches, 11 have fallen, leaving Hutu as the sole survivor. Once great, only the 9 phoenixes and Xingtian remain. Hutu herself cannot leave the underworld. Who could endure such a situation? It is only natural for her to feel disheartened. Encourage her to take action. I must help her regain her spirits, which likely involves the resurrection of the ancestral witches. Reviving the ancestral witches is no easy feat. As the sovereign of reincarnation, Hutu governs the cycle of life and death, yet even she struggles to accomplish this. For others, it is exceedingly difficult. Especially with the proliferation of novels, not a single disciple of has comprehended any divine abilities related to reincarnation. Although they encompasses a vast array of techniques, They're too eclectic to achieve such a profound level. Feels a sense of helplessness. At present, I am equipped with an abundance of divine abilities in various domains, refining tools, refining the body, powerful techniques, disruptive tactics, deduction methods, transformation arts, escape techniques, swordplay, and blade techniques, all of which are exceedingly profound. The only aspect I lack is anything concerning reincarnation. Based on my experience in acquiring, if someone were to glean the essence of reincarnation from a book, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable and powerful ability, potentially capable of resurrecting departed souls. Regrettably, no one has succeeded. Hutu, as the master of reincarnation, possesses an intricate understanding of the cycle of life and death. If only I could bring a few novels for her to peruse. Perhaps she might glean some insights. If she were to achieve understanding and truly manage to resurrect the ancestral witches, such would also be passed on to her by me. How could she not feel gratitude? Furthermore, given the temperament of the other ancestral witches, they would surely rally the entire to assist me. I too would stand to gain, making this a truly mutually beneficial arrangement. The more contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. And his eyes began to sparkle with excitement. He clarified his thoughts and promptly emerged from seclusion, preparing to visit the underworld and present some gifts to Hutu. Departing from the Palace of Transformation, he headed directly to the library. Being adjacent, soon arrived at the library. "Senior, have you emerged from seclusion?" Upon seeing, Zhao Gongming immediately rose, a smile gracing his face, and nodded, stating, "I have matters to attend to and will be taking a few books." Zhao Gongming responded with a grin. "Very well, very well." Chu Qing paid no heed and entered the library with practiced ease, retrieving the perfect and Naruto from the shelves. Within these tomes lay the knowledge he sought. The former contained the 6 paths reincarnation technique. Although portrayed in the novel as a divine art of mastering treasures, it also encompassed the essence of reincarnation. Moreover, Hutu was an expert in the realm of reincarnation, and perhaps she could glean some unique insights. After all, the things he had acquired were rather outrageous, weren't they? As for the latter, pertained to the impure world reincarnation technique and the reincarnation of heaven's birth. Both methods of resurrecting the deceased. Yakushi Kabuto had even earned the title of Master of Dreams through his adept use of the impure world reincarnation technique. If Hutu were to examine it, she might unravel something profound. In any case, he was uncertain, so he would treat this as a last resort. After selecting his books, Chu Qing departed the library, employing a technique of evasion that propelled him at an extraordinary speed, transcending all tangible and intangible barriers. Even time and space posed no hindrance as he sped toward the underworld. Chu Qing is indeed unfathomable, Zhao Gongming mused as he observed the direction in which Chu Qing had vanished. Who could rival such evasion? It's beyond imagination, especially when I first encountered Chu Qing. Despite having reached the level of a quasi-saint, merely standing before him sent waves of trepidation coursing through me. As if he could effortlessly crush me with just his physical presence. His methods are increasingly terrifying, he sighed, acknowledging that Chu Qing was a mountain far beyond his reach. Pursuing him was futile. Nothing is insurmountable, provided one is willing to relinquish it. He resolved to focus on reforming Golden Ao Island instead, and thus set off to consult Duobao regarding the necessary changes. Meanwhile, after exiting Golden Ao Island, Chu Qing accelerated rapidly, employing his evasion technique as if moving against the very current of time itself. In no time, he traversed the land of the Yin and Shang, arriving at the shores of the Blood Sea of the underworld. This location, being the closest to the underworld, was akin to a neighbor, as the Western Church had permitted Xidagarba to enter the underworld. This was not merely a matter of strategizing for the underworld, but also encompassed the intention of enlightening the Azura clan. The sound of roaring waves resonated from a blood sea, even before entering its depths. This place, once the navel of Pangu when he transformed into the primordial chaos, was now filled with tumultuous blood waves. Here, fish and shrimp did not thrive, nor did birds or insects venture. All the malice of heaven and earth converged, earning it the name Blood Sea of the underworld among the inhabitants of the primordial world. Although the old ancestor of the River of Souls was formidable, his demeanor was excessively cautious. Chu Qing gazed out at the blood sea of the underworld, fully aware of the nature of the old ancestor. Among the many quasi-saints of the primordial world, he was undoubtedly among the apex, possessing unparalleled means of self-preservation. It was said that upon his birth, he wielded the dual swords of Yuan, Tu, and Abi, capable of killing without incurring karmic retribution, rendering the concept of karma non-existent. He also possessed the 12-grade karmic fire red lotus, a supreme innate spiritual treasure that embodied both offense and defense, and had crafted 480 million avatars of blood god sons. As long as one avatar survived, he himself could not perish. Furthermore, he had once emulated Nuwa in creating the Azura clan and imitated the three purities to establish a sect, gathering the remnants of the ancient demon ancestor, Luo Hu, to create a killing doctrine. Even without attaining sainthood, the merits he earned from the heavenly Tao were substantial. With such accumulative strength, his power was truly formidable. However, what truly rendered him infamous was not his might, but rather his excessive caution. Despite possessing such immense power and the inability to die, he rarely left the blood sea of the underworld. Having not even attended the lectures at the Purple Cloud Palace, should an opportunity arise in the future to recruit the old ancestor of the River of Souls, it would significantly enhance the strength of the Jie sect. Nevertheless, for now, he would first head to the underworld, particularly as he was currently incapable of recruiting the old ancestor. Despite being unafraid of the old ancestor, even with his own means, how could one contend with such a cautious individual? He could not be killed, and with 480 million avatars, how could one discern the true body? His sole ambition was to attain sainthood. Otherwise, he would not have emulated the paths of the three purities and Yuhua. In fact, in the past, he had even joined forces with Kuanpeng to slay the old ancestor of Hong Yun, a fact known to no one. Otherwise, Jin Yuanzi would have long since stormed the Blood Sea. As Chu Qing approached the vicinity of the Blood Sea of the underworld, he utilized the 72 earthly fiends techniques to enter the underworld. He did not conceal his aura. Rather, he unleashed it in full force, instantly casting a terrifying presence across the underworld. Merely standing on the Yellow Springs Road, before reaching the Nostalgia Platform, the Evil Dog Ridge, Golden Rooster Mountain, and Wild Ghost Village, a voice of authority echoed from within Fengdu City. Who dares to venture into the underworld? As the voice resonated, Chu Qing beheld a towering figure standing atop the city wall of Fengdu, robed in splendid garments, exuding an air of majesty, though adorned with minimal embellishments. He radiated imperial authority, embodying the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. His identity was unmistakable, the emperor of Fengdu. Beside him stood the 5 ghost emperors, the 6 heavens of Luofeng, and the 10 Yama kings, all manifesting a serious demeanor, exuding an aura of unspoken authority. Warily observing Chu Qing, Chu Qing of the Jie sect, have come to pay a visit to the Sage of Tranquility, Chu Qing stated calmly. With a single step, he activated his evasion technique, transcending the bounds of time and space, arriving instantaneously at the foot of Fengdu City. What astounding evasion technique is this? The 5 ghost emperors, the 6 heavens of Luofeng, and the 10 Yama kings widened their eyes in astonishment. Although they had not reached the great Luo realm, their strength was not to be underestimated, allowing them to discern some of the profundities within Chu Qing's technique. With just one step, it seemed as though he had traversed past, present, and future, disregarding the constraints of time and space. Imbued with myriad mysteries from this evasion alone, they gleaned insight into Chu Qing's strength, realizing that aside from the Emperor of Fengdu, even when combined, they were not his match. The disparity was insurmountable. They could not help but glance at the Emperor of Fengdu, whose previously stern expression now bore traces of shock and gravity. From that evasion technique, he understood he was no match for Chu Qing, that he could not even discern the other's realm. But he sensed one thing. Chu Qing was immensely powerful. As a disciple of the Jie sect, was he perhaps a quasi-saint? Yet, what could he want with his master? In the primordial realm, who was unaware that since the War of the Ancients, his master had established the underworld and had not intervened in the affairs of the primordial realm since. He regarded Chu Qing, stating, "Friend, My master has long ceased to concern himself with the matters of the primordial realm. He is currently in seclusion and cannot be seen, that I must ask you to leave." Chu Qing remained unfazed, responding with a smile. "I have long heard of the Sage of Tranquility's esteemed reputation and have brought a gift today, that I kindly request you to relay this message." Prior to his arrival, he had prepared himself for resistance, and the current situation was within his expectations. The Emperor of Fengdu furrowed his brow. Had it been anyone else, they would have been expelled from the underworld long ago. When the Xidigarba king had descended into the 18 levels of hell, he had caused him no small amount of trouble. Were it not for his background, he would have been expelled ages ago. However, the individual before him was not someone he could contend with, and given that he was also a disciple of a saint, it was rather challenging to navigate this situation. He frowned, saying, "My master is in seclusion, as you well know. During this time, he cannot be disturbed by outsiders. To be frank, even I have not seen my master for a long while. Therefore, I must ask you to return." Chu Qing's expression remained unchanged. Still wearing a smile, "No problem. I can wait, and I have brought a gift. Please, I urge you to convey my regards." The Emperor of Fengdu's frown deepened. Goodness, how can he not be dismissed? He glanced at Chu Qing, who was equally gazing back. He could see the smile on Chu Qing's face, his teeth gleaming white, radiating a brilliant grin. It seemed he was determined not to leave without meeting the Sage of Tranquility. Such a formidable being blocking the gates of Fengdu City posed a dilemma. Perhaps he could escort him to the outer palace of his master and inquire there. Reluctantly, he conceded, "Since you were so insistent, please enter the city. I shall accompany you to the Palace of Tranquility to seek an audience with my master. However, my master has been in seclusion for an extended period, so you must prepare yourself mentally." "It's all right," Chu Qing confidently replied, "I have brought a gift, and I believe that once the Sage of Tranquility has seen it, he will grant me an audience." The Emperor of Fengdu curled his lips in disdain. This individual, clearly possessing formidable strength, why then does he lack common sense? Who is his master, if not the esteemed Sage of Equanimity? What has he not witnessed? Even though he now dwells within the depths of reincarnation, never having departed from the underworld, in days of yore, as one of the primordial witches, he was a sovereign of the earth, possessing everything imaginable. Gifts, what could he possibly present? It is evident that his faculties are somewhat impaired. My master has been in seclusion for so long that even I have lost track of the duration since I last laid eyes upon him. If you manage to see my master, I shall consume the city of Fengdu. Prepare to face rejection. It is a first for me to encounter someone intentionally seeking to be turned away. Are you perhaps famished? The heavy gates of Fengdu City creaked as they slowly swung open. The Emperor of Fengdu stood at the threshold, observing the figure of Chu Qing outside, his expression tinged with displeasure. His intent to dismiss was already made abundantly clear, yet the other party remained obstinate. Who would take pleasure in such a situation? As for the 5 ghost emperors, the 6 heavens of Luofeng, and the 10 halls of Yama, they had all been sent back by the Emperor of Fengdu to fulfill their respective duties. The present Chu Qing, with his immense power, was not someone to be trifled with. Besides, there was no hostility. He simply lacked discernment, making it unnecessary to linger here. Follow me, but I reiterate, my master is in seclusion and does not meet anyone. Even I have not seen him in ages, the Emperor of Fengdu advised Chu Qing. Simultaneously, he reflected on when he last encountered his master. It had been so long that he had forgotten the passage of time. He only recalled that his master always maintained the same demeanor, frowning even in slumber. Even when awake, her expression bore an air of indifference, as if nothing in the primordial world could capture her attention anymore. Of course, he understood why in the past, during the war of witches and demons. The 12 ancestors of witches reigned supreme over the vast wilderness, sharing dominion over heaven and earth with the demon race. What a glorious era! Yet in the end, only his master remained. Fear not, having seen my gift, the Sage of Equanimity will surely meet with me. Chu Qing proclaimed with a smile, exuding confidence. Hutu, having transformed into reincarnation, stood unmatched in the realm of reincarnation. The books he had brought with him were all related to reincarnation. Surely, upon perusal, Hutu would gain insights. Once enlightenment was attained, how could she refuse to meet him? The Emperor of Fengdu found himself at a loss for words. Truly, he was a naive fool. The idea that merely viewing a gift would lead to an audience with his master was laughable. He could not fathom what gift could possibly sway her. Forget it. After you face rejection a few more times, you should come to terms with the difficulty of your endeavor. He proceeded onward, with Chu Qing trailing behind, gradually delving deeper into the underworld. Having passed through Fengdu City and descended the 18 layers of hell, the cacophony of wailing souls faded into silence, leaving only an endless void. Furthermore, everything around them was obscured. The ground was dark, the sky was dark, and all surroundings were enveloped in shadow. It was as if only this singular color remained in the universe, devoid of any other entity. The stillness, the solitude, was disconcerting. The Emperor of Fengdu remained silent, occasionally glancing back at Chu Qing. Unfazed, Chu Qing instead surveyed his surroundings, taking in the peculiarities of the place. Although nothing was visible, he could sense the deepening resonance of the Tao of reincarnation enveloping them. Even though it was his first visit, he recognized they were approaching Hutu's domain. Chu Qing lost track of time, as there was no concept of it here. Eventually, he noticed the Emperor of Fengdu coming to a halt, prompting him to stop as well. In the distance, a black palace came into view. Dark as ink, its richness seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Had the Emperor of Fengdu not paused, Chu Qing might not have even noticed the palace. The plaque adorning the palace doors proclaimed its nobility within the underworld. The Palace of Equanimity, the abode of the Sage of Equanimity. Even from afar, one could feel the overwhelming aura of reincarnation emanating from it. Even the faintest emanation was grand and pure, imbued with the majesty of a sage that I seemed to have underestimated Hutu. Chu Qing mused internally. Previously, he had only perceived Hutu's transformation into reincarnation as a restriction, trapped within its confines, displaying no prowess. Though not weak, she was not particularly formidable among the 6 sages of the heavens. Now, however, he comprehended the true strength of Hutu as the sole earthly sage, uniquely possessing dominion over the earth. While she may not rival Hongjun, she was certainly more powerful than any of the 6 sages. The 9 heavens of sages, how high had Hutu ascended? The Emperor of Fengdu cast a glance at Chu Qing and spoke. Hand me the gifts. I shall inform my master. Here, Chu Qing replied, presenting 2 books to the Emperor of Fengdu. Books? Novels? The Emperor of Fengdu was momentarily taken aback, bewildered. Was this truly how one approached a sage? One would expect offerings of rare, innate spiritual roots. At the very least a collection of them. Yet here were merely 2 novels. Was he jesting? Not only would he be dismissed, but he also wondered if his master would expel him from the underworld outright. Indeed, they are books, and why gift lies within them. The Sage of Equanimity will understand upon reading. Chu Qing affirmed with a smile. The Emperor of Fengdu felt speechless. Initially, he thought Chu Qing merely lacked sense. But it turned out he was a fool. There was no common ground with a fool. Regrettably, he lacked the power to expel him. Otherwise, he would have done so long. In this era, one does not fear the antics of a fool, but rather the fool who possesses strength. He was eager to witness how his master would cast him out. He approached the entrance of the Palace of Equanimity, respectfully announcing, Fengdu seeks an audience with my master. I have matters to report. Disciple of the teaching of the interception, Chu Qing has brought gifts and requests to meet my master. His voice was not loud, yet it carried a unique resonance that penetrated the Palace of Equanimity. Even amidst the clamor of the outside world, it would not disturb the sage in the slightest. After a lengthy pause, there was no response, and the palace doors remained closed, save for the 2 novels that had vanished from the emperor's grasp. Inside the Palace of Equanimity, Hutu reclined upon a bed of black jade, clad in a flowing black gown, barefoot, her skin flawless, and imbued with a sacred aura. In days gone by, she had transformed into reincarnation. Relinquishing her form as an ancestor witch, her current body, a fusion of virtue and the Tao of reincarnation, was far stronger and purer than her previous incarnation. She glanced at the 2 books in her hand, then at the figure of Chu Qing standing outside the palace, her profound eyes reflecting a hint of intrigue. Chu Qing, how fascinating. I cannot see through you, and yet you come to seek an audience. Bringing 2 books. How rare. Curiosity stirred within her. It is worth noting that she was a sage, deep within the realms of reincarnation, her home turf, bolstered by the powers of reincarnation and the earth. Even if Hong Jun were to arrive, she would not be intimidated. Yet she found herself unable to discern Chu Qing's realm. This was rather absurd. The inability to perceive another's realm could stem from 2 possibilities. Either her own realm was inferior, or the other possessed an extraordinarily powerful method of concealment. Clearly, Chu Qing belonged to the latter category. The ability to obscure oneself from a sage's investigation was nothing short of transcendent. How intriguing. Once a 12th-rank forbidden Luo emerged from the wasteland. Now, another individual whose realm she could not fathom had appeared. The changes within the primordial world were becoming apparent. What equally piqued her interest was the gift presented by Chu Qing. Books. It was the first time someone had offered her books. She glanced at the titles on the covers. Naruto. Not a Taoist text, nor a Buddhist scripture, but rather a narrative novel, a mythological account. What an interesting individual. However, what relevance did this hold for her? Huda dismissed the thought, averting her gaze, nonchalantly tossing the books aside. She could not leave the underworld. What concern did the primordial world hold for her? Even if she could leave, what significance did it bear? It mattered little. After all, she was the last one remaining. Even if the primordial world were to vanish, it would not trouble her. Outside the Palace of Equanimity, the Emperor of Fengdu, having realized the books had disappeared, turned to Chu Qing and stated, "The books are now in my master's possession. As for whether my master will see you, that is beyond my knowledge. Since you are a disciple of the teaching of the interception, it may be best to return to your sect. If my master wishes to see you, you may return to the underworld." Chu Qing remained unfazed, his smile unwavering. "No matter. I shall wait here. I have faith that the sage of equanimity will indeed meet with me." The Emperor of Fengdu found himself at a loss for words once more. Communication proved impossible. There was simply no way to convey his thoughts. "Am I sending you away? Do you not comprehend? I have made my intentions exceedingly clear, and yet you remain oblivious? You assert that my master will undoubtedly meet with you. What gives you such confidence? Were it not for the belief that I might not prevail against you, I would have already dealt you a blow. Very well. I shall observe how my master intends to meet you." Chu Qing, unfazed, exuded confidence. He was uncertain when Hutu would finish her contemplation and gain insight. Nevertheless, in this place, steeped in the essence of reincarnation, he could also seek enlightenment. The sanctum of the sage, situated deep within the cycle of reincarnation, resonated with profound Taoist rhythms, rendering his cultivation here far more effortless than during his prior solitary retreats. Ignoring the Emperor of Fengdu beside him, Chu Qing settled onto a mat, closed his eyes, and focused inward. The radiant mark resembling a precious vase shone brightly on his brow, devouring the surrounding essence of reincarnation as he contemplated. The Emperor of Fengdu cast a glance at Chu Qing, momentarily taken aback. "Good heavens, are you actually meditating? Do you believe you can comprehend reincarnation? Do you take this lightly? Moreover, seeking to understand reincarnation carries inherent risks. The 6 paths of reincarnation are enigmatic and profound, often leading one to relive past lives, with myriad scenes resurfacing that a moment's carelessness could result in becoming ensnared within the cycle, ultimately leading to ruin. As a disciple of the sage of equanimity, who presides over the underworld, I have immersed myself in the essence of reincarnation for countless ages and have only gleaned a modicum of understanding. Yet you, upon sitting down, expect to comprehend. You are indulging in fanciful dreams. The 6 paths of reincarnation easily ensnare the unwary. Understanding them is no simple feat, and one must tread carefully to avoid falling into their depths." Observing Chu Qing, the Emperor of Fengdu, out of goodwill, cautioned him. Chu Qing opened his eyes, unperturbed. "I believe I can comprehend. For others, there may be danger, but for me, there is nothing to fear. It is crucial to understand that all that the Supreme Devourer consumes transforms into the most primal essence of the Tao, devoid of any peril. Even if I cannot achieve understanding, it will not hinder me. The Emperor of Fengdu regretted having warned Chu Qing. Truly absurd. I offer you a kind reminder, and you become all the more confident. He even contemplated leaving, no longer wishing to engage with Chu Qing. It was exasperating beyond measure. Yet upon glancing at Chu Qing again, he dismissed the thought. Very well. I shall not stoop to quarreling with a fool. When he inevitably encounters hardship, he will comprehend the gravity of the situation. I shall remain here. Perhaps I can save him once more. I am indeed a good person. As time passed, Chu Qing remained undisturbed, seated quietly, contemplating reincarnation while awaiting Hutu's arrival. Initially standing beside Chu Qing, the Emperor of Fengdu eventually sat down as well, engaging his own practice, prepared to rescue Chu Qing should he falter in the cycle. All the while reflecting on his own benevolence, Hutu, indifferent to all, reclined within the palace of equanimity, eyes closed in slumber. Meanwhile, on Golden Ao Island, a tempest was brewing, heralding monumental change that on Golden Ao Island, within the marketplace. Hanji approached the library, greeted by numerous disciples who nodded in acknowledgement. This form of address, derived from novels, denoted the owner of a shop, a wealthy merchant, or a pawnshop proprietor, a term of respect. As the most prominent forger behind the scenes of the marketplace, she had come to be known as the Old Morning Offering. Initially, Hanji had been reluctant, but as the calls grew more frequent, she eventually acquiesced. Exhausted, she thought it best to accept the title. As she walked, many greeted her, and with the marketplace's opening, her reputation within the Jie Sect soared. She remained unpretentious, responding warmly with smiles to Jie Sect disciples. Before long, she arrived outside the library, where a considerable gathering awaited. Zhao Gongming, the three Skylarks, Taoist duo Bao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Wudong, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, and the Cloudy Immortal. All present. Among them were the most significant figures within the Jie Sect, wielding the highest status and influence. The 4 inner disciples, the 4 outer disciples, and the leaders of the 7 fairies, alongside the Old Morning Offering, comprised the assembly. Zhao Gongming, noticing Hanji's arrival, greeted her with a smile. Excellent, now that Sister Hanji is here, we can commence. That I will outline my plans. Aside from Taoist duo Bao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Wudong, and the Cloudy Immortal, who have only recently emerged from retreat, the rest of us have perused numerous texts and should be well aware that some worlds described within these books starkly contrast with our own. Moreover, in certain realms, despite our formidable strength, we find ourselves rather backward. Therefore, Golden Ao Island must undergo reform. It is imperative that we initiate this transformation. Currently, there are far too many disciples within the Jie Sect, and they are exceedingly disorganized. Some disciples lack virtue, tarnishing our sect's reputation. Hence, I propose that all disciples return to Golden Ao Island. As for the issue of dwellings, we should take inspiration from the novels and establish communities. We can categorize these communities by realm: the Xianxian community, the Jinxian community, the Jingxian community, the Tai Jingxian community, the Deluo Jingxian community, and the Quasi-Saint community. Regarding the internal space, Yin Xiao, I entrust you with this matter. You will need to set up spatial formations, incorporating the mustard seed into the Shumi. This way, we can resolve spatial issues while facilitating communication among our disciples. In addition to the communities, we must construct streets, establish a committee, and promote modernization. Furthermore, our magical treasures have become somewhat outdated and require more advanced technology. Thus, I propose we first construct a flying ship. Hanji, such matters are your forte, so I leave it in your capable hands. The ship should be powered by spiritual energy, with the strength of magical treasures serving as its weaponry, uniting various treasures to unleash their full potential, achieving a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. This is a summary of the meeting's agenda, dubbed the Comprehensive Reform Conference of Golden Ao Island. The meeting now formally commences, delving into a thorough discussion of the outlined content. Zhao Gongming spoke with conviction, articulating his plans that he had perused countless novels and comics, gathering extensive information, and had long been formulating ideas. Reform on Golden Ao Island was not merely desirable. It was a necessity. A flying ship? Hanji's brow furrowed slightly as she regarded Zhao Gongming. While she could grasp the concept of communities he had mentioned, the idea of a flying ship eluded her understanding that a ship that flies. Although she had encountered some references, her exposure was limited, as she had primarily focused on artifact refining and nurturing spiritual roots. She was not alone in her confusion. Taoist Duo Bao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, and others were equally perplexed. Flying ships? What are communities? Zhao Gongming produced a collection of blueprints, outlining detailed designs with precise lines. These are my designs, Hanji. Take a look that he channeled his energy, swiftly transforming the blueprints into three-dimensional models before him. Having studied so many texts, he not only gleaned insights, but also acquired considerable knowledge. For him, creating designs and models was now an effortless endeavor. Too easy. Hanji gazed at the models before Zhao Gongming, then at the blueprints, her eyes sparkling as she examined them repeatedly. Her ascent to the title of Old Morning Offering was not merely due to her skill, but also her passion. She loved her craft. Just witnessing the designs ignited her enthusiasm. She recognized the challenge ahead, yet she yearned to take it on, to create. Taoist Duo Bao found the models equally fascinating and leaned in for a closer inspection. He had an abiding love for magical artifacts, and although Zhao Gongming was only showcasing models, he believed that if these could be realized, they would undoubtedly become extraordinary treasures. Most importantly, he had never seen or heard of such things before. His greatest ambition in life was to collect all magical artifacts in existence, dreaming of lying atop them each night. Previously, he had felt regret over the unattainable uniqueness of various supreme artifacts. However, Hanji had fulfilled this desire by forging replica artifacts. He had acquired replicas of every kind. Just when he thought he had completed his collection, he encountered something new, and his desire to add to his collection was rekindled. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the unmatched Holy Mother, and others were similarly intrigued. Zhao Gongming, with a smile on his face, nonchalantly remarked, "This is the spacecraft we aim to construct, integrating formations and gathering treasures to unleash maximum power. It only requires the inclusion of a few postnatal artifacts. Even if a golden immortal, true immortal, or mystic immortal were to operate it, they could obliterate stars with a single shot. This cannon shall be named the Meteor Cannon." A single shot to obliterate a star. Apart from the immersed Hanji Taoist Duo Bao and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, others were taken aback by this proclamation that IT was not the sheer power that astonished them. After all, a great Luo Golden Immortal could achieve such feats. The great Luo Golden Immortal is renowned for having boundless powers, capable of seizing the sun, moon, and stars. However, the notion that even Golden Immortals, or those beneath that rank, could accomplish this seemed rather absurd. Stars reside within the chaos, and to tread upon chaos, one must at least possess the cultivation of a Golden Immortal. Otherwise, a mere gust of wind could annihilate their primordial spirit. Yet, even Golden Immortals have only just begun to explore chaos. The prospect of obliterating stars seemed utterly impossible. But now, the ambition was to forge such a powerful spacecraft. Once successfully constructed, it would significantly enhance the overall strength of the Jie Jiao. It could be said that all disciples of Jie Jiao would be capable of unleashing the might of a great Luo Golden Immortal. While a single great Luo Golden Immortal might not seem overwhelmingly powerful, the sheer number of Jie Jiao disciples, thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, would be formidable. Would not the saints be compelled to change their expressions upon witnessing this? Such a magnificent artifact. Truly a remarkable artifact. I wholeheartedly support its creation. Taoist Duobao's eyes sparkled with excitement, fully backing the plan. Others echoed his sentiments, recognizing this as a monumental boon for Jie Jiao, one that could propel their overall strength to unprecedented heights. "This is merely one vessel. I desire 11, he proclaimed. "This is merely the first. We must construct at least 11. Each of the 10 ships will be named after us. Gongming number 1, Yinxiao number 2, Qiongxiao no 3, Bixiao number 4, and so forth at a S for the 11th vessel. We shall create a grand one, a flagship capable of accommodating all 10 ships and housing all disciples of Jie Jiao. On this flagship, there must be at least 10,000 meteor cannons. Furthermore, we must craft an even more powerful energy cannon, one that can amalgamate the powers of all Jie Jiao's magic and all the strength of the ships and treasures, transforming into an energy cannon. Tentatively named the Saint-Slaying Cannon, the flagship shall be called the Jie Jiao Mothership. Zhao Gongming spoke with fervor, his ambitions soaring. From the weapon, ominously named the Saint-Slaying Cannon, Taoist Duobao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, and others could discern the magnitude of his aspirations. Saint-Slaying. What audacious words! Saints are boundless, eternal as the heavens, coexisting with the Tao, embodying the pinnacle of the primordial world. Even those merely touching upon the concept of a saint undergo a transformative leap in life, rendering them vastly different from ordinary beings. Even contemplate the destruction of a saint or quasi-saint exhibits an ambition of grand proportions. Nevertheless, such rhetoric ignited the passion of the assembly to saint-slaying, regardless of its feasibility. The mere suggestion would etch its name in history. One could only wonder how a saint would react upon hearing such a name. Observing that none in attendance voiced dissent, Zhao Gongming turned to the focused Han Ji, inquiring, Han Ji, do you have confidence in this undertaking? No matter how grand the ambition, without sufficient practical experience, it remains mere daydreaming. Ultimately, the realization of his plan rests upon Han Zi Xiao, an esteemed elder. Her ability to forge artifacts is well recognized. Even a congenital supreme treasure can be crafted to such perfection that, without hands-on experience, is indistinguishable from the authentic. If even she cannot achieve it, then it is likely that no one in the primordial realm could. Hanji set aside the blueprints, her eyes shimmering with determination, her spirit vibrant, as she declared resolutely, yes, it can be done. However, while the spacecraft can be constructed, the mothership cannot be built in such a manner. The mothership must bear all burdens that I propose we transform the entire Golden AOL Island into the mothership, an unprecedented flagship of Jie Jiao. If we were to undertake this, let us do it grandly. The group was momentarily taken aback by Han Ji's bold declaration, transforming the entire Golden AOL Island into a mothership? What audacity! Yet Zhao Gongming's eyes brightened. Excellent idea. Why did I not think of that? Let us proceed, fully armoring Golden AOL Island and turning it into the mightiest war machine. Yun Xiao pondered, it is not solely about weaponry. Should we convert the entire Golden AOL Island into a mothership, we must ensure its defenses are robust to withstand potential damage during warfare. That I shall take charge of this matter. I have recently gained insights into formations, and I will set up the protective arrays for the Jie Jiao mothership, initially establishing 1 million large formations and 10 million smaller ones, merging them into one. If we can separate them, the defensive power should reach 99. However, there remains a 1 chance of destruction, which is still perilously high. I must devise further strategies. Yin Xiao spoke, his brow furrowed in concern. A mere 99 protection seems dangerously inadequate. It is akin to inviting inevitable destruction. Taoist Duobao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the unmatched Holy Mother, and the cloudy immortal regarded Yun Xiao with bemusement. What did you just say? 1 million large formations, 10 million small formations, and a 99 defense rate. You deem this too dangerous? Pray do tell. Are you speaking coherently? I have not seen you like this before. Are you still the same Yin Xiao? The one who would wield the golden Jiao scissors at the slightest provocation? Zhao Gongming, Qiong Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Han Ji were unfazed, accustomed to such exchanges, observing the incredulous expressions of Taoist Duobao and the others. Zhao Gongming felt a twinge of disdain. Look at you, so astonished. Is my sister's cautiousness truly so shocking? Such naivety, hardly befitting a quasi-saint. Zhao Gongming dismissed their incredulity, decisively stating, fine, let Yin Xiao handle the formations, as for the danger. Our understanding of formations pales in comparison to yours. You may exercise your discretion. In days of yore, when the 3 Xian battled against the burning lamp, it was evident that, while Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao were formidable, the pivotal factor lay in Yun Xiao's formations. Arrays surged forth, merging into one. Even quasi-saints would spill blood in the fray. Not to mention, after all these years, his mastery of formations likely surpassed that of their master. This is the guarantee of quality, not an issue. Yun Xiao affirmed, his brows still knitted, as the aura of Tao resonated around him, contemplating the materials and various challenges of the formations. This plan shall henceforth be known as the Golden AOL Island Project. Next, we shall embark on the Golden AOL Island Project, designated as Phase 1. I will oversee the relocation of the outer disciples, while the inner disciples will be entrusted to Taoist Duo Bao. Taoist Duo Bao nodded. Not a problem, the inner disciples' leader. Managing such matters is a mere trifle for him. Not compliant? We shall forcefully dismantle. Complaints? I oversee the inner disciples, and within the inner realm, I am the law. The final authority rests with me. Upon completion of Phase 1, there shall be no distinction between inner and outer disciples of Jie Jiao. Merely subdivisions of community, we shall establish the mystic immortal apartments, true immortal neighborhoods, golden immortal villas, Tai detached houses, and great Luo golden immortal and quasi-sane estates. Thus, we can inspire the disciples of Jie Jiao to strive for greater cultivation. In pursuit of our first millennial plan, we must endeavor to ensure that all mystic immortal disciples vacate the apartments and transition into the neighborhoods within a millennium. Our master entrusted Golden AOL Island to us, allowing us to manage it, as Senior Chu Qing imparted teachings to Jie Jiao that we must grow stronger and acquire new knowledge, lest we disappoint them. If there are no objections from those present, let us finalize this. The Golden AOL Island Project's overall supervisor shall be Han Ji and Yun Xiao. The relocation for Phase 1 shall be overseen by myself and Taoist Duo Bao. The construction management will be helmed by Yun Xiao and Han Ji. Qiong Xiao, Bi Xiao, the Cloudy Immortal, the Unmatched Holy Mother, and the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit shall be responsible for materials. Should we require manpower, we shall draw from Jie Jiao. Numerous disciples have borrowed funds from Huabei and have yet to repay that time. I will provide you all with a list of personnel. Those who do not come shall be reported to the Rebirth Squad. If there are any further inquiries, now is the time to raise them. Let us resolve matters swiftly. Zhao Gongming summarized all issues, finalizing the plan. Yun Xiao contemplated before speaking. The formations are feasible, but recently, the materials for crafting the formation flags have significantly diminished. Especially with regard to the formations of the space system, the utilization of space stones is imperative. Unfortunately, these stones are most abundant in Kunlun. Han Jixian also nodded in agreement. Indeed, the construction of spacecraft and motherships necessitates space stones to bear the spatial load and transform energy. Additionally, materials such as the 5-element stones and yin-yang iron are required, which can also be found on Jin Ao Island, albeit in insufficient quantities. Regrettably, these resources are predominantly available in Kunlun, yet we lack the means to acquire them. The two expressed their difficulties. Kunlun, renowned as the ancestral vein of myriad mountains, is rich in resources, with various refining materials deeply buried within its ranges, awaiting extraction. If only we were still in Kunlun. Alas, due to the discord with the Chan Sect, the three pure ones parted ways, and the Jie Sect relocated to Jin Ao Island in the East Sea, leaving Kunlun to the Chan Sect. Should we not launch an assault on the Chan Sect? Bai Xiao, filled with fighting spirit, proclaimed. In the past, the Chan Sect bullied us for countless years. Recently, they claimed to come for a discussion. Yet their true intent was to suppress us.it. Is high time we retaliated and dealt with the Chan Sect, striking them down before they can retaliate and seizing their resources. That won't do. Yun Xiao interjected, frowning. We are currently in a phase of rapid development. Although our strength has significantly increased since inheriting the teachings from Senior Chu Qing, the Chan Sect possesses profound foundations. Ren Deng Dao Run, Yin Zhong Zi, and Nanji Xian Wang are all exceedingly ancient quasi-saints, and since our departure from Kunlun, it has become the stronghold of the Chan Sect. An assault would be far too perilous, virtually guaranteeing our demise. Third sister, you must not be so reckless in the future. Consider matters more thoroughly. Bia Xiao spread her hands. Then, elder sister, what do you propose we do? Without materials, we cannot even commence. A skilled artisan cannot fashion a meal without rice. And no matter how intricate the plan or how superb the skills, Without materials, it is all in vain. I have a solution, Wu Yunxian said with a smile. Leave this matter to me. Wu Yunxian. I shall directly go to Kunlun and transport dozens of mountains back. Given my standing, would they dare refuse? The Chan sect? They must show me. Wu Yunxian, some respect. I, Wu Yunxian, hold considerable prestige in the primordial realm. It is settled then. I shall head to Kunlun at once, Wu Yunxian volunteered, and without delay, transformed into a streak of light, racing towards Kunlun. Prestige. I, Wu Yunxian, possess the greatest prestige. The Chan sect must accord me. Wu Yunxian, some respect. Kunlun, known as the ancestral home of myriad mountains, boasts towering peaks that pierce the clouds, shrouded in mist, their summits hidden from view, a seemingly endless array of mountains. Merely gazing from a distance, one can feel the overwhelming majesty. Only upon standing before them does one realize their own insignificance, akin to an ant. Such a blessed land has long been renowned in the primordial realm. The former Taoist temple of the Three Pure Ones was located here. After the Three Pure Ones were located, the Chan sect remained, claiming a portion of Kunlun as their sacred ground. Furthermore, the Western Queen Mother presides here, an extremely ancient, innate deity. Additionally, this place is vast and rich in spiritual energy, drawing many wandering immortals and demonic cultivators to practice within the mountains. That I recall that the materials desired by Han Ji and Yun Shao seem to be located in several mountains to the east of Kunlun. We should head there to collect them. In the past, the Jie sect also resided within Kunlun, but regrettably, they later moved to the East Sea. Now that I return, it can be considered a nostalgic visit. A streak of light descended from the East Sea, halting just outside the Kunlun mountain range, hovering in the air as it surveyed the majestic peaks. As the light dissipated, Wu Yunxian's figure manifested, gazing towards the eastern side of Kunlun, filled with reminiscence. In days gone by, the small courtyard of the Three Pure Ones was situated to the east of Kunlun, the very place where he first joined the Jie sect. Alas, now that the scenery has changed and the people are not as they once were, only the Chan sect remains, still occupying the eastern side of Kunlun, but he paid no heed and pressed onward towards the east. The Chan sect? What do I have to fear? With the primordial lord absent, the strongest remaining are merely quasi-saints. Who could come here without giving me, Wu Yunxian, some due respect? He ventured deep into the Kunlun mountain range, familiar with the terrain, ultimately halting before dozens of towering mountains. This is it. The Yunxian gazed at the lofty peaks before him, fully aware of the mineral wealth hidden within, without a moment's hesitation. His immense power surged, instantly enveloping the dozens of mountains. A quasi-saint. His power is boundless and of pure quality, akin to being tempered 1,000 times, effortlessly encompassing the peaks, as if it were child's play. Rise, he bellowed, his power surging even further, generating immense force. The sound of crumbling resonated continuously as the mountains trembled, massive boulders rolling down, sending birds, cranes, and other creatures fleeing in terror, bewildered by the sudden chaos. Among them, a slumbering purple leopard spirit beneath a tree stirred, murmuring, "Could it be that my senior brothers have come to find me?" He opened his eyes but saw no one, so he closed them again. Returning to his slumber, if my senior brothers haven't come, then all is well. After all, not many within the Chan sect hold me in esteem. If they seek me out, it might only be for some trivial matter. I shall continue to hide until I have rested sufficiently before returning to the Chan sect. Meanwhile, during his slumber, the fleeing creatures soon witnessed a shocking sight. The mountains were being uprooted, rising several meters off the ground. Someone is moving mountains. No, it appears more akin to stealing mountains. The mountains stand tall in Kunlun, their range is continuous. Would someone from Kunlun really need to resort to such measures? Clearly, it is an act of theft. Nevertheless, Wu Yunxian paid it no mind, his power surging as he lifted the mountains, preparing to tuck them into his sleeve and take them back to Jin Ao Island. Stop! Who dares to desecrate the Kunlun mountain range? Surrender at once. Before he could stow the mountains, a commanding voice rang out from the east. Swish! 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 Subsequently, streaks of light cut through the air, descending to thwart Wu Yunxian. The newcomers wore celestial garments, surrounded by a faint mist, akin to celestial energy, enhancing their ethereal appearances. Particularly, the leader, a white crane, transformed into a human form, garbed in white, resembling a child. White Crane Boy, Wu Yunxian glanced over. He did not recognize the others, but he was familiar with the leader, an old acquaintance, the White Crane Boy, a disciple of Nanji Xian Wang, serving beside the Primordial Lord, deeply favored by him. He is the eldest disciple among the 3 generations of the Yusu sect and holds a status akin to Wu Yunxian within the Jie sect, if not slightly higher. Being a direct disciple of the Chan sect, the Wu Yunxian, is it truly you? You dare come to Kunlun to steal mountains. Cease at once and return to the East Sea. Otherwise, you shall not escape with your life today. The White Crane Boy recognized Wu Yunxian and was instantly incensed. Such disgraceful behavior from the Jie sect. To steal mountains, how could Wu Yunxian conceive such a scheme? Wu Yunxian chuckled, unfazed, and continued his endeavor to move the mountains. Having already lifted all the peaks, he was ready to pocket them. You still persist. The White Crane Boy drew his sword, channeling his power, the sword aura clashing against the clouds, intent on confronting Wu Yunxian. Though his cultivation was inferior to Wu Yunxian's, he felt no trepidation, as the Chan sect was right behind him, and who would dare act against him in such proximity? It was only fitting that he wielded authority over others. Boldly, cease this at once. Put down the mountains. During a previous discussion, you were indeed despicable and shameless, employing the formations left by the saints. Now you dare engage in such actions. Truly, you are not virtuous. Behind the White Crane Boy, 5 or 6 disciples of the Chan sect echoed his sentiments. Reprimanding Wu Yunxian in the past, they had ventured to the Jie sect, eager to witness the Chan sect's rise to fame, only to nearly witness their vice leader's demise, leaving them disheartened. Later, they were informed that it was not the Jie sect disciples who were powerful, but rather their shamelessness that allowed them to prevail, particularly the 3 Xiao, who wielded the saints' formations to repel the vice leader of the Burning Lantern. Of course, some remained skeptical, but upon witnessing Wu Yunxian's actions today, they became entirely convinced. The Jie sect is indeed a band of shameless rogues. If they can resort to such theft, what else are they capable of? When they previously debated, they must have relied on the saints' power. Otherwise, how could they have matched the Chan sect? Truly outrageous. Now that they encountered the White Crane Boy of the Chan sect, it seemed Wu Yunxian of the Jie sect would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Perhaps it would be best to let them clash, as they are all disciples of the saints. We shall merely observe and refrain from provoking any conflict. In the Western realm, ethereal figures of female immortals emerged. Gazing from afar, they were all celestial maidens under the auspices of the Queen Mother of the West, having hastened to this place upon hearing the commotion, initially intending to reprimand. However, upon seeing the presence of the Cloudy Empress, they quickly dismissed that thought. After all, she was attended by a sage. It was better not to provoke her. Now that the White Crane Boy had arrived, a splendid spectacle was bound to unfold. The conflict between the Chan school and the Jie school had persisted for many years, commencing when the celestial teacher took on his first disciple. Now, the Cloudy Empress had audaciously come to Kunlun to pilfer mountains, only to be thwarted by the disciples of the Chan school. Surely, this would not end amicably enough, he exclaimed. I understand your anger, but do not be so irate. Am I not merely relocating a few dozen mountains? With so many mountains in Kunlun, does it truly matter? Besides, I have not encroached upon your Chan school. The Cloudy Empress curled her lip, disinterested in rehashing past philosophical debates. The priority now was the relocation of mountains. Channeling her magical energy, she declared, very well, White Crane Boy, grant me the courtesy of allowing me to take these mountains. You may return. The group of celestial maidens could barely contain their laughter. Grant you courtesy? Do you truly believe your influence is that substantial? Have you not seen that the White Crane Boy has already drawn his sword? They suspected that the Cloudy Empress was deliberately humiliating him. Indeed, her power far surpassed that of the White Crane Boy, and he was unable to impede her. A brawl seemed imminent, and the celestial maidens eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. However, what followed was a scene that left them utterly astounded. The previously furious disciples of the Chan school, upon hearing the cloudy empress's words, began to retract their magical artifacts. Even their rage seemed to dissipate somewhat, giving way to a measure of calm. The white crane boy even sheathed his sword and bowed to the cloudy empress, saying, "I shall grant you this courtesy today. You may take these mountains." The celestial maidens gaped in disbelief. What was happening? The Chan school had acquiesced. Moreover, they had done so with such politeness. One might think that the Chan school and the Jie school had reconciled. Was the cloudy empress's influence truly that formidable? Indeed, her standing in the primordial realm was immense. With a smile upon her face, the cloudy empress reveled in her newfound authority. My influence is effective wherever I go. With a grand flourish of her sleeve, she employed her mystical powers, effortlessly gathering dozens of mountains into her folds before utilizing her teleportation skills to return to Golden Turtle Island. Inside her sleeve, a leopard spirit residing within one of the mountains was left bewildered. Blinking in confusion, he surveyed his surroundings. "What is this place?" he exclaimed. "In ambush. Someone has taken advantage of my slumber to launch a surprise attack. Which shameless individual dares to ambush Shingongbao?" He was utterly flabbergasted. Having merely taken a nap, he found himself in this predicament, as if some magical artifact or power had whisked him and the mountain away. Surely, they did not intend to kill the leopard. Did they? Panic surged within him. "I wonder when I shall be released. With my eloquence, as long as it is not the Jie school taking me, I should be able to turn the tide." The leopard reassured himself. Others fared better. Although he was not well regarded among his fellow disciples in the Chan school, he was still a disciple of the Chan school, a disciple of a sage. This was his identity. Who would dare to act against a disciple of the Chan school, save for the Jie school? After all, in this world, strength was not the sole currency. One's background mattered too. This explained why he endured such ostracism in the Chan school yet remained. As a sage's disciple, his status was quite elevated in the primordial realm, provided it was not the Jie school. Others might fear the disciples of the Chan school, but the Jie school felt no trepidation. If it were indeed the Jie school, it could very well spell doom for the leopard. He sat up, transforming into human form, anticipating the moment he would be freed. Meanwhile, the cloudy empress remained blissfully unaware of the situation within her sleeve. Whether she had inadvertently taken some demonic cultivators or beings along with her was of no concern to her. Even if there were, what could it matter? After all, she was a quasi-saint. If the beings within the mountains possessed strength comparable to hers, they would have long since burst forth from her sleeve. Since they lacked such power, they would have to wait until they reached Golden Turtle Island. Those willing to join the Jie school could do so. Those unwilling would simply return to Kunlun on their own. Her speed was considerable, and before long, she arrived back at Golden Turtle Island to meet with Zhao Gongming and the others. How did it go? Zhao Gongming inquired upon seeing the cloudy empress return. Puffed up with pride, she thumped her chest, reassuring him, "You need not worry. I, the cloudy empress, am quite capable." With a grand gesture, she released the dozens of mountains from her sleeve, which crashed down onto a plain on Golden Turtle Island with a resounding boom, transforming the landscape into a mountain range. All the materials previously mentioned by Hanji and Yunxiao are here. Should they be insufficient, I will procure more. The Taoist of treasures gazed at the mountains that had been relocated, eyes wide with disbelief. You moved this many mountains, and the Chan school and the Queen Mother's side were none the wiser? The cloudy empress replied, "They noticed, of course. How could they not? Yet you remained so proud." Zhao Gongming scrutinized the cloudy empress. "Did a fight ensue? Were you not at a disadvantage? Fighting is no issue, but one must never come out worse for wear." "If the Chan school dares to strike, we shall retaliate," Bi Xiao interjected. "Indeed, if the Chan school initiates hostilities, we shall engage them. We are in need of materials, and an incursion into the Chan school would solve our shortage. We could even capture some disciples to aid us." Sighing, Yin Xiao remarked, "Oh, sister, when will you cease to be so reckless?" Standing by, she lamented, "I have told you countless times that this is the path of the sages, laden with sage-level formations. How could it possibly be as simple as you suggest? We must think more prudently in the future. We cannot afford such rashness. Truly, what a brute you are. When will you learn to be more measured?" As the eldest sister, it is quite exhausting. The Taoist of treasures, the Holy Mother of golden spirit, and the Holy Mother of no doubt exchanged peculiar glances at Yin Xiao. It appeared that she had truly changed. You used to be just like her, they mused. Now, we scarcely recognize you. What sparked the conflict? The cloudy empress, unfazed, patted her chest and proudly declared, I, the cloudy empress, possess considerable influence. I merely uttered a few words. And the white crane boy granted me courtesy, allowing me to take the mountains at AS for the group of celestial maidens under the Queen Mother. They did not dare to obstruct me. My influence is indeed formidable. Zhao Gongming, the Taoist of treasures, and the others were left utterly perplexed. Goodness, you've truly outdone yourself. They glanced around, failing to find any signs of conflict upon the cloudy empress. Moreover, moving dozens of mountains would not go unnoticed by the Chan school. Could it be that the cloudy empress spoke the truth? Where did she derive such immense influence? Nevertheless, the mountains had been relocated, and they could indeed perceive the abundant mineral resources within, precisely the materials Hanji and Yun Xiao had previously mentioned, compelling them to believe. The cloudy empress's influence was undeniably great. Now that the materials had been secured, it was time to commence the project. Zhao Gongming ceased to ponder further, regardless of the circumstances. As long as we possess the materials, we can proceed. All right, I shall summon my true self. Yun Xiao glanced at the dozens of mountains that had been moved. It seems certain tasks cannot be accomplished by my paper clone. I shall need to improve. What did you just say? Zhao Gongming, the Taoist of treasures, and the Holy Mother of golden spirit looked at Yun Xiao in confusion. Your true self? You mean to say this has merely been a clone? After all this time, we've been conversing with a mere clone. The most crucial part is that we hadn't even noticed until now. Yun Xiao was unperturbed. The outside world is perilous, even on Golden Turtle Island. We must remain vigilant. We cannot afford to let our guard down. We must always be on alert. Now, enough of this. I will summon my true self, and this clone shall conclude its purpose. As her words fell, her form erupted, transforming into a paper figure that floated down, but a paper clone. Could it be that this paper clone was inspired by the tales passed down from Senior Chu Qing, Ziyagongming, Jinling Xingmu, and others gazed at the paper effigy that had fallen to the ground, their minds swirling with conjecture. The technique of creating paper avatars was one they too could master, albeit it served merely to deceive those of lesser realms. Those of higher cultivation could see through such illusions with a mere glance. However, the paper effigy crafted by Yun Xiao was remarkably distinct, possessing an aura and essence indistinguishable from that of a real person. So much so that even they had failed to detect its true nature. Were it not for Yun Xiao's own revelation, they might have remained oblivious to the fact that she was merely a paper doppelganger. It must be, I mused, examining the paper figure she left behind. The Taoist Duo Bao was particularly intrigued to have refined the technique of paper avatars to such an extent was indeed impressive. He stepped forward, intending to retrieve the fallen effigy, but the moment he made contact, flames erupted from it. These flames were otherworldly, a deep crimson akin to blood, radiating an ominous aura, as if they sought to incinerate all existence. Fire, Duo Bao Taoist gasped, retracting his hand in alarm as he recognized the nature of the flames. This fire was no ordinary blaze. It could consume all karmic ties. Once tainted, the potency of a fire would only intensify with the number of entanglements one possessed. Even a quasi-saint would require a considerable span of time to expel it. In an instant, the fire blazed forth, reducing the paper effigy to ashes, leaving nothing in its wake as the wind whisked the remnants away. Ziyagongming, Jinling Xingmu, and the others stood transfixed, their expressions vacant as they absorbed the scene. With the fire's incineration, all karmic connections dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Goodness! Even their own kin were not spared. My younger sister was merely acting out of caution. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait for her true self to arrive. Ziyagongming, chuckling in disbelief, nonetheless took it upon himself to explain the situation to Yun Xiao. The others rolled their eyes in response. Acting out of caution, although Yun Xiao had yet to attain the status of a quasi-saint, with her capabilities, who in the primordial realm could truly threaten her? It was well known that she had once nearly vanquished the Taoist Randang using formations. As long as the saints remained inactive, those beneath them capable of harming her were few and far between. Moreover, this was Jin Ao Island, the sacred ground of the saints, the stronghold of the Jie sect. Who would dare target Yin Xiao here? The use of a paper avatar was one thing, but to resort to Ye fire to obliterate any evidence was simply outrageous. On Sanxian Island, within the Sanxian cave, Yin Xiao sat cross-legged upon her as the paper avatar dissipated. Her previously closed eyes gradually opened. Should she send her true self to Jin Ao Island for the first phase of the plan? She furrowed her brow, contemplating. The paper avatar was a conduit for her thoughts and insights. She was fully aware of all it perceived. Alas, if even the Taoist Randang could not be slain, the current state of the primordial realm felt exceedingly perilous. Perhaps it would be wiser to refrain from venturing forth. She decided to dispatch another paper avatar to scout the area. Should danger arise, she would refrain from making an appearance if no peril was present. What purpose would her departure serve? During the discussions of yore, she had believed herself formidable enough. Yet, when Randang appeared, she had failed to subdue him, allowing him to escape, aided by Yun Zongzi, who had disrupted her formation. Since then, Yin Xiao had engaged in daily self-reflection. Had she truly comprehended the teachings she had acquired? Had she attained quasi-saint status and eliminated her 3 corpses? Was she capable of slaying Randang? None of these inquiries yielded affirmative answers. Yet she still considered stepping outside. Such folly would lead to certain demise. No, remaining here in seclusion felt precarious as well. What if someone infiltrated Sanxian Island? She resolved to leave behind a paper avatar to feign her seclusion while her true self descended underground. This way, should anyone come, they would first confront her paper avatar, and she would be forewarned of any intrusions. Furthermore, she sensed that Sanxian Island was not entirely secure. She needed to continue fortifying her defenses. Yin Xiao conjured a paper avatar resembling her own visage and directed it towards Jin Ao Island. Rising once more, she created another paper avatar to replace her upon the mat. Following that, she summoned numerous paper avatars, each taking her appearance, and commanded the yellow turban warriors to assist in arranging the grand formation of Sanxian Island. As for her true self, she delved into the earth, masking her presence. The primordial realm was fraught with danger. After all, she had previously faced a peak quasi-saint from the Chan sect on Jin Ao Island. She needed to retain her means of defense. Yet at this moment, within Jin Ao Island, someone was in greater distress than she. The Jie sect had indeed arrived. Shan Gongbao concealed himself within the mountains, peering downwards as he channeled his powers to pierce the clouds. He beheld the celestial beings traversing below and spotted Zheagongming, Duo Bao Daoist, Jinling Xingmu, and others who were gesturing and scrutinizing the mountains. As a disciple of the Chan sect, he was well aware of the formidable figures residing within the Jie sect. Upon recognizing Zheagongming and his companions, panic surged within him. Indeed, the adage held true: fear begets reality. This was the Jie sect, who was unaware of the fierce rivalry between the Jie and Chan sects. As a mere Xianxian, entering Jie sect territory was akin to walking into the jaws of a tiger. His life was truly in peril. There were even cultivators atop the mountain. Below, Zheagongming felt a stirring within and turned his gaze towards Shan Gongbao as direction. As a quasi-saint, his strength had undergone a profound transformation, imbued with boundless mysteries. Naturally, he sensed the presence of the weaker individual who was observing him. I too sensed it. It seems to be a demon cultivator. Initially, I had not noticed, but now I shall bring him down to investigate. Wangxian looked up and detected Shan Gongbao's location. Without hesitation, he moved, unleashing his powers as he sped towards Shan Gongbao. Shan Gongbao, witnessing the approach of Wangxian, was struck with terror. What the hell? Wangxian is coming. Is he here to take my life? Panic enveloped him. Wangxian was a quasi-saint, the chief attendant of the saints, and now he was barreling towards him. Surely this could not bode well. Before Shan Gongbao could formulate a plan, Wangxian arrived before him, his demeanor shifty, an unmistakable sign of malice. Wangxian regarded Shan Gongbao with a piercing gaze, and without uttering a word, seized him by the neck. Lifting him as one would a chick, and brought him down from the mountain with a thud, hurling him before Zi Gongming, duo Bao Daoist, Jinling Xingmu, and the others. Zi Gongming and the others scrutinized Shen Gongbao, assessing him from head to toe. Bi Xiao, her expression indifferent, spoke calmly. Wang Xian is correct. He is indeed suspicious. Moreover, this mountain was relocated from Kunlun. He could very well be a spy sent by the Chan sect to probe into our Jie sect's vulnerabilities. In my opinion, we should eliminate him, incinerate his remains, scatter the ashes, obliterate his soul, and sever his true spirit. Shen Gongbao's eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens, such ruthlessness! To incinerate the body, scatter the ashes, annihilate the soul, and sever the true spirit. This would erase all traces of my existence. He was taken aback by the severity of their intentions. Without a moment's hesitation, he cried out, "Spare me, esteemed immortal. I am Shen Gongbao, a mere demon. I am not affiliated with the Chan sect." Now the Chan sect, Zi Gongming and the others regarded Shen Gongbao with curiosity. "Indeed, I am not of the Chan sect," Shen Gongbao hastily clarified. "I am a transformed leopard, a demon cultivator. The Chan sect disciples would never regard me as worthy of their notice. How could I possibly join their ranks?" While the Chan and Jie sects were embroiled in fierce conflict, they often overlooked scattered cultivators. Especially since the Jie sect comprised many demon cultivators, his identity as a demon might even garner some favor. It was imperative that he deny any affiliation with the Chan sect. Zi Gongming and the others, upon hearing his words, found themselves somewhat convinced. Disciples of the Chan sect were known for their arrogance, and they were all aware of this fact. Additionally, they held a disdain for demon cultivators, which explained their derision towards Jie sect disciples. That it was common for them to belittle Jie sect disciples as mere lowly creatures, dismissing their lineage. The Chan sect predominantly consisted of human cultivators. Thus, it was easy to deduce that Shen Gongbao, as a demon cultivator, would find it difficult to join the ranks of the Chan sect. Upon further reflection, the reasons became clear. He was likely one of the wandering demons from Kunlun, having attained form without any legitimate lineage, roaming the mountains of Kunlun. Such scattered cultivators were abundant in that region. Especially after the conclusion of the Lich War, a multitude of demons fled, including a portion from Kunlun. It seems that while they were cultivating within the mountains, they inadvertently attracted the attention of the Cloud Sovereign, who whisked them away along with the mountains themselves. One cannot entirely blame the Cloud Sovereign. After all, to a mystic immortal, their power is considerably diminished when compared to that of a quasi-saint. With a single strike, one could easily eliminate thousands, as was the case with Shen Gongbao, since he was not an undercover agent of the Chan sect. And being a mystic immortal, he possessed the ability to traverse the skies and could leave on his own accord. Zhao Gongming did not pursue the matter further, feeling indifferent. Others, too, paid little mind. After all, a mere mystic immortal posed no significant threat. The primary focus now was the Jin Ao Island initiative and the development of the first phase of the project. Of course, this was also due to the absence of Yun Xiao's paper clone. Otherwise, Shen Gongbao would certainly have been thoroughly investigated. The little demon departed. Shen Gongbao, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, wasted no time in leaving. Zhao Gongming and the others remained unconcerned, discussing the towering mountains before them, pointing and analyzing how to construct and excavate, and which individuals to employ. Thankfully, Shen Gongbao was clever enough to deny any suspicion quickly, and fortunately, his weaker strength meant that no one from the Jie sect recognized him. He sighed in relief, wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead. For the first time, he felt grateful for his own feebleness. However, since this was indeed the Jie sect, lingering was unwise. It would be best to depart promptly. But where was the Jie sect's mountain gate? He wandered through Jin Ao Island. The island was vast, with undulating mountains, plains, hills, and gorges, showcasing a plethora of terrains as a sacred ground for saints and the heart of the sect. No matter how expansive the area, it was protected by formations. Thus, entrance and exit could only occur through the mountain gate. Otherwise, if one could enter and exit at will, the Jie sect would become a sieve. Free from the pressure of Zhao Gongming and the others, he felt somewhat at ease, meandering through Jin Ao Island without urgency. Of course, His lack of urgency stemmed from the fact that he had no idea where the mountain gate was. He needed to act like a loose cultivator, curious about the sacred lineage of the saints, and could not afford to move too swiftly, lest he reveal himself. However, after walking for a while, he grew perplexed. He had heard tales of the numerous disciples of the Jie sect, claiming 1,000 immortals came to pay their respects and deities bowed in reverence, even if Jin Ao Island were immense. He had walked for quite some time without encountering a single soul. After traversing another mountain, he finally caught sight of many Jie sect disciples in the distance. It dawned on him why he had not seen any disciples before. Most were gathered there in what appeared to be a marketplace. Did the Jie sect still possess a marketplace? Never mind. It was of no concern to him that he would inquire about the location of the Jie sect's mountain gate and how to leave Jin Ao Island. Shin Gongbao had no intention of causing trouble. After all, he was in disguise and needed to exercise caution. He approached the marketplace, and as he drew nearer, he could gradually hear the lively shouts of vendors. Paying a banner at a huge discount, buy one get one free. Hurry, brothers, jump on board. Selling the map of the mountains and rivers. Buy one map of the mountains and rivers, get a heavenly seal free. 3 treasures jade ruby at a bargain. Shin Gongbao listened to the raucous calls, utterly bewildered. What on earth? Panga banner. Map of the mountains and rivers. 3 treasures jade ruby. The Jie sect is selling these. How could that be possible? It was clear that they were merely spouting nonsense. The Panga banner and 3 treasures jade ruby were the treasure artifacts of his master, while the map of the mountains and rivers was the prized possession of the goddess Enwa. How could they possibly appear in the Jie sect? I must have misheard something. Shin Gongbao chuckled to himself. It seemed that the immense pressure he felt after arriving at the Jie sect had caused him to hear things that weren't there. He should quickly ask someone and leave. Otherwise, with such overwhelming pressure, he might end up losing his mind. He quickened his pace and soon arrived at the entrance of the treasure street. Initially indifferent, Shin Gongbao had not intended to investigate further, merely glancing at the first stall displaying treasures. However, when his gaze fell upon it, he could not tear his eyes away. He widened his eyes, waves of astonishment crashing within him. No way. No way. This is the genuine Panga banner. As a disciple of the Chan sect, although not very well regarded, he had encountered Yuan Shi Tianzun and seen some of his treasures. Now, he could confirm that the Pangu banner displayed at the stall was identical to the one he had seen before, even radiating the same aura, but as a treasure artifact of his master. How could it be found in the Jie sect? No way. Could it be that my master has perished? Panic surged within him. Yet, in an instant he dismissed the thought. His master was a saint of the heavenly way, eternal and coexisting with the Tao. Who could possibly kill his master in the vast wilderness? Even if saints were to besiege him, the Tao ancestor would intervene. It was impossible for him to perish. But if my master is unharmed, then how did this Panga banner end up in the Jie sect? And why is it being sold at a stall? His brow furrowed as he fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, a light flickered in his eyes as if he had connected the dots, and he burst into laughter. I understand. I get it. This cannot be the Jie sect. Indeed, how could this place be the Jie sect? This must be a dream. Yes, I must be dreaming. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Who could deceive me? Shin Gongbao. This is all an illusion. It's a dream. Impossible. It cannot be. This place cannot be Jin Ao Island. It cannot be the Jie sect. When I wake up, I will surely still be in Kunlun. I must awaken. I know this is merely a dream. Shin Gongbao bellowed to the heavens. Slap. Without a moment's hesitation, he slapped himself across the face. The sound crisped, and his left cheek quickly swelled. Ouch! That hurt. It hurts so much. I should be awake now, right? He covered his left cheek, wincing in pain, as the force of that slap had left him dazed. However, he soon regained his composure and looked toward the marketplace, only to be left once again in shock. The scene had not changed in the slightest. The marketplace remained as it was. The first stall still sold the Panga banner. The opposite stall was selling the 3 treasures jade ruby. The second stall offered the Taiji talisman, while the one across from it sold the 8 treasures glazed bottle. The third stall sold the Wujixing Huang flag. Further in, there were various treasures like the heavenly celebration cloud, the 9 dragons incense palanquin, the Yushu Palace lantern, and the blood transformation box. Deeper within, amidst the throng of people, he could not discern clearly. But merely the items of the front stalls had already made everything clear to him. This was evidently not a dream. All of these were artifacts of Yuan Shi Tianzun. All were his master's treasures. Master, you are a saint. You couldn't have truly met with calamity, could you? He stood there, dazed and confused, his heart wavering. Well, another one has lost his mind, sitting behind the first stall, selling the Panga banner. The black bear spirit observed Shun Gongbao's expression. This was not the first time he had witnessed such a scene. Often, disciples who had been in secluded cultivation and were unaware of the changes in the Jie sect would arrive at Jin Ao Island with such expressions. He looked at Shun Gongbao and chuckled, "Don't take it to heart. These are all replicas." Replicas? Shun Gongbao was momentarily stunned, feeling bewildered. How could replicas seem so genuine? He was a disciple of the Chan sect, having seen many of Yuan Shi Tianzun's artifacts. Yet even he could not recognize them. Are you certain these are replicas? He even doubted whether his master would be able to distinguish which were real and which were fake. The black bear's spirit continued. However, even if they are replicas, these treasures possess a fraction of the true artifact's power. The worst among them are still top-tier postnatal spiritual treasures. Postnatal supreme treasures are quite common. So, what do you say? Would you like to purchase one? Shun Gongbao's eyes brightened, and he felt quite tempted. Although they were merely replicas, the fact that they could deceive to such an extent certainly meant that they possessed some of the mysteries of the genuine articles. As the black bear spirit had said, even if the quality were only that of postnatal spiritual treasures or supreme treasures, they would undoubtedly be among the best. For instance, the Linglong treasure pagoda of heaven and earth. A postnatal treasure of merit would certainly not be inferior in defense to innate treasures. Once summoned, it stands invincible. Even the most innate treasures struggle to inflict harm upon it, for it is the paramount defensive artifact of the primordial chaos. Now, if one could acquire even a counterfeit treasure, it would undoubtedly amplify one's strength immensely. Most importantly, it would allow one to wield the authority of the powerful. If I were to brandish the Panga banner, even in the presence of a Deluo golden immortal, despite being merely a lowly Xian immortal, I would need not lift a finger. The mere display of the Panga banner would likely send them fleeing in terror. This is not solely due to the fact that the Panga banner is an innate treasure, but also because it symbolizes the authority of the primordial heavenly venerable. It represents the dignity of a sage. Who would dare show disrespect? Who would risk offending me? At that moment, my standing within the Chan sect would surely be elevated. Having obtained the Panga banner from my master, I would be regarded as the foremost direct disciple, held in high esteem by my teacher. Surely, this is not an exaggeration. I doubt anyone would disbelieve it. Without the slightest hesitation, he promptly approached the stall, eyeing the counterfeit Panga banner displayed there. Esteemed brother, how much for this Panga banner? The black bear spirit, noticing the naivety of Shun Gongbao, chuckled slyly. Integrity is paramount. I shall not demand more from you. Since this is your first visit, I typically sell it to others for 10 top-tier postnatal spiritual roots. For you, however, I shall only ask for 30 top-tier postnatal spiritual roots, considering your status as a newcomer. Such a privilege is not extended to the average person. Shun Gongbao, quick-witted, regarded the black bear spirit with suspicion. I suspect your heart is as dark as your skin. You sell others 10 top-tier postnatal spiritual roots, yet you demand 30 from me. Are you intent on taking advantage of me? He wore a smile, refraining from exposing the disparity, and continued, I possess no spiritual roots. May I perhaps defer my payment? Not to mention 30 top-tier postnatal spiritual roots, he could not even muster 10 up before arriving at the Chan sect. Who would have known they sold such items? The first priority with resources is certainly to cultivate. The black bear spirit, seemingly unfazed by such encounters, maintained his cheerful demeanor. No money? No problem. Senior Brother Gongming has established Huabei. You can apply for credit there. You could then use that credit to make purchases with periodic repayments to facilitate your advanced consumption, of course. This service is not free. Interest will need to be paid. Such a scheme exists? Shun Gongbao was momentarily taken aback. This was the first he had heard of such a system. Was the Chan sect truly so progressive? If he could apply, purchase what he desired, and then retreat back to the Chan sect? Would they dare come looking for him to collect debts? It seemed unlikely. The more he pondered, the more feasible it appeared, and he started contemplating pulling off a grand heist and hiding within the Chan sect indefinitely. He turned to the Black Bear spirit and inquired, "Esteemed brother, is it not permissible for those outside the Chan sect to apply?" The Black Bear spirit paused, surprised. "If you are not a disciple of the Chan sect, how did you gain entry? You are not a spy, are you?" His expression shifted instantly, and he grasped the Panga banner, channeling his magic, preparing to eliminate Shen Gongbao. That a non-disciple appearing within the Chan sect was highly likely to be a covert infiltrator. Feeling the overwhelming aura akin to a mountain, Shen Gongbao's complexion turned pale. This presence was undoubtedly that of a golden immortal. In any faction, a golden immortal is not considered weak. It is worth noting that the 12 immortals of Yushu gained fame during the golden immortal era. Now, to see a golden immortal manning a stall, does this imply that every disciple here could potentially be a golden immortal? Is this truly the Chan sect? Are not the disciples of the Chan sect supposed to be of mixed quality? How could they possess such strength? Shen Gongbao was utterly bewildered and hurriedly began to explain. "Esteemed brother, please do not be angered. This is all a misunderstanding. I am no spy, merely a wandering cultivator. I was originally practicing in Kunlun when the mountain was relocated by the esteemed Elder Cloud. My weakness caused me to go unnoticed, and I was inadvertently brought to the Chan sect. I assure you, I am not an infiltrator." Would a spy announce themselves so brazenly? Upon hearing this, the Black Bear's spirit pondered and subsequently reined in his aura, placing the Panga banner back down. That makes sense. Where would a spy reveal themselves so openly? I must have misjudged. However, he felt a tinge of sympathy for the poor fellow who had been unwittingly swept along by Elder Cloud. He waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave. As you are not a disciple of the Chan sect, I cannot sell to you, and only Chan sect disciples are eligible to apply for Huabei. If you were to apply, purchase goods, and then default on repayment, where could you possibly hide in the vast primordial chaos? It is improbable that you could escape that non-disciples of the Chan sect can flee. But where would they go, unless one intends never to return? However, considering the rapid development of the Chan sect, which evolves daily, falling behind would invite calamity. I am the Chan sect. One can quickly grow stronger. Who would choose to flee? Moreover, with the 3 celestial maidens leading a life rebooting team, should one be discovered attempting to evade payment, they could very well face utter annihilation. Thus, Chan sect disciples generally do not take such risks. Very well. Shen Gongbao felt a tinge of disappointment. His plan had barely begun and had already been thwarted. Alas, he resolved to return this information to the Chan sect. This was monumental news. The Chan sect was selling counterfeit treasures, which likely contained elements of genuine artifacts. If every disciple of the Chan sect possessed one, or even several, the implications would be unimaginable. This news must reach the Chan sect. He turned to the Black Bear spirit and said, "Esteemed brother, as I am new here, I am unaware of the location of the Chan sect as Mountain Gate or how to depart from Golden Ao Island. I would greatly appreciate your guidance." A trivial matter. The Black Bear spirit, unbothered, pointed eastward. "From here, head straight east, ascend that mountain, and you will see our Chan sect's Dao discussion platform. Of course, it has since been renamed the Wufa Academy. Once you pass the academy, continue eastward, and you will eventually arrive at the Chan sect's Mountain Gate. Thank you, esteemed brother." Shen Gongbao expressed his gratitude and, without hesitation, departed the market, heading eastward. Although this market may hold numerous opportunities, he was not a disciple of the Chan sect. It would be wisest to leave as soon as possible. Should his identity be exposed, it would spell his doom. Moreover, given his standing within the Chan sect, no one would come to his aid. He must rely on himself for salvation. Employing his escape techniques, he sped eastward. Along the way, he contemplated the recent changes within the Chan sect. Not only had the counterfeit market emerged, but the disciples of the Chan sect had also grown formidable. As a disciple of the Chan sect, he had often heard critiques of the Chan sect, which claimed its disciples lacked foundation, talent, comprehension, and strength. Essentially, they were deemed inadequate in every regard. Yet here was a mere stall vendor, the Black Bear spirit, A golden immortal. How could the Chan sect compete? How many golden immortals did the Chan sect possess? Perhaps the Chan sect had been isolated from information. After all, they had previously visited the Chan sect for discussions that, if the Chan sect had been as robust then as it was now, the Chan sect could not have remained unaware. It seemed he must rely on himself to relay this information back. He traversed mountains and valleys, and upon crossing one peak, he finally beheld the Wufa Academy, as described by the Black Bear's spirit. From a distance, while it was labeled an academy, it resembled the former Dao discussion platform, a square platform where numerous disciples sat, engrossed in studying texts, displaying a commendable eagerness for learning. After passing the academy and walking a bit further, he would finally be free of the Chan sect. Shun Gongbao gazed toward the east, releasing a sigh of relief. He was about to escape AS for the academy. He paid it no mind. It was simply a place to peruse scriptures and study texts, something the Chan sect often engaged in. He hurriedly descended the mountain, making his way to the Chan sect's mountain gate. However, just as he passed the Dao discussion platform, he saw the heavenly Lord Qin Tian suddenly rise. Setting aside his novel, clutching a withered yellow weed, and gazing at the heavens that a single blade of grass can sever the sun, moon, and stars. As his voice resonated, he wielded the weed and slashed toward the sky. Crack, crack, crack! Boundless sword energy surged forth, piercing through the protective formation of the Chan sect, shattering the clouds, as if aiming to cleave through the chaos itself, severing the sun, moon, and stars. One extraordinary sword technique. Merely a piece of grass could unleash such might. As Shun Gongbao passed by the academy, he was utterly stunned by the sight of heavenly Lord Qin Tian. Were he to wield a formidable sword, such power would not be surprising. But this was merely a blade of grass, a withered, yellowed piece of weed. That something so trivial could possess such potency was a testament to an unparalleled mastery of swordsmanship. Moreover, what was most astonishing was the seemingly newfound comprehension of the Chan sect disciples. When had their understanding become so profound? Perhaps their lengthy practice had allowed for ample accumulation, but they had simply failed to achieve enlightenment until now, perhaps inspired by certain scriptures. They experienced a sudden epiphany, leading to their newfound clarity. Shun Gongbao consoled himself. Yes, it must be so. The disciples of the possess an extraordinary level of comprehension, which is quite implausible. Furthermore, the swordsmanship of the Tong Tian is remarkably profound, and it is entirely reasonable for him to impart advanced techniques to his disciples. If the disciples of my accumulate sufficient experience, they could achieve similar feats. Yet before I could depart, I observed that the esteemed Zhao Tianjun had set aside his novel and drawn the mastery of the sword is essential to conquer oneself. With a single strike, he unleashed a blade imbued with the essence of the 5 elements, representing the cycles of flourishing and decline, as well as the myriad phenomena of existence. What on earth? Another supreme sword technique. Gazed at Zhao Tianjun, his eyes wide with astonishment that by all accounts. Zhao Tianjun has truly grasped the profound teachings, having penetrated their depths, which is hardly surprising. Although his heart was stirred, he sought to reassure himself. After all, the Tong Tian possesses numerous sword techniques, which could be passed down in great detail, allowing for such insights. Yes, that must be it. If the teachings are transmitted with such meticulousness, some of the elite disciples in my should be able to achieve similar understanding, right? They should be capable. However, as the voice of the echoed could no longer restrain himself on stage, this suddenly rose. The fate of the world rests upon this punch. In that moment, her long hair billowed, and her power surged exponentially, as if she had multiplied her strength several dozen times in an instant. Although her own realm was merely that of a late stage. At this moment, amidst the relentless ascent of her power, she stood shoulder to shoulder with even reaching the pinnacle of the... Are the disciples of truly this defiant against the heavens? Eyes widened in disbelief. Frozen in place, point one after another, they attained insights, each technique more formidable than the last. Point one could argue that with enough time spent in learning, a sudden enlightenment could elevate one to great heights. Something the disciples could accomplish. Point two could still be attributed to the intricate nature of the teachings. If they were to pass them down in such detail, the disciples of should also be capable. Yet now, another has emerged. This is something the disciples of truly cannot achieve. He was utterly at a loss. Is this really? Are these truly the disciples of? Wasn't it said that disciples are incapable of such feats? While the disciples of are all elites. Now, in comparison, who is elite and who is worthless? Felt deeply disheartened. I must leave quickly, that I know too much. Realizing this, felt a chill run down his spine, having witnessed the counterfeit treasures and the profound insights of the disciples, who can comprehend the teachings at will, while the outside world remains oblivious to this true strength. It is evident that is concocting a grand scheme, and I am now aware of it. If my identity were to be exposed, would I not perish here? I know far too much. Dared not linger, channeling all his magical energy to perform a technique of escape, transforming into a bolt of lightning, racing towards the mountain gate of, I must survive. I must leave swiftly. This is a shocking secret that I must bring back to. With all his might, expended every ounce of energy, rushing towards the mountain gate. In no time, he arrived at the entrance. Who was in such a hurry? A guard disciple noticed and inquired as per usual. The concern was primarily due to his low realm and his evident anxiety. If it were the likes of, they would have been allowed to pass without hesitation. Fellow Taoist, I am merely a wandering cultivator, originally engaged in quiet cultivation within Kunlun Mountain. However, as the senior moved the mountain, I found myself swept along in a dot. I kindly ask you to allow my passage. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with, or who can vouch for me, hastily explained. Having come this far, he was on the verge of leaving and could not afford any delays. I see that I will inquire with first. If all is in order, you may depart. The guard disciple relayed a message to, and upon confirming that posed no threat, he spoke. You may leave. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Sighed in relief, exiting the mountain gate and employing his escape technique, heading straight for Kunlun. This time he had uncovered an earth-shattering secret within, one that would undoubtedly reshape the understanding of in the primordial world. He must convey this news back to. Just as he departed, a figure descended from the heavens, the silhouette of appearing. Departing in such haste, was that a disciple of, observing his retreating figure, her beautiful eyes stirred with intrigue, her brow furrowing slightly as she inquired of the guard disciple. Who was that person who just left in such a rush? Are they one of our disciples? The guard lion's spirit. Upon seeing, promptly responded with respect, returning to sister. That individual is not a disciple of, but rather a wandering cultivator. He briefly recounted his unexpected appearance at. S. brow furrowed deeply. He claims to be a wandering cultivator from Kunlun. And you all believe him? Foolishness. What if he is a spy sent by to, merely seeking to gather intelligence on? Though may be weak, they're still not to be disregarded. You all let him go without proper scrutiny. Do you not possess a sense of urgency? Was on the verge of expressing her outrage, but she reconsidered, suppressing her thoughts. This matter seems to have escaped the notice of my elder brother, and so even if I raise it, they may deem me alarmist. I should investigate further and ascertain his identity. First, I formed a hand seal, casting a spell that transformed into a hair strand, which latched onto his head, becoming a single hair. This way, she could discern his whereabouts, whom he encountered, and whether he was indeed a wandering cultivator, felt somewhat reassured, though her furrowed brow had yet to fully relax. The disciples of are indeed too complacent. Such carelessness cannot continue. She sighed softly. Such instability could lead to significant risks in the future. I must first consult with my elder brother and about this matter. If this continues, may face disaster. She stepped into the mountain gate, heading directly to where and the others were situated. Meanwhile, had exited, racing towards Kunlun Mountain, unwilling to pause even for a moment, frequently glancing back to ensure no one was pursuing him. After all, he had uncovered a monumental secret, and should he bring this back to and report it to thee and the elder brother, what rewards might await him? Not to mention the rewards. At the very least, it could alter his standing within. It would also demonstrate to the disciples of that, despite being a transformed leopard, is capable of significant contributions. Thus, who would still dare to underestimate him? He absolutely must relay this information. He hurried onward, exhausting his magical energy, pausing briefly to catch his breath before continuing his journey. Thus, he flew tirelessly for several years, finally returning to Kunlun. After all, the primordial world is vast and boundless. Even a let alone a or would require countless ages to traverse it. The distance from the eastern sea to Kunlun is indeed considerable, while being a possesses profound escape techniques, allowing for effortless travel. However, as a was not held in high regard within, often marginalized and denied access to profound teachings, only able to learn some rudimentary methods, far inferior to yet paid no mind. In the grand scheme of the primordial world, a few years is but a fleeting moment. Barely enough time to sit in meditation, I have returned, gazed at the majestic Kunlun mountain range, his heart ablaze with excitement. At long last, he has returned. He must hasten to relay the news back to. He continued his swift pace, not allowing himself a moment of complacency upon reaching Kunlun, but instead quickening his steps. Before long, he arrived at the mountain gate. I am a second-generation disciple of, and I have uncovered the great secret of. Swiftly open the mountain gate, and allow me entry, called out to the gate. Unbeknownst to him, as he shouted, a strand of hair fell from his head and dissipated as if it had never existed. The two disciples guarding the mountain gate scoffed upon hearing his name. You, a mere leopard spirit, what could you possibly know of great secrets? It seems you have become entangled with, perhaps you have already defected to them. Indeed, just like those wretched beings from, you are nothing but a product of the wet egg-laying kind, a beast adorned with fur and horns, betraying to join. How surprising! The disdain in their expressions conveyed an inherent sense of superiority. Had long grown accustomed to such treatment. Otherwise, he would not frequently seclude himself within Kunlun, distancing himself from. However, times have changed. Laugh. Go ahead and laugh. Just wait until I, Shun Gongbao, deliver the news to the senior brother and the deputy sect leader. When that time comes, you shall weep. With a confident demeanor and a commanding voice, he shouted, How dare you slander me? I am a second-generation disciple. What are you compared to me? Release me at once. If you delay my passage, the deputy sect leader will surely make you pay dearly. The two mountain guard disciples were taken aback by his outburst, their bodies jolting in surprise. Shin Gongbao was not typically so audacious. What had prompted this sudden boldness? Could it be that there was indeed an urgent matter at hand? After a moment of hesitation, they reluctantly allowed Shun Gongbao to pass. Humph. Shun Gongbao snorted coldly as he entered the Chan sect. Once I convey this information to the deputy sect leader, you will come to regret it. Without further ado, he made his way directly to the cave dwelling of the Lantern Master. Shortly thereafter, outside the Lantern Master's abode, Shen Gongbao stood respectfully and called out, Shen Gongbao seeks an audience with the deputy sect leader. I have urgent matters to report. As his voice echoed, the Lantern Master soon emerged from the cave. Regarding Shen Gongbao with curiosity, what is it? There's a grand conspiracy brewing within the Jie sect. Shen Gongbao quickly replied, I infiltrated the Jie sect, risking my life, and discovered that they are plotting something significant. Many years ago, while I was cultivating in Kunlun Mountain, the cloudy immortal brazenly came to steal from Kunlun that I sensed something amiss and concealed my presence, following the cloudy immortal back to the Jie sect. Upon my return, I deceived them, gained their trust, and witnessed a Jie sect that was vastly different from what I had known. Today, the Jie sect boasts a marketplace and a school for enlightenment. First, let me speak of the marketplace, where treasures are as plentiful as the stars, all on display for sale. However, these are not ordinary treasures. They are counterfeit artifacts. Among them are the Panga Banner, the three treasures Jade Rui, the Taiji Talisman, and the Celestial Celebration Clouds, to name just a few. Though they are mere replicas, they possess an uncanny resemblance to the originals. It is evident that even these fakes hold a semblance of the true artifact's profundities. One such artifact is already troublesome enough, yet the Jie sect now sells them in droves. 1 Can only imagine the scene of disciples within the Jie sect, each likely possessing such treasures. And this is merely regarding the artifacts. What astonishes me even more is the Jie sect School for Enlightenment. Within the academy, numerous disciples are reciting scriptures and achieving insights in quick succession. I personally witnessed Qin Wan from the 10 heavenly lords of Jin Ao Island, merely wielding a withered stalk of grass, and with a flourish, unleashed an overwhelming sword aura, as if to cleave the sun, moon, and stars. I also observed Zhao Jiang, another of the 10 heavenly lords, drawing his sword to unleash the 5 elements rotation, revealing profound mysteries. Furthermore, the fairy of colorful clouds experienced an epiphany, her aura soaring, transcending her previous limits in an instant. Capable of striking down even a great Luo golden immortal with a single punch, the Jie Sect is far more formidable and enigmatic than we had imagined. Yet, no one is aware of the changes unfolding within the Jie Sect. This is a grand conspiracy in the making, and we at the Chan Sect must take precautions immediately. Shen Gongbao, slightly embellishing the tale, nonetheless conveyed the essence of the truth. He looked at the Lantern Master with fervor, hoping for praise for bringing such news. The Lantern Master, however, furrowed his brow in disbelief. What nonsense is this? Counterfeit artifacts. Have they truly forged the Panga banner, Taiji talisman, and the 3 treasures Jade Rui? Do you even understand what the Panga banner is? It is a primordial treasure transformed from the axe of Pangu, possessing unimaginable power and unparalleled offensive capabilities, one of the 3 innate treasures of the primordial chaos. Who could possibly replicate such a treasure? Not even Yin Zhongzi could accomplish that. You know, Yin Zhongzi has frequently encountered the Panga banner and has even wielded it with the permission of the primordial lord. If even Yin Zhongzi cannot replicate it, how can you claim the Jie Sect has done so? It is utterly impossible. And as for the so-called insights, what are Zhao Jiang and Qin Wan? Mere insignificant beings able to attain enlightenment. Even if they could comprehend anything, what could they possibly grasp? You, a mere Xianxian, are so ignorant that you perceive them as powerful as for the fairy of colorful clouds. She once had some skills, but they were merely distractions, lacking any substantial merit. Where is the Jie Sect's strength? The Lantern Master snorted coldly, glaring at Shen Gongbao. Shen Gongbao, you dare to spread falsehoods, sowing discord among the Chan Sect's disciples. What are your true intentions? Artifacts and insights are merely reflections of your own inadequacies. You infiltrated the Jie Sect, nearly perishing, and now seek to disrupt our disciples' faith. Today, in my capacity as the deputy sect leader of the Chan Sect, I hereby sentence you to face the wall outside Zi Xiao Palace for 500 years. Awaiting the Lord's judgment, Shen Gongbao was left utterly bewildered. What does this mean? Accusing me of sowing discord and punishing me to face the wall. Surely, I have not misheard. Everything I said is the truth. He hastily pleaded, Deputy Sect Leader, you must believe me. I speak only the truth. The Lantern Master looked at him with disdain. A fool who only brings more trouble than he resolves. Your words are riddled with contradictions. You claim counterfeit artifacts that even the Lord cannot forge exist within the Jie Sect. You believe someone could surpass the Lord in artifact crafting, and what do you know of the profundities of enlightenment? Take him away. Face the wall for 500 years, and await the Lord's judgment. He cast a spell, summoning the yellow turban warriors, who dragged Shen Gongbao toward Zi Xiao Palace. I speak the truth. It is indeed true. You must believe me. Shen Gongbao shouted, but all he received in return were the mocking laughter of the Chan Sect disciples. Counterfeit Panga banners? It seems they are merely toying with a fool like Shen Gongbao. And to think that Jie Sect disciples could attain enlightenment. The Jie Sect is merely a group of incompetent beings, mere beasts in disguise. If they can achieve enlightenment, I would have already reached the state of sagehood. How ridiculous! Even now, they continue to argue, and when the Master returns, they shall surely face severe consequences. As Shen Gongbao listened to the incessant jeers, he gradually ceased his defense, a bitter smile gracing his face. The Chan Sect is rife with exclusion that I risked my life, sparing no effort to bring such astonishing news back to the Chan Sect. Yet you do not believe me and treat me this way. The Chan Sect, no matter how much I, Shen Gongbao, accomplish to you, I remain an outsider, merely a lowly being, a creature in disguise. Very well. What a fine Chan Sect this is. His expression turned to one of indignation, his eyes burning with rage. Your disbelief stems from ignorance, and one day, you shall pay the price for your folly. At that moment, you will understand how right I, Shun Gongbao, was today. However, his voice was ultimately drowned out by the mocking words of the Chan sect, and he was dragged to the wall outside Yushu Palace by the yellow turban warriors. Could it be that there are indeed changes within the Jie sect? The Lantern Master observed Shun Gongbao's unwavering stance, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Even the South Pole immortal had quietly emerged, watching Shun Gongbao being taken away, reflecting. Although Shun Gongbao may have exaggerated, several years ago, the cloudy immortal did indeed steal from Kunlun. And it was the White Crane boy who intervened, albeit unsuccessfully. The Jie sect must have undergone some changes. It would be prudent to clarify the situation if the Jie sect truly has transformed. We must prepare in advance, and the Lantern Master nodded. You are right. I shall prepare accordingly, and then visit the Heavenly Court to borrow the Hao Yin Mirror to ascertain whether the Jie sect has indeed changed. As the current ruler of the Heavenly Court, Hao Yin is responsible for monitoring the three realms, and this oversight is conducted through the Hao Yin Mirror. As for why the Lantern Master does not personally investigate the Jie sect, do not inquire. The answer is fear. The last time he ventured into the Jie sect, even now, the memory fills him with trepidation. Had it not been for Yun Zhongzi's intervention, he would have likely been suppressed within the Jie sect. To return there now would be akin to courting death. Meanwhile, the Jie sect, in collaboration with the immortal Han Ji, was in the process of constructing the mothership of the Jie sect. Yin Xiao, when it received the incantation that had been planted in the past by Shun Gongbao, it also became aware of Shun Gongbao's whereabouts. As I had suspected, Shun Gongbao was not to be trusted. He turned out to be a second-generation disciple of the Chan sect. It seems that his previous appearance within our Jie sect was merely to gather intelligence. Utilizing secret arts, Yin Xiao naturally witnessed the scene of Shun Gongbao revealing his identity outside the Chan sect's gate. At that moment, she sensed something amiss but chose not to act. Now, with irrefutable evidence in hand, she furrowed her brow, recognizing the inherent flaws within the Jie sect. Such a vast sect, with its sage lineage, could be so easily infiltrated by a mere Xianxian, who then successfully escaped back to the Chan sect. The Jie sect has become like a sieve. This time, it was only in Xianxian. If a Deluo or even a quasi-saint were to infiltrate Jin Ao Island, would not our disciples be slaughtered? If this continues, the Jie sect is in grave danger. Yun Xiao's expression darkened, her demeanor turning solemn as she gazed at Han Ji, who was diligently crafting Jin Ao Island into the Jie sect's mothership. She spoke earnestly. Han Ji, halt your word for now. Seek out Brother Duo Bao. I will find eldest brother. Let us convene outside the Palace of Creation. There are grave matters to discuss that pertain to the survival of the Jie sect. Upon witnessing Yun Xiao's serious demeanor and hearing her grave words, Han Ji was startled. Could it be that the Jie sect truly stands on the brink of life and death? Hadn't they been focused on constructing the mothership? Was there an issue with the mothership itself? Though perplexed, she understood the urgency and did not press for further details, promptly replying, "Understood. Senior sister, I shall go at once." She set aside her work and hurried to find Duo Bao, and the Holy Mother Jin Ling Yun Xiao also ceased her efforts to seek out Zhao Gongming. Though the Jie sect was growing stronger, numerous hidden dangers had been sown that must be eradicated. The Jie sect could no longer afford to continue in this manner. In her heart, a series of plans began to take shape, ready to unfold. Outside the Palace of Creation, the highest-ranking members of the Jie sect gathered once more. The four great true disciples, the four outer disciples, the foremost of the seven immortals, Wu Yunxian, and the venerable Han Ji were all present. Hearing Han Ji mention that a significant event had transpired within the Jie sect, they inquired, "What grave matter has arisen? Is it related to the mothership?" Everyone turned to Yin Xiao, eager for answers. They had rushed to her side upon hearing Han Ji's words, their hearts tinged with anxiety. After all, the mothership was a pivotal project for the future of the Jie sect. Yet, Yin Xiao stood to address them, her expression grave. This matter dates back several years. Years ago, when Brother Wu Yunxian returned from relocating the mountain, he encountered an individual who claimed to be a wandering cultivator from Kunlun. Is this not so? Upon hearing this, Wu Yunxian furrowed his brow, deep in thought. After a moment, he snapped his fingers in realization. Ah, I remember now. There was indeed such a case. That Kunlun wanderer was either an Xianxian or a true immortal, too weak for us to concern ourselves with. So we let him leave. What of it? Yin Xiao took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. The seeds of calamity were sown at that moment. You believe him merely because he claimed to be a wanderer. You took him at his word, believing he was brought here by brother Wu Yunxian. Though he was but in Xianxian, he was a second-generation disciple of the Chan sect, a junior of Guang Chengzi and the others. What was his purpose in appearing at the Jie sect? Must I elaborate further? He infiltrated us with intention to gather intelligence, and this was merely in Xianxian. What if a quasi-saint were to infiltrate? The implications are unimaginable. She formed a hand seal, conjuring the scene from the past. The moment Shen Gongbao stood outside the Chan sect's gate, declaring his identity. The voice and imagery rendered Zhao Gongming, Wu Yunxian, and the others speechless. Most of them were quasi-saints and could discern the authenticity of the scene, understanding that it was indeed real. Shen Gongbao was a disciple of the Chan sect. Just as Yin Xiao had stated, this was only in Xianxian. He had merely gleaned some intelligence. If a quasi-saint were to infiltrate, the consequences would be dire. At that time, we ought to have heeded my counsel, killed him, burned his body, scattered his ashes, and obliterated his soul, severing his true spirit. How could we have such hidden dangers now? Bai Xiao interjected coldly. A mere Xianxian dared to intrude upon the Jie sect, treating it as if it were inconsequential. It was infuriating and deserving of death. This time, even Yin Xiao did not attempt to dissuade her. Instead, she concurred with Bai Xiao. Indeed, only through such actions could all those with intentions of espionage be deterred. Zhao Gongming furrowed his brow, stating, "We must indeed be vigilant, but will such measures not be excessively ruthless? What if the intruder sought to join the Jie sect, or had genuinely strayed into our domain? If we proceed with such lethal force, what will become of our reputation? Moreover, with so many disciples in the Jie sect, it is unlikely we could recognize each one that I believe we need not resort to such cruelty. After all, harmony breeds prosperity. The Jie sect reputation is not particularly favorable within the Hongwang, that I have been contemplating that once the mothership is completed, we could establish a marketplace for all realms within the Hongwang, promoting our wares as for those who refuse to repay debts. The mothership would simply besiege their abodes, unleashing the saintly cannons upon them. If we act in such a manner now, who would dare to approach us? Simple. Yin Xiao disregarded his concerns, continuing, Our Jie sect's reputation precedes us. Those who seek to join us must be exceedingly sincere. If they arrive, let them formally join, entering their blood into our roster, thereby revealing their past and intentions. Those who genuinely wish to join will not mind such trifles. Should they arrive and express no desire to join, we need not inquire further. Simply eliminate them, for such individuals surely harbor ulterior motives against the Jie sect. As for those who have merely strayed, they must be verified and their pasts examined. If all is in order, they may be released. If they refuse to be scrutinized, they must be killed without hesitation. We need not concern ourselves with their secrets. Our Jie sect is vast, renowned throughout the Honghuang. Who does not know of us? If they could mistakenly enter the Jie sect, it is evident that such an intrusion was ill-intentioned. Furthermore, our disciples have grown complacent. We must summon all disciples to gather at the Wu Fa Academy. All those in seclusion, traveling, or visiting friends must be recalled. Should they fail to return, they shall be expelled from the Jie sect, never to be counted among our ranks again. The Jie sect is indeed growing stronger, yet we must remain vigilant and not relax our guard. Duo Bao, Zhao Gongming, Jin Ling, Wu Yunxian, and the others all nodded in agreement. Endorsing Yun Xiao's decision, Duo Bao stated, Very well, I shall summon all inner disciples. Zhao Gongming added, I will gather all outer disciples and register disciples. In the past, when Tong Tian departed, he entrusted the affairs of the inner and outer Jie sect to these two, granting them the power of life and death. After a moment of silence, Qiong Xiao observed the palace of creation and spoke up, We are to gather all disciples, but what of senior Chu Qing? Who has gone out? Should we not seek his return? The question remains, who knows where he is? Yin Xiao dismissed this concern. As for Senior Chu Qing, it matters not in a certain sense. He is no longer a disciple of the Jie sect, but our mentor. Moreover, his mastery in the arts is unparalleled. He need not concern himself with such matters. Regardless of the changes within the Jie sect, they hold no significance for him. The transformations we experience now are all due to Chu Qing. He has imparted knowledge to the entirety of the Jie sect. It can be said, without him, there would be no present-day Jie sect. In the eyes of our disciples, Chu Qing's standing has risen to rival that of our revered master. Can formations truly restrain Senior Chu Qing? They are utterly incapable of doing so. Thus, his presence or absence is inconsequential. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement with Yin Xiao's words. Subsequently, they set about gathering the disciples. Before long, the Wu Fa Academy, formerly the platform for discussions, was abuzz with Jie sect disciples congregated together. What is happening? What has occurred that everyone has been summoned? I know not. The eldest brother has called us here. Has something significant transpired? The murmurs of discussion were incessant. Many disciples were oblivious to the unfolding events, yet they were summoned back, some even while visiting friends. Suddenly, Bai Xiao appeared, seizing them by the neck and whisking them back to Jin Ao Island. Now, it could be said that all the disciples had returned. Such a scene could only be witnessed during the days when the Tong Tian delivered his teachings. Essentially, all the disciples were present, and I now wish to address a few matters. Yin Xiao stepped forward, facing the disciples, her voice resonating to ensure that every disciple could hear her clearly. It was Sister Yin Xiao. Was she about to announce something? What matter could there possibly be concerning the? I was in the midst of conversing with a female immortal, only to be yanked back abruptly. Who could comprehend this? The audience was rife with noise. Yin Xiao furrowed her brow slightly. Silence. She fixed her gaze upon the disciple who had raised the loudest commotion, and with a mere gesture, conjured the three flames of truth, transforming it into a fiery arrow that pierced through the disciple, incinerating him instantly into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Hiss. Many disciples widened their eyes, promptly silencing themselves. Goodness, to have one's life extinguished over a few words. Who would dare speak again? However, the disciple who had just been reduced to ashes was unfamiliar. Was he a recent addition to the? Wu Yun Xian, Zhao Gongming, and others exchanged amused glances. How intriguing. The disciple who had just perished was not a living being, but rather a paper effigy. Clearly, this had been anticipated. Designed specifically to serve as a warning to the others. Point 1. Must commend Yin Xiao for her foresight. As the disciples below fell into silence, Yin Xiao finally spoke. The purpose of gathering all disciples today is to announce a critical matter. This concerns the security of Jin Ao Island. As the sanctuary of the saints, is Jin Ao Island truly safe? Not safe. If one could infiltrate Jin Ao Island and gather intelligence.